In this bustling city, I am just an ordinary worker with a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan. Like you, I live a mechanical and dull life every day. Until one morning, a mysterious man in ancient armor suddenly walked into my small supermarket. He looked very hungry, and finally he took out a silver ingot and exchanged it for a box of compressed biscuits from my supermarket. At the time, I thought he was just some weird guy who played role-playing, but when I sold the silver dollar, I made $3,000. From then on, he visited my store many times, exchanging gold and silver ingots for ordinary goods in my store, and my wealth began to grow at an astonishing rate. But as my curiosity grew, I finally opened the back door of the supermarket one day and found myself in a completely different world. It turns out that this was an ancient world 1,000 years ago. What caught my eye was a magnificent palace and fully armed soldiers. It was only then that I realized that the mysterious customer was not a modern person at all, but a general from 1,000 years ago. As a result, I was drawn into a mysterious adventure in time and space. Hey everyone! This video is the second part of My Supermarket Can Travel Through 1,000 Years, and I Became the Richest Woman by Selling Food. If you haven't watched the first part, you can find the link in the video description. Now, I will explain the new story to you starting from Chapter 100. Chapter 100 Encounter with He Liangtsong. The emperor decided to interrogate the two men separately to verify whether their confessions were consistent. There was a glimmer of anticipation in everyone's eyes. Can these two people agree on what they are talking about? Chenan knew that he had to be careful with his words at this moment, but he also knew that confessing was the best policy. He calmly recounted everything the third prince had done since entering the Marshal's mansion, speaking in a steady tone and with a respectful attitude. Soon, both confessions were placed on the emperor's desk. The emperor's face instantly turned livid. Although the two men's statements were consistent in their confessions, the third prince's seemingly noble reasons actually vaguely revealed that he had coveted Chenan's business. Especially since the third prince only held an idle position in the Ministry of Revenue and was not responsible for any specific affairs, yet he took the initiative to intervene, which made people doubt his intentions. Is this for the National Treasury and the Ministry of Revenue, or for personal ambition? Or does he want to use Chenan's influence, or even covet the Fu family army behind him? What is even more alarming is that the emperor has recently become obsessed with the soap that the Fu family paid as tribute, and this soap is unique. If the third prince colluded with Chenan and tampered with the soap, His Majesty the Emperor narrowed his eyes, his face becoming increasingly gloomy, as if a dark cloud was pressing down on him. You are so concerned about the court that you didn't even ask me a question, and you went to General Fu to discuss making money without authorization. The third prince immediately knelt down and defended himself. I just wanted to raise money for the National Treasury. I have no other intentions. However, the excuse had lost its weight in the emperor's ears. What was important was not what he said, but what the emperor was willing to believe. Finally, the third prince was ordered to reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors. The other princes in the court also had their own thoughts. The crown prince and the second prince showed delight on their faces and were secretly delighted. Although Chenan accepted the emperor's warning with trepidation on the surface, he was actually very happy in his heart. After this warning, no prince would dare to take advantage of him easily again. When it was late at night and everyone was asleep, Chenan walked towards the space-time supermarket carrying a lunchbox. A man sat alone in a deserted supermarket, eating his meal slowly, bite by bite. Every bite of food seemed to carry memories and longing. It was already the 9th day since Miss Xiao left. The auction day arrived as scheduled, and Willite Auction House specially invited Xiao Yingchun to observe. On this day, she changed into a white silk shirt and a black umbrella skirt, with a pair of low-key and elegant pearl earrings on her ears. The overall outfit was simple yet elegant. The auction hall was beautifully decorated, with 50 or 60 seats neatly arranged, and the staff on the stage were busy preparing. Xiao Yingchun looked around and sighed in his heart that this auction was not much different from the top auctions he had seen in videos. Just as she was concentrating on the meeting, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Sister, why are you here?" Xiao Yingchun was stunned for a moment, then looked up and saw that it was He Liangtsong. He Liangtsong was wearing a suit, but the collar of his shirt was slightly open, giving him a semi-formal look. He walked quickly to Xiao Yingchun with a bit of surprise and curiosity. Xiao Yingchun was a little embarrassed for a moment, and her smile was a little stiff. "Why are you here?" He Liangtsong smiled and pointed to the auction house. "I have been here for several days and have been hanging out at various auction houses during this time." As he spoke, Xiao Yingchun gradually understood. It turned out that after collaborating with Dianing on an auction, He Liangsong developed a strong interest in this industry. Although the relationship between Dianing Xin and Xiaoing Chun was somewhat strained and the cooperation was difficult to continue, He Liangsong had already decided to start his own auction company. Therefore, these days he has been learning from auction houses around the world, with a particular liking for ancient Chinese artifacts. After seeing so much, he couldn't help but feel sad. So many good things have been lost abroad. He sighed. He originally wanted to buy back some cultural relics, but his funds were limited and he was short of money after buying a few pieces. Mr. He also reminded him, "Young man, watch and listen more, don't rush to act." Today, He Liangsong didn't expect to meet Xiaoing Chun and Wang Yongjun at the auction. "You guys are here too?" His eyes moved between the two of them, his words filled with speculation. Xiaoing Chun looked a little helpless. "I came here to sell some things." "Oh." He Liangsong's eyes lit up. "Which item is it?" Xiaoing Chun didn't want to say more, so she pointed to a rosewood mother-of-pearl screen on the auction brochure and said, "Here, this one." He Liangsong's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he carefully read the introduction of the screen, obviously very interested in this item. At this time, Xiaoing Chun no longer had the heart to watch the auction and was preparing to leave quietly. However, He Liangsong followed closely behind. "Sister, where are you going?" "The auction hasn't started yet," Xiaoing Chun said perfunctorily. "I came out to get some fresh air. It doesn't matter if I don't participate." He Liangsong was still enthusiastic. "How about I treat you to a meal? I know there's a really good restaurant nearby." At this moment, Xiaoing Chun couldn't help but sigh silently in his heart, feeling a headache in his heart. She looked at Wang Yongjun for help, but he just looked around and seriously performed his bodyguard duties. Seeing that He Liangsong was unwilling to give up, Xiaoing Chun had no choice but to return to the auction. "Forget it, let's go back and take a look." The auction started soon. As the auctioneer came on stage, Xiaoing Chun was slightly startled. It was Zhou Muan. Tonight, Zhou Muan wore a cheongsam with a pair of low-key pearl earrings, and she looked extraordinary on stage. She looked around the venue and saw Xiaoing Chun and He Liangsong, and her eyes paused slightly. He Liangsong continued to nag in Xiaoing Chun's ear. "Zhou Muan is very popular in these auction houses. In recent years, the items she presided over have repeatedly been sold at high prices." Zhou Muan's eyes swept across the two of them, and an illusion emerged in her mind, thinking that Xiaoing Chun came with He Liangsong. But at this time, William, the manager of Willite Auction Company, walked up to Xiaoing Chun and talked to her in a low voice. This scene startled Zhou Muan, and she realized that she had made a wrong judgment. The manager of the auction company would not easily speak to someone in such an occasion, which shows that Xiaoing Chun's identity is extraordinary. Her heart was slightly shaken, and she secretly wondered, could it be that the main item of this auction was actually from Xiaoing Chun's hand? Zhou Muan looked at the list of today's auction items and couldn't help feeling excited. She had already studied the introductory materials carefully, and the quality of the items auctioned this time could almost be said to be the pinnacle of her career. If today's auction goes smoothly and achieves a high price, she will not only be able to greatly enhance her personal reputation, but also gain a higher position in the industry. Her eyes swept across the stage again, and she happened to see He Liangsong chattering into Xiaoing Chun's ear. She couldn't help but nod secretly. If she also owned such a collection, she would definitely have a good relationship with Xiaoing Chun. The owner of the collection always has a certain right to decide the choice of auctioneer, especially for such heavyweight items. Soon, the auction officially began, and the first item to go on sale was the pair of rosewood and mother-of-pearl screens. Under Zhou Muan's precise guidance, the price of the rosewood screen, which started at 150,000 yuan, quickly climbed to 500,000 yuan, and was finally sold for 600,000 yuan. There was applause at the scene, and this start quickly heated up the atmosphere of the auction. Seeing this successful start, Xiaoing Chun was very satisfied and was about to get up and leave. He Liangsong naturally followed closely and continued to lobby, "Sister, can I treat you to a meal? Let's have a good chat." Xiaoing Chun just wanted to go home as soon as possible, but He Liangsong began to talk incessantly about his plan to open an auction company. He said, "Sister, I have an idea. Let's open an auction company together. If you have good things, you can auction them in our company. I will only charge you a small commission, 1%. How about it?" This sentence made Xiaoing Chun stop. She thought about it for a while and felt that this suggestion seemed good. Seeing her excited expression, He Liangsong immediately said proudly, "Don't worry, I have principles and will never pester you like others. Didn't you say you would treat me to a meal? Let's go and have dinner." Xiaoing Chun finally smiled and pointed to the street. Seeing this, He Liangsong grinned and said, "Okay, follow me. I promise you will enjoy your meal." The three of them walked through several alleys and finally entered a small Western restaurant. He Liangsong spoke to the waiter familiarly and ordered a few dishes that he thought were the most delicious. After he sat down, Xiao Chun asked curiously, "What did you order?" "Don't worry, these are their signature dishes, especially the steak, which is definitely London YYDS." When the dishes were served, Xiao Chun only ate half and asked the waiter to give the rest to Wang Yongjun. She explained, "I can't finish it, can you help me with it?" Wang Yongjun was stunned for a moment, but still nodded and stuffed the half hamburger into his mouth in one bite. This action surprised Xiao Chun and He Liangsong. They looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. He Liangsong took the opportunity to say, "Brother Jun, just order whatever you want to eat. Don't save money for me." Wang Yongjun was not polite and ordered a few double beef burgers, which he ate in no time at all. He Liangsong looked at the other person wolfing down the food and felt inferior, so he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. After the three of them finished their meal, each of them picked up a cup of coffee and started chatting slowly. When the two were chatting excitedly, He Liangsong's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, frowned slightly, and answered the call. "Hello?" A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Dianing. "Brother Tsong, where are you now?" He Liangsong was still lazily curled up in his chair, looking relaxed. "I'm in London. What's going on?" Dianing on the other end of the phone smiled proudly. "Brother Tsong, guess where I am?" Chapter 102. Falling out with Dianing. When He Liangsong heard Dianing's tone, he immediately became alert. His body tensed up instantly, and his heartbeat accelerated. "What do you mean? Where are you now?" Dianing on the other end of the phone smiled proudly. "I'm in London. Are you surprised?" He Liangsong felt his scalp tingling for a moment. He did not feel surprised at all, but only full of helplessness and regret. He clearly remembered that Dianing had always been dissatisfied with Xiao Chun and even looked down on her a little, especially after he sarcastically ridiculed Xiao Chun last time. The relationship between the two had completely broken down. What's more, Daiheng once pursued Xiao Chun, but after being rejected, the auction company they collaborated on collapsed. And now, He Liangsong had just been planning to discuss cooperation with Xiao Chun, but Dianing showed up at this time. If she knew that she and Xiao Chun had encountered each other by chance, would she believe it? I guess after hearing this, Daiheng couldn't even be friends anymore. For the first time, He Liangsong really felt how annoying Dianing was. "I'm busy here and don't have time to accompany you." He Liangsong responded coldly, wanting to end this headache-inducing call as soon as possible. "Brother Tsong, why are you like this? I came to London specially to visit you, and you actually ignored me?" Dianing couldn't believe his ears when he heard the cold tone. She came all the way to London just to see He Liangsong, but He Liangsong said he was busy? "I'm with my girlfriend, don't disturb me." He Liangsong made an excuse, thinking that this should make her give up. However, Dianing obviously didn't believe it. "Brother Tsong, are you kidding me? When will you reject me because of the girl next to you? Is she so jealous?" She joked but quickened her pace towards the restaurant where she had once dined with He Liangsong. She pushed the door open with familiarity, and the scene in front of her stunned her for a moment. The four people sitting in the restaurant looked up at the same time, and when they saw Dianing, their expressions changed. He Liangsong's mood instantly hit the bottom, and countless regretful thoughts flashed through his mind. Why did he bring her to this restaurant before? Now, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he couldn't wash it off. Xiao Chuan's face was not looking good either. She didn't want to be used as a shield by He Liangsong from the beginning. Now that Dianing had witnessed it in person, she felt that the situation was extremely awkward. Dianing's eyes were filled with disbelief and anger. She walked straight to Xiao Chun, her voice full of accusations. "Xiao Chun, you are a country girl. How dare you flirt with my brother over there and flirt with brother Tsong over here? Aren't you too shameless?" A trace of anger flashed in Xiao Chuan's eyes, but she remained calm and composed and said calmly, "Ms. Dai, who are you to me? Who are you to He Liangsong? In what capacity are you questioning me now? If you are Daiheng sister, I tell you that I have no interest in him, never before and never in the future. He knows this very well. Other than that, I don't owe you any explanation. You are not qualified to insult my personality," Xiao Chun said calmly. Dianing didn't listen at all. "My mom told me a long time ago that you used my brother, but I didn't quite believe it. Now I completely understand. You used my brother to meet brother Tsong, and you thought you had climbed up the social ladder, so you dumped my brother, right?" Her voice became increasingly sharp, and her words were filled with undisguised malice. Before Xiao Chun could speak, Wang Yongjun stood up and stood between her and Dianing, saying in a deep voice, "Miss Dai, please be more respectful when you speak." Dianing then noticed Wang Yongjun and was stunned. Brother Jun? Aren't you my brother's friend? Why are you speaking for her? Wang Yongjun is not good at speaking, but he doesn't want Xiao Chun to be unreasonably accused. Xiao Chun stood up and sneered back. Ms. Dai, do you think that anyone who cooperates with you is using you as long as they don't serve you unconditionally? Everyone who knows your family must sacrifice their own interests to protect your interests when doing business, otherwise they are ungrateful, right? Is this your family education? These words left Dianing dumbfounded. She knew that she did have such thoughts in her mind, but being pointed out directly by Xiao Chun seemed extremely harsh. You just took advantage of my brother. Dianing forced himself to continue to refute. Didn't your brother make any money by cooperating with me? Or did he make too little? Or could he make more by doing the same thing somewhere else? Xiao Chun's tone became increasingly sharp, and his words were like swords, hitting the vital points. Dianing was speechless. She knew very well that Dai Hingxin had made millions from the goods provided by Xiao Chun last time. Not everyone could do that. She was angry and annoyed, and turned to point the finger at He Liangcong. But you are a village girl. How can you hook up with Tsonga? Is Tsonga someone you can get close to? He Liangcong finally couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up suddenly and shouted angrily, Dianing, who are you to me? Why do you interfere with my life? Dianing's tears welled up immediately. Brother Tsong, I'm doing this for your own good. This woman is so scheming. She's using you. He Liangcong sneered and interrupted her mercilessly. I am willing to be used by her. What does this have to do with you? Dianing looked at him in disbelief, tears welling up in her eyes. She had never thought that He Liangcong would speak to her so coldly in front of Xiao Chun. Ningning, I'm not interested in you. I have treated you as my sister all these years, and I will only treat you as my sister. He Liangcong's words were as cold as ice, mercilessly tearing apart Dianing's fantasy. He had said these things jokingly before, but never so seriously. This time, he was really serious. Chapter 103, Parting Ways. He Liangcong sighed, feeling completely fed up. He no longer tried to comfort or explain, and said with determination, Dianing, I am a non-marriagist. I don't have any feelings for you, and I don't plan to have any emotional involvement with you. Your lack of sense of boundaries really annoys me. Dianing opened his eyes wide, obviously unwilling to accept it. Are you saying that you don't plan to marry Xiao Chun either? You were just playing around with her? He Liangcong was almost laughing out of anger. What are you kidding? My relationship with her has nothing to do with you. Can you understand what I'm saying? You are just my friend's sister. We have no relationship. You have crossed the line. Dianing burst into tears and broke down emotionally. But are you being worthy of my brother by flirting with Xiao Chun like this? He Liangcong felt like his anger was about to explode from his chest. Xiao Chun is not your brother's wife, nor is she his girlfriend. I feel sorry for your brother if I have a meal with her. I am not your father. Do you think the whole world owes you the Dai family, and everyone should revolve around you? Dianing stood there blankly, letting He Liangcong's scolding fall on her. She wanted to refute, but she couldn't find the way to open her mouth. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chun's patience was completely exhausted. She stood up and waved to Wang Yongjun. Brother Jun, let's go and let them sort it out on their own. Wang Yongjun followed Xiao Chun without saying anything. He Liangcong was anxious when he saw Xiao Chun leaving, but he knew that the matter at hand had to be resolved. He helplessly shouted at Xiao Chun's back, Chun, I'll find you later. However, Xiao Chun didn't even turn his head and walked out with big strides. Without Xiao Chun's presence, Dianing's emotions became even more out of control. She cried bitterly and said with sobs, Brother Tsong, I really know I was wrong. I just cared about you too much. In the past, this kind of show of weakness might have softened He Liangcong's heart, but today, his patience has long been exhausted. He stood up irritably and pointed at the restaurant door. You care too much about me? Come on. Who wants you to care? Come out with me. I don't want to argue anymore. Dianing followed him out of the restaurant reluctantly, carefully tugging at the corner of her clothes like a wronged young wife. But He Liangcong seemed not to notice her expression. He lit a cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said indifferently, I didn't draw a clear line between us before. It's my fault. I apologize to you, but from today on, we are just ordinary friends, the kind of friends who don't contact each other unless necessary. Dianing's face turned pale in an instant. Brother Tsong, He Liangcong said coldly, I am very sure that I am not interested in you, and the He family is not interested in you either. You should understand that our family will never support us being together. He Liangcong continued without any emotion. If you need, I can ask someone to take you to the airport and buy you a ticket back home. If not, You can do as you please. After saying these words, He Liangsong turned and walked away without hesitation, without looking back at Dianing. Dianing stood there, dumbfounded. She had never thought that things would develop to this point. She always thought that she was generous enough and tolerant enough to tolerate other girls around He Liangsong, and she believed that she would eventually be the one standing by He Liangsong. However, now He Liangsong has so resolutely drawn a line between him and her, and even the He family has made it clear that they would not support them being together. She stood there crying, feeling aggrieved and angry but unable to vent. Just then, her cell phone rang. It was Dianing. "Where are you?" Dianing's voice was full of reproach. When Dianing heard his brother's tone, the grievance in his heart surged up. "Brother, why do you talk to me in this tone? I just want to be with Brother Tsong. Why doesn't everyone understand me?" Dianing said coldly, "No matter what you said to He Liangsong, let me remind you, the He family will never look down on our Dai family. If you are smart, come back quickly and stop pestering us." Dianing's self-esteem was hurt, and she angrily retorted, "What do you mean the He family looks down on the Dai family? Can the He family look down on Xiaoingchun? She is just a country girl. How can she marry Tsonga?" Dianing was confused. "What are you talking about? What does this have to do with Xiaoingchun? She is also in London?" Dianing sneered. "Of course she's here. Not only is she here, but Wang Yongjun is here too. Do you think your friends are helping you? They're getting so close to her without telling you." Dianing was silent for a while, and his tone became even colder. "Book a ticket and return home immediately, and don't make any more unnecessary entanglements. Think about it carefully. Things are not as simple as you think." Dianing was so angry that he trembled and hung up the phone. She felt betrayed by everyone. Everyone was against her, and no one understood her feelings. On the other side, Dianing felt extremely annoyed after hanging up the phone. He called Wang Yongjun. After a brief exchange of words, Wang Yongjun hummed and hung up the phone. Seeing this, Xiaoingchun couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Wang Yongjun glanced at her and explained, "Dianing just called and said that Dianing was left at that Western restaurant by He Liangsong. He hopes that I can send her on the plane back home." Xiaoingchun raised her eyebrows and felt a little amused. It seems that the two of them really fell out. Wang Yongjun nodded and continued, "Dianing is worried that she is not safe in London alone, especially since she is emotionally unstable. It would be troublesome if she ran into any danger. The security here is not bad, but accidents do happen occasionally." Xiaoingchun sighed. "Are you going to send her back?" Wang Yongjun nodded. "I will take her to the airport first and make sure she gets on the plane safely." Xiaoingchun didn't say anything more, just watched Wang Yongjun turn around and leave, feeling that this farce was finally over. Chapter 104. Billionaire's sister wants to spend money. After hearing Wang Yongjun's proposal, Xiaoingchun nodded and said, "Then go ahead." Wang Yongjun was still a little worried. "Shall I take you to the auction house first?" Although Xiaoingchun was independent, she had always had a strong sense of security, so she agreed and asked Wang Yongjun to help call a car to take her to Willide's auction house. Xiaoingchun had just said goodbye and got into the car when He Liangsong called. He was obviously in a bad mood on the other end of the phone, and he apologized as soon as he opened his mouth. "Sister, I'm sorry. I didn't expect Dianing to be so paranoid. It's all because I didn't handle it well enough." What's strange is that when Dianing apologized before, Xiaoingchun did not accept it and even felt a little annoyed. But when it came to He Liangsong, she felt that he was frank and less disgusted. "It's okay. It's none of your business." Xiaoingchun responded indifferently. He Liangsong quickly added, "I have called Dianing and asked him to persuade his sister to go back. I will keep my distance from her in the future. Sister, please don't ignore me because of her." There was a hint of servility in his words, and it was obvious that he was very experienced in coaxing women. Xiaoingchun couldn't help but smile. "No? Where are you now? I'll come find you. I'll treat you to dinner tonight and apologize to you." Xiaoingchun thought for a moment and said, "I'm on my way to Willie's auction house now. Let's talk about it after I finish my work here. How about you come and find me later?" "No problem." He Liangsong agreed readily, hung up the phone, and went straight to Willide's auction house. When Xiaoingchun arrived at the auction house, the auction had just ended. William came forward with excitement on his face, his eyes showing uncontrollable excitement. "Miss Xiao, your items have been successfully sold. The total amount is 35.77 million pounds. Xiaoingchun was a little stunned for a moment, his mind racing. 35.77 million pounds? That's, converted to RMB, more than 300 million. This number made her gasp. "Can I see the specific transaction price of each item?" "Of course." William led her into the VIP reception room and handed her a list he had just compiled. Xiao Yingchun looked through them carefully and was shocked by every transaction price. The entire set of rosewood furniture was divided and auctioned, and the final transaction amount exceeded 50 million yuan. The Jade Dragon specially recommended by Fu Chenan was also sold for more than 30 million yuan. The Auspicious Beast Incense Burner, the Unicorn Gold, and the Imperial Tea Set were all sold at high prices of tens of millions. Various small pieces of jade and jewelry were sold for prices ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. The summary of the numbers on the list made Xiao Yingchun a little dizzy. The final amount exceeded 300 million yuan. Thinking of his previous promise to use the money to buy antiques in the UK and bring them back home, Xiao Yingchun suddenly felt a little pressured. She knew it was not easy to spend the money reasonably on worthwhile collections. She looked up at William and asked, "If I buy other collections from your auction house, will there be any discount on the commission?" William's smile instantly became brighter. "Of course. Miss Xiao, you are our distinguished guest. We will provide you with the best service." After finding out that Xiao Yingchun's collection focus was Chinese antiques, William immediately went to prepare relevant collection information for her. There are still many treasures in the auction house that have not been publicly auctioned. He plans to classify them and make detailed recommendations to Xiao Yingchun. Xiao Yingchun had just sat down when Liang Liangsong called again. He had already arrived at the auction house and asked excitedly, "Sister, are you in the VIP reception room? I heard that you want to buy antiques to bring back to China. I'm also interested in this. Take me with you." Xiao Yingchun teased him unceremoniously. "What's the point of being interested? You don't understand it." But she suddenly thought of someone, and an idea suddenly occurred to her. "By the way, give me your grandfather's contact information. I'll ask him for his opinion. Mr. He is also a collector with rich experience and can definitely provide valuable advice." He Liangsong readily agreed and immediately sent the old man's phone number. When Mr. He received the call and heard that Xiao Yingchun was going to buy antiques from abroad, he immediately became excited. This is a great thing. So many treasures were lost overseas back then, and very few could be brought back to China. Many people want to do this, but they don't know where to start. At this point, Mr. He changed the subject. "However, there is a top expert in this area. Do you have Master Dong's contact information? You can ask him. Master Dong has a wide network of contacts and knows which collections are worth buying from major auction houses." When Xiao Yingchun heard this, he also thought it was a good idea. "Okay, then I'll contact Master Dong first." She found Dong Chuanfeng's phone number and called. It was still early in China. After the phone rang a few times, Dong Chunfeng answered the phone. "Hello? Who is this?" "Master Dong, I'm Xiao Yingchun. I'm in London now, and I want to buy some antiques from an auction house and bring them back to China, but I don't have much experience in this area. I would like to ask you which collections are worth buying." Dong Chunfeng was a little surprised after hearing this, and then he smiled. "Buying antiques? A batch?" Obviously, Xiao Yingchun's ambition surprised him a little. However, he still said gently, "Your idea is very good. It is a good thing to bring back the precious cultural relics lost to the motherland. How much money do you plan to invest?" Chapter 105 Dianing is in trouble. After listening to Dong Chuanfeng's suggestion, Xiao Yingchun began to calculate his budget. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "The funds I can mobilize are 200 million renminbi." After hearing this, Dong Chunfeng exclaimed, "Wow, the little girl is really capable." Although he was surprised, he also realized that this was a big deal and he didn't dare to act rashly. Then he said, "Don't worry, money makes things easier. I will ask overseas collectors to see if there are any collections suitable for release recently." Xiao Yingchun nodded to show her understanding. Since she had the help of expert Dong Chunfeng, she knew there was no need to rush. Just as William brought Wang Chongshan in, Xiao Yingchun explained to them, "I'm sorry, I consulted an old gentleman, and he suggested that I wait and make a decision when I get news about suitable collections." Wang Chongshan immediately understood and nodded. Old collectors are experienced and consider things more comprehensively. "Miss Xiao can wait patiently. We also have some collection materials here. You can take them back and have a look first." After receiving the information, when Xiao Yingchun left the VIP reception room, He Liangsong was already waiting outside. When he saw her, he immediately came up to her and asked, "How was it? What good stuff did you take?" Xiao Yingchun glanced at him and rolled her eyes. "We haven't decided yet. Why are you getting so excited?" she teased, but her tone was somewhat relaxed. He Liangsong scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. At this moment, he reminded, "There is another person who wants to go with us." "Who?" Xiao Yingchun was a little surprised. "You will know soon." He Liangsong pretended to be mysterious. Not long after, Zhou Muin came out of the auction house. having changed into a simple and elegant outfit, a white silk t-shirt with black trousers, which looked both comfortable and decent. Miss Xiao, Mr. He, long time no see. Zhou Yuan walked over and greeted them gracefully. He Liangsong smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's talk somewhere else." The three of them soon came to a cafe by the Thames, ordered 3 cups of coffee, and found a relatively quiet corner to sit down. Zhou Yuan spoke freely but did not mention Xiao Inchuan's auction items. She just talked about some countries she had visited recently and the rare collections she had seen. Xiao Inchun didn't know much about these topics and could only nod in agreement. Although He Liangsong has been attending auctions frequently recently, he is still a second-generation rich man at heart, and his insights into cultural relics are even less than impressive. Zhou Yuan quickly noticed this and cleverly turned to some lighter topics, sharing some small stories related to collection, which made the atmosphere much more relaxed. Finally, she handed Xiao Inchun a business card. "Ms. Xiao, if you are interested in learning more about the auction house, please feel free to contact me." Xiao Inchun took the business card with a smile, thinking that he had now begun to get used to these formalities. The three of them then had a Western meal. After the meal, Zhou Yuan said goodbye and left, and He Liangsong offered to send Xiao Inchun back. When He Liangsong heard that Xiao Inchun had her own house in London, he was speechless for a moment. His family also owns property in London, but it was all funded by family members and cannot be compared with the property that Xiao Inchun has worked hard for. "You see, Wang Yongjun hasn't come back yet. How about I take you back and leave after he comes back?" He Liangsong suggested considerately. Xiao Inchun nodded and agreed. In the car, Xiao Inchun couldn't help but frown when she thought about the fact that there was no news from Dianing. Is Dianing okay? Why hasn't she come back yet? He Liangsong also felt uneasy, so he took out his cell phone and called Dai Hengxin, but was told that Dianing's phone was unreachable and even Dai Hengxin herself did not know her situation. "I'd better call Wang Yongjun and ask him," Xiao Inchun suggested. Wang Yongjun answered the phone, his voice a little low. "There's a little problem here. I might be back late." "What's going on?" Xiao Inchuan's heart tightened. "It's no big deal. Everyone is fine. I'll explain it to you when I get back." Wang Yongjun confirmed that He Liangsong would send Xiao Inchun home, then hung up the phone. Xiao Inchun and He Liangsong looked at each other. Both of them had a bad feeling in their hearts. When the car arrived at the foot of Xiao Inchuan's apartment, He Liangsong also felt uneasy and suggested, "How about I go upstairs and wait for Wang Yongjun to come back with you?" "Okay." Xiao Inchun was in a bad mood, so she agreed without thinking much about it. Walking into the apartment, He Liangsong looked around and saw the layout of the 2-bedroom and 1 living room. Although it was not luxurious for him, when he thought about Xiao Inchun being able to buy a house in London on his own, he couldn't help but sigh. "You are doing well. You can even buy a house in London. You are better than me." Xiao Inchun smiled and handed over a cup of tea. "You don't have any either?" "My house can't be considered as such. It was bought by my family. How can it be compared with yours?" He Liangsong smiled self-deprecatingly. After the two sat down, they talked about Dianing. He Liangsong mentioned, Dianing was spoiled by her mother since she was a child, and her family's education was a bit biased. Her mother Zhao Chengfeng was very strong and led both children astray. Hearing this, Xiao Inchun couldn't help but ask, "Is Zhao Chengfeng very powerful?" "She's not that powerful, but she loves to control everything." Dianing has been raised with the temper of a spoiled young lady and always feels that everything should revolve around her. He Liangsong shook his head helplessly. As they were talking, their cell phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Wang Yongjun. Xiao Inchun quickly answered the call. "Inning is a little out of control, but she's fine. I've already sent her on the plane. Don't worry." Wang Yongjun's voice came, and Xiao Inchun finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad she's okay." Xiao Inchun hung up the phone and felt a little relieved. Seeing this, He Liangsong also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that today's incident was just a false alarm. Chapter 106. Both Dai family children are crooked. He Liangsong sighed and continued, "Dianing has been pursuing me all these years. I know it in my heart, and my family knows it too. My family once asked me what I thought, and I have already made it clear that I don't have that intention towards her. My mother has always supported my decision. She said that the Dai family's education is average, and she is not very optimistic about this marriage." He Liangsong said helplessly. "Business people usually won't tear each other apart unless they are forced into a desperate situation. So I kept pretending to be stupid, thinking that when she grows up and finds that there is no hope, she will give up and find someone to marry. I even told her half jokingly and half seriously that I only saw her as a sister, but she just wouldn't listen." He Liangsong continued, "Over the years, I have introduced her to many rich second generations. Some boys have taken a fancy to her, but she just doesn't like others. Things just drag on like this. Alas, if I had known she was so stubborn, I should have made it clear to her earlier. Xiao Yingchun sneered in his heart. Explain clearly? He just enjoyed the feeling of being sought after, so he just pretended to be stupid and enjoyed it. Now that you find it troublesome, you start to regret it. Although he was dissatisfied, Xiao Yingchun did not say it out loud, but just responded lightly with Seeing that she didn't say much, He Liangzong turned to talk about Dianing. Dianing is actually quite miserable. When he was young, he was forced by his mother to study. He studied well, but he was not very happy. His mother is too strict with him. He wants to resist, but he doesn't want to make his mother angry, so he can only put up with it. He is almost 30 now and still hasn't gotten married. His mother is worried to death, but he is not. At this point, He Liangzong suddenly couldn't help laughing. To be honest, other things may be forced, but this matter of finding a partner and getting married, you can't force it, right? No matter how powerful his mother is, she can't enter the bridal chamber for him, right? He shook his head as he spoke. The Dai family is in a situation where they are neither high nor low. It's really troublesome. In fact, the Dai family didn't have much money, probably only a few million at most. Dianingshin's grandfather made some money back then, but his father and uncle were both teachers and didn't have much income, so they only gave some of their savings to the family. He Liangzong paused, then continued, the few businesses they did with you are the ones that made the most money for them. So Zhao Chengfeng tried her best to get the two children of the Dai family to marry rich people, fearing that they would eventually become ordinary people. Xiao Ningchun understood instantly. That's why Zhao Chengfeng has been controlling Dianing and even arranged for Lu Xiaomei to be his spy. Thinking of her desire for control, Xiao Yingchun couldn't help but shudder, and was glad that she and Dianing were not too deeply involved. As they were talking, it was almost 11 o'clock in the evening, and Wang Yongjun finally came back exhausted. As soon as he entered the door, he explained, Dianing walked into the alley out of anger, and her phone was robbed. 3 black people almost harmed her. Fortunately, I arrived in time and beat them away. When Xiao Yingchun heard this, he couldn't help but take a breath. I accompanied her to the police station and sent her back to the hotel. Wang Yongjun rubbed his face, obviously exhausted. She is emotionally unstable today and cannot return home. I am worried that something bad will happen to her again. I would like to ask for your advice. Now either let her live here, or let me go to accompany her, or... He looked at He Liangzong. Xiao Yingchun directly asked He Liangzong, are you willing to accompany her? He Liangzong quickly shook his head like a rattle. No, no, no. Let Wang Yongjun go. I'll accompany you. Obviously, he didn't want to have anything to do with Dianing anymore. Wang Yongjun's face was filled with guilt. Dianing is my old friend. He asked me for a favor. I don't want to embarrass you. Xiao Yingchun pondered for a moment and asked He Liangzong, I will stay in London for a few days. Can you guarantee my safety? He Liangzong patted his chest and immediately said, don't worry, sister. Follow me. It will be absolutely safe. Xiao Yingchun nodded and turned to Wang Yongjun. Then you go and deal with Dianing's matter. You don't have to worry about me. Come back when you are done. After that, Xiao Yingchun took out his mobile phone and transferred 20,000 yuan to Wang Yongjun. This is my previous salary. I'll pay it to you first, and I'll settle the rest when you come back. Wang Yongjun took the money and said gratefully, thank you, Miss Xiao. He turned back to his room to pack his luggage and prepare to leave. He Liangzong generously added, if you need my help, please let me know anytime. Wang Yongjun nodded and said goodbye to the two of them. After he left, He Liangzong asked with a hint of hidden excitement, hey, should I stay here tonight? Xiao Yingchun casually pointed to the room where Wang Yongjun had lived and said, can you live here? Sure, why not? He Liangzong smiled from ear to ear. He was so happy to be able to get along so closely with Xiao Yingchun. Although he felt that he should celebrate in the evening, He Liangzong also knew that he should not get too excited at this time. He smiled and said, today is really a day worth celebrating, but it's a pity that there is no wine. Xiao Yingchun smiled faintly and didn't say much. They both went back to their rooms to sleep. On the other side, Wang Yongjun returned to the hotel suite and was rushed by Dianing as soon as he entered the door. She cried and hung on his neck, hugging him tightly with both hands. Why did you come back just now? I'm so scared. Wang Yongjun stood stiffly, his hands hanging in the air, at a loss. Okay, it's okay. I'm back. Can you please not leave? Dianing looked at him with tears in her eyes, her voice full of pleading. Okay, I won't leave. Wang Yongjun agreed reluctantly. Can you accompany me back to China? Dianing asked in a crying voice. Okay, I'll accompany you. Wang Yongjun had no choice but to obey. After all, Xiao Yingshun had already received his salary, and he had no other arrangements for the time being. After finally persuading Dianing to go to rest, Wang Yongjun returned to the living room and sat down on the sofa tiredly, feeling extremely complicated. He never thought that he would have to clean up the mess for Dianing, let alone give up his job to take care of her. Thinking about these things, he frowned and lay on the sofa. He had to keep watch outside because Dianing asked him not to close the door, saying that she was afraid. The next morning, Wang Yongjun had just finished a set of push-ups and hadn't wiped off his sweat when the phone rang. When he answered it, it was Dai Hengxin's voice on the other end. Chapter 107, Sending Buddha to the West. After Wang Yongjun answered the phone, he heard Dai Hengxin ask, "What's the situation over there?" Wang Yongjun briefly explained what happened to Dianing. Dai Hengxin was slightly relieved when he heard that she was fine, but then paused for a while. Then he asked about Xiao Yingchun's situation. "Is Xiao Yingchun okay in London alone? Have you arranged for someone to protect her?" Wang Yongjun was stunned for a moment, thinking, "Didn't you fail to catch up with Xiao Yingchun? Why are you still worrying about this?" But he still said calmly, "He Liangzong is with her, it should be fine." Dai Hengxin was anxious when he heard this. "He Liangzong? He is just a playboy. Can he take good care of Xiao Yingchun?" Wang Yongjun was a little unhappy and replied directly, "Then I will leave Dianing in the hotel and protect Xiao Yingchun?" Dai Hengxin was silent, obviously stumped by the question. He didn't mean that, but he couldn't refute it. After a moment's silence, he changed the subject and said, "Can't you arrange for someone else to go?" Wang Yongjun responded calmly again. Xiao Yingchun said she didn't want protection from someone she didn't know well. She felt she was more familiar with He Liangzong, who also said he could protect her. Dai Hengxin was speechless and remained silent for a long time before hanging up the phone. Wang Yongjun put down his phone and felt some subtle changes in the relationship between the brothers. Although Dai Hengxin has been his friend for many years, things are becoming more and more complicated surrounding Xiao Yingchun. Is it because of Xiao Yingchun? He thought to himself, not feeling that he had done anything wrong. He fulfilled his duty of confidentiality as an employer, and Dai Hengxin had personally asked him to deal with Dianing's matter, which he did. But now, Dai Hengxin seemed to be dissatisfied with himself. While I was thinking, Dianing walked out of the room quietly, wearing a loose t-shirt. Wang Yongjun saw it at a glance and immediately looked away in embarrassment. "You got up? Let's go to the police station again today. If there is no progress, we will return home." However, Dianing did not respond, but asked coldly, "My brother asked you to leave me behind to protect Xiao Yingchun?" Only then did Wang Yongjun realize that she had heard his conversation with Dai Hengxin. He hurriedly explained, "No, your brother asked me to arrange for someone else to go, but I told him not to. He Liangzong said he could protect Xiao Yingchun." Hearing this, Dianing's voice was filled with anger. "Is it Brother Tsong who is protecting Xiao Yingchun now?" Wang Yongjun told the truth, "Yes." Dianing sneered and said sarcastically, "Brother Tsong could only squat with his head in his hands when he encountered a gangster, and he still said he wanted to protect Xiao Yingchun? What a joke." After saying this, Dianing didn't say anything else. He turned back to his room and closed the door with a bang. Wang Yongjun was confused by this sudden temper, but he knew that Dianing's dissatisfaction had nothing to do with his mission, but was just her jealousy towards Xiao Yingchun and He Liangzong. After a while, Dianing came out after changing her clothes and said with a cold face, "Let's go to the police station." Her attitude was exactly like she was commanding a bodyguard, without any gratitude at all. Wang Yongjun felt uncomfortable with her attitude, but thinking of the shock she had just experienced yesterday, he held back and did not lose his temper. After arriving at the police station, they learned that the thieves who stole her phone had been found and the phone had been recovered. However, since no actual harm was caused, the other party found a lawyer and was released on bail. Upon learning that these people had left the police station, Dianing became even more anxious and couldn't wait to return home immediately. Wang Yongjun did not waste any time and immediately completed the checkout procedures and took her to the airport. Along the way, Dianing was like a frightened bird, distracted the whole time. When she got her boarding pass and was about to go through security, Dianing suddenly realized that Wang Yongjun had no intention of going with her. She turned around and asked, "Are you not going back with me?" Wang Yongjun said calmly, "Ms. Dai, I came to London for work. Your brother asked me to take you to the airport. I should go back and finish my work now." His meaning was very clear. Sending her here was beyond his job duties, and he would continue to fulfill his duty to protect Xiao Yingchun. Dianing was so emotional that she almost collapsed. "You still want to protect Xiao Yingchun? Is she so good that everyone is running to protect her?" Her emotions were out of control. Tears welled up quickly, and her tone was full of jealousy and anger. The airport security personnel apparently noticed this scene and started walking towards this side. Wang Yongjun had no choice but to call Daihengxin. After listening to Wang Yongjun's report, Daihengxin also felt the situation was difficult. In the end, he could only ask Wang Yongjun to help get Dianing safely on the plane and return to China first. Wang Yongjun reluctantly bought a ticket back home, which made him feel the first humiliation in his career, leaving the mission halfway because of personal matters. He had no choice but to send Dianing back to his country first. After getting on the plane, Wang Yongjun closed his eyes and fell into a rest state in silence. After Dianing calmed down, she looked at his stern profile and thought about how he had fought off 3 gangsters for her, kept watch outside the hotel, and was willing to help her go to the police station and send her to the airport. She couldn't help but feel touched. Although she had no romantic thoughts about Wang Yongjun, his help made her realize that he was actually someone she could rely on. Moreover, he could have chosen not to do all this, but he did his best because of her brother's request. After getting off the plane, Daihengxin was already waiting at the airport gate. As soon as Dianing saw her brother, she immediately ran over to him, tears welling up again. As soon as she ran to his side, she began to wipe away her tears. Wang Yongjun stepped forward and nodded to Daihengxin. "Then I'll go first." Dianing wiped her tears and asked in confusion, "Are you not going with us?" Wang Yongjun replied calmly, "I have something else to do." "What's the matter?" Dianing's eyes instantly became alert. "You're still going to London?" Wang Yongjun looked at her calmly and turned to Daihengxin. "It's the first time in my career that I have to leave a mission because of personal matters." His words made Daihengxin look ashamed, and he bowed his head in embarrassment and apologized. "I'm sorry, brother. I really troubled you this time." Daihengxin quickly took out his mobile phone and asked, "How much did you spend this time? Give me a number, and I'll transfer it to you." Wang Yongjun was not polite. The hotel suite upgrade fee is 300 euros, and the round-trip air ticket is 15,000 yuan. Daihengxin readily transferred 20,000 yuan to him. "Brother, thank you so much for this time. It's too much trouble for you." Chapter 1082 Big Guys Come to London. Dianing looked at all this and tears began to fall again. She didn't expect Wang Yongjun to turn around and go back to London. It felt as painful as a slap in the face. "Isn't this a direct reminder to myself that I have caused him trouble?" Dianing almost angrily reminded. "Xiaoing Chun has already settled your salary, and He Liangzong is also with Xiaoing Chun. What are you still doing? Are you going to be a light bulb?" Wang Yongjun's eyes fell on Dianing's face this time. "Ms. Dai, I cherish every trust that my clients place in me. For a qualified bodyguard, being a light bulb is basic ethics. I don't think it's shameful." This sentence blocked Dianing's next words in his throat, and he could no longer speak. Only after Wang Yongjun left did Daihengxin take Dianing home. The strange silence made Dianing feel uneasy, but also wronged at the same time. When she got home and saw Zhao Chengfeng, Dianing's grievances finally burst out. "Mom, I almost couldn't come back, whoa." Daihengxin had not told Zhao Chengfeng about the matter before because he was afraid that she would worry. Now that his sister has finally come home, he told Zhao Chengfeng the whole story. Zhao Chengfeng got furious when she heard this. "Why is he Liangzong like this? You traveled thousands of miles to find him, and he just left you on the side of the road? You almost got into trouble?" "No, I want to call his mother and ask her how the He family educates their children." Daihengxin was furious. "Mom, please stop embarrassing yourself. Did He Liangzong ask Ningning to find him? Ningning went there on her own without even asking. Who is Ningning to him? Does he have any obligations to Ningning? Ningning, you asked for it." Zhao Chengfeng was choked, and after a moment of hesitation, he finally found his voice. "Even if we are just ordinary friends, you can't just ignore Ningning's life and death in a foreign country." Daihengxin's voice became louder. "It's because you and Ningning have always thought this way that I dared to let Ningning travel all the way to England. You guys are calling this emotional blackmail, don't you know?" "That's good now. He Liangzong called me and told me that he didn't have that kind of feelings for Ningning. He asked me to persuade Ningning not to chase after him in the future. He will also keep his distance from Ningning in the future. I've already said this and done this. How else do you want to embarrass yourself? And even call her mother? I've already told you that the He family doesn't think highly of our Dai family, and there's no way they'd marry into our family. Why don't you listen?" Zhao Chengfeng was shocked by Daihengxin's rapid-fire words. She stared at Daihengxin blankly for a few seconds, then looked at Dianing. Dianing was reminded of her past by Daihengxin's words. She burst into tears and ran back to her room. Xiaoing Chun knew nothing about this. When she woke up in the morning, she received a shocking phone call. "Mr. He is actually coming to London with Dong Chunfeng?" Xiaoing Chun couldn't believe his ears. Just because he wanted to buy some antiques to bring back to China, these two big names in the collecting world were going to come? She hurried to knock on He Liangsong's door. He Liangsong? He Liangsong? Brother, wake up. He Liangsong opened the door with his bare chest, rubbing his eyes. What are you doing? Sister. He has no habit of getting up early. Xiao Chun, your grandfather and Mr. Dong will arrive in London in the evening. He Liangsong froze. What did you say? After Xiao Chun explained, He Liangsong felt like he was pricked by a needle. He turned around and went back to his room, only to have the door slammed shut. Not long after, He Liangsong came out of the room in neat clothes, looking energetic. Come on, go prepare a room for them first. The He family has their own villa in London, which is actually not far from here. Xiao Chun reluctantly followed He Liangsong to the villa and heard He Liangsong confirming with the family how many people had come, while arranging for the housekeeping to clean and change the bedding. After they finally finished cleaning up and had something to eat, He Liangsong took Xiao Chun to several other auction houses. His plan was simple: get a list of unsold Chinese antiques from the auction houses before they arrived. He had his own connections in this area and quickly collected a lot of information. Seeing that it was about 5 or 6 in the afternoon, He Liangsong called Xiao Chun. Let's go. Go pick them up. At the airport pickup area, Xiao Chun and He Liangsong were eagerly waiting, and finally the two big guys showed up. As soon as Mr. He saw his grandson standing with Xiao Chun, his face was full of wrinkles when he smiled. Girl, you and my Xiao Tsong are destined to meet. It's such a coincidence that we can meet in a foreign country. This statement had a bit of a double meaning, and Xiao Chun could only play dumb and laugh. He Liangsong seemed to be excited. That's right. I saw Sister Chun at the auction house that day, and I thought I had seen the wrong person. I had to walk up to her before I could recognize her. This guy is a chatterbox and never stops once he starts talking. By the time he finishes talking, the car has already left the airport. Everyone was amused by him. Dong Chunfeng also laughed, but said nothing. His disciple Huangli accompanied him this time, and when he saw Xiao Chun, he also smiled sincerely. Huangli must have contacted several collectors in London. Taking advantage of He Liangsong's words that he was tired, he interrupted and said that he would go over to meet with several collectors in a while. They had already set up the banquet and were waiting for Dong Chunfeng and Mr. He. It has to be said that Mr. He's reputation in the collecting world is not even close to Dong Chunfeng's. Everyone is clear about this and knows that Mr. He is just a passing mention, but because of Mr. He's age, they have to at least give him some face. Dong Chunfeng naturally took everyone with him. The place for dining was in a villa, which was the home of a Tibetan. As soon as she entered the hall, Xiao Chun was stunned. The house is filled with antiques of all kinds. Even the sofa in the living room for entertaining guests is a complete set of rosewood furniture. The various porcelains and ornaments in the duobao pavilion next to it are dazzling. The various Chinese paintings on the walls, some majestic and some elegant and graceful, are dazzling. He Liangsong is no exception. It is rare to collect so many antiques abroad. Oh, Master Dong, I have heard of your great name for a long time. Seeing you today makes my humble home so proud. An old man with a bald head and thick eyebrows called himself Gu Yuanji. As he spoke, he came forward and shook Dong Chunfeng's hands with both hands. The two of them exchanged some humble compliments, and then they introduced their people to each other. On Gu Yuanji's side were several collectors he was familiar with. He introduced them to each of them and greeted them one by one. When Xiao Chun was introduced, Gu Yuan was stunned for a moment. Little girl, I think I have seen you somewhere before? Chapter 109, Yongjing Rouge Red Glazed Cup. Xiao Chun was also stunned for a moment. She was very sure that she had never dealt with him. Once I have dealt with this bald old man with such a distinctive appearance, I will never forget him. Without waiting for Xiao Chun to deny it, Gu Yuanji suddenly slapped his head, as if he had suddenly realized something. Did you have a 50 liang silver ingot to auction? But Sujiabi didn't accept it, so you went to Willie's auction? Xiao Chun was stunned. How do you know? Gu Yuanji clapped his hands in annoyance. Do you still remember the little yellow-haired girl who received you at Sujiabi? Her name is Shanshan, and she is my student. She didn't see it clearly, so she called me but I didn't answer, and ended up missing out. I criticized her so she can learn a lesson in the future. Xiao Chun apologized awkwardly. I'm so sorry, it was such a mistake. Gu Yuanji laughed. It's not your fault, it's just that we are not destined to be together. But don't mind. I bought this 50 liang silver ingot. Xiao Chun didn't expect that Gu Yuanji was also a talkative person. He never stopped talking and even asked someone to take out the 50-tael silver ingot to show Dong Chunfeng. Dong Chunfeng was not very interested in silver ingots, but Mr. He liked collecting this kind of thing and took the initiative to take it and look at it carefully. At this glance, Mr. He immediately figured out what was going on. How come this looks a bit similar to the gold ingot seal that Xiao Yingchun sold him last time? Looks like something that came out of a silver account. Old master, he didn't say much. He just looked at Xiao Yingchun deeply and returned the silver ingot to Gu Yuanji. By this time, the food was ready, and everyone sat down to eat politely. After finishing his meal, Gu Yuanji was still muttering. This time Willie also auctioned off a gold unicorn, which I really like. It's a pity that the price is too expensive, more than 10 million, and I really don't have enough money. And that 50 taels of gold ingot is too expensive. Xiao Yingchun felt inexplicably guilty. She glanced at Dong Chunfeng, who seemed to be smiling, then glanced at Mr. He, who had a shocked look on his face, and turned to look at the painting of the lady on the wall. Fortunately, after dinner, everyone finally got to the point. Gu Yuanji and his fellow collectors have several porcelains from the Yongjing period that they want to transfer. So a few people moved to the second floor. In a collection room on the second floor, Gu Yuanji took out his own collection first, which was a rose-red cup. Gu Yuanji introduced it with some complacency. This is a rouge-red glaze cup from the Yongjing period. There was a similar one at the last auction, and the auction price was 2.25 million Hong Kong dollars. Xiao Yingchun didn't understand anything and just listened. After Gu Yuanji introduced it for a long time, he looked at Dong Chunfeng cautiously and said, "Mr. Dong, do you like this?" Dong Chunfeng looked through it carefully and nodded. "It's good. This is to confirm that I have not made a mistake in this thing." Gu Yuanji was immediately delighted. "Then are you willing to accept it?" Dong Chunfeng glanced at Xiao Yingchun, and Xiao Yingchun's face was full of love. Modern people don't dare to use such a flashy and beautiful color on cups. Mr. Yongzheng has great aesthetic sense. How do you plan to transfer this? Dong Chunfeng asked helpfully. Gu Yuanji hesitated for a moment and said cautiously, "How about you give me a price? I'll listen to you." Everyone said that Dong Chunfeng's price was fair, so he simply let Dong Chunfeng name the price. Dong Chunfeng was not polite. "Is 1.5 million renminbi okay?" Gu Yuanji hesitated. "This price is not unfair. After all, being auctioned depends on luck. Sometimes, if you are unlucky, the auction price may be less than 1.5 million. What's more, there is a commission for sending it for auction. When you count everything, it's actually about the same. But who doesn't want to sell at a higher price?" He looked at several of his collector friends around him. Several friends nodded slightly, indicating that the price was quite good. Gu Yuanji finally nodded. "Okay, then I'll give it to you." Dong Chunfeng waved and called Xiao Yingchun to his side. "It's not me who wants it, it's Xiao girl who wants it. I just came to show it to her." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Master Dong actually gave a thumbs up to a young girl? When the collectors looked at Xiao Yingchun's appearance and figure again, they all suddenly realized that such a beautiful young girl must have her own abilities and connections. Dong Chunfeng obviously knew that everyone had misunderstood something. He pulled Xiao Yingchun's wrist over and explained with a smile. "This is my new disciple. She doesn't know anything about this, so I brought her here to broaden her horizons." This Miss Xiao is actually Dong Chunfeng's disciple. Dong Chunfeng hasn't accepted any disciples for many years. Mr. He and He Liangzong looked envious, while Huang Li was full of disbelief. Huang Li is Dong Chunfeng's student. Students are different from disciples. There can be hundreds or thousands of students. If students do something wrong, people will not blame the teacher. After all, even a big tree has dead branches. The relationship between disciples and masters is closer. Usually a master has only a few disciples in his lifetime, and the words and deeds of the disciples will have a certain impact on the master. Huang Li was so humble and hardworking that he was able to stay with Master Dong, but he was only a student. But today, Master Dong not only came all the way to London for Xiao Yingchun, but also directly confirmed Dong Yingchun's status as his disciple. When Master Dong said this just now, Xiao Yingchun himself was shocked. In other words, Xiao Yingchun herself didn't know about this matter beforehand. Could it be that it was because Xiao Yingchun said that she would spend 200 million to buy antiques and bring them back to China? Master Dong has encountered such situations many times in his half-life of collecting experience, and he is not moved by higher amounts. Why did this happen this time? Before Huang Li and everyone else could figure it out, Dong Chunfeng had already gently but firmly pushed Xiao Yingchun in front of him. "I, as a disciple, have no experience in collecting. If you have any good things, why not bring them out for her to see?" He actually wanted Xiao Yingchun to collect things? Everyone looked at each other. Although it was a little different from what they had thought before, Xiao Yingchun was after all a disciple of Master Dong. My things were taken by Master Dong's disciples. It would be a relief to tell others about it. So everyone took out the things they had brought. This time, they brought porcelain, some of which even had rosewood bases. Dong Chunfeng seemed not to notice Xiao Yingchuan's surprise. He explained in a calm tone the origin of each collection, the recent price of similar collections, and their current whereabouts. Those who heard it were convinced. Master Dong is worthy of being Master Dong. What he says is well-reasoned and convincing. Therefore, when Master Dong made another offer, no one was dissatisfied, and they all nodded to express their willingness to transfer at this price. Chapter 110 Space Sudden Upgrade. A collector's Qianlong Imperial porcelain was found to be a fake. His first reaction was dissatisfaction, but Master Dong was neither anxious nor annoyed, and his tone was still calm. Look at this place, it's different from other styles. The onlookers listened and nodded. It is true. The collector finally had to admit defeat. He felt very sad that more than 2 million yuan was wasted. In just one meal, Xiao Yingchun actually collected more than 30 million worth of goods. Master Dong wanted to retire after completing his mission, but Gu Yuanji was reluctant to let him go and wanted him to help him take a look at his collection. Master Dong pointed at Gu Yuanji's stuff in the room and said, "If I were to give you a look at everything, I wouldn't be able to leave tomorrow." Everyone laughed. That's right. If Master Dong takes a look at everything, how can I escape? Gu Yuanji himself realized that his request was too high, and he smiled as he saw Master Dong off. When I came here, there was only a suitcase in the trunk, but when I returned to the villa, the trunk was full of antiques. Xiao Yingchun felt like she was dreaming, and it didn't seem real. Sitting in the car, Xiao Yingchun realized that she was still holding the Yongzheng Rouge Red Glaze cup in her hand. The cup was so beautiful and small that she unconsciously played with it in her hands, and even forgot to put it back into the box. She looked at the people in the car, and seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she quietly put the cup into the warehouse of the space-time supermarket. Ding! The electronic prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind, and Xiao Yingchun was startled. Antiques from 300 years ago have been detected entering the warehouse, and the terminal system of the cross-time supermarket has been upgraded. System-bound host, Xiao Yingchun. System level, level 2. Secondary system life function is activated. Host and transaction partner can upgrade their permissions. Secondary system trading space-time, Daliang Dynasty. Secondary system transaction object, one person has been bound, Fu Chenan. Secondary system host privileges upgraded. Upgraded. It turns out that the way to upgrade the trans-time and space supermarket to level 2 is to put in ancient antiques. So what Fu Chenan gave me are not considered antiques. If I had known this, I would have bought some antiques and put them in there a long time ago. Feeling surprised and regretful, Xiao Yingchun looked at the people in the car but dared not do anything, for fear that he would get excited and disappear on the spot, and the secret would be completely exposed. The car stopped at the He family villa, and Mr. He invited Dong Chunfeng to live here. As soon as Dong Chunfeng entered the room, he asked where it would be convenient to talk. When Mr. He saw his eyes fall on Xiao Yingchun, he guessed that these newly minted master and disciple wanted to say something private, and immediately led them to the study. This way, please. Dong Chunfeng entered the study, waved to Xiao Yingchun to follow in, and then kept everyone outside the study. Mr. He immediately asked Huangli, He Liangcong and others to go downstairs and sit in the living room on the first floor waiting. Grandpa, when did Master Dong accept Xiao Yingchun as his disciple? He Liangcong had wanted to ask for a long time, but never had the chance. How would Mr. He know? He looked at Huangli. Huangli shook his head slightly and smiled. Don't ask me. I'm more confused than you. Mr. He smiled and said, then wait until Master Dong and the others come out. In the study, Dong Chunfeng first asked Xiao Yingchun to sit opposite him. Xiao Yingchun didn't dare to sit down and stood obediently in front of him. Dong Chunfeng smiled. Are you scared when I told you that you were my disciple? Xiao Yingchun nodded and shook her head. I wasn't scared, I just felt surprised. Why? Just tell me whether you were willing or not. Dong Chunfeng would not force a little girl, even if he had good intentions. Xiao Yingchun nodded immediately, like a chicken pecking at rice. Of course I am willing. Dong Chunfeng looked at Xiao Yingchun deeply and said, when the master asks you a question, you must not lie. Master, please ask. Xiao Yingchun smiled calmly. You also bought the Lingji gold, right? Xiao Yingchun opened her mouth, but finally nodded, yes. Lingji gold has only been recorded in history, but has never been seen in actual circulation. A few years ago, a batch of unicorn gold was unearthed from the tomb of Marquis Hun. They are all national treasures and have not been circulated. Where did you get this Lingji gold? Xiao Yingchun pursed her lips and shook her head, her eyes stubborn. I can't say that. If you accept a disciple for this reason, you don't have to worship this master. Huh. Dong Chunfeng didn't expect that Xiao Chun was still unwilling to say anything at this time. He was surprised and a little delighted. She didn't make up lies to deceive herself, which proved that she is a good person. After thinking for a while, Dong Chunfeng asked again, "Is there any problem with the origin of your Lingji gold?" Xiao Chun shook her head frantically. "No problem. I promise that I didn't break the law. This unicorn gold didn't come out of the tomb. It has nothing to do with the tomb of Hunho." Dong Chunfeng immediately asked, "Did they come from the same place as the 50 taels of gold and silver ingots you auctioned earlier?" Xiao Yingchun nodded immediately. Dong Chunfeng. Xiao Yingchun reacted, "This damn old man is cheating me." However, after thinking back on the conversation, Xiao Yingchun breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had not lied and that it was indeed not dug out from the tomb. "I remember that you have auctioned off a lot of things before, and you also sold a few gold and silver ingots from Dai Wangyan's nephew, right?" Xiao Yingchun hesitated for a moment and nodded. This is probably no longer a secret in the domestic collecting community, so it's not surprising that Dong Chunfeng knows about it. "Those things, and the things you sold in London this time, all came from the same place, right?" Dong Chunfeng's words made Xiao Yingchun unconsciously nervous. But after swallowing his saliva, Xiao Yingchun calmed down again. "So what? Can you still follow my time and space supermarket to Daliang Dynasty to verify it?" Xiao Yingchun nodded, "Yes." This time, Willite Auction House's auction was also conducted simultaneously through multiple channels, and the live broadcast was also released simultaneously. He got the news and watched the live broadcast. There are so many objects of similar age and style, and it is obvious that they have been well maintained and are not burial objects. Besides, even if we dig a big tomb, we won't find so many good things. It was more like finding a palace that had been sealed for a long time and taking something out directly from the palace. But where did Xiao Yingchun, a little girl from an ordinary family, get such ability in channels? Dong Chunfeng was silent for a long time, rubbing his fingertips together, obviously not knowing what he was thinking. After a long while, Dong Chunfeng finally spoke, "Girl, the fact that you can think of bringing the lost cultural relics back to China proves that you have a good heart. Just for this reason, I am willing to help you. Outside, I am your master. With this identity, if you sell something less conspicuous, no one will investigate." This is the fundamental reason why Dong Chunfeng was willing to take the initiative to accept Xiao Yingchun as his disciple. Xiao Yingchun was very touched. "Thank you, Master." Chapter 111 Daliang Dynasty 10 Second Tour. I don't know what Dong Chunfeng guessed. As someone who deals with various antiques all year round, his knowledge must be different from that of ordinary people. No matter where he thinks about it, it's good for him. Dong Chunfeng explained again what Xiao Yingchun bought today. The largest number of national treasures lost overseas during the Ming and Qing dynasties, and there are countless precious cultural relics. You are new to the industry now, so buying these things won't be too eye-catching, and it will be easy to resell them after you bring them back. After explaining the well-known shameful history of the Qing dynasty royal items being lost abroad, Dong Chunfeng made another suggestion. Old He's grandson is a nice guy. I heard he's planning to start an auction company. If he wants you to invest, you can do so. It will be easier to transfer things when the time comes. Xiao Yingchun didn't expect that he was still paying attention to these things, and nodded to show that he understood. "I have to meet a few collectors tomorrow. You should go to bed early. I will accompany you for the next 2 days. Spend your money?" Dong Chunfeng didn't want to talk to Xiao Yingchun alone for too long, so he explained everything that needed to be explained, then stood up and led Xiao Yingchun out. Everyone in the living room looked at the two people coming out of the study and fell silent. Dong Chunfeng looked at Mr. He and said, "My disciple will stay here with us for the next 2 days, right? It will be convenient for us to meet people together later." "Of course, no problem." Mr. He hurriedly asked someone to arrange a room. Xiao Yingchun, "Thank you, Grandpa He." In fact, she wanted to go back to her own place. But the master has spoken, and it's already 10 o'clock at night. I have to listen to the master. Old master, he asked He Liangzong to take Xiao Yingchun to the guest room to rest. He Liangzong led Xiao Yingchun to the guest room with a giggle, and thoughtfully asked the housekeeper to bring her a change of pajamas and a new towel. Xiao Yingchun looked alert. "Brother, I don't have to change my pajamas. I'm not used to wearing other people's pajamas. Especially underwear." He Liangzong rolled his eyes. "What are you thinking? These are all newly bought, and I just washed them and prepared them specially for the guests." It turned out that this house was bought by his father, and the housekeepers were all his father and mother's people. Xiao Yingchun was shocked, but also apologized frankly. "I was mistaken. Thank you very much." Xiao Yingchun returned to her room, closed the door, and immediately began to check the status of the space upgrade. The next second, Xiao Yingchun disappeared from the room, but appeared in the living room on the second floor of her own village in the city. The upgraded space-time supermarket system actually includes the second floor. The second floor is where I live. No wonder it says system life function is turned on. From now on, no matter where I am, I can go back to the house on the second floor as long as I think about it. The most amazing thing is that the large platform on the roof is actually included in the space-time supermarket system. Xiao Yingchun saw several flower pots overgrown with weeds on the platform, and the system's sorting function prompted, they can be cleaned. Since his parents passed away, the rooftop platform has been completely abandoned, and Xiao Yingchun has not been there for several months. With the automatic sorting function, will it be possible to grow vegetables with just one click in the future? If that's the case, we can achieve fruit and vegetable freedom in the future. Restraining her excitement, Xiao Yingchun went downstairs to the small supermarket, where she just happened to see a figure flash by, and Fu Chenan was about to walk out the back door. Before Xiao Yingchun could even utter, "Ah," she ran after him in desperation. At the moment when Fu Chenan was about to step out of the back door, Xiao Yingchun reached out and grabbed Fu Chenan's sleeve. Under inertia, Xiao Yingchun was taken out by Fu Chenan. The moment Fu Chenan felt someone pulling his sleeve, he had already returned to his yard. Realizing that it might be Xiao Yingchun pulling him, Fu Chenan turned around in surprise. The next second, his pupils dilated. In the courtyard in the morning light, a woman was standing in front of him with a dazed look on her face. Judging from her face, it was Xiao Yingchun. But what was strange was that Xiao Yingchun was completely naked. A young and graceful woman stood in front of him so coquettishly and without any covering. Fu Chenan. My nose felt hot and blood started flowing. Xiao Yingchun. Xiao Yingchun was surprised when she realized that she was standing in an unfamiliar yard with her hand still holding Fu Chenan's sleeve. But when she saw the shock and nosebleed on Fu Chenan's face, she subconsciously looked at herself. Oh my God. The next second, Xiao Yingchun disappeared from Fu Chenan's sight. Standing in her own living room, Xiao Yingchun's pretty face turned red. My mother. Just now, I followed Fu Chenan to Daliang Dynasty? But why did all the clothes on my body disappear in the past moment? And Fu Chenan also saw it? That bastard even had a nosebleed. Large-scale social death scene awe. After coming to her senses, Xiao Yingchun hurried back to the bedroom, put on her clothes, and went downstairs. Fu Chenan came in from the back door. He had wiped the blood from his nose and was staring in a daze at a pile of clothes that Xiao Yingchun had just dropped on the ground. The big, slender hand reached over the clothes, but hesitated and did not dare to let go. It looks like he wants to pick up the clothes from the ground. Don't dare again? Xiao Yingchun. Another social death. Fu Chenan heard Xiao Yingchun's footsteps coming down. He looked up and met Xiao Yingchun's face, and his handsome face instantly turned red. I just saw someone who looked like you. I thought I was seeing things. I came back to confirm. This dress. Poor General Fu, who was always ruthless in killing people, stuttered for the first time in his life. Xiao Yingchun pursed her lips and walked forward, picked up the clothes on the ground and went upstairs. Fu Chenan panicked and ran after Xiao Yingchun, but he didn't dare to reach out to pull her. I really didn't mean it. It was dark. I couldn't see anything clearly. Xiao Yingchun stopped in her tracks. Do you still want to see clearly? Fu Chenan was so anxious that his tongue was tied. I didn't. I'm not. I am. I am willing to take responsibility. Xiao Yingchun went upstairs with thumps on her feet, feeling very suffocated and extremely embarrassed. Shut up. Who's going to hold you accountable? Xiao Yingchun turned around and was about to scold him, but when she turned around, she found Fu Chenan chasing her up the stairs. You stop. Wasn't he unable to come up before? Xiao Yingchun even forgot to be angry and widened her eyes in shock. Why did you get up here? Fu Chenan was also shocked. He was so anxious just now that he forgot that he couldn't go upstairs and just followed Xiao Yingchun. Only now did he realize that he had indeed climbed several stairs. Xiao Yingchun realized later. So this is the upgrade of active permissions for the host and the transaction partner. Can I go to the Daliang Dynasty where Fu Chenan is, although I can't get through with my clothes? Fu Chenan can go up to the second floor of his own house? The two of them swallowed at the same time and met each other's shocked eyes. Xiao Yingchun, you come up, we need to talk. Chapter 112 Marriage Proposal. This was the first time Fu Chenan went to the second floor of Xiao Yingchun's house. Even though he had seen what other people's houses looked like in Xiao Yingchun's mobile phone videos, he was still surprised when he saw what Xiao Yingchun's second floor looked like with his own eyes. The stark difference in the experience was overwhelming. White walls, green trees, wooden furniture, cloth-covered chairs, sofas, refrigerators, air conditioners. Fu Chenan looked around and sat down on the sofa at Xiao Yingchuan's suggestion. The soft touch under his but shocked him again. He raised his butt and sat down carefully again. He couldn't help but press it with his hand. Xiao Yingchun didn't say anything either. She silently poured a glass of water and placed it on the coffee table in front of Fu Chenan. Fu Chenan finally finished reading and set his eyes on Xiao Yingchun. Xiao Yingchun was wearing a beige cotton and linen skirt, and the clothes that had just fallen at the back door had been put back into the room. At this moment, the girl with blushing cheeks was sitting on the sofa opposite him, looking at him quietly. Fu Chenan realized later, I just saw her naked appearance. Can't think about it. The nosebleed came again. Fu Chenan pinched his nose and looked at the ceiling in embarrassment. It's hot. Xiao Yingchun. In order to prevent Fu Chenan from bleeding to death, Xiao Yingchun could only give him an ice pack. After finally cleaning up, Fu Chenan felt so guilty that he didn't even dare to look at Xiao Yingchun. Miss Xiao, I will take responsibility. Fu Chenan looked at the cup of water in his hand and spoke seriously again. Xiao Yingchun was helpless. How can you be responsible? I will marry you. Fu Chenan blurted out. Xiao Yingchun waved her hands repeatedly. I don't need it. After all, I am a new youth of this new era. Should I marry someone just because he sees my body? This is absolutely not a reason to get married. Unexpectedly, Fu Chenan's face turned even redder. He looked at Xiao Yingchun for a while, then quickly looked away. Finally, Fu Chenan mustered up the courage to speak. But you have also seen my body. Xiao Yingchun. The huge mass I saw when I stripped Fu Chenan and applied medicine suddenly appeared in my mind. Abba, what yellow waste. Xiao Yingchuan's face turned slightly red, and her eyes flickered with guilt. You were seriously injured and dying at that time. If I didn't save you, you would have died. You know that, right? I saved your life. How dare you ask me to take responsibility? I'm so mad. Fu Chenan's face flushed. His eyes sparkled. I know that was a life-saving grace. I cannot repay you for saving my life. Xiao Yingchuan's pupils were dilated with shock. So you want to pledge yourself to me? Fu Chenan's face was full of sincerity, and he leaned forward slightly. That's exactly what I meant. Xiao Yingchun, that's not necessary. No, you gave me a lot of things, which is enough. Fu Chenan sighed, and his body seemed to be drained of energy in an instant. He fell back slightly hunched over. But what did I do wrong? Xiao Yingchun, no. Fu Chenan asked again. But I am not good-looking? I am not tall enough? Xiao Yingchun looked at Fu Chenan's handsome face and his size even when he was sitting. Not really. But I don't have enough money? I don't have enough power? Xiao Yingchun thought for a moment and shook his head again. You are quite rich, your father is a marshal, and you are a general. How much more powerful can one get? Fu Chenan persisted. But Miss Xiao already has someone she loves? Xiao Yingchun responded quickly this time. Don't talk nonsense, no? Fu Chenan's eyebrows curved, and he smiled flatteringly. In this case, Miss Xiao, can you consider me? My family is clean. I don't have any brothers or sisters, and my father is in the army. If you are willing to marry me, I will obey you at home and outside. Xiao Yingchun looked at Fu Chenan and was stunned. She looked at Fu Chenan seriously. He was handsome, rich, had status, and was capable. He was physically strong and had great kung fu skills. There is no mother-in-law above me. My father-in-law is away at war all year round, and I have no brothers or sisters. With these conditions, he is much better than most of the rich second generation of this era. Xiao Yingchun unconsciously weighed the pros and cons. This thoughtful look caught Fu Chenan's eyes, and Fu Chenan smiled even more obediently and cutely. Well, you're also good at pretending to be good, so I'll give you another point. Let me think about it. Xiao Yingchun realized belatedly. What a good candidate. Okay, I'll wait for Miss Xiao to figure it out. Fu Chenan smiled so much that his eyebrows were curved. He sat obediently on the sofa, looking like a child waiting for candy from the teacher. When Xiao Yingchun realized that Fu Chenan was trying to trick her face blushed again. She turned her head away in embarrassment. My brain is a mess. What the hell am I thinking about? Calm down first. Well, I'm still abroad. I came here to check out the supermarket because it's being upgraded. I can't stay here for too long. I'm leaving first. Xiao Yingchun stood up and prepared to leave. Fu Chenan guessed that she was shy and hurriedly asked for confirmation. When can I come over tomorrow to see Miss Xiao again? Xiao Yingchun thought about it. I will be with Wang Yongjun, He Liangcong, master and others during the day, so I definitely cannot leave. I can only come here after I return to my room at night. I'm free after dinner. Taking into account the time difference, you should come back early in the morning. Then I'll come again tomorrow. Fu Chenan said as he watched Xiao Yingshun disappear before his eyes. He Liangsong returned to his room but was called away by old master He. Brat, what's going on between you and Xiao Yingshun? Is there something going on? Old master, he asked with a dark face. He Liangsong cried out, I am innocent. Xiao Yingshun and I really did meet at the auction. I really didn't have an appointment with her before. Jili Gulu explained clearly what he had experienced in the past few days. He Liangsong then looked at his grandfather aggrievedly. There is really nothing between me and her. Of course, Mr. He knew that there was nothing between him and Xiao Yingshun. The look in Xiao Yingshun's eyes when she looked at him was too innocent, and it didn't seem like there was anything fishy at all. But that's not what Mr. He cares about. So you have no interest in her at all? This question successfully stumped He Liangsong. He scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Grandpa, you know that I have always been a lazy person waiting to die, and I don't have much ability. She is so strong-willed and sensitive. Look, she knows everything I did in the past. After a long chatter, Mr. He was dumbfounded. His arrogant grandson actually felt inferior in front of Xiao Yingshun? It seems that I was not wrong. Xiao Yingshun really inspired her grandson to work hard for progress. Mr. He asked tentatively, so you've been working so hard at the auction house these days. Are you really going to do this seriously? He Liangsong chuckled and scratched his head embarrassedly. I think this line of work has a bright future, so I was thinking about whether I could give it a try. Xiao Yingshun also has resources in this area, so it's a win-win situation for everyone to cooperate. Just don't admit that he has that idea. Mr. He also understood. Xiao Yingshun obviously had no interest in second-generation rich people. But his grandson was stimulated and suddenly began to reflect on himself, thinking that his previous muddle-headed state was shameful. So rare. Chapter 113 Cloisonne, Enamel Double Crane Incense Burner. In the past, Mr. He felt that this devil should be controlled by a powerful woman. But looking at the people who come and go around him, they are all there to coax him to spend money, dream of marrying into a wealthy family, and they all just try to please him. There is no one who can control him. Now, this person actually showed up? As long as I can let my grandson walk the right path, what's the big deal about having an ordinary family background? With only this one grandson, the family doesn't expect him to move up the social ladder through marriage, so it would be great if he could just keep the family business and have a few more children. So Mr. He's expression became particularly kind. If Yingshun needs anything these days, please help her. You are familiar with London and have many friends there. Grandpa, I know. He Liangsong couldn't stand it anymore when he saw that he was about to start nagging again, and wanted to run away immediately. Old master, he couldn't help laughing as he watched his grandson run away. If it wasn't for him to open an auction company in the future, why would this brat come all the way to London? He was the first to become impatient. The next morning, Xiao Yingshun followed Master Dong to another collector's villa. This person also has a collection of many treasures at home, and many collectors come to his house because of his reputation. These people looked at Dong Chunfeng with burning eyes. They had heard that Dong Chunfeng had come to London and wanted to get close to the master. There were two younger ones who looked excited, as if they had finally seen a living person. Xiao Yingshun followed Dong Chunfeng and for the first time felt the curious and speculative gazes of the crowd. During the introduction session, many people cast envious glances at Xiao Yingshun when they heard that she was Dong Chuanfeng's disciple. In particular, Master Dong later personally helped Xiao Yingshun to identify and select antiques. Only then did everyone realize that whenever Master Dong made an offer for a collection that he was willing to sell, it was Xiao Yingshun who would eventually step forward to take over the transaction. This also surprised everyone. It turns out that this young and beautiful girl actually took out money to trade. While Xiao Yingshun was collecting the items one by one, Wang Yongjun landed at the London airport again. Wang Yongjun called Xiao Yingshun, but no one answered. Could something have happened? Wang Yongjun's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly called He Liangsong again. The call was quickly picked up, and He Liangsong's voice was very low. Brother Jun? What happened again? Dianing hasn't returned to China yet? Wang Yongjun was stunned for a moment before responding. I sent her back and she came again. Are you with Miss Xiao now? He Liangsong was stunned. He is here again? Yes, I am. Where are you now? At my house. He Liangsong's words made Wang Yongjun's brain circuit insufficient. It took him a while to react. Send me the location? I'll come over. He Liangsong thought for a moment and said, I'll ask Yingshun later. If she lets you come over, she'll send you her location. This is a matter between Xiao Yingchun and Wang Yongjun, and he is unwilling to interfere. Wang Yongjun was helpless. Can you let her answer the phone? He Liangsong. She is not convenient now. She is spending money, around 1 million per minute. Wang Yongjun had the wrong idea. He was at He Liangsong's house. No one answered the phone, it was almost noon, and it was not convenient to answer the phone. So Wang Yongjun's voice became a little more cautious. Okay, thank you for bothering Mr. He. We waited until lunchtime. Xiao Yingchun successfully spent more than 80 million yuan and bought a bunch of bottles and cans. Among them is a pair of cloisonné crane incense burners. This pair of crane incense burners is actually quite famous. It is said that it was a birthday gift presented by the then prince, later Emperor Qianlong, only when Emperor Yongzheng was in power. More than 10 years ago, it was sold at an auction for a high price of 78 million renminbi. However, a few years later, the buyer sent it for auction again, and it only sold for more than 30 million yuan. Collectors who got the news side. The road of antique collection and investment is full of pitfalls if you are not careful. As a result, the new collector who bought this pair of cloisonné crane incense burners has recently been short of funds and has to transfer them again. It's just because of the high price in the past that it's hard for everyone to bid. From a high price of 78 million, it dropped to more than 30 million. Now it is put up for sale again. The seller must want to sell it at a higher price, preferably as high as the first auction. But that's obviously not possible. Ordinary collectors don't have the ability to spend so much money to buy such a pair of incense burners. But the owner of the Shuanghe incense burner was anxious. He urgently needed funds to fill the financial gap in his family business and could not wait too long. Upon hearing that Dong Chunfeng had arrived, the owner of the incense burner took out the pair of double crane incense burners and took the initiative to host such a banquet. Dong Chunfeng was also very cautious and first explained the origin of the pair of double crane incense burners. This was a birthday gift that Emperor Qianlong, who was still a prince at the time, made for Emperor Yongzheng. It is extremely precious. The double crane incense burner is made according to the real proportions of the red crown crane, almost 1-to-1. After explaining the origin of the double crane incense burner, Dong Chunfeng offered a price of 25 million. The owner of the incense burner was naturally disappointed. He wanted to borrow Dong Chunfeng's golden words to increase the price of the double crane incense burners. But he had asked for 25 million before, but no one was willing to pay. The world economic situation is not good now. Gold prices have skyrocketed, but antiques are not popular. Those who want it hope that the price can be even lower, and some even take advantage of the situation and offer 10 million. With this calculation, the price given by Dong Chunfeng is really fair. So the deal was done, and Xiao Yingchun bought the pair of double crane incense burners for 25 million. After buying a lot of bottles and cans, Xiao Yingchun followed Dong Chunfeng and left the house. It was on the way home in the car that He Liangsong told Xiao Yingchun about Wang Yongjun. Xiao Yingchun couldn't believe it. He sent Dianing back to China, bought a ticket from the airport, and came to the UK again. I really don't know whether to say that he is honest or stubborn. But now that he's here, Xiao Yingchun thought for a moment and said, then send him your home address and ask him to come over. When Wang Yongjun received the location information and rushed over, Xiao Yingchun and others had just returned, and the workers were unloading the goods. He Liangsong was full of energy and kept reminding them, be gentle, be gentle. Wang Yongjun walked silently to Xiao Yingchun. Miss Xiao, I'm sorry, I just came here. Xiao Yingchun looked at Wang Yongjun and said, it may take me 2 days to go back. I have some things to ship back to China. Can you help me figure out how to transport them to ensure safety? Wang Yongjun had experience in this area and immediately expressed his desire to take a look at the things first. When Wang Yongjun saw what was inside the brocade boxes, he fell silent. There is no doubt that this batch of things is more valuable than those auctioned by Xiao Yingchun before. Chapter 114 Finding Trouble. I'll contact him right away. Wang Yongjun walked aside and called a friend. When Wang Yongjun came back from the call, he saw Xiao Yingchun talking to an old man with white hair and a tang suit. When he saw the man's appearance clearly, he suspected that he was hallucinating. How come Master Dong is in London? And isn't that Mr. He next to him? They both came to London at the same time? When did they come? Why are you here? Why are they with Xiao Yingchun? When he walked over and heard Xiao Yingchun call Master Dong Master, he was shocked again. When did Xiao Yingchun become Master Dong's disciple? There were many doubts in his mind, but Wang Yongjun was not a talkative person. He just waited quietly not far away for Xiao Yingchun and Dong Chunfeng to finish talking. Dong Chunfeng said, there is a dinner party tonight. It is prepared by all Chinese collectors in London. It is a welcome dinner. You can ask the boy from the He family to accompany you to prepare a dress? Okay, master. Xiao Yingchun agreed, and when she turned around, she found Wang Yongjun standing not far away waiting for her. What's the matter? Although the tone was still the same gentle as before, Wang Yongjun felt something was different. It was as if the girl in front of me had an extra halo, and this halo was called achievement. Her rise was too fast. In just one day, she became Master Dong's disciple. This made Wang Yongjun doubt his life. I worked so hard for several years and saved up $1 million, thinking I was very great. Who knew that someone would surpass him overnight? If Wang Yongjun had not spent a few days with Xiao Yingchun and knew Xiao Yingchun's character, he would have thought that Xiao Yingchun had relied on the unspoken rules of Master Dong to get to the top. I have just contacted a friend. When you finish shopping here, you can pack up and ship everything back directly. Then thank you for your help. Xiao Yingchun nodded and prepared to find He Liangzong. Wang Yongjun followed closely and said, "Shall I take you and Mr. He away?" "Okay." Xiao Yingchun did not refuse. Wang Yongjun breathed a sigh of relief. Since she didn't refuse, does that mean the security contract will continue to be fulfilled? Wang Yongjun does not want to leave an impression of being unprofessional and irresponsible on any client. Wang Yongjun drove He Liangzong's car and took Xiao Yingchun to buy a dress according to the address given by He Liangzong. He Liangzong and Xiao Yingchun sat in the back, muttering to themselves where to buy haute couture dresses in London, and suddenly they thought of Zhou Yuan. She must know where to find clothes that will suit you. I'll call her. When Zhou Yuan heard that it was Xiao Yingchun who needed an evening gown, she immediately rushed over to meet her, and they soon met in a high-end clothing store. Zhou Yuan will also attend the dinner tonight. She looked at Xiao Yingchun's beautiful facial features with obvious oriental characteristics. "Yingchun, you look better in Cheongsam. Why don't we try the Cheongsams here?" Xiao Yingchun was taken to see several Cheongsams. Xiao Yingchun fell in love with a light pink Cheongsam with a gauze shawl design at first sight. After trying it on, she found it was indeed very beautiful. However, Xiao Yingchun's waist is 2 inches thinner. Xiao Yingchun and Zhou Yuan both thought it was very nice. The price of 90,000 yuan was nothing compared to Dong Chuanfeng's special support and instructions, so they paid it immediately. After the designer and boss measured Xiao Yingchun, he asked them to pick it up later and took it away for modification. He Liangzong took Zhou Yuan and Xiao Yingchun to choose matching shoes and accessories. Light pink pearl earrings paired with white high heels are very beautiful. Zhou Yuan insisted on giving Xiao Yingchun a white vintage handbag, which was perfect to match the light pink Cheongsam and also match the white high heels. But Xiao Yingchun was unwilling to accept the price of 190,000 yuan. She and Zhou Yuan had only met once, and Xiao Yingchun felt it was wrong to accept such a valuable thing from her. Zhou Yuan smiled sweetly, took Xiao Yingchun's arm and whispered, "Yingchun, you don't know, the commission I got from your auction can buy many handbags like this. I'm just saying thank you. Please accept it. Next time you have something good like this, come back to me." Xiao Yingchun suddenly realized and couldn't help but smile. He accepted her gift, but he was seriously planning to ask her for the auction next time. After buying shoes, handbags, and earrings, and picking up the Cheongsam, it was time to go to the dinner. Xiao Yingchun simply went to the hotel with He Liangzong and Zhou Yuan. The Songha Hall of the hotel is packed with guests tonight, and almost all of them are Asian. Many people held their glasses of wine and looked for people they knew to chat and introduce themselves to others. As soon as Dong Chunfeng, Xiao Yingchun, and others entered Songha Hall, they attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Yingchun was holding the arm of Dong Chunfeng, and Zhou Yuan was holding the arm of He Liangzong. Many people were looking at Xiao Yingchun curiously. This is Master Dong's disciple? So young and beautiful? Dong Chunfeng nodded one by one, and the host of tonight's banquet came over to greet him. Immediately, many collectors also came over to say hello. The two sides introduced themselves one by one, and finally the organizer simply invited Dong Chunfeng to say a few words to everyone. Dong Chunfeng was obviously accustomed to such scenes. He spoke modestly and beautifully. Finally, he invited Xiao Yingchun to the stage and formally introduced her to everyone as his disciple. Xiao Yingchun also greeted everyone with a smile. Just as we were about to see the festive scene of a colorful sedan chair being carried by people, suddenly a slightly childish voice sounded from below. "Since Miss Xiao is Master Dong's disciple, I guess she is also very good at identifying collections? Why don't you show us?" The cheerful atmosphere paused, and everyone looked at the person who dared to challenge Xiao Yingchun, only to see that it was a little girl in a suspender miniskirt. The girl was only 16 or 17 years old, but she dressed very boldly, and her heavy makeup could not hide the baby fat on her cheeks. A middle-aged man hurried forward and pulled her aside. Yuan, don't be so rude." Yuan glanced at Xiao Yingchun and then at He Liangzong and said in a clear voice, "Why? Miss Xiao doesn't dare?" Xiao Yingchun laughed and looked at the little girl calmly. who stipulates that my master's disciples must be proficient in appraisal. I don't know how to appraise. I followed my master and learned the principles of being a human being and the wisdom of dealing with people in society. In my mind, the most amazing thing about the master is not his ability to identify antiques, but his wisdom in dealing with people. There was applause from below, and then the applause became warmer. Dong Chunfeng also smiled faintly and said nothing. However, the little girl named Yuan was dragged away by her father with her mouth covered. The atmosphere on the scene became lively again. Naturally, people won't make deals at the dinner table, but of course, private consultations and agreements are possible. But after a while, Huang Li and Xiaoing Chun, who were beside Dong Chunfeng, received information handed over by several people. These people all said that they had something they wanted to transfer to Master Dong and wanted to see if Master Dong would accept it. Xiaoing Chun and Huang Li accepted all the information and put it together. Chapter 115, being used as a gun by others, 300 monthly tickets plus more. A buffet dinner makes it easy for everyone to socialize. Dong Chunfeng was soon surrounded by people, and Xiaoing Chun also came out to get some fresh air. Unexpectedly, as soon as she came out, she heard a somewhat familiar voice. Brother Tsong, how could you do this? Sister Ningning was so good to you. But you fell in love with someone else and even sent her back to her country? It was the girl named Yuan. He Liangtsong was speechless. Yuan, how old are you? What do you know? Are you just following the crowd? What don't I understand? I have a boyfriend too, Yuan said, and as if to prove something, she puffed out her chest and leaned forward. He Liangtsong was so scared that he took 2 steps back. Hey, I don't touch minors, don't come near me. You are quite principled? If you're so principled, why are you so close to Xiaoing Chun? Aren't you picky about food? Xiaoing Chun felt very bored. It turned out that this little girl who was provoking him in public was actually brainwashed by Dianing and was being used as a tool by Dianing. She turned around and was about to go back, but Yuan saw her with her sharp eyes. Hey, Xiaoing Chun, don't go. Xiaoing Chun pretended not to hear and continued walking inside. Unexpectedly, Yuan thought Xiaoing Chun was cowardly, and she ran over and grabbed Xiaoing Chun. I'm calling you. Don't leave. Xiaoing Chun paused, turned around and looked at Yuan and said in a cold tone, I heard that all the collectors here today are settled in London. Did you grow up in London too? Yuan was confused. So what? My impression is that you foreigners are very particular about human rights, about boundaries, and about respecting the fate of others. Why do you want to meddle in other people's affairs? Don't you think you're crossing the line by interfering in other people's affairs without knowing all the facts? Have you ever heard of the phrase, being used as a gun by someone? After saying these words calmly, Xiaoing Chun turned around and went inside. Yuan stood there, dumbfounded. How dare she laugh at me for being used as a gun? Puff. He Liangtsong laughed without disguising his laughter. Little girl, do you understand? Stop being used as a tool for others. Yuan didn't dare to be as rude to He Liangtsong as she was to Xiaoing Chun, but she still wanted to defend herself. Brother Tsong, I'm not being used as a gun. It's just that Sister Ningning really likes you, and this Xiaoing Chun is just trying to steal you. He Liangtsong crossed his arms and said, You also have a boyfriend, so I'm asking you. If you don't like your boyfriend, would you be with him? Yuan raised her chin and said proudly, Of course not. You don't like Paul, you don't agree with his pursuit, is that normal? Normal. You like Pete and are with him. Do you think Pete is interfering with your relationship with Paul? Yuan hesitated, feeling as if she had fallen into a trap, but still answered, No. At this time, your friend thinks Paul is more suitable for you than Pete, and chases Pete to scold him. What would you think? Yuan. She is not stupid. It is so obvious. Doesn't she understand? He Liangtsong was saying that he was that friend. Yuan was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses and said in disbelief, Brother Tsong, you like Xiaoing Chun but not Sister Ningning? But when we were playing together, Ningning took good care of Tsong. He Liangtsong smiled and said, I have never liked Dianing. He Liangtsong can be nice to whoever he wants to be nice to, and if he doesn't want to be nice to someone, he can just say goodbye. If he really had that intention towards Dianing, he would not dare to do it because he was afraid of taking responsibility? Is He Liangtsong a person who is afraid of taking responsibility? It's really because I don't have any feeling. He Liangtsong patted his round head, turned and walked into the banquet hall. A middle-aged man walked out from not far away. It was Yuan's father, Chun Zhengwo. He walked up to Chen Yuanyu, and with a serious face and said, Now you know you were wrong, right? You are so young. Why don't you do anything else? You just let someone instigate you and use them as a tool? Dad. Chen Yuanyuan stomped her feet and rolled her eyes at her father, but she didn't believe what he said. Didn't you say you were going back home? Why aren't you leaving yet? Chen Jiangwo glared at Chen Yuanyuan unhappily. Isn't it because of you, the troublemaker? Your mother said that you were in a relationship and she can't control it. Let me talk to you properly. Chen Yuanyuan was not convinced. Dating is my own business. My classmates are all dating, and some even have children. Chen Jiangwo was so angry that he fell backwards. The father and daughter talked in whispers in the garden for a long time, and finally Chen Yuanyuan was brought to Xiaoing Chen with her head hung. Miss Xiao, I didn't understand the situation clearly and embarrassed you. I was wrong. I apologize. Chen Yuanyuan's face showed unhappiness, but fortunately she still said the words of apology. Xiaoing Chen did not say, "It's okay," first, but turned her gaze to Qin Jiangwo, who was beside Chen Yuanyuan. She is not stupid. This little girl was forced to come here by her father. Chen Jiangwo quickly introduced himself. Hello, Miss Xiao. My name is Chen Jiangwo, the boss of Jinshin Real Estate, and this is my daughter Qin Yuanyuan. She spoke rudely because she was instigated by someone. Now I brought her here to apologize to you. I will discipline him strictly next time. Xiaoing Chen was stunned for a moment. Jinshin Real Estate? I seem to have heard of it somewhere before. After a few seconds, Xiaoing Chen reacted. Is it the Jinshin Real Estate in Huizhou City? Chen Jiangwo was also stunned for a moment. Then he burst into laughter. Yes, Jinshin Real Estate also has a branch in Huizhou. Is Miss Xiao from Huizhou? Xiaoing Chen smiled and nodded. Oh my, I was planning to go to Huizhou City recently, but I didn't expect that was Miss Xiao's hometown. Xiaoing Chen hesitated for a moment. Should I say I want to go back, or should I say I don't want to go back? Chen Yuanyu and suddenly interrupted. Dad, I want to go too. Sister Ningning is in Huizhou City. I want to go and play with her. Chen Jiangwo glared at his daughter, then looked at Xiaoing Chen and handed her a business card. This is my business card. Miss Xiao, can you please leave your phone number? Xiaoing Chen thought for a moment and took the business card. I'm not sure whether I will be in Huizhou City at that time. Let's talk about it then. The two people left their phone numbers, and Xiaoing Chen returned to the banquet hall. Soon, Dong Chunfeng and his friends announced the end of the banquet, and he took Xiaoing Chen and others back to Mr. He. Everyone has agreed that those who want to transfer their collections can go to the He family villa tomorrow to trade on the spot. Everyone dispersed and agreed to meet again the next day without mentioning anything. Xiaoing Chen had just arrived home when she suddenly received a call from Uncle Yi Yubin, who ran a pharmacy. Uncle Yi sounded a little anxious on the phone. Ing Chen, when will you come back? Xiaoing Chen was also a little worried by his anxious tone. What's wrong? Our village is going to be demolished, and the villagers are discussing it now. If you don't come back soon, I'm afraid your grandpa and aunt will cause trouble. Chapter 116. Your breakfast. My midnight snack? Thanks to Xiaoing Chuan's deliberate negotiation with those wholesalers in front of the supermarket last time, everyone in the village knew about the shamelessness of Xiaoing Chuan's aunt Gu Chunyu. Yi Yibin naturally sided with Xiaoing Chen, and of course hoped that Xiaoing Chen would come back as soon as possible to handle it personally. Xiaoing Chen calculated the time. The earliest she could go back would be the day after tomorrow. She doesn't want her house to be demolished. But I have to go back to find out the specific situation. It will take me 2 or 3 days to go back. Please tell the village head and the village party secretary. It won't work if no one else tells you except me. The property certificate for this house is mine, and only my name is written on it. Yi Yubin agreed repeatedly on the other end of the phone. I know. I'll go find the village head and the village party secretary right away. Don't worry. Safety is the most important thing when you are abroad. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Xiaoing Chen breathed a sigh of relief. With Uncle Yi around, at least I know where things stand. Dong Chunfeng heard everything from the side. Seeing her in a daze after hanging up the phone, he asked with concern, What's wrong? Are you going to demolish your house? Xiaoing Chen nodded with a bitter face. That's a good thing. Why do you look like that? Dong Chunfeng looked at the young disciple teasingly. How many people dream of demolition? Xiaoing Chen sighed. That house is the only thing my parents left me. Xiaoing Chen explained the situation at home and finally sighed. I am not short of money now. I just want to keep the memories my parents gave me. How could I be willing to move out? Dong Chunfeng nodded in understanding. It's a good thing that my little disciple values feelings. Master, how long will it take us to go back? Xiaoing Chen was restless and wanted to go home. Dong Chunfeng thought for a moment and said, Try to finish the work tomorrow and go back the day after tomorrow? Okay. Thank you, Master. Xiaoing Chen smiled so much that her eyes narrowed, looking so obedient and sweet. Dong Chunfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You change your expression very quickly. Xiao Yingchun vaguely thought of Fu Chenan. That guy changes his expression so quickly. Whatever he likes and is willing to do, he will agree with a sweet and obedient smile. Go home later, and you can see him. What is Fu Chenan busy with this day? Digging a tunnel. After knowing that Xiao Yingchun was not at home during this period, he started to ask people to dig a tunnel. He bought a yard behind the Marshal's mansion and asked his personal guards to take turns digging a hole, and he dug a tunnel from his own yard to the other yard. This will also make it convenient for Fu Chenan to go out quietly in the future. Feeling the convenience of the tunnel, Fu Chenan bought a yard inside and outside the city wall and asked his personal guards to take turns to dig the tunnel again. To facilitate leaving the city quietly, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. It is better to take precautions before danger occurs. Fu Chenan also learned military tactics from his father. After the tunnel was dug, he quietly left the city and went to the veterans' village. The disabled veterans now have jobs to do, are finally able to have enough food and clothing, and have received treatment for their various serious illnesses. They all feel that there is hope in life. Hearing that the drought in the north was so severe that the people were exchanging their children for food, Fu Chenan asked a few guards to secretly go to the worst-hit areas a few days ago, bought some children in their teens, and gave them to the veterans to train. The emperor didn't look for him recently, but the eunuch beside him sent a message. The ladies in the harem all like Tao Tao Ji's rouge and powder, so Fu Chenan should be more sensible. What else can Fu Chenan do? Just be obedient. Boxes of rouge, powder, and soap were sent to the palace, and the palace would give out some gifts from time to time, but they all clearly bore the palace's imprint. Either it's a dragon or a phoenix, or it's bright yellow. Even though he knew that Xiao Yingchun liked this kind of thing, Fu Chenan still felt disappointed. There are only 2 people in the Fu family, father and son, who are loyal to the court and devote their lives to it, but they are guarding against them as if they were thieves. There are many civil and military officials in the court, and the Fu family is not the only one leading the troops. Why are they targeting the Fu family alone? Why bother? Fu Chenan couldn't figure it out. This feeling of being controlled at all times and in all places made him angry, but he had to pretend to be happy and dissolute on the surface. Fortunately, there is Xiao Yingchun. Xiao Yingchun's existence was like a ray of light, giving him hope. If she could agree to marry me and live with me day and night, that would be even better. After a busy day, Fu Chenan returned home and fell asleep with anticipation. Before daybreak, he got up early, washed, dressed, and sat neatly at the table. Soon there was a knock on the door. It was Bai Lu coming to bring breakfast. The young cook didn't understand why Fu Chenan wanted to eat breakfast at dawn, but she had to listen to her master. She still got up obediently at the end of Inshur, close to 5 a.m., to make beef patties and prepare various foods. Fu Chenan took the breakfast box and went to see Xiao Yingchun happily. After entering the space-time supermarket and going up to the 2nd floor, Xiao Yingchun had already returned and was curled up on the sofa, browsing on his phone. Seeing Fu Chenan coming in, Xiao Yingchun praised, "This outfit looks good. The crimson color is embroidered with silver thread, and it is matched with a silver thread embroidered belt and a gauze hat on the head, which looks very tasteful." Fu Chenan laughed at the compliment, and his slightly proud look was even a little shy. It was worth it that she got up early in the morning and put on makeup carefully, and Miss Xiao really thought she looked good. The new discovery that Fu Chenan is shy made Xiao Yingchun laugh even harder. Pointing to the large food box he was carrying, Xiao Yingchun took the initiative to change the subject. "What are you carrying?" Fu Chenan raised the food box. "This is breakfast." Xiao Yingchun. While Fu Chenan was arranging breakfast items one by one, Xiao Yingchun explained to him what jet lag was, how long it would take a flight to get there, and what a plane is. After Xiao Yingchun finished speaking, Fu Chenan was stunned. He looked at Xiao Yingchun. "So your plane can fly more than 15,000 miles in 5 or 6 hours?" Xiao Yingchun nodded. Fu Chenan smoothly stuffed a pair of chopsticks into Xiao Yingchun's hands and picked up a beef patty with thin skin and plenty of meat for her. "Your plane is amazing. Iron lumps can actually fly in the sky." Xiao Yingchun listened to Fu Chenan's shocked and envious expression about the plane, and unconsciously stuffed the fragrant beef patty into her mouth. By the time Xiao Yingchun reacted, he had already eaten half of the beef patty. Xiao Yingchun looked at the beef patty that had been bitten into a crescent shape, and his expression gradually became solemn. "Fu Chenan?" "Ah." Fu Chenan thought the beef patties were not to his liking, and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong? Is it not tasty?" Xiao Yingchun put the remaining half of the beef patty in the bowl in front of him. "I don't eat these at night. Next time you come, don't bring breakfast, give me dinner." "Then what are you going to eat tonight?" Fu Chenan was obedient and asked immediately. I've already had dinner tonight, so I won't have a midnight snack. I'm afraid of getting fat. Xiaoying chewed the beef patty in his mouth and swallowed it. It was so delicious. Fu Chenan's eyes flashed with disappointment, but he agreed obediently. Okay. He responded and reached out to take the beef patty that Xiaoying had bitten. Chapter 117. Is it difficult to get rich quickly? My supermarket knows everything from ancient times to the present. 43822 Inchi Yubin's classmate. Xiaoying was shocked. What are you doing? If you don't want to eat it anymore, I'll eat it to avoid wasting food. Fu Chenan explained and opened his mouth wide to eat. Hey, wait a minute. Xiaoying was embarrassed and quickly snatched the beef patty back. I've eaten this one. You eat something else? But didn't you say you didn't want to eat? Fu Chenan was still a little reluctant. You can't throw it away, right? Xiaoying gritted her teeth and said, I'll eat it. After eating a piece of beef patty, Xiaoying felt fuller than ever before. Fu Chenan was also happy and happily devoured the other food. Xiaoying reluctantly made some hawthorn leaf tea to help herself digest the food. I can't sleep right after eating, so I'll just chat with Fu Chenan for a while. Do you want to go back to work? Xiaoying saw Fu Chenan sitting obediently and remembered that he was very busy. Fu Chenan shook his head. All tasks have been assigned now, except for coming to your place to receive the goods, which must be done by me. Other things are done by others. That's fine. Fu Chenan took the initiative to ask about the situation in London. As Xiaoying continued her story and showed him some videos and pictures of London, Fu Chenan's eyes widened again. It turns out that there are so many people with high noses, blue eyes, and yellow hair on the other side of the sea. Fu Chenan was good at chatting, and soon led Xiaoying to talk about various situations in London. When Xiaoying yawned, he looked at the time and realized that it was already midnight. Thinking that Xiaoying had to get up early the next day, Fu Chenan reluctantly stood up and said goodbye. Then I will go back first. What do you want to eat tomorrow? I will bring it to you. Xiaoying decisively refused. No, I don't eat at night. You don't have to bring any more food. Fu Chenan felt a little regretful. Okay. As Fu Chenan left, Xiaoying also returned to the He family villa in London. Xiaoying had a dreamless night, and when she woke up the next morning, she saw the message from Uncle Yi, saying that many families in the village still wanted more compensation and were in the process of negotiations. The compensation agreement was not signed so quickly. Xiaoying's grandparents and aunt also did not show up. I think if Xiaoying can come back tomorrow, everything will be fine. Xiaoying replied to the message to express his gratitude. Just as he was about to put away his phone and go have breakfast, his cell phone rang. It was Uncle Yi again. Could it be that things have changed overnight? Xiaoying's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly answered the phone. Unexpectedly, Uncle Yi on the other end of the phone said that there was no new development. He called to ask if Xiaoying had contacted that phone number. What's the phone number? Xiaoying was stunned for a moment before she realized. Uncle Yi is talking about the phone call he made to her? No, I haven't contacted you. I haven't had anything that I can't handle these days here, so I'm sorry to bother you. Uncle Yi was silent for a moment. If you have time later, please help me check on her and see if she is doing well over there. Is it convenient? Xiaoying suddenly realized. Uncle Yi had been thinking about her from the beginning, but was too embarrassed to call her himself, so he gave her a number and wanted Xiaoying to make the call. Holding back her laughter, Xiaoying agreed immediately. I will call her to ask about the situation when I finish my work later. If there is enough time, I will go back tomorrow. Okay. Uncle Yi was relieved, and then asked Xiaoying to send him a message if there was any progress. Xiaoying agreed and turned to go downstairs. Since breakfast, people have been coming over to taste and bid. If they find the item right, they will make the deal. If not, they will give up with regret. At the beginning, collectors kept sending their collections to Dong Chunfeng, all wanting to sell them to him. As more and more people came, some of the genuine items that Dong Chunfeng and Xiaoying didn't want were bought by bystanders who were willing to bid for them. After all this, it seems like a small trade fair. Dong Chunfeng is responsible for checking the authenticity, so everyone can trust him. The price will follow the market. Of course, there are some references in advance, and it is not much different. Xiaoying and Dong Chunfeng didn't want some items that were priced at hundreds of thousands of yuan. They were not rare enough, and they would not be used to make up the number. At the end of the day, even meals are eaten in a hurry with just a few bites. It was not until dark that I finally met all the collectors who had made appointments for the day. Several auction houses sent a batch of items for Dong Chunfeng to choose from. Xiaoying has 2 small goals in total. Dong Chunfeng was so tired that he went upstairs to rest without even having dinner. Xiaoying, Huang Li, and Wang Yongjun were also busy. All the things they bought needed to be put back in place one by one to facilitate subsequent loading into the containers. After finally finishing his work, Mr. He prepared a dinner to entertain the collectors who came today. Only then did Xiao Yingchun remember to call Uncle Ye's friend. When the call was connected, Xiao Yingchun said, "Hello," and took the initiative to introduce herself. "Hello, is this Ms. Tang Xiqiu? I am Yu Bin's neighbor. My name is Xiao Yingchun, and he asked me to call you when I come to London." The woman on the other end of the phone said, "Hello," and seemed to be stunned for a moment before she spoke. "Are you Miss Xiao?" Xiao Yingchun was stunned. "She knows me?" Before Xiao Yingchun could figure it out, a wavy-haired woman with a cell phone in her hand walked towards her. "Miss Xiao, I am Tang Xiqiu." The wavy-haired woman looked at Xiao Yingchun with a smile and nodded slightly to her. Xiao Yingchun's mouth opened slightly, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. It's a small world. This was not the first time Xiao Yingchun met Tang Xiqiu. The first time she met Tang Xiqiu was in Tang Xiqiu's shop. Her Chinese-style antique shop was the first place Xiao Yingchun saw in London that sold red sandalwood and rosewood collections. It's hard to tell Tang Xiqiu's age. She looks like she's in her 30s or 40s. Her big red lips, curled eyelashes, and heavy makeup make her look very charming. But I think since Uncle Yi cares about her, she must be quite old. The second time was at yesterday's dinner. Today is the third time we have met. Unfortunately, I had never contacted her before, so we didn't know each other. "Hello, I'm Yi Yubin's neighbor. When he heard that I was coming to London, he gave me your phone number and told me that you're a very nice person and that I could ask you for help if I encountered any difficulties." Xiao Yingchun felt a little embarrassed as she spoke. "I've been busy since I got here, and I didn't think of calling you. He specifically asked me yesterday, and then I remembered to call you. I'm really sorry." Having said that, Xiao Yingchun hurriedly apologized. Tang Xiqiu didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. She was deeply impressed by the pretty young girl. It was not only because she was Dong Chunfeng's disciple, but also because in the past 2 days, Dong Chunfeng had been identifying and collecting various collections for her almost free of charge. Chapter 118 Beef Chili Sauce is very popular, 400 monthly tickets plus more. Tang Xiqiu was also shocked that a young girl could come up with so much money, spending more than 100 million yuan in one purchase. Someone calculated for her that she had collected collections worth more than 200 million yuan in the past few days. There is absolutely no way that this money was given to her by Dong Chunfeng. This means that she can actually take out so much money at once. It's amazing. While feeling emotional, Tang Xiqiu took the initiative to talk about her relationship with Yi Yubin. It turned out that she was Yi Yubin's college classmate. But after graduating from college, she and Yi Yubin went their separate ways and didn't see each other for many years. Talking about the past, Tang Xiqiu felt a little emotional and asked about Yi Yubin's current situation seemingly casually. "When I heard that Yi Yubin now runs a pharmacy to make a living, I was stunned. He's a doctor of pharmacy, and he actually runs a pharmacy in your village to make a living?" Xiao Yingchun was also shocked. "Doctor of pharmacy?" Tang Xiqiu didn't continue talking, but asked Xiao Yingchun to continue talking about Yi Yubin's situation. When she heard that Yi Yubin was still unmarried, she was stunned again. After a long silence, Tang Xiqiu sighed and took the initiative to say, "Let's take a photo and you can send it to him so that we can report back." Of course, Xiao Yingchun was willing, and she immediately took a photo with Tang Xiqiu at a 45-degree angle and sent it to Yi Yubin. After the photo was sent, Yi Yubin's side showed that it was being input. After a long time, he sent a message. "She is more beautiful than before." Tang Xiqiu and Xiao Yingchun had taken photos together after all, so she asked about the relationship between Xiao Yingchun and Yi Yubin. Xiao Yingchun smiled and said, "We have been neighbors since childhood. When I was a child, I saw him drunk and thought he was dead. I was so scared that I cried loudly. My dad heard the noise and sent him to the hospital." Xiao Yingchun told about Yi Yubin's embarrassing story, and Tang Xiqiu was stunned for a long time. "Does he drink often?" Xiao Yingchun nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Yes. Now he has formed the habit of drinking beer for breakfast. I think if he continues to be decadent like this, he will be finished sooner or later." Tang Xiqiu thought for a moment and said, "Miss Xiao, can you give me his phone number? We have been classmates for many years, and I don't even have his phone number now." Xiao Yingchun gave it to him quickly. Xiao Yingchun guessed that maybe they had a relationship. Otherwise, why would these two people react like this? Tang Xiqiu said goodbye and left, and the guests dispersed. Mr. He, as the host, was also very tired and prepared to go upstairs to rest. Huang Li brought food to Dong Chunfeng, but within 2 minutes, the food was brought back to him. Xiao Yingchun was stunned. "What's wrong? Master doesn't want to eat?" Huang Li explained, He is very tired, and now he says he has no appetite and can't eat. Huangli then became a little worried. The teacher's blood sugar is unstable. If he doesn't eat, it will easily cause blood sugar fluctuations. Xiaoyingchun was worried and asked Huangli, "What does the master like to eat? I'll make him something. Even though my craftsmanship is average, my heart is the best, right?" Huangli, teacher, likes spicy food. But the chili here doesn't taste right. It's not that flavor. Xiaoyingchun suddenly realized the food in London is really not that good. She suddenly remembered the beef chili sauce that Chenan gave her. Since she came to London, she had never had the chance to eat it because she had never eaten alone. Xiaoyingchun went straight to the kitchen. "I'll make some noodles for the chef." Huangli wanted to stop Xiaoyingchun and tell her that the teacher didn't like eating noodles outside. But he opened his mouth and closed it again. Maybe the teacher would be willing to have a bite for the sake of his disciple? In the kitchen, the aunt had just finished cleaning up. When she saw Xiaoyingchun come in, she hurriedly asked what she wanted. Hearing Xiaoyingchun say that she wanted to cook noodles for Dong Chunfeng, the aunt took out a handful of buckwheat noodles and said, "This buckwheat noodles is what Grandpa he often eats. He and Master Dong both have high blood sugar and only eat buckwheat noodles." Xiaoyingchun understood. "Thank you, Auntie. I'll cook it myself then." When the aunt saw that Xiaoyingchun looked like she could cook, she felt relieved and went to clean up other places. Boil water and add noodles. After the noodles are cooked, Xiaoyingchun took a clean bowl and scooped a bowl of beef sauce directly from the can. Beef chili sauce noodles. As the noodles are stirred, a fragrant aroma wafts out. When Mr. He and He Liangsong, who were chatting in the living room, smelled the scent, they all looked at Xiaoyingchun. "What is this? It smells so good." Xiaoyingchun smiled and said, "I mixed some homemade sauce with buckwheat noodles. I'll send it to my chef for him to try. I want to eat it too." He Liangsong started drooling as soon as he saw the bright red and greasy noodles. Xiaoyingchun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "This is for my master. If you want to eat it, go cook it yourself. Do you have any more of this chili sauce?" The key to whether the noodles are delicious lies in the chili sauce, and He Liangsong knows it well. Also, it's in the refrigerator. Just get it when you want to eat it. Xiaoyingchun said this as he went upstairs with the noodles in his hand. When Mr. He saw this scene, he inexplicably felt that his grandson and Xiaoyingchun were like an old couple, full of the flavor of life. Mr. He expressed his satisfaction. Xiaoyingchun knew nothing about this. She knocked on the door and heard a tired voice from inside. "Come in." Xiaoyingchun pushed the door open and saw Dong Chunfeng lying on a recliner, unable to hide his fatigue. "Master, you've worked hard. I made you a bowl of noodles. Would you like some?" Dong Chunfeng was about to say he didn't want to eat it, but he suddenly smelled the aroma of beef chili sauce and was stunned. "What kind of noodles is this? Would you like to try the beef chili sauce with soba noodles?" Dong Chunfeng's appetite was aroused by the aroma. He stood up with some effort and sat down at the table. After putting down the noodles, Xiaoyingchun handed over a pair of chopsticks. After Dong Chunfeng tasted it, his eyes widened in surprise. "This beef chili sauce tastes really good. Where did you get it from?" Xiaoyingchun smiled embarrassedly. "I made it myself. I was afraid that I couldn't get used to the food in London, so I made some chili sauce myself." Dong Chunfeng nodded repeatedly. "This tastes really good. The beef is very fragrant, the chili tastes very good, and the seasoning is also quite good." Dong Chunfeng ate a bowl of beef noodles with chili sauce cleanly. After eating, Dong Chunfeng felt much more energetic. "Ingchun, you were thoughtful." Xiaoyingchun was a little embarrassed. "You have done so much for me. I just cooked a bowl of noodles. I did too little." Dong Chunfeng laughed. "It's a good thing that disciples know how to be grateful." But Dong Chunfeng is not the kind of person who would repay a favor with a favor. He laughed and sighed. "Too many national treasures were smuggled out of the country back then. Although I have some reputation in the collecting world, I don't have the ability to bring back some of the national treasures I want to bring back to China. I heard that you, a young girl, have such a broad mind. How can I not support you?" After all, he wanted the national treasure to return home. Xiaoyingchun felt ashamed after hearing this. She thought for a moment and said seriously, "Master, as long as I have the ability, I will try my best to bring more national treasures home." "Okay." Dong Chunfeng looked at Xiaoyingchun deeply. His smile was as kind as it could be. Chapter 119, Bringing Local Specialties to Chenan, 500 monthly tickets plus more. After eating and feeling refreshed, Dong Chunfeng decided to go downstairs to say hello to everyone so that they wouldn't worry. Sure enough, everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Dong Chunfeng looked much better and the bowl in Xiaoyingchun's hand was empty. If Master Dong is exhausted during this trip, everyone will feel bad. This time, Mr. He followed Master Dong and got to know a lot of people. He even picked out and bought several collections that Master Dong didn't want. He was now radiating satisfaction, and seeing Master Dong looking energetic, he felt even more satisfied. Master Dong, where are you going tomorrow? Dong Chunfeng waved his hand. It's almost time. Let's get ready to go back. When it comes to shipping, Wang Yongjun is familiar with the relevant procedures. From packaging logistics to customs clearance, he will help handle the entire process. Xiao Yingchun still trusts his character. Maybe it's because of Fu Chenan that people are more likely to trust military personnel? If Xiao Yingchun was alone, she would be very willing to put the goods in her own space-time supermarket warehouse and take them home directly, which could save a lot of logistics and insurance costs. However, if you want to have a clear path, these processes are crucial. The money that should be spent should be spent. Xiao Yingchun was about to buy the ticket, but Huangli came to ask for Xiao Yingchun's ID number, saying that they wanted to book the tickets together. Xiao Yingchun quickly transferred his ID number and 100,000 yuan to Huangli. I'll pay for the ticket. You book a business class ticket for the master. Let him have a good rest. Without waiting for Huangli to say anything, Dong Chunfeng directly refused. No need for business class. Why waste that money? Business class won't fly faster. Huangli laughed and explained, teachers never fly business class. Xiao Yingchun's surprised expression made Dong Chunfeng laugh. Didn't you young people say it? Save when you can, spend when you can, and ride your bike to the bar. Business class is 10 times more expensive. With that money, I can collect one more piece of the collection. Xiao Yingchun was convinced. No wonder Dong Chunfeng could become a leader in the collecting world. He is really a good person. Then let's go to economy class, but I have to pay for the ticket. Xiao Yingchun said firmly, and Dong Chunfeng did not refuse. Okay, you pay for it all. Xiao Yingchun included the money from Mr. He and He Liangsong and transferred it to Huangli, asking him to help book the tickets. Huangli didn't hesitate this time and started booking tickets skillfully. He Liangsong had already prepared the noodles by then and mixed a large bowl of it while it was hot, filling the whole house with the fragrance. Huangli was also tempted by what he heard. Do you have that sauce left? I'll go cook some too. Xiao Yingchun looked at He Liangsong, and He Liangsong nodded. There is still half a bowl. Go and try it, it's delicious. Xiao Yingchun smiled and stood up. I'll go cook for you. Who else needs it? Wang Yongjun poked his head out from the storage room. I'll have a bowl too. Mr. He is old and pays attention to health preservation. He said no, but asked Xiao Yingchun to save some chili sauce for him, as he wanted to try it tomorrow morning. It smelled so good that he wanted to taste it too. Wang Yongjun could eat a lot, so Xiao Yingchun cooked a big bowl for him. Huangli had a smaller appetite, so he just had a normal amount. After eating 2 large bowls of beef chili sauce noodles, Xiao Yingchun used up the remaining half bowl of beef chili sauce. Then he took out a small half bowl from the jar in the warehouse and put it in the refrigerator. After thinking about it, Xiao Yingchun felt something was wrong. So he took another can of Lao Gan Ma from the shelf of the space-time supermarket and emptied the bottle. Then he put the beef sauce into an empty Lao Gan Ma can and placed it in the refrigerator in the He family's kitchen. If they ask you then, just say that you carried it from your house in a backpack. They shouldn't doubt anything anymore. The 2 young men had a very satisfying meal. After the meal, they each rested as needed or went on with their work. Only after returning to the room did Xiao Yingchun have time to go back to the small building in her own space-time supermarket. This time Fu Chenan arrived early and was sitting on the sofa waiting for Xiao Yingchun to come. Seeing her coming, he stood up immediately. Miss Xiao, have you been waiting for a long time? Xiao Yingchun asked him to sit down and took the initiative to talk about the beef chili sauce. Hearing that Bai Lu's beef chili sauce was so popular, Fu Chenan was also happy. If you like it, I'll make you another jar next time. Xiao Yingchun grinned. No hurry, I'm abroad. It's not convenient to take this thing out. In order to make Fu Chenan understand why it is inconvenient to take it out, Xiao Yingchun explained what security check is and why it is necessary. Fu Chenan looked like he was listening attentively, which was very helpful in pleasing the commentator Xiao Yingchun. This Fu Chenan usually smiles a bit silly and seems like a rough guy at first glance, but he actually knows how to communicate with people and is a talented person. After this chat, it was already 12 o'clock. Let's not talk about it anymore. Everyone went off to sleep. The next morning, Xiao Yingchun got up yawning. When Dong Chunfeng saw her downstairs, he asked in surprise, Girl, did you not sleep well last night? You look a little haggard. Xiao Yingchun touched his face, looking horrified. Really? Seeing that she was concerned, Dong Chunfeng quickly comforted her. It's okay. You young people recover quickly, just have a good sleep on the plane. Xiao Yingchun and others returned to China first, but Wang Yongjun stayed in London to handle the consignment of antiques. After entering the airport, the 2 old people found a cafe to sit in, while the young people went to the airport duty-free shop. The main reason was that Xiao wanted to buy it. It was her first time going abroad, and she always wanted to bring something back. He Liangzong is an absolute expert in consumption. He took Xiao to the duty-free shop very familiarly. Xiao looked at the luxury goods with huge logos and didn't want to go shopping. I want to buy some food to take back. Fu Dadu is a foodie. Upon hearing this, He Liangzong turned around and went to look at the food again. Xiao was dazzled by the dazzling array of snacks. Xiao took a fancy to the butter biscuits, which Fu Chenan had never eaten before. Chocolate, potato chips, biscuits of various flavors. Fu Chenan has never eaten any of them. As for whiskey, He Liangzong recommended her to buy blended malt whiskey, Nude Sparrow, saying that it tasted very good. Don't be fooled by the name of blended malt whiskey. It is actually made from the original whiskeys of Macallan and Highland Park and aged in first-fill sherry barrels. Xiao doesn't know much about wine, but when she saw the bottle, she thought it was so beautiful. Then bring 2 bottles for Uncle Yi and 2 bottles for Fu Chenan as well? After buying things, Xiao looked very satisfied and prepared to meet up with Grandpa He and Dong Chunfeng. He Liangzong was watching from the side and was amused. You're not going to buy anything? Why are all you buying food and drinks? Do you want to buy any handicrafts? Xiao said casually, I use it as a gift. They all love this, so forget about the handicrafts. He Liangzong already knew that Tang Xiqiong was a classmate of Xiao neighbor, and he immediately understood. Is this for your neighbor? Xiao thought about Fu Chenan. They were neighbors after all. So he nodded. Chapter 120 Demolition. Monthly ticket, 600 plus more. Huang Li only bought some snacks and desserts. He was surprised to see Xiao brought 4 bottles of wine. She is not a person who likes to drink. Is it for the elders? Huang Li asked curiously. Elder? Xiao then remembered that she hadn't bought anything for her master, so she hurriedly asked Huang Li, what is the master like? I want to buy him something. Huang Li laughed. He loves to drink tea, but only green tea. Xiao felt a little relieved. If that's the case, then let's wait until we return home. The flight was at noon, but we arrived back in Haicheng in the morning. Dong Chunfeng and Huang Li are going back to Beijing, but Mr. He is going back to Huizhou City with He Liangzong and Xiao. Xiao was reluctant to leave Dong Chunfeng. Master, I will go to Beijing to find you after I finish my work here. Okay, you go to your thing first? Dong Chunfeng still smiled kindly. After both sides said goodbye, Mr. He followed the driver back, and He Liangzong was ordered by Mr. He to send Xiao home. As soon as Xiao got off the car, he saw a huge word, Demolition, sprayed on the rolling shutter door of his house. The word, Demolition, was also sprayed on the wall next to it. Next to the rice noodle shop not far away, a group of people were gathered together, talking about something. He Liangzong asked worriedly, do you need my help? Xiao waved her hand to signal him to leave, and turned into the convenience store, put all the gifts there first, and then went out and walked towards the rice noodle shop. When we got there, we found that the people surrounding the place were all villagers, and those surrounded in the innermost part were actually from the demolition office. It turned out that some people in the village felt that the compensation standard was unreasonable and were arguing with the people from the demolition office. I have 3 houses in my backyard. Why don't you compensate me? The man who asked the question lived at the end of the village. He loved to drink and had a bad temper. There are 3 brothers in his family, and he is the eldest. The second brother was in jail for fighting, and the third brother ran away and disappeared. He is a troublemaker that no one wants to mess with. The demolition office staff tried to convince people by reasoning. The house in your backyard is an illegal building. You didn't get a permit at the beginning, so you can only pay a few hundred yuan per square meter for compensation. As soon as Xiao heard it, someone patted her arm. She turned her head and met the untidy face of Uncle Yi Yubin. Xiao hurriedly squeezed out and went to the pharmacy not far from Yi Yubin. At the door of the pharmacy, Yi Yubin dragged a stool to Xiao. Just got back? Xiao smiled and nodded, pointing to the piles of people at the demolition office. Yes, I just got back. What's going on here? Yi Yubin sneered. What's going on? It's just greed. Then Yi Yubin took the initiative to talk about the demolition. It turned out that Huizhou City was planning to build a new expressway that would pass through the urban village, and this side of the village was designated as the expressway exit. Therefore, land is being expropriated here, not only from the village where Xiao lives, but also from several nearby villages. The city is planning to expropriate the land for future development. Building an industrial park and supporting residential and entertainment projects near the highway intersection will make it easier to attract investment in the future. The standards for compensation for expropriation are divided into 2 parts. One is how much money is calculated based on the land occupied, and the other is how much money is calculated based on the building area. The sum of the two amounts is the compensation standard. For some houses that have just been renovated, there will be a certain amount of renovation compensation. Xiao Yingchun had just completed the renovation and was able to receive renovation compensation. Of course, everything is subject to the property title. A small single-family house like Xiao Yingchun's is the most convenient, because there is no need to build on it, and there are no brothers or sisters to share the money. Just one person's decision is final. The villagers who had just quarreled lived in houses close to the edge of the village. No one lived behind the house, so they fenced off a large backyard and built a shed to store firewood and sundries. This is not included in the compensation scope during demolition. But he was still making a fuss, so the demolition office made some concessions to calm things down and charged the two sheds a few hundred yuan per square meter. He was still not satisfied and demanded that the backyard of several hundred square meters and the shed be demolished according to the demolition standards. This is a bit too arrogant. Of course, Yi Yubin looked down upon this method. He just watched the fun with his head down. Unexpectedly, he saw Xiao Yingchun disappear into the crowd, so he quickly pulled her out. Xiao Yingchun blinked and pointed at the floor below her feet. "Uncle Yi, is there a highway passing through our village?" Yi Yubin nodded and pointed at the man in the crowd who was arguing and spitting. "It should be passing by Zhao Damao's house, just beside the village, and it won't pass by us. Zhao Damao and his friends are at the end of the village, 2 miles away from the entrance." Xiao Yingchun suddenly realized, so after our house is demolished, this place will be used to build an industrial park and supporting residential and entertainment projects? That should be it. Xiao Yingchun understood. If the highway passes through your house, you must demolish it. This is a national event, and you have to demolish it. But if it is just an industrial park and residential entertainment project, is there anything to discuss? Yi Yubin saw Xiao Yingchun's contemplation, which was just calculating how much money he could lose. Yi Yubin has already helped Xiao Yingchun to find out. Your house's property area is 160 square meters, and the building area is 80 square meters. They compensate you based on 4,000 yuan per square meter for the building area and 4,000 yuan per square meter for the land area. In the end, you will get 960,000 yuan in compensation. There is also compensation for renovations, which is calculated based on the renovation situation of each house. For example, your house has just been renovated, so the compensation should be quite a lot. It adds up to more than 1 million. What can more than 1 million do for Xiao Yingchun now? Can buy a collection. Xiao Yingchun said that he felt nothing inside and was even a little anxious. What if you don't want to be relocated? Will it become the most stubborn nail house? Xiao Yingchun scratched his head. Putting aside the question that had no result, Xiao Yingchun looked at Yi Yubin. "Uncle Yi, I brought you 2 bottles of wine from London. Would you like to come with me to get them at home?" Yi Yubin was very surprised. "What kind of wine?" "Whiskey. The duty-free shop at the airport doesn't sell liquor, only this. My niece Yingchun is still the best. Remember your uncle loves to drink?" Yi Yubin stood up and left. "I want to try it tonight." Xiao Yingchun gave Yi Yubin 2 bottles of whiskey. Yi Yubin should have left, but he hesitated to speak. Xiao Yingchun didn't say anything either, just looked at him teasingly, waiting for him to ask questions or leave. Finally, Yi Yubin couldn't help but ask, "Tang Xiqiang, how are you now?" Xiao Yingchun nodded. "Not bad. She is pretty and charming." After thinking for a while, Xiao Yingchun added, "She is not married either. Just like you." Yi Yubin was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. "I am different from her. She is successful in her career and beautiful, but I am just a medicine seller." Xiao Yingchun remembered Tang Xiqiang's words. "I heard from Sister Tang that you are a doctor of pharmacy?" Chapter 121. I don't like sweets. Yi Yubin was surprised for a moment. "She told you? What else did she tell you about me?" Xiao Yingchun recalled and told everything she could remember, then asked bravely, "Uncle Yi, do you have a story with her?" Yi Yubin was silent for 2 seconds, then glanced at Xiao Yingchun and said, "You are a young girl. Don't ask nonsense questions." Xiao Yingchun disagreed with this. "I will go to London in the future. Do you mean that I won't go to see her anymore?" Yi Yubin was gagged, and he sighed before saying faintly, "She is now the moon in the sky, and I am the mud in the ground. We are not from the same world anymore. Why are you still talking about this?" In other words, there is really a story, but the two people are separated. Xiao Yingchun didn't know how to comfort Yi Yubin and could only watch him leave. After closing the door of the store, Xiao Yingchun first took out the whiskey and various biscuits and chocolates that he brought for Fu Chenan, turned on the air conditioner, and checked the warehouse again. The contents of the warehouse have been basically cleared out, and the majority of items left are the gold and silver ingots in the cash register system. Fortunately, these things do not take up the warehouse and are in a separate space. Xiao Yingchun sat at the table, and began to arrange the pickup of goods for Fu Chenan. I have been away for half a month, and Fu Chenan's goods have been almost sold out. Although I could go home through the space-time supermarket system before, I couldn't leave the gate and drive to pick up the goods. Once you leave the time and space supermarket, you are still in the He family villa in London. I have to pick up the goods as soon as I come back this time. When it was getting dark, Fu Chenan arrived. Today I am wearing a moon-white robe and a jade crown. Both are good. Sitting at the table was a girl in long pants and short-sleeved clothes. Her long hair was tied into a bun on top of her head, and the rest of her hair was loose. She looked very relaxed. Fu Chenan showed a big smile on his face. "You're back." Xiaoyingchen nodded. "I just got home a while ago. I brought you 2 bottles of foreign wine." After thinking for a while, Xiaoyingchen explained, "This is the wine sold by real Western merchants." Oh. Fu Chenan was indeed curious and looked at the 2 glass bottles with strange embossed words. The text is so small. How did they manage to emboss it so neatly? The 2 people went upstairs and saw Fu Chenan studying the wine bottle carefully. Xiaoyingchen did not disturb him. She went to get the bowl and chopsticks and began to distribute the food skillfully. Today's meal is fried noodles, a big bowl of fried noodles with noodles, meat, and vegetables all fried together. Xiaoyingchen took out a small bowl, which was enough for herself. Fu Chenan reluctantly put down the bottle. "I don't know what this Western wine tastes like." Seeing that he was greedy, Xiaoyingchen asked, "How about you try it?" Fu Chenan's eyes sparkled. "Do you want a drink?" Xiaoyingchen thought for a moment and said, "Shall I drink a little?" "Okay." Fu Chenan was instantly happy. Xiaoyingchen brought 2 glasses and poured about 1 or 2 liang of liquor into each of them. "Would you like to try it?" The 2 people held up their cups, and Xiaoyingchen handed the cup forward with her slender hands, touching Fu Chenan's cup. "Come to think of it, we haven't had a drink together yet. Congratulations on owning your own business in the capital. You will have a better life in the future." When talking about this, Fu Chenan felt heavy-hearted. This business is indeed profitable. Many people are jealous now. Even the prince is jealous and trying to get his hands on it. Stories are like wine. The more you drink, the more you have. Fu Chenan talked about his experience as a teacher to the 7th prince. The 7th prince behaved exceptionally well and obediently and worked very hard. "Although my kung fu has not made much progress, my physical condition has improved a lot. Recently, I can eat and sleep well, and I seem to have gained more weight." When the 2 were alone, the 7th prince's admiration and desire for Fu Chenan were obvious, but Fu Chenan pretended to be stupid. But the 7th prince obviously didn't want to give up. He once asked Fu Chenan, "Master, is there something I did wrong?" Fu Chenan naturally said, "Everywhere is good." The 7th prince felt aggrieved. "Then why does Master always keep his distance from me?" Fu Chenan was helpless. "If you want to make it clear, I have to say it clearly. 7th prince, His Majesty is very wary of the princes forming cliques with civil and military officials for personal gain. I need to keep my distance from you. This will be good for both you and me." The 7th prince knew that what Fu Chenan said was true and did not pursue the issue any further. But Fu Chenan also knew that the 7th prince was not going to give up. While drinking wine, the 2 of them talked for an hour without realizing it. After listening to Fu Chenan's words, Xiaoyingchen was silent for a long time. After Fu Chenan said, distressed, he looked pitiful. "Miss Xiao, what do you think I should do next?" Xiaoyingchen didn't know it was a trick and thought that Fu Chenan really didn't know what to do, so she really helped him think of a solution. "You can't break away from the relationship with the Fu family army, but you can find a way to do business. How about you change your business from open to covert?" "Oh." Fu Chenan looked at Xiaoyingchen curiously. Xiaoyingchen continued with his own thoughts. "Your Tao Taoji's business is so good that people will always keep an eye on you. Why don't you find an opportunity and close it, and then only do wholesale and one-to-one services in the future?" "What is one-to-one service?" Xiaoyingchen grinned. "Didn't you ask a dozen beauties in your house to deliver goods to the backyards of major families? That's a one-to-one service. Your beauty only delivers the goods. As for how much they sold, I can't check every store one by one, right? Besides, isn't your most profitable part the wholesale sales to the 6 great families?" Fu Chenan listened to Xiaoyingchen's words, but in his heart he was constantly thinking about how to shut up Xiaoyingchen. As Xiaoyingchen spoke, his thoughts became more and more divergent. When Fu Chenan came to his senses, he found that Xiaoyingchen had finished the wine in the glass. Xiaoyingchen's eyes were shining, and she was still giving advice. "If the capital is too conspicuous, you can also continue to do wholesale or open chain stores in other places. Do you have enough people?" Fu Chen looked at Xiaoyingchen calmly while she spoke. He thought it was really beautiful to see her seriously and attentively trying to find a solution for him. Chenan drank the wine in the glass silently and then asked Chun, "Would you like some more?" Chun thought the wine tasted bad. But she went to the refrigerator and got herself a bottle of green tea. When green tea is mixed with whiskey, the taste of the alcohol becomes much lighter and has a light sweetness. Delicious. Chun narrowed her eyes in satisfaction and pushed it towards Chenan like offering a treasure. "Would you like to try this?" Chenan poured a little for himself, and the taste was indeed sweeter and lighter than before. But when he was drinking with his soldiers in the army, he always felt that this kind of light-tasting drink was used for gargling. "Of course," he said, "this wine is too sweet. I don't like sweet things." Chun watched him say that he didn't like sweet things, while she tore open a bag of small sweet cookies she brought for him, took a bite without changing her expression, and threw another one in. "General, don't you have to be shy about telling lies?" Chapter 122 Threat. However, Chun was sure of one thing. Only she liked the light, sweet taste of the cocktail, not Chenan. She clinked glasses with Chenan while holding her homemade cocktail. "Come on, I wish both of us great fortune." Chenan smiled and clinked glasses with her. "Okay, let's all make a fortune." Before he knew it, Chun had drunk too much and was staggering when he stood up. Seeing that she was about to fall, Chenan quickly grabbed her and held her in his arms. Holding the soft and tender beauty in his arms, which was emitting a sweet fragrance, Chenan's heart was shaken, and then he secretly cursed himself as a beast. "Miss Xiao, can you still go back to your room by yourself?" Chun finally realized that she was drunk at this time. She waved her hands, her tongue somewhat unresponsive. "I can. Go back to the room. I'll go back and show you." Chenan wanted to send her back to her room, but that would be disrespectful to the beauty. How would Chun look at him then? Chenan clenched his fists and held back. He always wanted to ask Chun what she was thinking. "Are you willing to accept yourself?" But he didn't dare ask. "Never mind, let's wait a little longer." Chun slept soundly and was awakened by someone knocking on the door in the morning. She opened the curtains and looked down and saw someone banging on the rolling door of the convenience store downstairs. Some neighbors heard the noise and came to watch the fun, standing behind Chun, looking around and waiting. She rubbed her still-aching head and went downstairs. Outside the door, her Aunt Chun was roaring, Chun, open the door." Chun didn't want to pay attention to her and was about to go back to her room to take another nap, but she heard someone shouting outside the door again. "Has something happened to you? If you don't come down, I'll call the police and pry open the door." "Oh shit." Chun cursed in his heart and went to open the door with his messy hair. When the door opened, Chun was stunned and took 2 steps back guiltily. Chun scratched his head and ignored the crowd watching from behind. "Aunt, what are you doing here?" "I'm still sleeping." Chun smelled the alcohol left on Chun and couldn't help but frown. "What's wrong with you? A single girl, drinking like this?" Chun rubbed her face with her hands and came to her senses. "I'm asking you, what's the matter with you coming here?" Chun then remembered the purpose of his visit and immediately smiled. "Isn't this going to be demolished?" "I just came to ask, have you signed the demolition agreement?" Chun looked at her in surprise. "What does this have to do with you?" Chun's eyes widened. "Alas, this land was given to you by your grandparents. Now the compensation for demolition is divided into 2 parts, one for the house and one for the land. Then logically, we should get a share of the money for this land." Chun understood. "This is to claim the demolition compensation. Is this your idea alone? Or is it your idea together with your uncle, grandparents?" Chun paused, his eyes flickering. "This is of course what we all think." Chun waved her hand with a nonchalant expression. "I don't agree. If you insist, then go to court and I'll pay whatever the court decides. If the court awards all to you, I won't take a cent. Is that okay?" Chun's momentum weakened. "Ah, you kid. We are a good family and we can solve this matter by discussing it. Why do you always go to court?" Chun discovered. Her aunt doesn't understand nice words, and she likes to be criticized. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Let me make this clear. This house is in my name. My parents are gone, and this house belongs to me alone. None of you have a share. Whether this house is demolished or not, I will not give a penny to any of you. If you're not convinced, just go ahead and sue me. I won't stop you." Of course, Xiaolin seems to be quite ruthless. You can ask him to find someone to smash and destroy things, or hire someone to kill someone. Let's see whether he goes to jail first, or I give in first. After saying this, Xiao Ingshun took the initiative to walk outside and greet the neighbors who were watching. Everyone has seen it today. If anything happens to me in the future, please call the police. I will never commit suicide. If I die, please give me justice through the law. My only last words are to donate all my money to the welfare home, leaving not a penny to relatives or friends. Everyone present here today is a witness. Oh, you kid? Gu Chunyu was caught off guard and his face turned pale. Xiao Ingchun ignored her and went straight into the house, closed the door and locked it while Gu Chunyu was still asleep. Gu Chunyu was locked outside the door and couldn't recover from his shock. As for what Gu Chunyu was saying to the neighbors downstairs, Xiao Ingchun didn't care. She turned on her phone and found that there were many missed calls, including from Gu Chunyu, her aunt, her grandparents. The family group also exploded. Gu Chunyu, Ingchun, I heard that you went abroad for a long time. Are you back now? I came to see you to talk about the demolition. The land compensation for demolition should be shared by everyone. Ingchun, why don't you answer the phone? Xiaolin, Xiao Ingchun, did you deliberately not answer the phone? Do you think you don't have to pay if you don't answer the phone? That piece of land was given by my grandparents, and the money from the land should be shared among everyone. Gu Chunyu, Ingchun, I'm downstairs at your house. Please open the door. Why didn't you answer the phone? Did something happen? If you don't answer the phone, I'll call the police. My uncle and aunt seem to be dead, and Gu Chunyu and Xiaolin kept sending messages to each other in the group. Xiao Ingchun sneered and directly at her uncle, aunt, grandparents and grandparents. Aunt said that it was all of your ideas that she came to ask me for a share of the money. I want to ask, is what she said true? My uncle and aunt didn't reply and pretended not to see anything. Grandpa replied, I didn't say that. Your aunt's family is in financial difficulty, so I wanted to see if you could help her a little. Grandma also sent a voice message. I heard that you went abroad to travel. You have the money to travel abroad, or you can help your aunt. What's so fun about foreign countries? It's a waste of money. Xiao Ingchun sneered. I just made it clear to my aunt in front of the neighbors. I don't agree to share the money with anyone. The current property ownership certificate is in my name. If you insist on taking it, I suggest you take legal action. I just told my aunt that I will pay you whatever the law orders me to pay you, not a cent less. If the law says I don't have to pay, then I won't pay, not a cent. Xiaolin, Xiao Ingchun, how can you talk to my mother like that? Do you believe I will kill you? Xiao Ingchun directly at Xiaolin. Let me be frank. If you dare to do anything illegal to me, I will call the police directly. I don't know whether the money will be shared or not, but as long as you're in jail, your next 3 generations won't be able to join the army or take the civil service exam, and it won't be easy to find a job, so you better think about it. Xiaolin. Chapter 123 Xiao Ingchun is being targeted, 700 monthly tickets plus more. It happened to be Saturday, and her uncle and aunt, who were on vacation, were watching the farce closely with their mobile phones. When Pan Huamei saw Xiao Ingchun confronting Gu Chunyu and her son head-on, she was moved. How did your niece become so strong? My uncle also despised my sister Gu Chunyu's behavior and sneered, if you are not aggressive, then give me the money. If it were you, would you give it or not? Sister is too greedy. Pan Huamei curled her lips and said, if we really take the case to court, your sister will get nothing. My uncle smiled and said, don't worry, she won't give up until she gets to the end. She will not give up until she hits a wall. Pan Huamei laughed, let them make a fuss, I won't get involved anyway. If they really make a fuss, we won't be left out. Xiao Ingchun didn't care at all. She saw Huang Li's message. The master said that he wanted to hold a ceremony to accept an apprentice in Beijing and let Xiao Ingchun see when the batch of antiques would arrive in the country. It will be on display at that time, and anyone who likes it can buy it on the spot. As soon as Xiao Ingchun saw the message, she immediately contacted Wang Yongjun. Wang Yongjun has just completed customs declaration, and it will take at least 10 days to reach Haiqing. Xiao Ingchun told Huang Li about the situation, and Huang Li replied shortly afterwards. The master said that a ceremony to accept a disciple will be held in the capital in half a month. Xiao Ingchun was touched. Okay, thank you, senior brother. Huang Li smiled back. You're welcome. Xiao Ingchun remembered something and asked Huang Li hurriedly, brother, what is the master like? I want to become his disciple. I can't be empty-handed. Huang Li pondered in front of the phone screen. The teacher naturally likes antiques. But in the teacher's eyes, any antique that was worth his attention would cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. It was too extravagant to use as a gift for becoming a disciple, so he couldn't come up with such an idea. After thinking for a while, Huang Li said, teacher's health has not been very good in the past 2 years. If there are good tonic herbs, that would be fine. For example, the currently popular cordyceps. Xiaoyingchun seemed to have thought of something. Thank you, senior brother. I understand. Huangli was slightly stunned. You reacted so quickly? You are indeed the disciple chosen by the master. Dianing also sent a message, mainly to apologize for Dianing's incident. Xiaoyingchun smiled back, and that was the end of it. He Liangzong also sent a message, asking Xiaoyingchun if he wanted to have dinner together today. He wanted to talk to Xiaoyingchun about starting an auction company. Xiaoyingchun thought of Dong Chuanfeng's words and thought it was feasible. Okay, where do you say it is? He Liangzong was instantly excited. Or is it a tavern? Good. The two of them agreed on a time, and Xiaoyingchun started to change and pack. After cleaning myself up and throwing the dirty clothes into the washing machine, I went downstairs and reopened the supermarket door. After my aunt left, the neighbors also dispersed, and the front door became quiet again. Not long after the door opened, Aunt Lu, a woman in her 50s from the village, came over. Her eyes lit up as she entered the room. Ingchun, you'll lose a lot of money on this house. I don't think your store will last much longer, will it? Xiaoyingchun laughed dryly. We'll talk about it when the time comes. What time do you mean? They said the highway is about to start construction, and the city is already inviting bids. Xiaoyingchun listened for a while and was a little surprised. Aunt Lu, you know a lot of things. You even know the news in the city. Aunt Lu smiled proudly. Oh, my house is also going to be demolished. How can I not pay attention to my own family affairs? After talking about useless things for a while, Aunt Lu finally got back to the point. Ingchun, do you have a partner? Xiaoyingchun shook her head. No. Then what do you think of my Lu Songliang? He works in a state-owned enterprise and earns more than 5,000 yuan a month. Xiaoyingchun smiled and said, I don't plan to find a partner during this period. Why? You're so old. Aunt Lu expressed her incomprehension and was about to give her a warning. Xiaoyingchun looked at Aunt Lu calmly and smiled sweetly. I'm afraid the other party is coming for my family's compensation. Aunt Lu. I was exposed and felt a little embarrassed. She has 2 sons, and no matter how hard she and her husband try, they can't afford to buy 2 wedding houses. It just so happened that Xiaoyingchun was an only child, and both her parents had passed away. Once a girl like this got married, she would have her own wedding house. She and her son could work less for 20 years. The more she thought about this marriage, the more suitable it seemed. So Aunt Lu immediately came to Xiaoyingchun, who knew that Xiaoyingchun would actually retort in person. Aunt Lu was unwilling to give up like this. My Songliang is a very nice person, and we are all neighbors, so we know each other well. If you stay together in the future, I can help you take care of the children and do housework. Would you like to consider? Xiaoyingchun laughed. Aunt Lu, I don't plan to consider this for the time being. Isn't it nice to make money? How masochistic is it to find a man to serve you? Even if you really want to find one, there is Fu Chenan waiting for review. Crush Lu Songliang in all aspects. Aunt Lu left dejectedly, but similar incidents did not end there. In the past, I thought Xiaoyingchun was an orphan and was easy to be bullied. But now I see that she is about to become a demolition household with a net worth of 1 million. That is a big piece of fat meat. Many people were interested. During the whole morning, there were people who came to ask questions in an indirect way and in various ways. There were people who came to my house under the pretext of buying water with staring eyes. Xiaoyingchun was so annoyed that she simply closed the store and went out to keep an appointment. The deserted terrace of the Time Tavern is a familiar place, except that Dianing is missing. Xiaoyingchun felt completely relaxed. He Liangzong was discussing today's dishes with the chef. Okay, that's all. You can arrange the rest directly. After the chef left, He Liangzong quickly pulled out a chair for Xiaoyingchun. Sister, you are here. Come and sit down. I'm not used to you being so polite. Xiaoyingchun smiled half jokingly and half seriously. Hey, you're my sister. What's wrong with me pulling a stool for you? The two exchanged a few pleasantries and then got straight to the point. He Liangzong was serious about opening an auction company. Before he went to London for inspection, he also visited auction houses in New York and Paris. After visiting several big cities, he had his own ideas. I find that this kind of company should be opened in a big city. Big cities have many truly wealthy people, and many who can afford to spend money on collecting. It is easier for them to attract people than small cities like Huizhou. When He Liangzong speaks, he likes to gesture with his hands. As he talked about his plan with saliva flying and hands gesticulating, Xiaoyingchun had to admit that she was attracted by his plan. Finally, He Liangzong finished talking. He stared at Xiaoyingchun and asked, "What do you think?" Xiaoyingchun nodded. Not bad. Good? Just 2 words. He Liangzong couldn't believe it. Chapter 124. Conflict with Ningyuan Marquis Mansion. 800 monthly tickets plus additional chapters. Xiao Chun smiled and said, I think it's great. So, where do you want to open this company? He Liangsong thought for a moment and said, how about opening it in Beijing? The He family actually has a company in Beijing, but it is in real estate. In fact, He Liangsong's parents have been living in Beijing in recent years. Because the He family's old house is in Huizhou and Mr. He lives in Huizhou, He Liangsong often hangs out in Huizhou. Xiao Chun was immediately happy when she remembered that Dong Chunfeng was also in Beijing. Okay, hurry up and wait for the things to come back. My master is going to hold a banquet to pay respect to his master and will also exhibit these things. We will sell them together then. But, Xiao Chun stared at He Liangsong. Can we lower the auction commission a bit? I went out for a walk this time and listened to many stories about the auction world from those people. I was deeply touched. Many times people are reluctant to go to auctions simply because the commissions are too high. A thing worth 1 million, after calculating all the expenses, the cost will be 3 or 400,000. He Liangsong knew this very well, but this was the common practice in international auction houses and could not be changed by personal will. After thinking about it, he asked Xiao Chun, what do you think? Can we have a membership system? How? Xiao Chun also became curious. He Liangsong once again began to dance and talk eloquently. In He Liangsong's imagination, many bigwigs dare not easily step into the collecting circle because they are afraid of being fooled or spending a lot of money to buy a fake. Not only did you lose money, but you also lost face. Dong Chunfeng is an undisputed expert in the appraisal and collection circles. Everything he appraises is recognized by everyone. This will allow collectors to bid with confidence. Xiao Chun produced the items, Dong Chunfeng helped with the identification, and He Liangsong was responsible for doing Diahengxin's work at the beginning. Of course, compared to Diahengxin, who only has an uncle who is a professor, He Liangsong has a much wider network of contacts behind him, and it is completely a matter of time, place, and people for him to be able to do this business. What's more, there is Dong Chunfeng. After he finished speaking about his idea, Xiao Chun nodded repeatedly. This method is feasible, but are you afraid of offending your domestic counterparts? After all, the commissions of larger domestic auction companies are not low. He Liangsong laughed strangely. I asked you to join the group. You have Master Dong Chunfeng behind you. Everyone knows that as long as Master Dong has seen something, there is no doubt about it. With Master Dong here, who dares to say anything? As for what people say behind their backs, who doesn't have people talking behind their backs? He Liangsong said, I don't care. At this time, the dishes came up, and He Liangsong signaled Xiao Chun to eat first. After making an appointment with He Liangsong immediately started booking tickets and contacting people to confirm the time to go to Beijing. Xiao Chun went home. She recently wanted to keep her own house. The village was noisy and bustling, and the demolition office near Uncle Ye's pharmacy was always full of people. Some people went there to sign, while others went there to cause trouble. Xiao Chun has nothing to do with it. Yi Yubin came once and asked her what she was thinking. Xiao Chun realized it belatedly when she remembered that Yi Yubin had reminded her to cut off contact with her grandparents. Uncle Yi, did you know about the demolition a long time ago? Yi Yubin hesitated for a moment. I heard a little rumor. Xiao Chun, Uncle Yi, I'm going to tell you the truth. Please don't tell anyone. I don't want this house to be demolished. Uncle Yi didn't understand. Why? The compensation of about 1 million yuan is enough for Xiao Chun to buy a particularly good commercial house. But what's good about this old, dilapidated and large house in the urban village with no property management and no green areas? Xiao Chun sighed. This is the only thought my parents left me. When Yi Yubin heard this, he remained silent. Xiao Chun grew up in the love of his parents and has deep feelings for them, which he can understand very well. Xiao Chun pointed to her own house and said, my house is at the entrance of the village, 2 miles away from the highway. It will not affect national construction. If I don't want compensation and I don't want the house to be demolished, then no one will force it to be demolished, right? Yi Yubin thought for a moment. Maybe? Now, the relevant departments have already developed a set of mature operating methods to deal with nail households. If something is really impossible to get, people would rather change their route than compromise. In other words, the initial era of violent demolitions has long passed. When it comes to this, Yi Yubin also becomes cautious. Don't tell anyone about this first. I will help you find out. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Xiao Chun said goodbye to Yi Yubin with a smile. Only after returning to the store did she have time to check the message. Surprisingly, Lu Weiman, who had not shown up for a long time, actually sent a text message. Chun, your place has been demolished, right? If you are willing to be my girlfriend, I can find a way to help you get the highest amount of compensation. Xiaoying was stunned for a moment before he realized. He had only blocked his WeChat and had not had time to block his phone number. Xiaoying simply blocked and deleted the person, dealing with the issue in one go. Who knew that half an hour later, a strange phone call came from Haicheng. When Xiaoying picked up the phone, it turned out to be Lu Weiman. As soon as Xiaoying heard Lu Weiman's voice, she wanted to hang up the phone immediately. Lu Weiman obviously knew his position in Xiaoying's heart, and he quickly shouted, "Don't hang up yet. I have something to tell you." Xiaoying paused, wanting to see what else this guy could say. Lu Weiman laughed dryly. "Ing-chun, don't worry. If you are willing to cooperate with me, I will help you get the compensation that exceeds the current compensation amount. How about we split the excess amount 50 to 50? If it were an ordinary person, he would probably agree for the sake of money. But I don't plan to demolish it." Xiaoying couldn't help but think of his uncle Lu Weiman. She thought that Lu Weiman's words might have something to do with his uncle who was a leader. Roll. The news that Fu Chenan wanted to buy Tao Tao Ji's shop quickly spread in the capital. Nowadays, Fu Chenan can't be said to be making a fortune every day, but he has earned a lot of money. Logically speaking, it's definitely affordable. But who would have thought that the wife of the Prince of Ningyuan Marquis' mansion was willing to sell it? But the young master of Ningyuan Marquis' mansion refused. Ao Guangchuan, the young master who was raised as a dandy, announced that he wanted to take back Tao Tao Ji's shop. If Fu Chenan is reluctant, he will have to pay a high rent. It's not that Fu Chenan can't afford the rent, but who wants to be strangled by someone? So Fu Chenan had a fight with Ao Guangchuan, who came to his house to cause trouble. How could a dandy boy be a match for the pig-slaughtering general? Ao Guangchuan was seriously injured and was carried back to Ningyuan Marquis mansion. The old wife of the Ningyuan Marquis mansion was furious and ordered the steward of the mansion. The shop on Anxiang Street must be taken back no matter what. He would rather pay Fu Chenan the penalty for breach of contract than take back the shop. Chapter 125, Serious Injury, Ao Guangchuan, Monthly Ticket 900 plus more. For a moment, those who looked down on Fu Chenan were all watching the joke. Those who sympathized with Fu Chenan secretly sighed for the end of the pig-slaughtering general's good business. However, the families of high-ranking officials with great wealth do not take it seriously. They have the privilege of having the 16 golden hairpins come to Fu Chenan's mansion for door-to-door service. As long as they are willing to let Fu Chenan's people come to their house, they can still buy things at the original price. It depends on whether they are willing, or dare, to let Fu Chenan's people come to visit. Fu Chenan once again became a hot topic in the capital. What is Fu Chenan doing? He brought Dr. Niu to treat Ao Guangchuan at the Ao family's farm outside the city. Ao Guangchuan was lying on the large rosewood bed with gold decoration, crying out, "Ouch, ouch! Mr. Fu, you are too cruel. I will never forgive you." Fu Chenan remained expressionless, just staring at Dr. Niu. After a thorough examination, Dr. Niu said calmly, "Young master's injuries appear to be serious, but his muscles and bones are not injured. He will be fine after a period of rest." It was obvious that Fu Chenan used some skill to cause Ao Guangchuan severe pain without hurting his muscles and bones. The gray-haired old marquis stood up upon hearing this and saluted Fu Chenan. "Thank you, General Fu, for showing mercy." Fu Chenan was so scared that he jumped to the side like a spring was pressed. "You are not worthy of this. You are not worthy of this." The old marquis's wife didn't think so. You can think of Chunner's future and are willing to take the risk of the world's disapproval to secretly send him to the Fu family army. This is a great favor. As the old marquis's wife spoke, her eyes turned red. Fu Chenan felt a little ashamed. The Ao family has been loyal for generations, fighting for the country. Now there are only these two men left, but Madame is willing to send the young master to the battlefield again. "I admire you." The old marquis's wife shook her head. "I have been thinking in the wrong way these years. I always think that keeping him around is good for him. But he is like this now. It's my fault as a mother." The old marquis was right. Loving mothers often spoil their children. "I spoiled him." Ao Guangchuan couldn't take it anymore. Hey, how can you say bad things about me in front of me? I'm still breathing. Can you please respect me?" The old marquis wife was so disappointed with him that she poked him on the forehead with her finger. "Am I wrong? You are hated by everyone in the capital, and now even the girls who come to propose marriage are not from good families. Your father was a brave man throughout his life. If you join the Fu family army, don't bring disgrace upon your father's reputation." The old marquis's wife muttered a few more words, but in the end, considering Fu Chenan was present, she gave her son some face and said nothing more. After the old marquis wife left, Fu Chenan looked at Ao Guangchuan, whose face was bruised and swollen, with with a cold tone. The Fu family army is very hard to train. If you are afraid, go find your mother now and tell her that you are afraid. I will reject you. The Fu family army doesn't accept cowards. Ao Guangchuan was in so much pain that his eyes were still open. Don't think I can't see that you are trying to provoke me. I won't fall for it. Fu Chenan ran out immediately. Then I will tell the wife of Ning Yunho that you have given up and will not go. Hey, what are you talking about? Am I the one who is afraid? Let's go. I'll wait for you to escape. Fu Chenan snorted contemptuously and ran out of Ao Guangchuan's room. Ao Guangchuan's roar could be heard from inside the room. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the front hall, the old Marquis's wife was waiting for Fu Chenan. Fu Chenan bowed to her and said, I plan to have someone send him there as soon as possible, while it is still inconvenient for him to move. Otherwise, when he is able to move again, he will regret it and run away. The old Marquis wife understood her son and agreed immediately. That's the best. Let's just use the carriage and go. Fu Chenan. Act with vigor and determination. When it comes to ruthlessness, the wife of Ning Yunho is even more powerful than himself. She is indeed the heroine who went to the battlefield with Ning Yunho with guns. Ao Guangchuan's personal maid Hongya brought a bowl of medicine and coaxed him with red eyes. Master, drink the medicine. Let me help you get up. Hey. It hurts. After a burst of howling, young Master Ao was finally helped to sit down on the soft and fragrant pillow and began to drink the medicine that Hongya fed to his mouth. Young master, you must take good care of your injuries. I will wait for you to return from your hometown. The old Marquis's wife and Ao Guangchuan had agreed that the matter of going to the Fu family army must be kept secret from the outside world. So they announced to their family members they would send Ao Guangchuan back to his hometown to learn the rules, and he could come back when he had learned the rules well. Ao Guangchuan felt something was wrong, so he swallowed the medicine in his mouth and looked at Hongya with wide eyes. What do you mean by that? You won't go with me? Hongya's eyes were red. The old lady said that you are not allowed to bring any servants with you when you go back this time. She was the one who was accepted into Ao Guangchuan's room with a favor. Although she had not been given any official status, she was treated much more intimately than ordinary people. Ao Guangchuan was stunned for a moment, then he reacted. I'm going to join the army. How could I bring a maid with me? What should I do if I have needs in the future? Are you going to ask for help from the fifth lady again? He sighed and suddenly felt that the future was bleak. Why not just regret it? Just as he was thinking about how to start the conversation, Ao Guangchuan's eyes began to go dark and his thinking started to slow down. He realized it later and was shocked and angry. Hongya, what did you feed me? Hongya began to cry. Her face gradually blurred. Sir, this is a tranquilizer. The old lady said that she is afraid that you are unwilling to go back to your hometown, so she wants you to leave. What the hell? Ao Guangchuan fell into a deep sleep unwillingly. Under the gazes of Fu Chenan and the old Marquis wife, an unremarkable carriage rolled away from the villa. When Fu Chenan was about to leave, the old Marquis's wife had someone hand him a land deed. This is the deed to this manor, along with 100 acres of land and forest. Consider it my apprenticeship fee for my good-for-nothing child. Please accept it. Fu Chenan didn't want to accept it, but the old Marquis's wife insisted on giving it to him. There is a natural cave on the mountain behind this manor, which is very convenient for storing things. We have taken back the shop on Anxiang Street, so you will have one less income. However, this farm still has several hundred taels of silver in annual income. You can take it. When Fu Chenan heard that there was a natural cave behind, he didn't want to refuse. Well, I'll consider this farm as sold to me by you. How much silver do you think it's worth? The old Marquis's wife laughed and said, I know you are not short of silver. Then give me 2,000 taels of silver. This is the market price, and it will prevent others from thinking that this transaction is abnormal. Fu Chenan took 2,000 taels of silver notes and exchanged them for the land deed. After Fu Chenan and Dr. Niu left, the nanny beside the old Marquis's wife asked softly, Madam, why did you let the young master join the Fu family army? Chapter 126, Ningyuan Marquis Mansion's Plan. The old Marquis's wife looked indifferent. If you don't go to the Fu family army, will he continue to be hated by his family? Look at what kind of families are willing to marry recently. There are no legitimate daughters of third-rank officials, and the only ones willing to marry are families of fifth or sixth ranks, and those are from poor families and have no prospects of advancement. The slightly better-off families would only allow concubines' daughters to marry into the family, and they would use their legitimate daughters to marry into a wealthy family. Seeing the Ningyuan Marquis fall to this state, The old Marquis wife knew that if nothing changed, the Ningyuan Marquisate would be finished. But the young master still has no children. The nanny reminded hesitantly, thinking that she could still get the carriage back. The old Marquis's wife glanced at the nanny and asked, "Why do you think he has no children until now?" Mammy was bewildered. Why? Of course, it is because His Majesty the Emperor does not want the Ningyuan Marquisate to have any more heirs. Ao Guanchuan had a maidservant who served as his concubine, but before getting married, he could not give birth to a concubine son, so the maidservant had to drink contraceptive soup all the time. Once you get married, you will definitely want to have more children, the more the better. However, some time ago, Ao Guanchuan was carried back home drunk outside, and it happened that Dr. Ming, a close friend of the old Marquis's wife, came to the capital. Dr. Ming found out after the examination. Ao Guanchuan had been drugged to make him infertile. If he hadn't vomited it all soon after eating it due to drunkenness, I'm afraid he would have been childless. Among those who had dinner with Ao Guanchuan that day, there was for the first time a member of the Imperial Guards whom the Emperor trusted the most, and the captain of the Imperial Guards even sat side by side with Ao Guanchuan. The old Marquis wife was shocked and angry. In order to protect this young son, she has been so low-key, but His Majesty is still worried. It was because he knew the whole story that Ao Guanchuan was frightened and impulsively promised to join the army. Fearing that the Emperor would be wary, the Ao family army did not dare to send the troops, and after careful consideration they had no choice but to send the Fu family army. When Fu Chenan heard this, he naturally cooperated and arranged this scene. Since keeping a low profile doesn't work, let's just do it secretly. In the Ningyuan Marquis's mansion, the Crown Prince's wife, who was less than 30 years old and dressed in plain white, brought a tall and slender boy to pay her respects to the old Marquis wife. After the ceremony, the prince's wife asked the 12-year-old boy to go to the next room first, leaving only the mother-in-law and the two widows to talk. "Mother, have you sent my uncle away?" the Crown Prince's wife asked softly. "Sent away." There was a sense of loss in the old Marquis's tone that outsiders could not hear. She has a close relationship with her daughter-in-law, and there is no need to hide it. "I want my stepson to join the Fu family army as well." The Crown Prince's wife stated her purpose. The old Marquis's wife refused without a second thought. No. The Crown Prince's wife looked at her mother-in-law quietly. Why? The old Marquis's wife sighed and said, "No matter what time, a country and a court cannot do without civil officials and military generals. Since Chenan has already joined the army, Jier should stay at home and study hard, and pass the imperial examinations in the future. Then the uncle and nephew can support each other." The Crown Prince's wife was silent for a moment. "But I am worried about my stepson's safety. Those people could prey on Ao Guanchuan with a drug that would make him infertile, and they could also do the same to Ao Chengji." The Marquis's wife had already had an idea. "My stepson is already 12 years old, and Dr. Ming is in the capital recently, so let him follow Dr. Ming for 2 years. Even if you can only identify common drugs, it is still a self-defense skill." In addition, the 7th prince in the palace has recently been arranged to be Fu Chenan's disciple, and he practices martial arts with him every day. "I think my stepson can learn a little from the guards in the mansion. At least he can keep fit and have a better chance of escaping disaster if he encounters a petty thief." "Thank you, mother, for your thoughtful consideration of your stepson." In the living room of Xiao Yingchuan's house, Fu Chenan proudly told Xiao Yingchun the result of the handling of the matter. Xiao Yingchun was surprised at his high efficiency. "We just talked about this 2 days ago, and it's done today?" Fu Chenan raised his chin slightly. "That's for sure." Xiao Yingchun couldn't help laughing at her arrogant look. 200 acres of land is a big farm. What are you going to plant? When it comes to this, Fu Chenan's eyes sparkle. "Do you have any good suggestions?" Xiao Yingchun thought for a moment and said, "Plant fruit trees?" Fu Chenan, "What fruit tree? Does it snow heavily in your area in winter? How long does it snow for?" Fu Chenan thought for a moment and said, 2 or 3 months. It's very cold in winter, and the ground is frozen. Xiao Yingchun had an idea. Southern fruits were definitely not suitable, but northern fruits were fine. After searching on her phone, Xiao Yingchun asked Fu Chenan, "Do you have cherries? Pears? Apples?" Fu Chenan looked at the picture and was very surprised. "We have all these things, but the ones in your picture are much bigger than the ones we have. It's so big that I've never seen it before." Xiao Yingchun smiled. "Isn't it big?" The Fuji apple variety that was introduced from Xiao back then has undergone many improvements, and cherries and pears are also the best varieties selected after improvements. In terms of taste, size, and output, it was not available in Fu Chenan's dynasty. Xiao Yingchun cheerfully suggested, "This planting will not be effective in 1 or 2 years, You need to have enough patience. No problem. I have patience. Chenan nodded without saying a word. It's hot now, so it's not the season to plant fruit trees. Chun suggested that he wait until winter to plant them. Now is the season to prepare to harvest the crops in the fields. After chatting with Chun for a long time, Chenan felt relieved and started to eat happily. Chenan did not take the remaining wine away, but left it in Chun's supermarket. He asked Chun with sparkling eyes, "Would you like to drink some more wine?" Chun thought of how drunk she was and shook her head decisively. "You drink. I'll just drink the beverage." Chenan then poured himself a glass of wine and clinked it with Chun's drink. The two of them drank and ate dumplings at the same time. Dinner time for two people is always so pleasant and relaxing. A few more days passed and the demolition signing in the village was coming to an end. Those who watched others making trouble at first, seeing that nothing could be accomplished, also started to sign and get paid. After a few rounds, Chun became one of the last few families who did not sign, and the temporary demolition office finally quieted down. Chun welcomed the first wave of demolition mobilization personnel. The other party started by talking about policy, and after seeing Chun's newly renovated two-bedroom, one-living-room apartment on the second floor, they proposed to provide partial compensation for the renovation. Chun responded in a gentle but firm tone. "I don't want to demolish it. I just want to keep the old house my parents gave me." The people in the demolition office don't believe such words. All those who say they are unwilling do so because the price they don't want to pay has not reached their psychological level. So the older brother with glasses bought a bottle of water while persuading Chun. "Miss Xiao, just state your conditions. Once you've put them forward, we'll report them to the higher-ups. As long as the conditions are reasonable, they'll try their best to meet them. Don't you think so?" Chun refused outright. "I really don't want to be relocated. Look, my house doesn't hinder other relocations, so why don't you let me keep this house?" Demolition office staff. "Yes, we won't demolish the house." Chun's voice came suddenly, and everyone looked at Chun. Chapter 127 Aunt's Little Plan. Chun was stunned. "Aunt, what's the matter?" Chun winked at Chun and said, "Didn't you ask me to help negotiate the demolition?" Chun's face darkened. "I didn't call you, and I don't plan to demolish it." Chun frowned and pulled Chun's arm hard. "How can you say such things, kid? We are all family." After saying that, Chun looked at the demolition staff again. Yes, my niece said, "We won't demolish." The staff of the demolition office looked at Chun and asked hesitantly, "Ms. Xiao, who is this?" Chun explained helplessly, "This is my aunt, but this house has nothing to do with her. It is under my name alone. She has no say." Chun was furious and stared at Chun. "What's wrong with you, kid? If there's anything going on between us, we can talk about it later. Let's save the house first." Chun had no choice but to drive them away. "Comrades, I have to take care of my family affairs first. How about you go back first?" The people from the demolition office knew at a glance that this lady was not someone who was easy to talk to. They looked at each other and stood up to say goodbye. Chun watched them leave dumbfounded. After they left, he looked at Chun angrily. "What's wrong with you, kid? I'm helping you. Don't you know?" Chun looked at Chun coldly. "Aunt, I really don't plan to demolish it." Chun didn't think so. "You are right to say you don't want to be relocated now. When your family is the only one left, they won't mind if you ask for a little more. No matter how much money you give me for the demolition, I won't give you a penny." Chun used his ultimate weapon. Chun was stunned for several seconds, and then, after confirming that what Chun said was true, he reluctantly pulled over the plastic stool and sat in front of Chun. "I know you're reluctant to share the money, and I don't plan to share the money you have now. I mean, I'll help you make a fuss, and if I can do everything I can to get you more in return, you can give me half of the extra money. How about that?" Chun said calmly, "Not very good." "Oh, you kid." Chun was so angry that she turned around on the spot. After walking 2 circles with her hands on her hips, she stared at Chun in confusion. "You have nothing to lose. Why don't you do it?" Chun pointed at the ceiling calmly. "This is the only thing my parents gave me. No matter what, I don't want it to be demolished. They are all gone. Don't you have to live your life? Why are you so stubborn?" Chun was almost so angry that he fell backwards. Chun remained calm and said, "I have made up my mind. I will not demolish the house." Chun. Okay, I can't persuade you. I'll let your grandparents talk to you." Chun left right after he finished speaking, looking very excited and full of energy. Chun looked at her receding back and sneered. At noon, Xiaoyingshun cooked some noodles for herself. She had some leftover beef chili sauce, so she added a little bit of it. Then I bought a cucumber from a nearby vegetable shop, cut it into shreds and mixed it in, then poured some fragrant and crispy peanuts on it. It was delicious. By the way, the chef loves this beef chili sauce. I'll ask Fu Chenan's cook to make some more for the chef later. While we were eating, Aunt Lu from the village came again. She came here to inquire about the news after seeing the people from the demolition office leave. Xiaoyingshun smiled and said that he had not signed the contract and did not want the house to be demolished as it had just been renovated. As expected, Aunt Lu also thought that Xiaoyingshun was using Xiao to deliberately keep the demolition office in suspense so that she could demand a high price later. Young people are smart. Why don't I have this blessing? My house has been renovated for more than 10 years, but they don't give me much compensation for the renovation. You just renovated your house, so the compensation must be quite a lot. Staochun, how did you know this area was going to be demolished? How did you know to renovate the house in advance? Do you have any inside information? The building suddenly tilted a long way away. Xiaoyingshun was helpless. The police have come to my house. Why did I renovate the house and change the doors and windows, don't you know? When it comes to this, Aunt Lu believes it, then you are lucky. There has been no thieves in all these years, but there were thieves a few days ago. Xiaoyingshun couldn't help but roll her eyes. Aunt Lu, a thief came in the middle of the night and stood in front of your bed with a knife. Do you want this luck? Aunt Lu. After Aunt Lu left, Xiaoyingshun received 2 more people who came to watch the fun. Xiaoyingshun, fed up with the situation, simply closed the rolling shutter. It was better not to do this business which made no money and was a waste of time. After finishing the noodles, Xiaoyingshun discovered that Wang Yongjun had sent her a message. He had already returned to Huizhou and asked where Xiaoyingshun was and whether it would be convenient for them to meet. Remembering that she had not yet settled the fees with Wang Yongjun, Xiaoyingshun asked him to come directly. Wang Yongjun came over soon and saw the huge word demolition on Xiaoyingshun's wall at a glance. After entering the supermarket, Wang Yongjun asked directly, "Are you planning to demolish it?" Xiaoyingshun waved her hand. "No, they said they want to demolish it, and I don't want it to be demolished." Ah. Another person didn't understand. Xiaoyingshun patiently repeated, "This is the house my parents left for me. I can't bear to leave it." Wang Yongjun understood immediately. That's right, you are not short of money. Xiaoyingshun, forget it, there's no point in explaining to him. How much is the total cost this time? Xiaoyingshun went straight to the point. Wang Yongjun understood again and took out a printed list from his bag. The cost of hiring Wang Yongjun as a bodyguard and part-time translator is not the highest cost. The highest cost is the insurance and freight for transporting this batch of antiques. Fortunately, Xiaoyingshun had anticipated this and did not feel bad about spending the money. She and Wang Yongjun settled all the expenses first, and then calculated his salary last. I asked He Liangsong, and he said that if you were to be a bodyguard, the daily fee would be 3,000. Is that right? Wang Yongjun hesitated for a moment before nodding, but smiled and said, "You can give it according to our initial agreement." I agree to this. Xiaoyingshun felt it was inappropriate. What you did was beyond the duties of a bodyguard. Not only did you protect my safety, you also helped me translate and arranged customs clearance and transportation for me. In the end, Xiaoyingshun paid Wang Yongjun a daily salary of 3,000 yuan. Wang Yongjun had mixed feelings. I was away for 2 days due to personal matters, which was actually considered dereliction of duty. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyingshun didn't mind, but just didn't charge for the time he was away. After settling the accounts, Wang Yongjun had no reason to stay any longer, so he got up and said goodbye. Xiaoyingshun felt bad. Thank you for your care during this period. If you have time, I will treat you to a meal. Wang Yongjun was silent for 3 seconds as usual before answering, "What time?" Xiaoyingshun, "Tomorrow at noon?" Wang Yongjun looked strange. Tomorrow is Mid-Autumn Festival. Xiaoyingshun. Chapter 128 Mid-Autumn Festival Appointment. Monthly ticket 1,000 plus more. Is Mid-Autumn Festival tomorrow? Mid-Autumn Festival. The time for families to reunite. I'm sorry, I forgot. Let's do it another day. Let's make an appointment when you are free. Xiaoyingshun smiled apologetically and took the initiative to change the time. Okay, let's wait a few days. Wang Yongjun also smiled. After Wang Yongjun left, Xiaoyingshun slumped down in the recliner with a dull look on his face. Mid-Autumn Festival. I'm alone. Where can I go to reunite with my family? Xiaoyingshun fell asleep in a daze. When she woke up, she opened her eyes to see a huge head. Ah! Xiaoyingshun let out a short scream. Then she realized. It was Fu Chenan who came. It was a rare occasion that Fu Chenan came early today. It turned out that tomorrow was also the Mid-Autumn Festival for Fu Chenan. The seventh prince came early today and left early as well. Fu Chenan brought over some ancient mooncakes and said he wanted to invite Xiao Chun to eat mooncakes. There are 5 flavors here. You can try them all and see which one is better. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Fu Chenan placed 5 small mooncakes in front of Xiao Chun like he was presenting treasures, with an expectant look on his face. When Xiao Chun met Fu Chenan's sparkling eyes, she couldn't say, high sugar and high fat are bad for health. Never mind, just eat it. Xiao Chun went to the kitchen and took out a steak knife and cut each mooncake into 4 pieces. Come, let's eat together. Fu Chenan knew that Xiao Chun didn't have a big appetite, so he didn't refuse. The two of them started eating, taking turns to eat one piece. Xiao Chun had a strange look on her face while eating the greasy 5-nut mooncake. The ancients really loved sugar. Pass. The mooncake with green onion and mung bean filling is pretty good, salty and sweet, but the taste is not too strong. This is good. The mooncake with red bean paste and jujube paste has a slightly sandy texture. This one is also good. Spiced beef mooncakes. Who on earth likes this? Pass. Crispy mooncakes with a pork filling of half fat and half lean. Isn't this the same as baked buns? The taste is surprisingly delicious. Xiao Chun couldn't help it and ate the whole crispy pork mooncake. After tasting them one by one, I was full. She blinked and looked at Fu Chenan. I can't eat that meal anymore. Have you eaten it? Fu Chenan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A mooncake was cut into 4 pieces, and she only ate 2 small mooncakes, and she was full. The food was quickly eaten up. Fu Chenan determined the flavors Xiao Chun wanted and asked her how much she wanted. Xiao Chun calculated, 3 boxes will be enough. Yi Yubin gave 1 box, He Liangzong gave 1 box, and he kept 1 box for himself, which was enough. As for Dianing, it's not that Xiao Chun was reluctant to give up a box of mooncakes, but she was afraid that he would mistakenly think that she was interested in him. Forget it, I won't give it to you. Okay. Fu Chenan took note of it. Can you help me get some more of that beef chili sauce from last time? It's delicious. I want to give some to my friends. No problem. Fu Chenan wrote it down again. Remembering that his master loved beef chili sauce, Xiao Chun thought of something else. I want to become a disciple these days. Can you find me a better gift for becoming a disciple? Fu Chenan, what type do you want? Ginseng, right? Old mountain ginseng. It has to be good enough, and the money will be deducted from the payment. Fu Chenan nodded. I understand. I'll get it for you later. When will the goods that were purchased before be delivered? Fu Chenan's product is almost out of stock. It will arrive tomorrow. You can pick it up tomorrow morning. Fu Chenan looked at her steadily. Tomorrow is Mid-Autumn Festival. Don't you have to celebrate the festival? Xiao Chun spread her hands in a relaxed manner. Who should I live with? Fu Chenan. His father Fu Zhonghai is guarding the border, and the emperor will not allow them to reunite. So he is also a person. His heart was moved, and Fu Chenan blurted out, I'll accompany you. Xiao Chun reacted, You are alone at home. Xiao Chun's expression changed, and the two of them looked at each other with a sense of mutual sympathy. Xiao Chun smiled and said, Sure. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. I can do anything. Fu Chenan immediately smiled obediently. He didn't have many opportunities to eat Xiao Chun's cooking, as Xiao Chun mostly ordered takeout. It was decided that we would come together for dinner tomorrow. Fu Chenan and Xiao Chun followed the custom of celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival in Daliang Dynasty. It turns out that during the Mid-Autumn Festival in the Daliang Dynasty, small mooncakes could be eaten at any time. But there was a largest reunion mooncake that had to be eaten per person after worshipping the moon. If someone in the family is not at home, that person's share must be cut out and wrapped in red cloth and kept. Here we refer to the Shangxi custom of worshipping the moon and distributing mooncakes. Xiao Chun said that she had kept it in mind, and at the same time she also started to think. Fu Chenan was so considerate of her, so she should also pay more attention. Come over early tomorrow morning. After I give you the food, I can prepare the meal. Xiao Chun gave her instructions earnestly, and seeing her seriousness, Fu Chenan also nodded and said, Okay. Looking very well behaved. After seeing Fu Chenan off, Xiao Chun discovered that the family group on WeChat on her phone had exploded again. It turned out that it was Grandpa and Grandma who sent a voice message in the group, asking Xiao Chun to come over for lunch tomorrow. Seeing that Xiao Chun did not reply to the message, her uncle and aunt, her Aunt Guchunyu, and her cousin Xiaolin all jumped out. Aunt, maybe Ying Chun didn't see the message? Uncle, how about making a phone call? Aunt Guchunyu, why did she call? I guess she saw it, but pretended not to see it. She just doesn't want to share the land compensation. Xiaolin, That land was given by my grandparents. Why doesn't she want to share? Then Gu Chunyu and Xiaoyulan started to exchange words with each other to set the stage for Yin and Yang Xiao Yingchun. By the time Xiao Yingchun finished climbing the stairs and seeing the whole thing, she was so angry that she started laughing. This is how my mother was scolded by them in the past. She finally compromised for the sake of so-called family affection and went to eat the meal feeling aggrieved. If they were scolded again at the dinner table, they would reluctantly agree to their unreasonable demands. And they still put on a smug look as if you should have done this a long time ago. At first, Xiao Yingchun wanted to preserve this family relationship for her mother's sake, but now it seems that they only treat her family as bloodbags. Or as it should be. In that case, we won't be polite. I'm sorry, I'm busy. Cousin Xiaoyulan was the first to react. No time? Why not? Xiao Yingchun, I'm going to my boyfriend's house for dinner tomorrow. My aunt jumped out and said, Yingchun, you have a boyfriend? When did it happen? Why don't you bring your boyfriend here for us to meet? Xiaoyulan jumped out again. That's right, grandparents and other elders have not approved of this man, so we don't recognize him. Gu Chunyu was worried. Yingchun, this man might be here for your demolition compensation. You better keep your eyes open. Xiao Yingchun responded immediately. Aren't you here for my demolition compensation? Chapter 129. Exit the family group. Gu Chunyu was furious. I am your aunt. We are a family. Can we be the same? Xiao Yingchun, yes, if we weren't a family, we wouldn't do something like earning a year's salary from a small shop for nothing and still asking me for 60,000 yuan in salary. Gu Chunyu, isn't this matter over? Xiao Yingchun, how did it all go? Didn't we agree that as long as the 60,000 yuan is paid, we will have no more financial disputes in the future? Or are you planning to say that if you give me the land compensation today, you will also give me a share when your house is demolished in the future? Everyone in the group was silent. How is this possible? Aunt Pan Huame finally stopped pretending to be dead. I didn't take a penny of the 60,000 yuan, Yingchun. I still recognize you as my niece. Xiao Yingchun asked sharply, if none of the land compensation money is given to my uncle and aunt, will my aunt still be willing to acknowledge me as her niece? Pan Huame didn't respond, even though she knew in her heart that Xiao Yingchun would most likely not give her any money. What if Gu Chunyu got annoyed with her and she agreed to share the land compensation? She will definitely want to split up by then. You have to know that Gu Chunyu didn't give a single cent of the 60,000 yuan he got last time to his uncle and aunt. Although she didn't say it to my face, my aunt was very concerned about this matter in her heart. Gu Chunyu got the money alone, but caused everyone to break off relations with Xiao Yingchun. From now on, my parents-in-law will only be supported by my family and Gu Chunyu's family, so I will be at a disadvantage no matter how you look at it. According to the established custom here, if the sons die, the grandchildren will take over the responsibility of supporting their grandparents. How could Pan Huame be willing? After Xiao Yingchun sent a he in the group, he added, I am an orphan and I will not join in the fun, so as to avoid another quarrel over money. I solemnly declare once again, this house is the last thought my parents left me. I will not demolish it. No one can say anything. At this point, everyone knew Xiao Yingchun's attitude. She would not come to the Mid-Autumn Festival reunion dinner. If Xiao Yingchun is determined not to demolish the house, then the so-called land compensation does not exist at all. What is the point of arguing about it? After a long time, Grandpa sent a voice message. Yingchun, your mother is gone, but you still have to live. It's rare to encounter a demolition. If you can get more compensation, you can have a dowry when you get married. Xiao Yingchun sneered and pretended not to see what was said. Grandma also sent a voice message. Yingchun, why are you an orphan? Grandma is still here. We are a family. Xiao Yingchun replied immediately. If I want to get married, how much dowry will my grandparents give me? Grandma's voice. I am an old woman. Where can I get the money? Xiao Yingchun replied again in seconds. So I am the only one who has the obligation to help my family, and my family has no obligation to give me money or dowry? You guys take care of this kind of family. I won't get involved. I can't afford to suffer such a loss. This time, everyone collectively stopped responding. Seeing that the group had quieted down, Xiao Yingchun decisively left the group. The performance was good, and the opponent was completely annihilated. In the past, I was afraid of making my mother sad, so I endured it and didn't speak up. Now these people really think I'm easy to bully. Come on, make some noise. Since you all have no shame, just tear them all off. Everyone was shocked. Quit the group? Aunt Pan Huame was shocked. I really didn't expect that your niece would be so aggressive. She's aggressive towards everyone she sees. Or the kind that hits you in the face. My uncle sighed and said, forget it. Since we can't help her, let's not think about her relocation compensation anymore. Pan Huame curled her lips. I don't care, but your elder sister is probably heartbroken. Gu Chunyu was truly heartbroken. She had never imagined that Xiao Chun would not even give face to her grandparents and would not come for dinner on the Mid-Autumn Festival when they invited her. Not only did she not come, she also made it clear that there would be a quarrel if she went, and she was unwilling to share the money. She actually quit the group? Why doesn't she look like her mother at all? Gu Chunyu complained to her son. Xieyulan, who was sitting opposite, rolled his eyes. She is simply a shrew. She doesn't care about family affection at all. If you ask me, it's because my aunt didn't teach her well in the beginning. Okay, you have to think of a way to make that damn girl agree to demolish the house and give us a share of the money. What good solution does Xieyulan have? All the methods he could think of were written in the criminal law. But after hearing Xiao Yingchuan's warning, he was also afraid that he would really be thrown into jail, and then he would really not be able to find a wife. He didn't dare to act rashly. After the war of words, Xiao Yingchun began to think seriously about what to prepare for Fu Chenan for the Mid-Autumn Festival tomorrow. Fu Chenan can't eat seafood, so should we get him some river fish tomorrow? There are also mooncakes, which can let Fu Chenan taste the various mooncakes of his time. He has definitely never tried the recently popular snow skin mooncakes, so get some for him to try. There are also Cantonese-style mooncakes, Suzhou-style mooncakes, and Hong Kong-style mooncakes that are popular in various places. Xiao Yingchun looked at the time and ordered scheduled takeout and errands on a group booking app, asking someone to deliver them to her the next morning. What else should I order? The next day, Xiao Yingchun woke up early and it was another busy day. She first called to confirm the delivery time and then brought back a truckload of old soaps and scented soaps. After handing over the goods to Fu Chenan was sweating all over. Porter's job is not easy. Xiao Yingchun gave the mooncakes she had prepared to Fu Chenan and asked him to take them back for Bai Lu and the others to try and refresh their understanding of mooncakes. Fu Chenan grinned, put down his mooncake, smiled foolishly, and went back to take a shower and change clothes. How can I not dress up nicely when I come to have dinner with Boss Xiao? Xiao Yingchun took advantage of this opportunity to send out the Daliang Dynasty mooncakes. He Liangzong had someone run errands for him, while Yi Yubin delivered it himself. After delivering the mooncakes, Xiao Yingchun began to prepare the ingredients for the Mid-Autumn Festival reunion dinner. Fu Chenan was in charge of sorting and delivering the goods, and then changing and dressing up. After looking in the mirror and making sure he was dressed well, Fu Chenan took the 2 old ginsengs that he had bought at a high price and went to the Space-Time supermarket. Going up to the second floor, Fu Chenan saw Xiao Yingchun wearing an apron and busy in the kitchen. A woman with her long hair, tied into a bun, is cooking. The jingling and banging sound quite pleasant to the ear. Fu Chenan couldn't help but lean slowly against the kitchen door frame and watch Xiao Yingchun busy herself. This is just the life of the world, right? When Xiao Yingchun turned around, she met Fu Chenan's eyes. Fu Chenan was wearing a snow-white robe today, with a layer of crimson gauze on the outside and a white jade crown on his head. It looked quite good. Xiao Yingchun was also stunned, then waved, "Come and get the bowls, serve the dishes." Chapter 130. The bed is so soft. Oh, okay. Fu Chenan responded quickly. At this moment, there is mandarin fish steaming in the steamer, chicken and potatoes stewing in the pot, and a cold salad of cucumber, black fungus, and bean curd in the refrigerator. 3 simple dishes, accompanied by a gypsophila melon meatball soup. Xiao Yingchun took out the cold dishes from the refrigerator and handed them to Fu Chenan. After Fu Chenan put the cold dishes in place and turned around, Xiao Yingchun quickly put the braised chicken with potatoes into a soup bowl, sprinkled some chopped green onions on it, and asked Fu Chenan to take it out. Fu Chenan had set the table, and the steamed fish was ready. The boiling oil was poured on the mandarin fish, making a sizzling sound. Fu Chenan stood beside Xiao Yingchun and watched quietly. The stove, which is made of tin plate, is so clean that it reflects light. A pale blue flame burned at the bottom of the pot, with almost no smoke. As soon as the steam and smell from the pot rose, they were sucked away through a hole on the top. A messy kitchen can be so clean and tidy. It can be described as bright and clean. This era is so good. Think about the kitchens in the Liang dynasty. Even if the family was the most powerful, the kitchen would never look like this. It turns out that this is the true meaning of different times. If the people of Daliang dynasty also used such things, what would happen? Fu Chenan couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. Xiao Yingchun put some loofah in the meatball soup in the clay pot, turned around and saw Fu Chenan was still in a daze and couldn't help laughing. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a kitchen like this?" Fu Chenan nodded honestly. It's indeed something I've never seen before. Can you cook? You can also try it. I know a little bit, but it's not very tasty. Fu Zhonghai was glad that Fu Dadu's cooking was not tasty. If it's not tasty, we'll eat so much. If it tastes better, won't we eat even more? So Fu Chenan's cooking skills have not improved at all over the years. Come on, bring out the loofah soup. Fu Chenan did as he was told. This scene made him feel like it was a normal day for a married couple. The wife cooks, and the husband is responsible for following her instructions and helping out. This makes him secretly happy. He is very happy. When the two of them sat down at the table, Xiao Yingchun patted his head and said, "Oh, I forgot." Xiao Yingchun took the foreign liquor and 2 cups from last time, and also got herself a bottle of Weishuan and a bag of peanuts. Come on, we are happy today. Let's drink together. Okay, let's drink together. Seeing Xiao Yingchuan's smiling face, Fu Chenan's heart suddenly calmed down. Even if it's just looking at the person in front of you often, even if you can't go any further, it's good. He poured foreign wine into Fu Chenan's glass, poured himself some tipsy wine, then opened the peanuts and put them in a small bowl. Xiao Yingchun raised his glass with a smile on his face. Come on. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Fu Chenan smiled and raised his glass to greet him. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Amid the crisp sound of clinking glasses, Xiao Yingchun took a sip of the white peach-flavored wine, sighed with contentment, and then served the food to Fu Chenan. This fish should be eaten while it's hot. It will have a fishy smell when it gets cold. Would you like to try it? Fu Chenan agreed and picked up a piece with chopsticks. The tenderness and softness that melted in his mouth made Fu Chenan nod repeatedly. Tasty. Xiao Yingchun smiled again. If it tastes good, eat more. She simply took a spoon and scooped most of the fish to him. Here, eat. Fu Chenan was extremely well-behaved and ate the fish in the bowl with special sweetness. As a cook, the happiest thing is that your cooking skills are recognized and the people in front of you enjoy the food. Seeing Fu Chenan devouring the food, Xiao Yingchun narrowed her eyes with a smile, picked up another chicken leg for him, and picked up a chicken wing for herself and slowly ate it. The fish went down first, followed by the chicken. In the meantime, Xiao Yingchun picked up some food for him twice. Later, Xiao Yingchun drank too much and became a little fierce. He directly picked up the big basin and helped Fu Chenan to scoop it. Fu Chenan was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect that Miss Xiao would have this side of her when she was drunk. A little silly, a little stupid, and a little cute. Xiao Yingchun soon discovered that Fu Chenan's bowl was full. She realized belatedly, "Oh, I was too anxious. Hee hee hee." Putting down the big pot of stewed chicken with potatoes, Xiao Yingchun advised with a smile, "Eat first. We can talk after you finish the bowl." As expected, Xiao Yingchun was drunk. Fu Chenan looked at the girl who was swaying while sitting there and was worried that she would fall to the ground. Seeing that she was about to get the second bottle, he quickly stopped her. "You can't drink anymore." "Why?" Xiao Yingchun didn't feel drunk yet and expressed his dissatisfaction. Fu Chenan pointed to the bottle and said, "You are drunk?" Xiao Yingchun listened to the advice and said, "Forget it, just eat some potatoes." The two of them finished all the food. Xiao Yingchun ate a small mooncake, and then she and Fu Chenan took out a big mooncake. Fu Chenan himself would not do the moon worship ceremony. In the past, when 2 rough men celebrated the festival, who would do this? He told Xiao Yingchun frankly, "I don't know how to do it." Xiao Yingchun was already drunk and dazed, grinning. "It's okay. We can do it according to our own ideas." She pulled Fu Chenan to stand side by side with her, put her hands together in front of the mooncake, and bowed while muttering something. "Fu Chenan, why does it feel a bit like worshipping heaven and earth?" Fu Chenan was full of evil thoughts, but Xiao Yingchun had no evil thoughts at all. She and Fu Chenan bowed to the mooncakes, and bowed 3 times, and that was enough. When she stood up straight, her body swayed. Fu Chenan quickly reached out to support him. Seeing that Xiao Yingchun was obviously drunk, Fu Chenan sent Xiao Yingchun to the door of the room, watched her enter the room, and then staggered and fell to the ground, beside the bed. Oh my! Xiao Yingchun's consciousness was not completely gone. She turned over and sat up somewhat embarrassedly, but still tried to be stubborn. "I'm fine. My legs just went weak." Seeing that she had difficulty getting up, Fu Chenan, "It's not that I'm a beast, it's just that Miss Xiao is drunk." While trying to convince himself, Fu Chenan entered Xiao Yingchun's room. He squatted down, picked up Xiao Yingchun carefully, and put her on the bed. People are soft and beds are soft too. This new discovery made Fu Chenan stunned again. He put Xiao Yingchun down, tried to hold back, but couldn't, and carefully lay down next to Xiao Yingchun. "This bed is so soft that I feel like I sink into it. It's so comfortable." Do people in this time and space enjoy themselves this way? It turns out that the gap between people from different time and space is so huge. Ordinary people can also sleep on such soft beds, live in houses with constant temperature throughout the year, travel by train, plane, and car, and have meals of various flavors and all kinds of things delivered to their homes with their mobile phones. Fu Chenan suddenly thought, the emperor of the Daliang dynasty wasn't so comfortable either, right? After thinking about it for a while, he turned his head to look at Xiao Yingchun. Xiao Yingchun had closed her eyes, but she was not asleep, because tears were flowing from the corners of her eyes, and a spot on her pillow was wet. Chapter 131. Sharing the beauty of the moon across the distance. Fu Chenan's heart skipped a beat. What happened? She was smiling so happily just now. Fu Chenan couldn't help but lower his head, leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Why are you crying?" Xiao Yingchun turned her head to look at Fu Chenan, pursed her lips and choked up. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. I don't have parents anymore. I couldn't say this. Once I said it, my tears flowed even harder and I started sobbing. From whimpering to howling, it was as if a floodgate had been opened. Xiao Yingchun cried loudly and grabbed Fu Chenan's clothes, as if a drowning person was desperately grabbing a piece of driftwood. Fu Chenan hesitated for a moment, then gently hugged Xiao Yingchun. The little girl was crying so hard that her whole body was shaking and her voice was very loud. Fu Chenan opened his mouth and whispered 2 words in her ear, "I'm here." However, it was these 2 words that made Xiao Yingchun cry even louder. She stammered and told him about her withdrawal from the family group. "They are all bullies. They used to bully my parents, and now they bully me. It would be fine if they were just unrelated strangers, but they are my mother's closest relatives. How could my own relatives bully me like this?" Xiao Yingchun felt aggrieved and angry. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, instead of thinking about themselves, they all came to count their money. They are so bullying. Xiao Yingchun cried loudly. Fu Chenan had never encountered such a situation before. He just felt his heart sour and soft. He just listened to what she said and hugged her, not daring to move. After a long time, Xiao Yingchun's crying subsided and she fell asleep exhausted. Fu Chenan loosened his arms with sweat all over his forehead and looked seriously at the little girl who was crying miserably. Her eyes were a little swollen, her lips were bright red, her bun was messy, and her clothes were a little messy. No, there's a reaction. I'm about to turn into a beast. Fu Chenan turned around and stood up in embarrassment, slapped himself, and walked out of the room. After closing the door, Fu Chen sat on the sofa in the living room, somewhat dazed. The scene just now seemed to be still in front of my eyes. The sweet and soft little girl was tightly holding her clothes, crying her heart out. Fu Chenan realized later that he was feeling a little cold, and then he found that he was sweating all over. The air conditioner cooled him down to a chill. It's more tiring than carrying 2 trucks of goods. He rubbed his face with his hands and stared at the door with burning eyes. When his mother was leaving when he was a child, he tried to keep her but failed. Since then, he has never had such a straightforward desire for anyone again. He longed for this woman to always be in his life, longed to protect her, give her warmth, and walk hand in hand with her. He longed for the relationship between the 2 of them to be closer, closer. In the Marshal's mansion, Niu Shenyang heard that Fu Chenan had entered his yard since dark and had not come out since, and she was still worried. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. Dad, isn't Gur okay? Niu Jianxing naturally knew about Fu Chenan's situation. The father was guarding the border, while the son was detained in the capital. And Gur is feeling very uncomfortable. But this kind of discomfort cannot be cured by just a few words of comfort. Niu Jianxing said in a deep voice, "Brother-in is so powerful. How could he be in trouble?" Niu Shenyang thought, "That's right. Dad, let's eat too. I wonder how my brother is doing in Taizhou City." Niu Gunxing's eyes flashed with longing, but he muttered, "What could it be? Your brother's personality is such that if something happens, he will run away the fastest. He won't die. In the Marshal's mansion, we only need to grow vegetables and herbs, raise chickens and ducks, and watch the gate. We can't take care of anything else." Niu Shenyang said, "Oh," picked up the rice bowl that was as big as her head, and ate the rice with a grunt. Niu Jianxing was worried. This girl is already 18 years old. She eats like a man, and she is tall and strong. No one has proposed to her. Well, it's safer to keep her around since she seems rough, but is actually simple. If I really want to get married, I'm afraid that the man will not be able to take a beating and will accidentally kill someone and be caught by the government. What is Dr. Niu doing? He is treating Ao Guangchuan's injury. Ao Guangchuan's butt was bruised and he was lying on the bed crying, "Be gentle, be gentle." Oh, ah. Dr. Nyo's movements became more severe. You're still a soldier, you coward. Why are you running? You deserve to have your ass chopped off. It's really embarrassing for our Fu family army. Ao Guangchuan cried so hard that his nose and tears came out. Mom, I want to go home. Dr. Nyo was so angry that he slapped Ao Guangchuan on the uninjured back and said, Why are you howling? With your ability, can you escape? Ao Guangchuan seemed to have gained something. His crying and shouting stopped abruptly. He turned his head and looked at Dr. Nyo, his face full of hope. Dr. Nyo, how can I escape? Of course you have to practice your skills well. Even if they find out that you have escaped, they won't be able to catch you. Dr. Nyo kindly gave him some pointers. Ao Guangchuan, feeling dead. If you have that ability, why would you run away? It turned out that Ao Guangchuan's previous injury had healed, but after only 2 days in the Fu family army, he wanted to escape because the training was too hard. As a result, he was caught, tried by military law, and his butt was beaten to a pulp. Fu Zhonghai received Fu Chenan's letter and knew the whole story. How could he let Ao Guangchuan escape? Of course, you should be beaten when it is necessary, be treated when it is necessary, and exercise when it is necessary after the treatment. Ao Guangchuan didn't want to practice, but why didn't he take the beating? You can't run away. After having a few drinks with a few generals, Fu Zhonghai stood on the city wall in his cotton jacket and looked at the moon. You know what? The moon here is really big. So big and round. It hasn't rained in Yongzhou City for half a month. The rivers dried up and the water levels in the wells began to drop. If it were usual, Fu Zhonghai would be worried. But this time he was not. Because he has a plastic bucket. He asked the soldiers to fill the plastic buckets and tighten the lids tightly. The mineral water bottles they had brought back were not thrown away. They were also filled up and neatly stacked together. When the well really dries up, the soldiers can rely on these buckets and bottles to survive for at least a month. This extra month can greatly extend the soldiers' chances of finding water again, and also make it more likely that rain or snow will fall. People can go without food for 3 days, but they can't go without water for 3 days. At this moment, he missed Fu Chenan a little. If Fu Chenan were here, there would not only be endless water to drink, but also various snacks and lollipops. Fu Zhonghai swallowed. I heard that this guy was doing very well in business in the capital, making a lot of money. He even secretly asked someone to send him 100 stab-proof vests and gloves. The little bastard has his own thoughts. But when he thought about what the personal guard who brought Ao Guangchuan here reported, Fu Zhonghai felt resentful. The current emperor's fear of the Fu family is already obvious. It is not easy for my son to find development opportunities for Fu Jiajun when he is alone in Beijing with no relatives there. As a king, he is so petty and narrow-minded, which is really despicable. Fu Zhonghai's eyes turned cold. Chapter 132. Inviting Ningyuan Hofu to join as a shareholder. In the palace. After the palace banquet, the 7th prince went to see his mother, Concubine Qi. Concubine Qi lived in the remote Qinghui Palace, which sounded lonely, and no one came to visit her on a regular basis. Concubine Qi, who is already in her 30s, has a thin figure, and her once radiant face now has fine wrinkles, like an apple that has lost its moisture, with a shriveled skin. Her beauty could not be compared with that of the young concubines who had just entered the palace. The emperor had long forgotten her existence and had not come to Qinghui Palace for several years. If Concubine Qi had not given birth to the 7th prince, her life would have been completely hopeless. Concubine Qi was happy to see her son today. Now that she was back in her own palace, she could finally talk to him. Concubine Qi looked at her thin son and asked, "Did Sewer send a gift to Master during the Mid-Autumn Festival?" The 7th prince bowed, respectfully yet distantly. "When my son went there yesterday, he gave Master a jade ring and a few boxes of mooncakes. The mooncakes were not worth much, but the jade ring was extremely expensive. He bought it with 300 taels of silver from his own pocket, plus the 200 taels given by his mother." Following the words of the 7th prince, Concubine Qi nodded, and then reminded him worriedly, "Your master is very capable. You need to learn from him seriously. My son knows. In Master's Marshal's mansion, you need to practice hard and get closer to Master. My son knows. After leaving the Marshal's mansion, remember not to deliberately approach Master when you are outside, and don't appear too close. Just be polite and decent. My son knows." Although the 7th prince kept saying "son knows" and seemed extremely submissive, Concubine Qi still felt alienated. There was no way. After she fell out of favor, she was no longer qualified to raise the prince personally. The 7th prince was raised by a wet nurse in the prince's residence, and she could only see the child 2 days a month. Over time, even if she wanted to develop feelings with her child, she couldn't. She had thought she would just accept her fate in this life, but suddenly one day, she heard that the seventh prince was injured and almost died. At the critical moment, it was Fu Chenan from the Fu family army who saved him. Thinking of the situation of the Fu family father and son, she seemed to have found a life-saving straw and immediately whispered to the seventh prince, "Do everything possible to catch Fu Chenan. Otherwise, he will have to live his whole life with his tail between his legs." Fortunately, the seventh prince was obedient. When His Majesty the Emperor came to see him, he took the initiative to ask to become an apprentice to Master Chenan and learn martial arts to strengthen his body. His Majesty the Emperor agreed. This gave Chenan hope. If the seventh prince, who was ignored by everyone, could one day ascend to the throne, I would really be able to turn things around. Concubine Chi's salary in recent years has not been much. She has no support from her natal family and has to take care of everyone in the palace, so she really can't save much money. The 200 taels given to the seventh prince were from her savings. Watching the seventh prince say goodbye and leave, Concubine Chi sighed inwardly. I hope that this decision will not be a futile effort. That night, Xiao Yingshun slept soundly, but many people could not sleep. When Xiao Yingshun woke up early the next day, he had a hangover headache. She made herself a cup of black coffee, which rarely happened, and drank it, which made her feel refreshed. On the coffee table in the living room, there is a box quietly placed, which contains a century-old ginseng. Looking at the roots winding and coiling and fixed in a box, even if Xiao Yingshun didn't know much about ginseng, he knew that this thing must be worth a lot of money. This should be what Fu Chenan put here for him last night. In the following days, Xiao Yingshun dealt with waves of mobilized demolition workers who came to do the work, while also supplying goods to Fu Chenan in waves. The things are still the same, but Xiao Yingshun makes some small changes from time to time. The colors and types of lip balms are constantly increasing. Moisturizing, matte, colorless lip balm. The shape and scent of soaps change from time to time. Rose scent, lemon scent, orange scent, pink, green, orange. Mirrors are also slowly getting bigger in size and shape, and slowly getting more expensive. Pearls were originally only for the nobility, but now are mostly special-shaped pearls that ordinary people can afford. However, these special-shaped beads, which only cost a few cents each, could be purchased for a necklace at shops in the Dianing dynasty for 10 taels of silver. Earrings and small beads are also for sale. Some people who have some spare money at home are willing to buy a few and make them into eye-catching decorations for earrings and hairpins. Gradually, "Do you have the latest Tao Tao Ji products?" became one of the topics of competition among the noble ladies in Beijing. While making a fortune, Fu Chenan began to slowly fade into the background, becoming less and less noticeable. When delivering goods to noble families, he no longer personally handed them over every time. Instead, he would secretly leave the city through the tunnel, then go to the ship in advance to load the goods, and then have the ship go to the dock to deliver the goods. After only 2 times, Fu Chenan realized something was wrong. When 2 noble families went to pick up the goods, the steward suddenly wanted to increase the order quantity, so he told the captain of the personal guard in charge of delivery, "I have already talked to General Fu about it." The captain of the personal guard was not aware of the situation and actually thought that he had already discussed it with Fu Chenan. Moreover, the other party had paid enough money for the goods, so the captain of the personal guard paid the amount requested by the steward. When he came back to report the bill and hand over the silver bill to Fu Chenan, he found something wrong. The orders from these 2 companies before were not so large. Why did you give him 20% more goods at the last minute? When the captain of the guard heard this, his expression changed and he told the whole story. Fu Chenan sighed, "Stop supplying these 2 companies. I won't supply them anymore." The captain of the guards didn't understand. "General, why is this? Since they have paid, wouldn't it be better to ask for more goods?" Fu Chenan looked at the captain of the personal guards. People who pretend to obey but actually disobey, and who just say whatever they want, are unreliable. He may cheat you today to get an extra 20% of the goods, but how do you know if he will use my name to cheat others in the future? Once I'm tricked into it, it will be too late to regret it. You know, the Fu family in Beijing has no backers. If someone finds out about our loopholes and reports us to the emperor, we will probably be devoured without leaving any bones behind. The more Fu Chenan spoke, the more frightened the captain of the guard became. It seems like a simple business, with goods delivered and payment made on the spot, but there could be such a huge hidden danger behind it. It's so scary. Yes. Fu Chenan asked someone to deliver the message to the old lady of Ningyuan Marquis Mansion. The carriage of the Ningyuan Marquis Mansion left the city in the afternoon, saying that the old Marquis wife was going to Lingyuan Temple in the suburbs of Beijing to pray for her injured young son. In an inconspicuous villa, Chenan, dressed in brown shorts, met the old Marquis's wife, who was dressed in maid's clothes. In order to be less noticeable, the old Marquis's wife wrapped her hair with a brown scarf and dressed up as an ordinary woman together with the nanny who followed her all year round. As soon as they met, they both smiled. They both tried their best to avoid being seen. Chenan said succinctly, "Boss Shishi has removed 2 unrealistic partners and wants to add 1 or 2 more partners." The first person I thought of was the old Marquis wife. I wonder if the mansion is interested in this. Chapter 133. 2 aristocratic families are eliminated. The old Marquis's wife could never have imagined that Chenan's letter to her asking for a meeting would turn out to be such a thing. Being able to make more money is naturally a good thing. The fact that Chenan remembered me also gave a huge face to the Ningyuan Marquis mansion. But the Ningyuan Marquis has been dormant for so long. Is it going to come out in the open again just to make money? General Fu, let me think about it. The old Marquis's wife hesitated. Seeing that she was hesitating, Chenan did not urge her. He just waited for a while and saw that she was still hesitating, so he reminded her. The Ningyuan Marquis has been so low-key. Does your majesty really trust the Ningyuan Marquis? The old Marquis's wife froze and looked at Chenan with burning eyes, as if she had suddenly been enlightened. Yes, does your majesty truly trust the Ningyuan Marquis? No. If he really trusted Ningyuan Marquis mansion, why would he let the captain of the Imperial Guard give his young son a drug that would make him a childless? Even though the youngest son has become a well-known playboy in the capital, why don't you let him go? Your majesty is afraid that there will be a successor to the Ningyuan Marquis who will take control of the AO family army again in the future. If it hadn't been discovered by Dr. Meng by accident, I'm afraid that useless thing of his would have been completely useless by now. The old Marquis wife had a plan in mind and bowed to Chenan. If I don't accept this overwhelming wealth, it would seem that I don't know what's good for me. General Fu, let me go back and think about what to do. I'll get back to you when I'm done. This means being willing to participate. Okay. Chenan watched the old Marquis wife leave, then slowly returned home. Before I reached the Marshal's mansion, I saw the group of people gathered at the door. The illegitimate sons of the 6 great families were whispering something to the housekeeper. The housekeeper tried to entertain them with a smile, but refused to let them in. Qian Shiming, the illegitimate son of the rejected Longzhong of the Ministry of Revenue, was so excited that he almost poked Steward Gu in the face with his finger. "You little slave, your master hasn't spoken yet, and you're already picking on Joe?" Butler Gu leaned back slightly to prevent the fingers from poking his face, but he did not budge an inch. "The master is not at home, and he didn't leave a message. Would you please go home and wait for news?" Qian Shiming didn't listen. "I was able to go in and wait for news before. Why can't I go in and wait this time? Do you think that since your master has left us behind, we are not worthy of entering the gate of your marshal's mansion? How could Steward Gu accept this?" He quickly denied it. "I know nothing. It's just that everyone came here together today, and the general didn't leave any instructions in advance." "Uncle Gu!" Chenan shouted, successfully making everyone look at him. "Oh my brother Chenan, I've been waiting for you for a long time, but your servant won't let us in." Qian Shiming came forward immediately and complained first. "General." Steward Gu felt a little aggrieved, but in front of his general, he maintained the manners of a servant. Chenan smiled and nodded at Qian Shiming, then looked at Steward Gu. "Uncle Gu, I will accompany everyone in. You go and have someone serve tea?" "Yes." Butler Gu breathed a sigh of relief and ran inside. Qian Shiming's heart immediately relaxed. Chenan let him in. It was good that he didn't intend to break up with him. Today, he suddenly heard a message from the Marshal's office saying that the Western goods business that was about to expand was suddenly going to be cut off. It was fine before. Why did you suddenly say it was out of stock? This is not normal. Qian Shiming immediately asked someone to investigate, only to find out that the problem was caused by the temporary addition of goods. The manager temporarily added more goods in the name of Chenan and asked for 20% more goods. Qian Shiming knew about this in advance and agreed to it. When Qian Shiming discussed this with Guo Yiling, the illegitimate son of the head of the Ministry of War, they both thought it was worth a try. At that time, the two of them were thinking, even if Chenan disagreed, there would not be any serious consequences. Just treat it as a test. Who would have thought that just when the things were about to be returned, the Marshal's office suddenly sent someone to notify. Stop cooperation. Boss Shishi said that the Qian and Guo families were not honest in their business dealings, and that he would stop supplying them and would no longer cooperate with them. Qian Shiming was at a loss when he heard this. He discussed this matter with Guo Yiling, and neither of their families knew about it. If things go well, it would be fine and the family could earn a lot of extra money. But if you cut off this money-making channel because of your own will, what will happen next? How can I explain this to my family? Both of them will become abandoned children of the family. Qian Shiming thought before. His father is a doctor in the Ministry of Revenue, and the Fu family army needs the Ministry of Revenue to provide food and wages. Gua Yiling's father was the head of the Ministry of War, and the Fu family army was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War. One is in charge of money and the other is in charge of people. Although they are not the main officials, they still have to handle things, and the Fu family must give them face. In order to please them, Fu Chenan will definitely help mediate and cover up the matter with Boss Sith. Who knew it would turn out like this? How dare he, Fu Chenan, not help? He brought people over, but who would have thought that Steward Gu would dare to block everyone outside the door, saying that the general was not at home? Qian Shiming got angry and rudely confronted Steward Gu. If Fu Chenan had not returned in time, Steward Gu might have been beaten. After entering the front hall and sitting down and drinking the tea brought by the beautiful maid, Fu Chenan looked at the people sitting below with a smile. I wonder why you all came to see me today? Cheng Yigui and the others looked at each other and set their sights on Qian Shiming. Qian Shiming invited them here today. In fact, they only knew that Qian Shiming's supply was suddenly cut off, but they didn't know the reason. Seeing that no one spoke, Qian Shiming had to stand up first. Today, we suddenly received a message from the Marshal's office saying that Boss Shishi is going to cut off our supply. I wonder what the situation is. Out of stock? How can that be? Cheng Yigui and others' faces changed drastically. Fu Chenan smiled, glanced at them slowly, and then said, Boss Shishi said that the supply from the Qian family and the Gua family will be cut off, but the other 4 families will continue to supply as usual. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yigui and the other 3 breathed a sigh of relief, but then their curiosity arose again. Why did Boss Shishi cut off the supply of goods from the Qian and Gua families? What did the 2 families do? Qian Shiming's face turned ugly. General Fu, please help me solve this problem. Fu Chenan smiled helplessly. The managers of your 2 families went to receive the goods and asked for an additional 20% increase based on the previous order. The manager told the person in charge of delivery that he had already informed me of this. Boss Shishi attaches great importance to the integrity of his partners. After he learned about this, he directly told me to inform both of you that he will not supply you with goods in the future. Only then did Cheng Yigui and others realize that Qian Shiming and Gua Yiling were out of stock for this reason. While they looked shocked, they all shouted in their hearts, good decision. Chapter 134 Qian Shiming's Greed. We agreed to make money together, but you guys want to do it secretly? Isn't this just robbing money? Qian Shiming's face darkened. General Fu, can you help us mediate? I, Qian, and Mr. Guo will definitely reward you handsomely. Fu Chenan sighed, looking worried. Who said it wasn't? Actually, when I got the news, I was thinking about whether I could mediate the situation. So I searched everywhere for precious treasures, hoping to ask Boss Sith for mercy. But Boss Shishi's original words were probably like this. He said, if the Qian and Gua families can lie for 20% of the goods today, they will cheat everyone for greater benefits tomorrow. I have been doing business for many years. I am most afraid of death. I am even more afraid that someone will lose integrity and friendship for the sake of profit and stab me in the back. For this kind of person, I would rather make less money, or even not do this business in Beijing, than cooperate with him. Fu Chenan said this to Qian Shiming and Gua Yiling, and even more so to the other 4 young masters. Sure enough, the 4 young masters were stunned. Who among Cheng Yigui and the other 3 doesn't want to increase the purchase volume? Of course I do. In this kind of unique business, whoever buys more goods will make more money. But they just discussed with each other in private, and went to Fu Chenan again and again, trying to get close to him and build relationships with him in various ways. What they were thinking about was how to convince Fu Chenan, get Fu Chenan to help pass the message, and try to get more goods. They had never thought of doing something like Qian Shiming, who lied to gain market share, and they were even more unwilling to do it. It's too cheap. Qian Shiming was a little embarrassed. It's just such a small matter. It was all the steward's own decision. I have already severely punished the steward. There will be a new manager in the future. Can't Boss Shishi be flexible once more? Fu Chenan's face became even more bitter. That's what I said. But Boss Shishi didn't agree. Fu Chenan even deliberately acted as if he was speechless. Several people did not ask any more questions. Everyone is stupid. How could the person in charge act on his own in such matters? Or if 2 companies do the same thing at the same time, they must have discussed it in advance. All the escape routes were blocked. Qian Shiming's eyes turned red and he stared at Fu Chenan. General Fu, is there no other way? Fu Chenan said with difficulty, I really have tried my best. Qian Shiming gritted his teeth and said, if Boss Shishi doesn't agree, I'm willing to increase the price by another 10%. Can General Fu transfer his shares to our two families? The four young masters were shocked again, directly snatched away Fu Chenan's share. Isn't this forcing Fu Chenan to make concessions? Even if Fu Chenan will not lose any money because of this, would Fu Chenan be willing to do so? Of course Fu Chenan didn't want to. So Fu Chenan looked at Qian Shiming helplessly. Qian Shiming felt guilty for a moment. It was Fu Chenan who gave him the opportunity to stand out at home, but he ruined it. Now he is trying to snatch Fu Chenan's share. Will people think he is ungrateful? But when he thought of the accusations from his family, Qian Shiming couldn't care less. Seeing that Qian Shiming was unwilling to give up, Fu Chenan looked at Guo Yiling. Guo Yiling couldn't bear it anymore and lowered his head guiltily. Fu Chenan then looked at Qian Shiming again, with a serious face. I wonder if Mr. Qian is speaking for himself, or the Qian family? Qian Shiming was stunned. Of course I represent myself. My family had no idea that they had lost their share. But Qian Shiming said, of course I represent the Qian family. Fu Chenan was silent again, as if he was thinking about something. The four young masters were all very excited. What the hell? Isn't Qian Shiming afraid of getting into trouble? Fu Chenan looked at Guo Yiling again. Where is Mr. Guo? What is your attitude? Guo Yiling shrank his neck and glanced at Qian Shiming, but unexpectedly met Qian Shiming's hopeful gaze. Guo Yiling. Under great pressure, Guo Yiling stammered. At first we wanted to test whether we could get more goods, thinking that we would pay for it anyway. With Guo Yiling's confession, everyone understood the whole story. Cheng Yigui and the other four. Qian Shiming closed his eyes in despair. At the critical moment, his stupid teammate stabbed him from behind. Guo Yiling, you coward. Qian Shiming gritted his teeth and said angrily. Guo Yiling probably said everything that was in his heart. Feeling relieved, he actually turned around to persuade Qian Shiming. Brother Shiming, now that things have come to this, why don't we be honest with each other? Perhaps General Fu can think of another solution for us? If we keep hiding this, and General Fu gets serious about it, and comes to our family to tell them about it, what should we do? This makes a lot of sense. But no one thought Guo Yiling was a good person. Qian Shiming's idea was beneficial to him, but he did not take the lead, but followed Qian Shiming to take advantage. When Qian Shiming started to hold him back, he sold out Qian Shiming just to find a way out for himself. This person is too utilitarian. Fu Chenan's eyes were deep. I have no other choice right now. Upon hearing this, the 6 illegitimate princes fell silent. In fact, their share has increased a lot these days. However, human greed is unsatisfactory. Qian Shiming wanted to surpass the other 5 companies and have a unique market share, so he took an unconventional approach. Unexpectedly, he stabbed his own artery with the sword. Qian Shiming became even angrier after hearing this, and couldn't help but stare at Fu Chenan. General Fu, what do you think of my previous proposal? Fu Chenan asked back, are you saying that I will give all my shares to you and the Guo family? Qian Shiming nodded, but he didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. Just give me the retail price, it won't hinder you from making money. You don't have to sell them one by one anymore, it's much easier. Fu Chenan was almost so angry that he laughed. So I should thank you? Everyone looked strange. Qian Shiming was also embarrassed for a moment. General Fu has helped me a lot. I, Qian Shiming, am deeply grateful. Fu Chenan brought the topic back to the beginning. Is this proposal yours? Or is it the Qian family's? Qian Shiming. He is not stupid. So how could he make any promise on behalf of the Qian family in front of so many people? Seeing Qian Shiming silent, Fu Chenan smiled innocently and looked at the other 4 young masters. Do the other brothers have anything else to do? If there is nothing else, you can go. Cheng Yigui and others have been feeling very uneasy for a long time. They don't want to be witnesses. Then the 4 young masters stood up one by one to say goodbye, so fast that their legs were swinging so fast that smoke came out. Qian Shiming watched the few people walk away, feeling angry and expectant. Guo Yiling also wanted to leave, but he was reluctant to do so. He looked at Fu Chenan pitifully. General Fu, Brother Chenan, I have told you the truth. Can you help me? If my family knew that I lost this business, my father would completely abandon me. Chapter 135, New Company Starts Business. Fu Chenan sighed, it's not up to me to decide. I'll tell Boss Shishi about the situation and then plead for mercy for you too. After hearing this, Guo Yiling felt that there was still a glimmer of hope, so he said goodbye. Qian Shiming was the only one left at the scene. When Qian Shiming met Fu Chenan's silly smile, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Mr. Qian, do you have anything else to tell me? Fu Chenan looked humble. Qian Shiming's scalp was numb, but he still spoke up. Brother Chenan, I was distracted this time. Can you help me? Fu Chenan suddenly realized, so Dr. Qian didn't know about this? Qian Shiming lowered his head, looking a little embarrassed. I didn't tell my father in advance. Then how do you represent the Qian family? Qian Shiming gritted his teeth and looked at Fu Chenan fiercely. Just think of me, Qian Shiming, as someone who owes you a favor? If you don't help, my father will always know. Although he cannot decide the amount of food and wages, it takes time to complete the procedures. If the time for distributing food and wages is delayed for a long time, it may be disadvantageous to the Fu family army. This is a naked threat. Threaten with the military pay of the Fu family army. Fu Chenan felt an itch in his back teeth and wanted to kill someone. He licked his back teeth with his tongue and suddenly smiled. In that case, Mr. Qian, please go back and wait. I will pass the message to Boss Shisi and think of a solution. Qian Shiming thought he was just giving in, and he felt relieved. General Fu, I know you are a man of loyalty and righteousness. Don't worry, this won't happen again. Fu Chenan smiled and nodded. I believe you. Of course there won't be a next time, because you have no chance. Qian Shiming left. Fu Chenan went through the list of officials in the Ministry of Revenue in his mind, and another candidate came to his mind. Fu Chenan called the captain of the personal guard over and whispered something to him. The captain of the personal guard took the order and left. The antiques sent back from London have finally arrived. Xiao Yingchun followed Wang Yongjun to pick up the goods. Looking at the tightly packed boxes, Xiao Yingchun was excited. Wang Yongjun took Xiao Yingchun to inspect the goods first to ensure that they were intact when they were received. After inspecting the goods, Wang Yongjun was responsible for transporting all these things to the capital. Xiao Yingchun boarded the plane to Beijing with the pair of aged mountain ginseng and beef chili sauce. After the plane landed, Huang Li and He Liangsong took Xiao Yingchun to Dong Chuanfeng's house. Dong Chuanfeng's residence is adjacent to the Forbidden City and is a courtyard house. As the car drove in and the gate closed, the hustle and bustle of modern life was immediately shut out. Only tranquility remained in the yard, as if entering another world. Dong Chunfeng was still the same as before, with his Tang suit hanging loosely on his body. The smiling old man was sitting in the armchair, looking very energetic. Yingchun, here you are. Xiao Yingchun went up to him and said, Master, we'll have a master's banquet tomorrow, so you can take a rest today. Are all the things ready? Xiao Yingchun nodded. There are pictures of the previous things. He Liangsong said that everything is ready. We just need to wait for the things to arrive, and then we can display and transfer them directly. He Liangsong explained the preparations on the side. Thanks to the help of his parents, He Liangsong's company was ready quickly. The venue, security and service personnel have all been arranged. After all, Beijing is Beijing, and competition is fierce. Unlike Huizhou, things are handled with less human touch, but things are handled faster and more professionally. Dong Chunfeng explained, I have invited some veteran collectors in the collection industry. You should be able to sell most of these items in China tomorrow. Xiao Yingchun was full of gratitude. Thank you, master. We are all doing something for the country and making a few $100 million in the process. What is there to thank for? Dong Chunfeng learned about Xiao Yingchun's house demolition situation and let her go and rest first. Huang Li took Xiao Yingchun into a room and said, This is your room. The teacher said that it will be reserved for you from now on. You can come and stay here anytime. Xiao Yingchun was flattered. After Huang Li left, He Liangsong explained, I have already discussed the cooperation and profit-sharing model with Master Dong and Huang Li. Dong Chunfeng holds 30% of the shares, He Liangsong holds 35% of the shares, Xiao Yingchun holds 30% of the shares, and Huang Li, who has been with Dong Chunfeng for a long time, holds 5% of the shares. Huang Li's shares were given to him at the suggestion of Dong Chunfeng. After all, Dong Chunfeng was only responsible for the appraisal, and Huang Li needed to help deal with and arrange some trivial matters in the early and late stages. He Liangsong chuckled. Originally I wanted to give you 35%, but Master Dong said that since I am the main business manager, it would be better for me to be the CEO and the largest shareholder. Xiao Yingchun didn't understand management matters, but she knew very well that as long as she had something, she could sell it anywhere. However, without He Liangsong and Master Dong, it would not be easy for He Liangsong to rebuild his team and run an auction company with a continuous supply of goods. So on the surface, He Liangsong has the final say, but in fact the three of them are interdependent. That's good. Xiao Yingchun expressed his satisfaction. After the matter was finalized, Xiao Yingchun followed He Liangsong to visit the new company. The office of the new company was allocated by He Liangsong's parents. It was only at this time that Xiao Yingchun found out that the He family actually had an entire office building in Beijing. It is a 20-plus story building located outside the Third Ring Road. This is the capital city. Even if we calculate based on the housing price of 100,000 renminbi per square meter, how much assets is this? Xiao Yingchun suddenly understood why Dianing was chasing after He Liangzong, the playboy. He Liangzong once said that there was no particularly outstanding person in this generation of the Dai family. In the previous generation, all went to teach and did not engage in business. Even if the older generation's assets were divided and spent, Dianing's family would be worth no more than tens of millions at most. Tens of millions is considered pretty good for a small city, but compared to He Liangzong's family who owns a building in Beijing, the Dai family's fortune is really not good enough. With Zhao Qingfeng's personality, she would be willing to marry her daughter to He Liangzong even if he was a cripple or a mute. He Liangzong showed Xiao Yingchun her office, and Xiao Yingchun was embarrassed. I don't come here usually, so you don't have to reserve an office for me. Land is very expensive in Beijing, and having an extra office means more expenses. He Liangzong disagreed. In Beijing, everyone cares about appearances. If you are too low-key, people will look down on you. What's more, this is what we do. He Liangzong then asked Xiao Yingchun to see Dong Chuanfeng's office next door. Seeing the luxurious decoration of the master's office, Xiao Yingchun felt relieved. He really cares about appearance. Xiao Yingchun, okay, I'll listen to you. The main character does not understand, but listens to advice. After coming out of the office, He Liangzong explained tomorrow's procedures to Huang Li and Xiao Yingchun. After the three of them confirmed it, they each prepared themselves. Xiao Yingchun felt insecure living in someone else's house, so she just said hello to Fu Chenan and came out again. The next morning, the courtyard gradually became lively. Chapter 136, Gift from Another Time and Space. The celebration company decorated the table and venue, arranged desserts and tea breaks, focusing on a combination of Chinese and Western styles to cater to the preferences of all guests. Guests came one after another, each of them saying congratulations with a smile on their face, and most of them were dressed and spoke in an old-fashioned style. Dong Chunfeng, wearing a crimson tang suit, and Xiao Yingchun, wearing a pink new Chinese dress, welcomed the guests. Dong Chunfeng was responsible for recommending and introducing, while Xiao Yingchun was responsible for greeting and smiling. The main focus is on creating a harmonious atmosphere. When his face was almost frozen from smiling, Xiao Yingchun saw an acquaintance, Dai Wangyan. When their eyes met, Xiao Yingchun felt a little embarrassed. Dai Wangyan was fine. He went up to greet her warmly. Many people were chatting with each other privately, looking at Xiao Yingchun from time to time. The news that Xiao Yingchun bought many antiques in London has spread back to the domestic collecting circle. In addition to being curious about the antiques that have been brought back from abroad, everyone is also curious about Xiao Yingchun. Where is she from? Why are you so rich? Why did Master Dong accept her as his disciple? No one dared to ask directly, but their eyes were full of inquiry. When most people arrived, the apprenticeship ceremony began. Mr. He is here. He is the host today. Following the custom of the older generation, Xiao Yingchun knelt down respectfully, kowtowed, offered tea, and then presented her gift with both hands. When Xiao Yingchun handed the century-old ginseng to Dong Chunfeng with both hands, everyone was stunned. 100-year-old wild ginseng is hard to come by, and those available on the market are all priced sky-high. Previously, a century-old ginseng was officially auctioned and sold for 18 million yuan. The transaction price at that time poured cold water on many people. Truly good medicine is not something that ordinary people can dream of. Even the wealthy people feel the pain. Xiao Yingchun was actually willing to give such a good thing? Where did she get such good stuff? Amidst the astonished and envious eyes, Dong Chunfeng smiled happily. What he valued was not the value of the wild ginseng, but Xiao Yingchun's heart. The fact that a child from an ordinary family is willing to give away such a precious thing is enough to prove how much she values and is grateful to me. I didn't misjudge him. He placed a bracelet made of wooden beads in Xiao Yingchun's hand. This is a gift from the master. Xiao Yingchun couldn't understand what kind of wood this thing was made of, but she still took it obediently. At this time, someone was curious. Master Dong, what is the origin of this bracelet? They had never seen this with texture before. Dong Chunfeng did not hide it. This was given to me by a friend a long time ago. I have never seen this wood before. This sentence stunned everyone. Is there any wood material that Dong Chunfeng doesn't know about? Dong Chunfeng looked at Xiao Yingchun meaningfully and said, I don't know the origin and material of this thing, but there is only this string in the world. A unique thing of unknown material and origin. Everyone gasped. This thing seems to be worth a lot. Some people wanted to ask more questions, but Huang Li seemed to have received instructions long ago and stepped forward to greet everyone. Teacher Dong's disciple-taking ceremony is complete. Next, a car will take you all to the capital hotel. Teacher Dong has prepared a banquet, and there are also a number of treasures that have recently been brought back from overseas auctions that will be displayed there. The guests then remembered that they had another important purpose for coming here today. That is to go and see the treasures that have been brought back from overseas. This is a rare opportunity to broaden your horizons. So everyone left. Dong Chunfeng glanced at Xiaoing Chun and said, "I'll go change my clothes. We'll go over later." Xiaoing Chun agreed and went back to her room. This bracelet is too precious. She needs to put it in the space warehouse. After returning to the room and closing the door, Xiaoing Chun had just put the bracelet into the space warehouse when she heard an electronic prompt sound. Ding! An item from another time and space has been detected entering the warehouse. The terminal system of the cross-time and space supermarket is being upgraded. System-bound host, Xiaoing Chun. System level, level 3. Level 3 system relocation function is enabled. Level 3 system trading space-time, Daliang Dynasty. Third level system transaction object. One person has been bound, Fu Chenan. Xiaoing Chun. Items from another time and space? This bracelet is not from this time and space. Why does the master have this bracelet? Why did he choose this bracelet as a gift for himself? Did he guess something? Xiaoing Chuan's scalp was tingling. She didn't even bother to see what the relocation function was and ran to find Dong Chunfeng. Dong Chunfeng changed into a tang suit and came out of his room. Seeing Xiaoing Chuan's anxious face, he smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" "Xiaoing Chun, there are some questions that I suddenly don't know how to ask." She swallowed and raised the bracelet. "Master, what is this?" Dong Chunfeng smiled and shook his head. "I don't know what this is either. A young man sold it to me back then." Xiaoing Chun was dumbfounded. What Dong Chunfeng said before was actually true. He really couldn't recognize it? Then why did he buy it? Dong Chunfeng seemed to have known that Xiaoing Chun would have doubts, and spoke in a deep voice. "The young man handed me the bracelet and asked me if I could tell what it was made of and where it came from. I said I couldn't tell." He laughed, and then he said that this thing came from another time and space. Xiaoing Chun heard an incredible story from Dong Chunfeng. A young man named Zhang Li brought this bracelet to sell, saying that it came from another time and space. He discovered a door in time and space, and could travel through that door to another time and space. Dong Chunfeng really couldn't tell what kind of wood the bracelet was made of at the time, so he asked the young man what he wanted to do. The young man said he wanted to sell the bracelet to Dong Chunfeng, and then prepare some things to go to another time and space. If he could come back, he would come to see Dong Chunfeng again. Dong Chunfeng then bought the bracelet for 100,000 yuan. And the young man? Dong Chunfeng looked slightly serious. He never came again. Xiaoing Chun was also stunned. Where did this person go? He can't come back? Still don't want to come back? Or did he die in a different time and space? Xiaoing Chun just felt his mind was in a mess. Dong Chunfeng pointed at her. "Girl, you have to remember that there are some things that even I, your master, cannot tell you. If two people know something, it's not a secret anymore. Remember that?" Xiaoing Chun was shocked again. "Master?" Dong Chunfeng smiled slightly and changed the subject. "In today's world, there are only a very small number of ancient artifacts left that we can see and that still exist. Due to wars, improper storage, natural wear and tear, burials, and the passage of time, most of the precious cultural relics have disappeared in the long river of history. If we bring all the things from a certain dynasty to the modern era, we will present to the world a brilliant and complete era. The benefit is that it will allow us to better understand that period of history and inspire modern development. The downside is that there are too many cultural relics from that dynasty, so they are not valuable anymore." Chapter 137, Willing to Demolish. Dong Chunfeng said a lot until someone came to urge him. The dinner at the hotel was about to start, and as the protagonists of today, the master and disciple should set off. Dong Chunfeng smiled at Xiaoing Chun and said, "Let's go, girl." After a lively meal, He Liangsong, CEO of Bogu Zai, went on stage to speak. Because he grew up abroad, He Liangsong has a relaxed feeling of, "I don't care whoever I want." When he stands in a speech, he is very contagious and people below will unconsciously focus their attention on him. Xiaoing Chun and Dong Chunfeng were waiting on the side, waiting for He Liangsong to introduce them so that they could go on stage together. But at this time, Xiaoing Chun's cell phone started vibrating. "It's Yi Yubin calling." Xiaoing Chun hung up the phone, but Uncle Yi persisted and called again. Thinking of Uncle Ye's temper, Xiaoing Chun's heart skipped a beat. She said hello to Dong Chunfeng and ran to the side to answer a phone call. Yi Yubin's voice on the other end of the phone was very anxious. As soon as the call was connected, he asked, "Where are you, Ing Chun? How long will it take for you to get back?" Xiao Ingchuan's voice became tense. What's wrong, Uncle Yi? What happened? Yi Yubin, I heard that your house must be demolished. You'd better come back quickly. Must it be demolished? After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ingchun hurried to find Dong Chunfeng. Dong Chunfeng glanced at He Liangsong, who was speaking about the rules of Boguzai auction house on the stage, and said, You go back first. Leave the matters here to us. Thank you, master. Xiao Ingchun nodded at Dong Chunfeng and ran away. While taking a taxi to the airport, Xiao Ingchun booked a plane ticket. By the time she got on the plane, she was already studying the space-time supermarket system. According to the system description, as long as Xiao Ingchun takes away the back door and installs it somewhere else, the space-time supermarket system can be put into use again. Xiao Ingchun felt relieved. The space-time supermarket was saved. But the house left by my parents could not be saved after all. It was already evening when Xiao Ingchun got off the plane, so he took a taxi and rushed home. When the car arrived at the entrance of the village in the city, we saw from afar a large group of people gathered at the door of their house and making a lot of noise. Xiao Ingchun got off the car, and someone shouted, Ingchun is back. The crowd then stopped making noise and looked in the direction of Xiao Ingchun. A man emerged from the crowd, and it was none other than Yi Yubin. Yi Yubin was very excited. Ingchun, you are finally back? Ingchun, I heard that you don't want the house to be demolished. It would be great if this old house could be demolished. Your compensation is over 1,000,000 yuan. We have to demolish it even if we don't want to. Someone from above came and said it must be demolished. Amidst everyone's chatter, Xiao Ingchun finally understood what had happened. Xiao Ingchuan's family is the only one in the village that is unwilling to be relocated no matter how much money is offered. After many communications, the demolition office also realized that Xiao Ingchun was not making trouble and really did not want to demolish the house. The relevant departments held a special meeting for this purpose and said that in order to achieve overall planning, the entire village must be demolished. They are already preparing to take action. As for what measures to take, Yi Yubin and others naturally don't know yet. However, the villagers also turned their attention to Xiao Ingchuan's small building. After dinner, everyone gathered here to gossip. Who knew that Xiao Ingchun would come back? Xiao Ingchun first thanked everyone for their kindness, then opened the door of the supermarket, took out a box of iced black tea, and gave a bottle to each villager present. After all the villagers left, Xiao Ingchun asked Yi Yubin to sit down and asked about the situation in detail. Yi Yubin obviously got the news through his own connections, so he told Xiao Ingchun immediately, You can't keep this house anymore. Yi Yubin said seriously, There will be no forced demolition now, but in order to advance the overall progress of the work, they will find a way to investigate you and then make you agree to the demolition. Xiao Ingchun was instantly frightened. His own space-time supermarket purchases goods all year round and sells them to Chenan. In the internet age, the purchase information can be checked. If I examine it carefully, I can't explain it clearly. Fortunately, the space-time supermarket system was upgraded again. By removing the back door and installing it directly in another place, the relocation can be realized. After thinking it through, Xiao Ingchun nodded decisively. I am willing to be relocated. Yi Yubin heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. It's good that you have figured it out. After Yi Yubin left, Xiao Ingchun quickly downloaded the 59.com app and searched for villas for sale. The most important thing right now is to buy a detached villa and remove the door as soon as possible. Before she could find a suitable villa, there was a knock on the door. Ingchun, are you home? When Xiao Ingchun opened the door, she was surprised to find that it was her Aunt Pan Huame and Uncle Gu Chunqing. Xiao Ingchun was stunned. Today is working hours, don't they have to go to work? Uncle and Aunt, why are you here? Is there something wrong? Gu Chunqing and Pan Huame also didn't look very good, a little aggrieved, but they forced a smile. Gu Chunqing didn't say anything, but Pan Huame took the initiative to explain the reason. Ingchun, you are at home? Our company asked us to come here to persuade you to relocate. We didn't come here on our own accord. We also know that you don't want the house to be demolished. In fact, we support you. After hearing this, Xiao Ingchun understood. It turns out that this is the way the relevant departments handled the matter that Yi Yubin mentioned. She was straightforward and said, Go back and tell your leaders that I am willing to demolish it. Gu Chunqing and Pan Huame were both stunned. Huh? Before they came, they were still thinking about how to persuade Xiao Ingchun to relocate the house. How come she agreed before they even started? Xiao Ingchun looked at them calmly. Why? Isn't this the result you want? Pan Huame was the first to react and smiled. Yes, yes, yes. I know you are doing this to avoid embarrassing me and your uncle, thank you. The words sounded polite and nice, yet they were full of politeness and hypocrisy. Xiao Ingchun was still busy. so she chose to get straight to the point. Uncle and aunt, you see, my place is going to be demolished, and I still have a lot of things to do. Your mission is complete. How about you go and do your own thing first? Pan Huame's smile froze. We haven't even said 10 sentences in total, and you're already kicking me out? Not really. Pan Huame wanted to make amends. Ing Chun, what happened last time was your aunt's idea alone. Your uncle and I didn't mean that. Xiaoing Chun, haha. Pan Huame stopped talking awkwardly. Gu Chunqing also felt embarrassed. He hadn't said anything since he arrived. Gu Chunqing coughed and said, Ing Chun, I? Before he could finish his words, a few more people came in. They were staff from the demolition office. As soon as Xiao Ingchun saw them coming in, she immediately took the initiative to speak. I am willing to be relocated. Where is the agreement? Let's sign it. Chapter 138. Who did Xiao Ingchun hook up with? The staff of the demolition office were also stunned. They looked at Xiao Ingchun and then at Gu Chunqing and his wife. They came to check out the situation after hearing from their superiors that Xiao Ingchun's relatives would be sent to persuade them today. Didn't expect it to be so effective? Okay, we'll go now, said the person from the demolition office, and they were about to walk out with Xiao Ingchun in their arms. Xiao Ingchun pointed to the door and said, You guys go out first. I'll lock the door. Before the door was locked, 2 black cars arrived and stopped in front of Xiao Ingchun's store. Everyone is paying attention. Who is this? 6 or 7 people got off the car. When the demolition office staff saw 2 of them clearly, they hurried over to greet them and asked, Leader, why are you here in person? The person who came was actually the second in command from above, the one in charge of this project. Also accompanying them were the leaders in charge of the demolition work. But these people surrounded a middle-aged man and walked towards Xiao Ingchun. Xiao Ingchun looked at the group of people in astonishment. She didn't recognize any of the others, but she had seen the one in the front. The boss of Jinshin Real Estate is Chen Jiangwo. Miss Xiao, I didn't expect to see you here. Chen Jiangwo took a few quick steps forward and greeted Xiao Ingchun. Xiao Ingchun smiled and said, Hello, Mr. Chun. Did you get this project? Chen Jiangwo smiled and said, Yes, I didn't know about Miss Xiao's situation in advance. I just heard that it was you, so I hurried over. It turned out that Chen Jiangwo came to Huizhou today just for the sake of formality, to meet with the leadership team, have a meal, and build relationships. Who knew that when the leadership team communicated, they said, There is a person named Xiao Ingchun who does not want to be relocated, and they are doing something about it. He suddenly realized, could it be that Xiao Ingchun? So he asked for the information and saw that it was indeed Xiao Ingchun, a disciple of Dong Chunfeng. When he looked at the reasons for not wanting to be relocated, he understood it even more. Xiao Ingchun was so rich, he would definitely not care about this little relocation money. It's normal for her to want to keep her parents' house as a keepsake. So Chen Jiangwo said that he knew Xiao Ingchun and wanted to come and see her. The leadership team was horrified when they heard this. The boss of Jinshin Real Estate actually knew Xiao Ingchun? Today they asked Xiao Ingchun's uncle and aunt to go and persuade them, and also asked the demolition workers to go. Could there be any conflict that would affect the investment promotion? I originally thought that the 2 people were just acquaintances, but who would have thought that when they met, Chen Jiangwo's attitude was full of respect and humility. This is not normal. Jinshin Real Estate has projects in many cities across the country and is one of the largest real estate companies in the country. As the boss of Jinshin Real Estate, Chen Jiangwo is a big shot who many places want to invite to invest but cannot. Who exactly is this Xiao Ingchun? Why did Chen Jiangwo be so humble to her? Didn't they say that both her parents had passed away and that she didn't have any particularly important relatives? Is there some powerful connection behind her? Several leaders, including my uncle and aunt, were staring at the scene in front of them in a daze. Xiao Ingchun was also surprised. Chen Jiangwo knew about her relationship with Dong Chunfeng, but she didn't want her uncle and aunt to know it now. Therefore, Xiao Ingchun took over the topic with a smile. I thought about it later. Although this house is the only thought my parents left me, I should take the initiative to cooperate with the work of relevant departments. I am willing to cooperate with the demolition. Chen Jiangwo was stunned. Xiao Ingchun actually agreed to the demolition? Will she compromise? She must be compromising. Therefore, Chen Jiangwo hurriedly clarified. In fact, it doesn't matter if Miss Xiao doesn't want to be relocated. If you want to keep this house, we will build a new property and paint the exterior for you. You can keep this house alone. It's a good opportunity to show the contrast between the old and the new. Several leaders. Mr. Chun, that's not what you said before. We didn't want to show this contrast between old and new. Demolition office staff, uncle and aunt, the villagers who gathered around. Is the leader so approachable? So easy to talk to? Xiaoying was troubled and explained hurriedly, "No need to do that. I just wanted to remove the back door before the demolition as a reminder, and then install the back door in the new house." The leaders and demolition office staff all breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. This request is so satisfying. When Chen Jiangwo heard what Xiaoying said, he promised immediately, "This is easy to do. I will arrange someone to do it, and I will do whatever you say." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Jiangwo's attitude left everyone stunned. Xiaoying felt embarrassed and scratched his head. "I'm not in such a hurry. I haven't found a house yet." "Haven't found a house yet? What kind do you want?" Chen Jianxin's eyes immediately lit up. Xiaoying remembered that Chen Jianxin was in real estate and must have more information, so she took the opportunity to speak. "I want to buy a single-family house, not in the city center. The suburbs are fine. It would be best if there were a large area of mountainous land. I want to contract some land, build a farm, and grow some Chinese herbal medicines or something." Chen Jiangwo nodded as he listened. When Xiaoying finished speaking, he nodded and said, "I've taken note of what you said. I'll write you back later." Looking at the crowd and Xiaoying's embarrassed expression, Chen Jiangwo realized that Xiaoying didn't want to be conspicuous, so he took the initiative to look at the leaders who came with him. "Leaders, how about we discuss this somewhere else?" Several leaders were confused and had no idea what was going on, so they just nodded. "Okay then." The county leader turned around and got in the car. Chen Jiangwo looked at Xiaoying and said, "Ms. Xiao, if you want to contract the land to build a farm, it will still be convenient if the relevant departments give their approval. How about we go and discuss it together?" Xiaoying looked at the stunned onlookers and, without saying anything else, followed Chen Jiangwo into the car, and the two cars drove away. When the car was out of sight, Aunt Lu murmured, "My God, why are those officials so polite to Xiaoying? Has the social atmosphere changed so much now?" Someone answered, "I see that Mr. Chen is also very polite to Xiaoying." The staff of the demolition office looked at each other in bewilderment. When they held the meeting today, they saw the owner of Jianxin Real Estate from afar, and it was undoubtedly Chen Jiangwo himself. "Let's go. Go back first and come back tomorrow." The staff of the demolition office left in a hurry. Gu Chunqing and Pan Huamei looked at each other and asked, "Let's go back first?" The couple also left. In the car, Gu Chunqing's brows were furrowed so tightly that they could pinch a fly to death. Who is Ying Chun trying to get close to? Why is that big boss so polite to her? Pan Huamei was even more confused than Gu Chunqing. "I haven't heard of it either. Why don't you go back and ask around?" Gu Chunqing nodded. "I'll ask around later." Being able to speak in front of the district leaders means that Xiaoying's influence will be great. My dream of getting promoted to a senior official might come true with just a few words from her. Chapter 139, Sith Boss is Captured. In the county's conference room, Chen Jiangwo and several leaders sat around the table, and Xiaoying sat next to Chen Jiangwo. Chen Jiangwo took the initiative to push Xiaoying out. "Ms. Xiao, if you have any requests, you can directly raise them." The leaders of Huizhou also strongly support characteristic agriculture. This is national policy, and of course we strongly support it. So the leaders nodded and turned their eyes to Xiaoying. One of them took the initiative to ask, "Miss Xiao, do you want to contract a piece of mountain land and then rebuild the house directly? Or do you want to find a mountain land with a house and contract it directly?" It turned out that someone had contracted the mountains to grow grapes before, but the capital chain broke and it ended in failure. Now the land has not been contracted out again, and the house is also abandoned there. Xiaoying thought for a moment and asked, "Where is that place? Can I go and have a look?" "Of course." The leaders nodded, immediately called someone to come over and take Xiaoying to see the plan. "It's getting late now, so we can only see the bird's eye view. I'll go see the scene tomorrow." After Xiaoying left with the others, the leaders turned their attention to Chen Jiangwo. "Mr. Chen, who is this Miss Xiao? Is she worthy of your humility?" You have to know that Chen Jiangwo is full of confidence even in front of these leaders. If the policy is not better, Chen Jiangwo would not even bother to take on such a small project. Chen Jiangwo hesitated for a moment, remembering the news from the capital. Xiaoying and Dong Chunfeng officially held a teacher-apprentice banquet today and auctioned off all the things they brought back from abroad. You will know all about this kind of thing if you just ask. You know Dong Chunfeng, right? She is Master Dong's disciple, Chen Jiangwo said, looking at the leader in front of him. Several leaders looked at each other. Dong Chunfeng? One of them tried to ask, "Is it the Dong Chunfeng who collects things?" Chen Jiangwo nodded slowly. Leaders, hiss. This is a big deal. Logically speaking, a collector would have little contact with leaders in small places, so there is no need to be afraid. But Dong Chunfeng has a huge and amazing network of connections behind him. Who are the people who collect? They are all extremely rich. Quite a number of them have high social status, and Dong Chunfeng is one of the best among them. One of them immediately set the tone. We do have policies to vigorously support specialty agriculture. Don't worry, Mr. Chun. As long as it is legal and compliant, we will definitely strongly support it. Now that the matter was settled, Chun Zhengwo was relieved. When he returned to the hotel in Huizhou City, Chen Yuanyu had just come back and was sitting cross-legged on the sofa with a pout on her face, thinking about something unknown. Chen Zhengwo glanced at Chen Yuanyu and said, "Why are you unhappy? Didn't you say you were going to play with your friends?" Chen Yuanyu dropped her phone, her face full of unhappiness and confusion. "Yes, but Dad, I played with Dianing today, and I always felt something was wrong." In the past, Chen Yuanyuan and Dianing had a good relationship. She always felt that they had endless things to talk about, and she never doubted whether Dianing had other intentions towards her. But ever since He Liangcong and Xiaoing Chun said that she was being used as a gun last time, she would subconsciously feel in this direction when she was with Dianing again. Then Chen Yuanyuan became depressed, because Dianing was asking about He Liangcong's words and deeds in London, about the interaction between He Liangcong and Xiaoing Chun, and whether they were together. In addition to this, Dianing also vaguely asked about the progress of Jinshin Real Estate's projects in Huizhou City and whether there were any projects that could be outsourced. Chen Yuanyuan couldn't help but ask Dianing, "Sister Ningning, don't you always take care of family matters? Why are you asking these questions suddenly?" Dianing was obviously embarrassed for a moment, then he gave a dry laugh. "Yuanyuan, don't get me wrong. I have a cousin who deals in construction materials. My mom knew that I was hanging out with you today, so she wanted me to ask if there was any chance. But Chen Yuanyuan is just young, not stupid. She already knew that Dianing was being nice to her for a purpose." This discovery made Chen Yuanyuan very upset. Later, when Dianing said he wanted to play other things, Chen Yuanyuan didn't want to go anymore, so she returned to the hotel early. Chen Zhengwo was very pleased after hearing what Chen Yuanyuan said. "You have learned how to judge people, which is also a great improvement. So, I should really thank Xiaoing Chun and He Liangcong. He Liangcong's parents are also in the real estate business, but their main business is in first and second tier cities, and they rarely get involved in fourth tier cities. Thank you, He Liangcong, for that. What is Xie Xiaoing Chun doing? She is so good at talking." Chen Yuanyuan's lips were pouted so much that a bottle of oil could be hung on them. Chen Zhengwo laughed and changed the subject. "What are your plans next? Going to Beijing? Or going back to London?" After seeing the bird's eye view, Xiaoing Chun became very interested in the place and waited until early tomorrow morning to go see it. However, she knew nothing about herbal cultivation, and after thinking about it, she thought of Yi Yubin. Isn't Yi Yubin a doctor of pharmacy? I don't know if he has ever learned any knowledge about herbal cultivation. Looking at the time, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening, so Xiaoing Chun called Yi Yubin. After hearing Xiaoing Chun's idea, Yi Yubin was stunned on the other end of the phone. After a moment, he answered, "How do you know that I know Chinese herbal medicine?" "Xiaoing Chun, I don't know. It's just that I can't find anyone who knows better, so I'm just trying to give it a try." Yi Yubin finally realized that Xiaoing Chun was probably testing him and couldn't help laughing. "Okay, I'll go with you to see it tomorrow morning." When Xiaoing Chun heard this, he felt relieved. After hanging up the phone and returning home, Fu Chenan was already waiting in the living room on the second floor. He looked serious. "Miss Xiao, I need your help." Xiaoing Chun was startled by his serious face. "What happened?" Fu Chenan said something while gritting his teeth. It turned out that Qian Leaguai was arrested by Qian Shiming's men. Qian Leaguai was an old man in the world, so he naturally knew that after he played the role of Sith's boss with red hair, he could no longer appear in front of the public with this image. So before Qian Leaguai left the capital, he discussed with Fu Chenan. He would shave his hair and take off his colored contact lenses. Anyway, there is no need for him to come to the capital again in the future, so Fu Chenan can handle everything. Originally, everything had been settled and Qian Leaguai had already retired, but who knew that Qian Shiming could actually find him? Qian Leaguai is now in Qian Shiming's hands, and Qian Shiming uses this to threaten Fu Chenan. If Fu Chenan does not agree to hand over his share to the Qian family, Qian Shiming will hand Qian Leaguai over to the emperor. While Fu Chenan was arranging people to rescue Qian Leaguai, he ran to find Xiaoing Chun. No matter what, the emperor cannot be exposed. After hearing this, Xiaoing Chun's hair stood on end. If Fu Chenan was punished by the emperor for this, he would lose his only VIP client. Naturally, future business was also ruined. After calming down, Xiaoing Chun asked in a deep voice, "What do you need me to do?" "Dye your hair red, wear colored contact lenses, pretend to be the half-blood daughter of Boss Sith, and walk with me to the capital of Daliang." Chapter 140 Xiao Ingchun causes a stir in Daliang capital. If a second woman with red hair and blue eyes appeared in the capital, no one would doubt the existence of Boss Sis. More importantly, Xiao Ingchun has never appeared in the Daliang dynasty, and no one has ever seen her. This is more convincing than Qian Leiguai disguised as the Sith boss. Xiao Ingchun thought about it and said, "Okay, let me prepare some things. Can you prepare some clothes and jewelry for me? I'll go with the shipment tomorrow afternoon." Fu Chenan breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Because Xiao Ingchun was naked the last time she went there. Although Fu Chenan longed for Xiao Ingchun to go to Daliang Dynasty again, he didn't dare to mention it. I'm just afraid that Xiao Ingchun will think too much. But this time it's different. If he cannot get through this time safely and the Emperor knows that he is the real boss and the profits are huge, he is afraid that he will not even be able to save his life. The Fu family has marshals and generals who hold military power, as well as a big business with huge profits. It would be strange if the Emperor didn't kill Fu Zhonghai and Fu Chenan. Fortunately, Xiao Ingchun agreed. The situation was urgent, so the two discussed how to deal with it tomorrow. Fu Chenan left in a hurry, while Xiao Ingchun rushed to the mall to buy hair dye and colored contact lenses. Bright red hair. Xiao Ingchun was still a little scared. How about a compromise, raspberry red? This way, even if we return to the modern era, we won't be so unique. Xiao Ingchun dyed her hair raspberry red, and it was already 11 o'clock when she finished. The next day, Xiao Ingchun got up early, called Yi Yubin, drove to meet the young man from yesterday in one of the previous farm. It is called a farm, but when we arrived, the grass was taller than a person. Apart from a two-story building surrounded by weeds, there was nothing but a barren mountain. The rows of collapsed supports on the barren hills show that the previous owner had worked hard, invested, and given up. The young man in charge of the introduction pointed to the cement road surface and said, "They have hardened the road surface before. We just need to weed and then we can go in." Xiao Ingchun nodded in agreement. After looking around, he had already made up his mind. This is the place. It's good. She stood on the abandoned two-story building and asked Yi Yubin what he thought of the place. Yi Yubin said very pertinently, "Different herbs have different habits. You have a spring on this hillside, and there are some sheds that you built before. You can still grow herbs. It means it can be used." Xiao Ingchun was relieved and pointed to the large villa area at the foot of the mountain not far away. "What community is that?" "Well, it's the villa area Wulong Villa that was developed before," the young man introduced. Because the wall on the side facing the mountain is not high, snakes and other creatures often get in. So the buildings closest to the mountain cannot be sold. Xiao Ingchun fell in love with it at first sight and decided to go back and buy a villa with a mountain view. When I followed the young man back to sign the contract, the previous contractor also came. He was the one who paid for the construction of the two-story building, and if Xiao Ingchun wanted to use it, she had to tell him clearly first. The contractor was dejected. Not only did he not make any money, but he also owed the government 2 years of contracting fees. Now I can't afford to pay the money and have no choice but to become a deadbeat. The relevant departments talked to him. The contract fees for the past 2 years were directly invalidated, the land use rights were reclaimed, and the two-story building was also mortgaged to pay the unpaid contract fees. When the former contractor heard that he would not owe any debt, he immediately agreed. Only after the previous accounts were settled did it come to Xiao Ingchun's turn to sign the contract. There are 2 hilltops and some flatland, totaling more than 200 acres of land, plus a 2-story building. The annual rent is calculated at 150 yuan per mu, which is 35,000 yuan a year. Xiao Ingchun signed a contract for 30 years, paying the rent every 2 years. Xiao Ingchun calculated and couldn't help but be surprised. This isn't expensive, right? It's a 2-story building for free. The previous contractor hadn't left yet. He saw that the new contractor was a young girl in her early 20s and couldn't help but sigh and remind her. Land contracting is not expensive, but if you want to produce and make a profit, then the investment is not worth it. Labor, seedlings, fertilizer, pest control. It costs money everywhere. That's how he died. Xiao Ingchun smiled at the 30-something contractor and said, "Thank you for the reminder, big brother." The former contractor watched Xiao Ingchun sign the contract, as if he saw another big grudge jumping into a pit. He sighed and decided to respect the fate of others and let go of the desire to help others. After signing the contract, Xiao Ingchun looked at the time, hurried home, and prepared to go to the warehouse to pick up the goods. Fu Chenan arrived not long after. He first transported all the goods prepared by Xiao Ingchun, and then looked at her nervously. "Are you ready?" Xiao Ingchun came to the back door and handed the contact lens to Fu Chenan. "Take this. I'll hold your clothes." "Okay." Fu Chenan swallowed, took the contact lens case, and turned around. Xiao Chun grabbed Fu Chenan's clothes tightly and walked out of the back door. When Xiao Chun saw the scene clearly, his eyes blurred and he realized that he had stepped through that door. Fu Chenan didn't dare to look back and only asked, "Are you here?" Xiao Chun lowered her head hastily. As expected, there was nothing left on me again. She blushed slightly. "Yeah. The clothes are here. Change into them and come out." Xiao Chun saw the neatly folded clothes, shoes and socks next to her. Xiao Chun stepped forward and put on her clothes one by one, from belly bands to slanted collared clothes and cloth socks and shoes. After getting dressed, Xiao Chun finally said, "It's okay." Only then did Fu Chenan look back. She wore a watermelon red chiffon skirt with a white gauze top on the outside, and a pair of watermelon red satin shoes inlaid with a circle of pearls as big as soybeans. Her long raspberry red hair was hanging down. Xiao Chun didn't know how to style her hair. Fu Chenan handed over a hairpin made of white jade wrapped in gold and inlaid with rubies. "Use this to tie up the upper part of your hair, casually first. I'll ask someone to tie it up again once you get on the carriage." "Okay." This Xiao Chun meeting. She took the white jade hairpin and quickly tied the upper part of her hair into a bun. The remaining long hair fell down like a waterfall, and the dazzling red color made people unable to take their eyes away. Fu Chenan's eyes were fixed on him. He calmed down and silently handed over the box of contact lenses. The capital city is in an uproar. Today, General Fu went to the dock by the Yudai River in person to receive the goods. When the goods were unloaded from the boat, General Fu actually helped the young red-haired girl get off the boat. The girl's eyes were ice green, and her waist-length red hair sparkled brightly in the sun. Paired with a ruby necklace and earrings, it is so beautiful that you can't take your eyes off it. General Fu said, "Miss Chun is the daughter of Boss Shixi, and she came to Beijing specifically to inspect business on behalf of Boss Shixi." When Fu Chenan personally drove the carriage with Miss Chun sitting in it swaggering through the long street and into the Marshal's mansion, all the aristocratic families in the capital knew the news. Everyone was curious. Red hair? Is this true? As if to prove the authenticity of the rumors, in the evening, Fu Chenan actually appeared in Anxiang Street with Miss Chun. After Tao Tao Ji closed down, cosmetic shops from several wealthy families such as Cheng Igue also opened on Anxiang Street. Fu Chenan brought Miss Chun to inspect the shop. Chapter 141 Pulling Hair. The handsome General Fu and the waist-length red-haired Miss Xiao walked side by side on the Anxiang Street, attracting everyone's attention. Xiao Chun straightened her back, tried to calm herself down, and ignored the curious looks. Because before leaving, Fu Chenan had said, "Just be yourself, don't worry about the rules of Daliang Dynasty." The more open he is, the more he seems like a seasoned businessman. Xiao Chun imagined herself as Miss Dong. She straightened her back and accepted all the curious looks with a calm face. "I hadn't walked 50 meters when the crowd behind me followed me for 10 meters or so, and there were more and more of them, all looking at it in wonder, while people in the front kept exclaiming, 'Oh my, red hair, woman with green eyes. Is this the daughter of Bossis? It's true. Just watch it, but some people have already done it.'" As she walked, Xiao Chun felt her scalp tighten and she leaned back. Someone pulled their hair. "It hurts. Ah, it hurts." She covered her head and screamed. Fu Chenan quickly turned around and grabbed a woman's wrist like lightning. The woman was still holding Xiao Chun's hair and hadn't had time to let go, and it looked like she was planning to pull it a second time. The moment Fu Chenan pinched her wrist, the woman screamed, "Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. My wrist feels like it's being clamped by an iron pair of pliers and is about to break." Under Fu Chenan's hawk-like gaze, the woman let go with a grimace. "I'm sorry. I'm just curious," the woman explained in a stammering voice, looking like she was determined to correct her mistakes. Fu Chenan glanced around but didn't pursue the matter further. He turned around and asked Xiao Chun, "How is it? Is it still painful?" Xiao Chun shook her head. "Much better. You walk in front. I'll protect you," Fu Chenan said, and he fell half a step behind and walked forward with Xiao Chun. On this side, Xiao Chun entered Cheng Igue's cosmetics shop, while someone on the other side curiously asked the woman who had just grimaced in pain, "How is it? Is that red hair real?" "It's real. It can't be pulled off. It's not fake hair." The woman had to admit that the feeling of her hair being stretched straight was real. Soon, the news reached the Qian family. Qian Shiming had bloodshot eyes and was in the study of Qian Huailin, a doctor in the Ministry of Revenue. After the servant came running back to report the news, Qian Huailin waved his hand to let the servant go and said nothing for a long time. "Father." Qian Shiming was a little nervous. He actually started looking for the Sith boss a long time ago. But after searching for a long time, there were still no clues. All clues indicate that the Sith boss's ship came from the border. But Qian Shiming was unwilling to give up. After repeated efforts, he finally found Qian Leaguai. This former owner of a drama troupe is very similar to Boss Sis except for his hair and eyes. Even the speaking voices are very similar. Qian Leaguai has no hair and his eyes are dark brown, but he is a magician, so who knows if there is any way he can disguise himself? So Qian Shiming arrested Qian Leaguai for interrogation and began to threaten Fu Chenan. At the same time, the matter was also known by his father Qian Huailin. After Qian Huailin called him into the study and scolded him, he did not ask him to release Qian Leaguai. Instead, he tacitly agreed that he should send someone to threaten Fu Chenan. As soon as Qian Shiming saw his father's attitude, he understood. His father was not completely opposed to his way of handling things. While feeling somewhat relieved, Qian Shiming began to worry about another thing. Will Fu Chenan admit it? Will he give in? If he refuses to surrender, do I really have to send Qian Leaguai to meet the emperor? Even if he finally defeated Fu Chenan, he would lose the business, which would be a lose-lose situation. What's more, it also caused the other four great families to lose their business opportunities, which was tantamount to offending the other four great families. I guess I will be abandoned by my family. Qian Shiming prayed in his heart. Fu Chenan, you must be obedient. On the other hand, Xiao Yingchun was visiting an ancient jewelry and cosmetics shop for the first time. The ancient way of display seemed novel to her. However, based on his character of traveling around doing business, Xiao Yingchun did not dare to show that he had never seen the world. After looking around, Xiao Yingchun followed Fu Chenan to 3 other stores. By the time we returned to the Marshal's mansion, it was already dark. 16 beautiful maids were also arranged to meet Xiao Yingchun, who smiled and nodded to them. Fu Chenan then instructed one of the beautiful maids who was very good at combing hair. Xiaji, someone messed up Miss Yingchun's hair on the road just now. Please comb Miss Yingchun into a relaxing hairstyle. Upon hearing this, Xiaji smiled and walked forward, leading Xiao Yingchun to the back. The smooth raspberry red long hair fell into Xiaji's hands, and Xiaji confirmed it at the first moment. This was real hair. It turns out that some people really have red hair. So special. Marveling in his heart, Xiaji helped Xiao Yingchun to loosely tie her hair into a bun, and then used a few double-stranded 8 treasure gold hairpins to hold her hair up, and that was it. Looking at her hairstyle in the mirror, Xiao Yingchun smiled and nodded at Xiaji. It's very beautiful. You have very skillful hands. Xiaji was flattered and bowed quickly. Thank you for your praise, young lady. It is my honor to comb your hair. Xiao Yingchun wanted to thank her, but the masters of that era were not allowed to be too polite to their servants, so Xiao Yingchun had to swallow back the thank you. When we came out, Bailu Guyu and others had already prepared the food. Xiao Yingchun took a look at the food on the table. It looks so familiar. Aren't these the various delicacies that Fu Chenan brought to me in the past? Fu Chenan asked her to sit down. Would you like to try these dishes and see how they taste? Xiao Yingchun sat down and looked at the beautiful maids who were serving the food. 2 people were sitting, and 2 beautiful maids were standing, holding chopsticks in their hands to help pick up food. Xiao Yingchun was very uncomfortable. Fu Chenan understood and waved his hand to let Bai Lu and Guyu leave. Miss Yingchun does not need to serve the dishes. You can go down first. Bai Lu and Guyu looked at each other, swallowed the advice that men and women should not touch each other, and quietly retreated. So Fu Chenan was the only one left at the dinner table. Fu Chenan naturally picked up the chopsticks and picked up a cabbage and pork roll. You like this? Try it and see how it tastes today? Xiao Yingchun ate the cabbage and pork rolls and nodded. Delicious. The light taste with a slightly sweet and sour flavor is typical of the Jiangnan region. Xiao Yingchun quickly finished one. After eating another piece of lion's head that Fu Chenan picked up, Xiao Yingchun finally realized. It was the dish that Fu Chenan picked up for her. It turns out that I don't dislike others serving me food, but I dislike people I don't know serving me food. For example, Fu Chenan, he picked food for me, and I was very comfortable with it. What if it was He Liangzong? What about Wang Yongjun? What about Dai Hengxin? There is a high probability that you are not able to adapt to it. Realizing this, Xiao Yingchun was stunned and the food in her mouth had no taste at all. My feelings towards Fu Chenan are different from others. When did it start? The way she stared at Fu Chenan was too obvious, and Fu Chenan was confused by her. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Xiao Yingchun came back to her senses. Her eyes were filled with panic, and she quickly shook her head. No, no. It's delicious. It's delicious. Chapter 142. Westerners sleep without clothes. After the meal, Xiao Yingchun returned to the courtyard that Fu Chenan had arranged for her. When Xiao Yingchun saw the coffin-like rosewood bed, she became very nervous. I don't want to live in this bed. Change it to a normal one for me. Fu Chenan slapped his head. I forgot. When I wanted to give such a bed to Xiao Yingchun before, Xiao Yingchun refused. Then let's stay at Quizhuxuan. Quizhuxuan uses the simplest step-out bed. Xiao Yingchun looked at the bed and agreed. I'll sleep on this. This bed is not prone to nightmares. After Xiao Yingchun settled down, she closed the gate and returned to the second floor of the Space-Time supermarket. Not long after, Fu Chenan also went to the Space-Time supermarket through his own yard. When they met again on the second floor, the two were finally able to talk about their next arrangements without any scruples. Fu Chenan first analyzed today's situation. The person who pulled your hair did it on purpose. The person behind her wanted to make sure if your hair was real, whether you were fake or not. Xiao Yingchun was stunned. They can't tell whether your eyes are real or fake. Otherwise, I'm afraid someone would poke you in the eyes directly. Xiao Yingchun was shocked. But after your appearance today, they have basically confirmed that you are really the girl with red hair and green eyes. Even if someone doubts the existence of bosses again, your appearance today has helped me out. Xiao Yingchun was slightly relieved. Then how many days do I need to stay in your house? To be honest, after walking around Fu Chenan's house in the afternoon, Xiao Yingchun felt like he was visiting a large courtyard house in old Beijing. The difference is that the Marshal's mansion occupies a larger area, and the vegetables planted and chickens and ducks raised in the backyard seem a bit out of place. Fu Chenan said frankly, my people have already met with Qian Leaguai, and Qian Leaguai didn't do anything. So I changed my strategy and decided to wait until the Qian family actually sent Qian Leaguai to the emperor. I also immediately arranged for Qian Leaguai's family to be in a safe place to prevent them from being controlled by the people in Dr. Qian's mansion and threatening Qian Leaguai. Without any worries, Qian Leaguai, who has experienced many ups and downs, is now afraid of nothing. If Qian Leaguai was rescued, he would certainly be able to escape from the predicament for the time being, but it would also indirectly confirm that there is something wrong with Qian Leaguai. In this case, His Majesty the Emperor will certainly order someone to investigate the matter in depth. At that time, he would not be facing the Qian family, but His Majesty the Emperor. With such a huge disparity in power, it would be difficult for him to have a chance of winning, and Qian Leaguai's family might also be in real danger. Xiao Yingchun swallowed his saliva. Then what should I do? I guess the Emperor might ask me to take you to identify someone, and at the same time he will confirm whether you are fake. For example, a body check? Xiao Yingchun was horrified. After taking a trip to Daliang Dynasty today, Xiao Yingchun finally felt like he was truly there. In this monarchical society, the imperial power is above the rule of law. Regardless of whether one has committed a crime or not, life and death can be decided by the emperor at his own discretion. It's so scary. However, thinking that Fu Chenan was the only VIP in his space-time supermarket, Xiao Yingchun mustered up his courage again. Okay then. Fu Chenan saw Xiao Yingchun's fear and said, if you encounter any danger, just run away and don't worry about me. Anyway, Xiao Yingchun can return to the time and space supermarket as long as she changes her mind. Fu Chenan will naturally do his best to solve the mess left behind. Xiao Yingchun felt warm at heart and smiled. Okay, just think about it and you will know. Facing a mess like the Emperor's rage is not so easy to clean up. But Fu Chenan still put his own safety first and told himself to just run away when encountering danger. After the discussion, Fu Chenan prepared to go back. He looked at Xiao Yingchun hesitantly. Do you want to live here? Or live in my house? Of course Xiao Yingchun wanted to live in her own home. But if there is no sign of anyone having lived in the bed, that doesn't seem like a good idea, right? After thinking for a while, Xiao Yingchun said, is it okay for me to go over there early tomorrow morning and sleep for a while? Of course. Fu Chenan took the initiative. Do you want me to call you over tomorrow morning? Xiao Yingchun reviewed her sleep quality and said, no need, I'll set an alarm. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Yingchun was awakened by the alarm clock. She went to Quizhuxuan in Fu Chenan's mansion in a daze, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep again. Fu Chenan quietly went to Quizhuxuan at 6 o'clock to confirm whether Xiao Yingchun had come, but he was shocked to see Miss Xiao sleeping naked. The quilt only covered the middle part, and the arms, legs, and shoulders were all exposed outside the quilt. Fu Chenan was so scared that he turned around and left. Miss Xiao must have been sleepy and forgot to put on her pajamas after coming here and went straight back to sleep. But after taking 2 steps, he remembered that Xiao Yingchun must not have put on her colored contact lenses. If the maid saw her after she woke up, she would be exposed. He leaned back and moved forward again, reaching out to shake Xiao Yingchun's arm. Xiao Yingchun was confused. Who? Fu Chenan didn't even dare to turn his head. Colored contact lenses, you haven't worn them yet. Wear contact lenses before going to bed. Oh. Xiao Ingchuan's brain was still in a state of shutdown. She fumbled to her feet and put on her cosmetic contact lenses in front of the mirror in the morning light. After putting it on, Xiao Ingchun turned around, took 2 steps to the bed, fell down again, and fell asleep. Fu Chenan, who was listening to the noise, said. It was a while after returning to his room that Fu Chenan finally remembered to wipe his nose. My hands are clean. Good. No nosebleed this time. It seems that I have a certain resistance to Miss Xiao without clothes. No, can't think about it. As soon as he thought about it, Fu Chenan felt his body restless again. It's easy to raise the flag early in the morning. Recall that scene in your mind? Oh my God. On the other side, the personal guard in charge of protecting Xiao Ingchun saw Fu Chenan go in and out, and confirmed that the beautiful maidservant could be allowed to go in. So he let Xiaji in. When Xiaji went in to ask Xiao Ingchun to get up, he was also shocked by the scene in front of him. Miss Ingchun sleeps without clothes. This, are all Western women so unrestrained? Xiaji's face turned red with embarrassment, and for a moment she didn't know whether she should wake up Xiao Ingchun, or should I leave quietly. Fortunately, Xiao Ingchun heard the noise, opened her eyes dazedly, and then met Xiaji's face. Their eyes met. Xiaji came forward with a red face. Miss, are you awake? Do you want to get up and wash up? Xiao Ingchun snorted, and when she lifted the quilt she realized she was naked. As she froze for a moment, she suddenly remembered her character. Xiao Ingchun forced herself to remain calm. Bring the clothes over, I'll get up right away. She suppressed her discomfort and let Xiaji help her put on her clothes and brush her teeth with a willow branch dipped in green salt. Feeling the salty taste of bleeding gums, Xiao Ingchun thought, it's time to push toothpaste and toothbrushes to Daliang Dynasty. After Xiao Ingchun finished getting dressed and Xiaji helped her to tie up her hair, they came to the front yard to have breakfast with Fu Chenan. Fu Chenan's eyes were a little evasive, and he looked guilty. Chapter 143, Xiao Ingchuan's New Blueprint. Xiao Ingchun completely forgot that Fu Chenan had reminded her to get up and wear contact lenses in the morning, and was very curious. General Fu, what's wrong with you? Fu Chenan glanced at Xiao Ingchun, then immediately looked away. Nothing, it's just hot. Xiao Ingchun? Yeah. The Double Ninth Festival is almost here. Why is it still hot so early in the morning? Why do I still feel a little chilly? Is it because I am too weak? Seeing Xiao Ingchuan's puzzled look, Fu Chenan changed the subject uncomfortably. Well, let's have breakfast. The main reason why Xiao Ingchun came out of the yard early in the morning and gave people the impression that she had not left was that she was not sure when the Qian family would send Qian Leaguai to meet the emperor. Knowing that Xiao Ingchun still had a lot of things to deal with over there, Fu Chenan considerately found a compromise for her. After breakfast, you can go back to your room to rest and come back to the supermarket. If I need to find you here, I will go directly to the supermarket to find you. Xiao Ingchun smiled at him gratefully. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. I will go back in a while. Ever since Xiao Ingchun had to deal with this crisis for Fu Chenan, she hasn't had time to confirm the follow-up situation with Dong Chunfeng and He Liangzong. She is also concerned about the progress of the demolition. After breakfast, Xiao Ingchun followed Fu Chenan back to Quizhuxuan, told the maid not to disturb them, and closed the gate. After Xiao Ingchun took off her contact lenses and handed them to Fu Chenan, she climbed onto the bed, lowered the curtain, and quietly returned to the space-time supermarket. Back in the living room on the second floor, Xiao Ingchun went back to her room to put on her clothes. Standing in front of the dressing mirror and looking at her own black eyes, Xiao Ingchun realized belatedly that she seemed to have forgotten something. After a night, there were already 99+ messages in the phone, and Xiao Ingchun read them one by one. Aunt Pan Huamei came to ask Xiao Ingchun how she knew the boss of Jinshin Real Estate. Seeing that Xiao Ingchun didn't reply, she said a lot of words to make amends, saying that she understood Xiao Ingchuan's thoughts, that it was wrong for her Aunt Gu Chunyu to do so, and that she was on Xiao Ingchuan's side. Xiao Ingchun chose to read the message but not reply. He Liangzong came to report good news. Most of the treasures brought back from abroad had been transferred. Because Boguzai's commission was much lower than that of international and domestic art auction houses, it caused a sensation in the circle. Dong Chunfeng has become the focus of attention of everyone in the circle. Master Dong personally partnered with others to open an auction company and was personally responsible for identification and selection. Who would still question the authenticity of the antiques? The items are authentic and can be sold at a very low commission, which is extremely friendly to collectors. For a time, Boguzai CEO He Liangzong also became the focus. Many domestic auction houses, big and small, came to us with two goals. Can we buy shares? Can we form a partnership? Can we cooperate? Can we form a united front? After all, Boguzai has the trust and endorsement of the industry giant Dong Chunfeng, so why should it drastically reduce the auction commission? When eating meat at Boguzai, one must also leave some soup for others. At this time, He Liangzong fully demonstrated his shameless spirit, with an attitude of, "This is me, you can do whatever you want." It became difficult for everyone to deal with it. After all, this is a society ruled by law. We can't really turn swords against each other. For a time, a legend was born in which an outsider completely overturned the old rules of the entire art auction industry. On the contrary, Xiao Chun, one of the partners, was not noticed. After all, Xiao Chun did not have a prominent background or origin, and everyone just thought that Xiao Chun, like Huangli, benefited from Dong Chunfeng. He Liangzong told Xiao Chun that the amount raised from this auction was nearly 20% more than the amount paid in London. After deducting various expenses, Xiao Chun received more than 200 million yuan, which was several million more than the investment in buying antiques in London. As shareholders, He Liangzong and Dong Chunfeng earned a commission. He Liangzong was worried that Xiao Chun would be unhappy, so he left a message to her, "Sister, I don't want the share this time. I'll give it all to you. I can't let you work in vain." But he didn't know that Xiao Chun was already delighted. What's there for her to be dissatisfied about if she can find a suitable channel to monetize and make some extra money? However, we must be cautious if we sell things from the Daliang dynasty in large quantities in the future. Xiao Chun is also worried that if there are too many, the market will be saturated and the price will drop sharply. However, in this case, the promotion of the farm e-commerce project becomes urgent. The century-old ginseng given to Dong Chunfeng this time has a market auction price of tens of millions. If he could get a few more, that would also be fine. He Liangzong's family already runs a company and is very familiar with this area. After consulting He Liangzong directly asked professionals in Huizhou to help and provide Xiao Chun with one-stop service for company registration. Xiao Chun only needs to provide the corresponding identification documents and registered capital, and the other party will complete the formalities. Taotaoji e-commerce company thus embarked on its glorious journey. After confirming with He Liangzong that someone was coming to handle the company registration business, Xiao Chun breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at Dai Hengxin's message. In a WeChat message, Dai Hengxin congratulated Xiao Chun on becoming Dong Chunfeng's disciple, and also congratulated her on establishing the Boguzai auction company with Dong Chunfeng and He Liangzong. Apparently this was what his uncle Dai Wangyan told him. Xiao Chun replied with a smiley face and 2 words, "Thank you." There is no need to say some things, as both parties know what is going on. When Dai Hengxin saw Xiao Chun's reply message, he was eating breakfast at the table, and he could hear Xiao Chunfeng's dissatisfaction and nagging. I don't know how Xiao Chun suddenly became Dong Chunfeng's disciple. He and He Liangzong also partnered to open an auction company in Beijing. It was you 3 who started the company together before, but in the blink of an eye, you were dumped and you ran to Beijing to hook up with Dong Chunfeng. I don't think she's a decent person. Who knows what means she used? Dai Hengxin said sarcastically, I would like to climb up, but I can't. Zhao Qingfeng didn't even realize his son was speaking in a sarcastic way, and he agreed with him. If it were me, Dong Chunfeng should accept you as his disciple. You are originally studying this, and you have experience. What's so good about Xiao Chun? Isn't she just younger and prettier? Dai Hengxin couldn't help it. Mom, can you please stop doing this? If you didn't look down on Xiao Chun and go to her to make trouble, would she and He Liangzong have left me alone and went to the capital to open an auction house? Why did they leave me? Don't you know? Zhao Qingfeng was choked by this sentence and immediately said awkwardly, How do I know that she cares so much? Dianing sat opposite Dai Hengxin, listening to his mother and brother quarreling, poking the dumplings in the bowl with his chopsticks from time to time, looking a little wilted. She asked Chen Yuanyuan to play with her again last night, but Chen Yuanyuan declined, saying that she had made plans with some other friends and had to go to Beijing today. Dianing had a feeling that something was wrong, but Chen Yuanyuan didn't say anything to her. When she heard her biological mother talking about Xiao Chun again, she felt extremely annoyed. Mom, can you please stop talking about her? Isn't it unlucky to do that so early in the morning? Chapter 144. The Unlucky Dai Family. Zhao Qingfeng's nagging came to an abrupt end, and he began to fire at Dianing again. Didn't you go out to play with the daughter of Jinshin Real Estate yesterday? Why aren't you going today? Did you tell her that your cousin has a construction engineering company that can outsource construction materials and engineering? What did she tell you? The barrage of questions made Dianing throw down her chopsticks. Mom, she's only 17 years old. How can she understand the company's affairs? You asked me to ask. How would people answer? Now it's all right. I asked, but no one answered me. Zhao Chengfeng was stunned. She ignored you? Why? Dianing pulled his hair in annoyance. How should I know? Maybe I just asked too many questions. As soon as he said this, Dianing suddenly realized that he was exposed. Maybe this is why Qin Yuan you and doesn't want to play with me anymore? At this moment, Daihengxin also spoke slowly. It should be like this. I heard that the boss of Jinshin Real Estate also came to Huizhou this time. Even if his daughter doesn't understand, the boss will definitely understand. Those who can do big business are all smart people. I guess her father gave her some advice. Zhao Chengfeng was completely stunned. He just wanted to help his relatives, but he blocked his daughter's road to success. You should know that Jinshin Real Estate is one of the best in China, and the daughters of Jinshin Real Estate usually hang out with rich second generations. Now my daughter has been kicked out of He Liangsong's circle of friends. If she loses Chen Yuan's connection, she will have no important friends left. If she is not happy about it, then she is not happy about it. Why did she break off the relationship? Zhao Chengfeng said embarrassedly. He. Daihengxin laughed with ambiguous meaning, then stood up and left. Zhao Chengfeng was so angry and embarrassed by his own son's laughter that he yelled at Daihengxin's back. What do you mean? I'm your mother. You sneered when I spoke. What's your attitude? He. Daihengxin laughed again and went upstairs to change clothes and get ready for work. Ever since Xiao Yingchun quietly severed ties with him, the pawn shop has returned to its former languishing state. There hasn't been any good stuff brought in for pawning in 10 days or half a month, but instead, scammers come every now and then. Watching those scammers come up with clumsy forgeries and fabricate legendary stories full of errors and omissions, Daihengxin just felt tired. Daihengxin knew very clearly that he had completely missed this wave of opportunities. Whether it's in love or career. Xiao Yingchun called the demolition office staff to come over and sign the demolition agreement on the spot. Because of Chen Zhengwo, the demolition agreement was signed at an exceptionally favorable price. The agreement not only provided compensation according to the compensation standards for all villagers, but also provided an additional compensation of 200,000 yuan for renovations. What's more, Xiao Yingchun contracted more than 200 acres of forest land and also provided a 2-story building for free. Xiao Yingchun was very satisfied. Thank you very much. The demolition workers were very polite. This is what we should do. It is within the policy scope, and we have tried our best. The demolition will probably start in the next 2 days. You are at the entrance of the village. If you don't mind the noise, you can be the last one to be demolished. Xiao Yingchun said he understood. After seeing off the demolition workers, Xiao Yingchun went upstairs and saw Fu Chenan, who was already waiting there. Fu Chenan saw Xiao Yingchun going upstairs and hurriedly explained, "My people got the news that the Qin family is going to give me 2 more days to consider. If I don't agree, they will send Qin Leaguai to see the emperor. If you have any problems here in the next 2 days, you might as well deal with this first." Xiao Yingchun was relieved. I really have something urgent to deal with here, so what should I do next on your side? You can't just go to Daliang Dynasty for a meal when you're halfway through your work? What if I'm too busy? Will it be exposed if I can't get there in time at the critical moment? Fu Chenan has already thought of a solution. I bought a house next to the Marshal's mansion. You can live there alone. I will go there to bring you food every day and let my personal guards watch over you. Just stay at home for the next 2 days. It's normal for women in the Daliang Dynasty not to go out. Xiao Yingchun, okay. Xiao Yingchun first followed Fu Chenan over there, and after getting dressed, she followed Fu Chenan to the front yard to have lunch, and then went to the newly purchased yard next door. Xiaji considerately offered to go along and serve, but Xiao Yingchun naturally said no. I just want to sleep a little longer these past 2 days. I don't like having people around me. When it's time to eat, just ask General Fu to bring me food. Fu Chenan, I will listen to Miss Xiao. When the maids heard this, they had no choice but to do as they were told. Xiao Yingchun managed to escape and immediately went to Wulong Villa. When the real estate agent Zhou heard that someone wanted to buy the villa on the hillside of Wulong Villa, he thought it was a joke. But when the other party said that the person was right at the gate of Wulong Villa, he became excited. Does this person really want to buy it? When he arrived at the gate of Wulong Villa and saw Xiao Yingchun, his heart sank again. This girl doesn't look more than 25 years old. How can she afford a villa? I guess he just watched it for fun. But now that I'm here... Zhou perked up and stepped forward to greet him. You are Miss Xiao who wants to see the house, right? Xiao Yingchun walked up to greet him with a smile. Hello, I am. This way, please. Because Wulong Villa is located in the suburbs, the occupancy rate is not high. In particular, there are 6 buildings in the row near the mountain. The 2 that have been sold have been renovated, but no one lives in them now. Now the yard is so overgrown with weeds taller than people. Zhou alertly picked up a stick and walked inside, beating the grass to prevent any snakes from scaring people. This action successfully scared Xiaoyingchun. Will there be any snake bites? Zhou smiled awkwardly. No one has lived here for a long time, and the grass is so deep, it would be safer to cut it up. If we clean up the yard, it should be fine. But Zhou felt in his heart, there is basically no chance of getting this business. Xiaoyingchun followed Zhou into the villa and took a look around. The decoration was minimalist, with white and light gray walls, which looked a bit cold. It's quite pleasing to the eye. Xiaoyingchun stood on the roof and looked again, and happened to see the two-story building about 100 meters away on the hillside. The distance is quite close, and the wall behind is against the back mountain, so you can just open a door and go directly to the back mountain. In her heart, Xiaoyingchun had already accepted this place, but she felt embarrassed. This house is so remote, most people wouldn't dare live there. What's the price now? If it's cheap, I can consider buying one. After hearing this, Zhou immediately said, in the past, each house cost more than 2.6 million yuan. The owner renovated it and moved to the provincial capital for development not long after living there. He is willing to sell it at a loss. The two renovated buildings belong to the same owner. Each one costs 1.8 million yuan, and both have the same apartment layout. After Zhou finished talking, he saw Xiaoyingchun's hesitation, so he gritted his teeth and loosened his grip a little. If you really want, you can go down a little further. How much will it drop? Xiaoyingchun tilted her head and looked at Zhou. Zhou, the owner said that the base price is 1.7 million per building. It can't be any lower. Xiaoyingchun pointed to the two adjacent villas closest to the mountain cottage and said, we need these two. Let's go through the formalities. Zhou. Oh shit. A rich man. Chapter 145. Chenan is a real dog. After signing the contract with the agency and completing the transfer at the municipal center, Xiaoyingchun returned to the urban village. The village is very busy and many people are moving. In order to encourage people to move as soon as possible, the relevant departments also compensated each household with 2,000 yuan in rent per month. Regardless of whether they have houses elsewhere or not, the relocated households will receive the benefits starting from the time they move out, and can receive them until the end of 2 years later. The earlier they move, the earlier they can receive them. Renting a 3-bedroom apartment in a small city only costs a little over 1,000 yuan, and everyone is willing to take advantage of this bargain. So everyone was very enthusiastic about moving in for a while. Xiaoyingchun asked Zhou Haipeng, who had previously renovated the house for her, to help dismantle the back door and install it in the villa, and also asked him to find someone to move her things. Zhou Haipeng came hurriedly and listened to Xiaoyingchun's request. First, remove the old door at the villa, then open a door opening according to the size of the back door, seal the edges of the new door opening with cement, and then move the back door over after it dries. Zhou Haipeng agreed without hesitation, and the two of them made an appointment to open the door opening and seal the edges tomorrow morning. As for moving, Zhou Haipeng asked tentatively, how about I ask Wang Yongjun to move for you? He has cars and people there, so it's convenient. Xiaoyingchun refused. He is too polite. I am afraid he will not want my money. You should find another moving company tomorrow. We will calculate the money as we should. Ever since Wang Yongjun stood up Xiaoyingchun for a day in London last time, he always felt guilty and tried to charge as little as possible. But Xiaoyingchun didn't want to take advantage of Wang Yongjun at all. It's not like we can't afford the money. Zhou Haipeng was surprised and had no choice but to agree. Xiaoyingchun bought some boxes and returned to the urban village. He put the things on the shelves into the boxes and stacked them in the warehouse. Not long after finishing his work, Chenan came over with dinner. In the huge food box are delicious dishes combining northern and southern cuisines carefully prepared by Bailu and Guyu. The two of them sat at the dining table, eating and discussing their busy days. Xiaoyingchun talked about the progress on his side, and Chenan also talked about the situation in the Daliang dynasty. Qian Leiguai was tortured. Seeing that Chenan did not react, the Qian family tried to use torture to force Qian Leiguai to confess. The Qian family also threatened Qian Leiguai by saying that Qian Leiguai's wife and children were under control. But they didn't know that Qian Leiguai had already learned from Chenan's personal guard captain that his family had been settled. How could they be fooled? So Qian Leiguai cried and protested his injustice, but refused to admit it. The Qian family was helpless and could only prepare for the worst. They heard that they were in a difficult situation and were preparing to submit a memorial to the palace. The Qian family also informed Chenan that tomorrow is the deadline. If Chenan still refuses to compromise tomorrow, they will send Qian Leiguai to the palace the day after tomorrow morning. Chenan was feeling nervous, but at the same time he had a faint desire to fight. If there is no way to retreat, then the only option is to advance. I sent a letter to my father 2 days ago, asking him to be mentally prepared. If it really doesn't work, then we can only rebel. After all, no one wants to die. Xiao Yingshun understood what Fu Chenan had not said, and her heart began to beat like a drum. Are they really planning to rebel? After swallowing his saliva, Xiao Yingshun asked cautiously, "Is there anything I can do for you?" Fu Chenan took a deep breath and said, "I know you have guns and cannons, but I don't want you to fall into the sight of someone with ulterior motives and become the second Qian Leaguai. Even though Xiao Yingshun has the backup of time and space supermarket, she will be in danger once she becomes a favorite of ambitious people in the Daliang dynasty." Fu Chenan subconsciously didn't want this to happen. After a pause, Fu Chenan's eyes gradually became firm and sharp. "My Fu family army is no pushover. You have prepared so many backup plans for us. If we still cannot win, the world will not be safe." Xiao Yingshuan's blood boiled at Fu Chenan's words. Just as she was about to praise him for being ambitious, she heard Fu Chenan's tone become a little lower. "If it doesn't work, I'll trouble you to go abroad and get me some guns and cannons." Xiao Yingshun. When it comes to dogs, General Fu is the best. The two talked for a while and finished their meal. Fearing that something might happen over there, Fu Chenan didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately packed up and went over. After a night, Xiao Yingshun woke up in the morning and suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to tell Fu Chenan that he would not be able to travel for 2 hours during the door-changing process. If anything goes wrong in 1 or 2 hours, I'm afraid Fu Chenan will be at a loss. Xiao Yingshun hurried over. Standing neatly in the house next to the Marshal's mansion, Xiao Yingshun hurriedly put on her clothes. When she looked at her own black eyes in the mirror, she suddenly realized her colored contact lenses couldn't be brought here either, as they were previously placed in Daliang Dynasty. "When I came here early that morning, it was Xiaji who woke me up. I was clearly wearing colored contact lenses at that time. When did you put on colored contact lenses?" Xiao Yingshun realized belatedly that the dream in which Fu Chenan asked her to get up and put on contact lenses was not a dream. It was real. So, while I was confused, I just laid it out in front of Fu Chenan. No wonder Fu Chenan looked strange during breakfast that day. Finished. Xiao Yingshun covered her face in despair. When Xiao Yingshun finished packing and ran to find Fu Chenan, her face was full of embarrassment. Fu Chenan was still surprised. "Miss Yingshun? You came here so early. What's the matter?" Xiao Yingshun looked around with a guilty look in her eyes. "I have something urgent to tell you. Shall we go to the study?" "Okay." Fu Chenan didn't doubt her and took her to the study. In the study, Xiao Yingshun adjusted his mood and finally explained the situation clearly. Because the door had to be moved, Fu Chenan wouldn't be able to find him for at least 2 hours. Xiao Yingshun asked Fu Chenan to be prepared mentally, and if anything happened, he should find a way to deal with it himself. Fu Chenan expressed his understanding, but at the same time he was puzzled. This kind of thing is very normal. Why should she feel guilty and blush? After Xiao Yingshun finished speaking, she almost ran away and hurried back to her own house. Xiaji came when he heard the sound, but only saw Xiao Yingshun's back as she hurried away. She looked at Xiao Yingshun with surprise as she simply put up her hair. "Miss Yingshun, you haven't even finished combing your hair yet. Why are you leaving again? How could such a legendary woman have such a casual hairstyle?" Xiaji doesn't understand. Fu Chenan coughed. She suddenly remembered something and came to tell me that she was going back to rest, so she was a little casual. "Is that so?" Xiaji looked at Fu Chenan curiously, always feeling that there was something wrong with the two of them. Miss Yingshun behaves differently from ordinary people, and I wonder if she has any feelings for her general. But our general definitely has some feelings for Miss Yingshun. General Fu always avoided women. The 16 beauties bestowed by His Majesty became his shopkeepers and cooks, but he never touched them. But he didn't do that with Miss Yingshun. He completely disregarded the differences between men and women. Chapter 146: Fu Chenan's Acting Skills. As the back door was removed, Xiao Yingshun found that the space-time supermarket system turned gray and all functions, including the sorting function, were unusable. Thinking about the tense situation on Fu Chenan's side, Xiao Yingshun urged Zhou Haiping, "Let's go and install it now." Zhou Haiping followed Xiao Yingshun to Wulong Villa, but made some suggestions. "The doors and windows on this side of your house are all newly installed, and they are made of the best materials. If you don't want to waste them, you can dismantle them and use them directly in the 2-story building on the mountain after you move your things away." Xiao Yingshun thought about it and realized, isn't that right? The 2-story building was originally built by the previous contractor, and the doors and windows were all the cheapest ones. If the doors and windows on this side can be replaced, it will naturally be more heat insulated and safer. That's a great idea of yours. After the door is installed, will you help me move it? Zhou Haiping, no problem. The back door is installed on the balcony passage on the second floor of the villa, which is right at the corner of the villa. It is located in the visual blind spot, and other people cannot see the door at all. The door here has been installed, and the things from the supermarket on the first floor have also been moved here and piled up in the garage. After Zhou Haiping and others left, Xiao Yingchun first checked the various information of the space-time supermarket system and found that the parts that had turned gray before could be controlled again. This time, the space-time supermarket system included the 3-story villa of 8-to-1 in Wulong Villa. One-click organization can put all the garbage into the trash can, and various things can be placed where you want them to be. Xiao Yingchun arranged the garage into a supermarket. He first used the one-click sorting function to put the shelves and things neatly in place. Of course, there is still the most important function that needs to be verified. Xiao Yingchun was thinking of the Daliang dynasty in her heart and walked out to the second-floor balcony with her eyes closed. The shoes on my feet were gone in an instant, and the feeling of my bare feet on the bedding was very real. I put my hands on my body and felt my own skin. My clothes were gone too. Xiao Yingchun opened her eyes and found herself in the bed in the house next to the Marshal's mansion again. After she got dressed and tidied herself, she went to look for Fu Chenan again. Fu Chenan was originally reading a letter sent by his personal guards. When he saw Xiao Yingchun coming, he quickly asked his personal guards to step back and went to meet her himself. Xiao Yingchun lowered her voice and expressed her concerns. Fu Chenan nodded. Go to your side. Now that Fu Chenan was able to cross the door and bring his things back to the Daliang dynasty, Xiao Yingchun finally breathed a sigh of relief. The space-time supermarket system is saved. This relocation function really works well. Before Xiao Yingchun could get excited, Fu Chenan looked solemn. After the Qian family confirmed that I would not compromise, they took action ahead of time. Now Qian Leaguai has been sent to the palace. Xiao Yingchun's heart skipped a beat. Then I'll go to Daliang dynasty now? Fu Chenan nodded. That couldn't be better. Xiao Yingchun thought about it, called Zhou Haiping, and entrusted him with full authority to renovate the 2-story building on the mountain, and to make sure that all the furniture and appliances that had just been purchased were placed on the second floor of the mountain cabin. After Zhou Haiping agreed, she said that she had to go out for something and would not be contactable for a while, so she turned off her phone and went to Daliang dynasty. This time, after Xiao Yingchun finished getting dressed, Fu Chenan asked Xiaji to come over and carefully comb her hair into a dignified style in preparation for entering the palace. Sure enough, not long after Xiao Yingchun finished dressing up, an order from the palace came, asking Fu Chenan to bring Xiao Yingchun into the palace. Xiao Yingchun felt nervous and glanced at Fu Chenan. Fu Chenan silently squeezed her hand. Don't worry, I'm always here. Knowing that even if Fu Chenan were here, he couldn't stop the emperor from falling in love with her, Xiao Yingchun still felt inexplicably certain. In the carriage entering the palace. What if the emperor forces me to cooperate with the court? Xiao Yingchun had no experience in dealing with the supreme imperial power. Fu Chenan grinned and said, just agree to it. The price will be the same as what I paid to the 4 great families before. What if the emperor lowers the price? Fu Chenan smiled with a chill. You just agree to it, and then cut off the goods from Daliang dynasty. Ah. Xiao Yingchun couldn't keep up with Fu Chenan's train of thought. Fu Chenan lowered his voice and said, Your Majesty and the Queen in the palace have already gotten used to Tao Taoji's products. If the Daliang dynasty's products are cut off, they will be the first to be uncomfortable. Xiao Yingchun. General Fu, you are worthy of it. The two of them were whispering all the way as they rode in a carriage to the palace gate, where they were naturally led by eunuchs to the imperial study. In the imperial study, Qian Leaguai, who had been beaten all over, was kneeling on the ground with difficulty. When Fu Chenan and Xiao Yingchun came in, he didn't dare to look up for a second. His Majesty the Emperor and the Qian family father and son were all staring closely at the reactions of the 3 people when they met. When Fu Chenan saw Qian Leaguai, he frowned, and then looked at Dr. Qian and his son. However, after seeing the bruised Qian Leaguai, Xiao Yingchun hid behind Fu Chenan. The Emperor and the Qian family father and son were all stunned. After Fu Chenan and Xiao Yingchun saluted, the Emperor asked in a deep voice, Mr. Fu, do you recognize the person in front of you? Upon hearing this, Fu Chenan went around to the side of Qian Leaguai, raised his hand to lift up Qian Leaguai's chin and took a closer look before shaking his head. I don't recognize this person. Qian Leaguai kowtowed tremblingly. I greet this gentleman. The Emperor would not believe it easily, but Dr. Qian and his 4th son Qian Shiming said that the legendary Western merchant boss Shisi does not exist at all. Did you let this person in front of you pretend to be him? Fu Chenan's tone became slightly excited. Absolutely not. Without waiting for the Qian father and son to accuse him, Fu Chenan knelt down and told the whole story of Qian Shiming and Guiling asking for more goods. After saying this, Fu Chenan cried out in disgrace, "Your Majesty, the money I earn is the least among all of them. So many people in the capital are laughing at me for this. Master Qian is not satisfied and insists that I give him my share. But Your Majesty, you know that there is also a share of this that I will give to Your Majesty and the ladies. If he takes it all, what will I give to Your Majesty?" When he said this, the young masters of the other 5 families were also present. They can testify. After they left, Master Qian said that if I didn't give in, he would let Dr. Qian block the military pay for the Fu family army in the future. The military pay of the imperial court has always been the most important concern of His Majesty. His Majesty has not said this. How can he, a bastard son of a doctor in the Ministry of Revenue, say this? I think he is just using the tiger's skin to make a big banner. Dr. Qian must not know and would not do this. For the sake of Dr. Qian's reputation, I cannot agree to this. But who knew that in order to make me surrender, he actually found someone who looked a bit like Boss Shisi to impersonate me and used this to threaten me. Look, in order to frame me, they beat him like this. They are trying to force him to confess so that they can put the blame on me. Chapter 147. Xiao Yingchun only wants to marry a man, but not a woman. Fu Chenan became more and more excited as he spoke, and as he spoke, tears actually filled his eyes. The tall and strong general was crying and his face turned red, looking really embarrassed. The main point is that a good person files a complaint first and then becomes the host. The faces of Qian's father and son changed. When Qian Shiming asked Fu Chenan to transfer his shares, were the other 5 illegitimate sons present? Dr. Qian's face turned dark. Qian Shiming did not explain the situation clearly to him. He didn't know in advance that Qian Shiming threatened Fu Chenan in front of those 5 families. This bastard. His Majesty the Emperor's face also turned dark. Although it was true that Fu Chenan was filial to her, it felt different when Fu Chenan said it to her face in this way, especially when he was preparing to hold Fu Chenan accountable. Qian Shiming is such a waste. I can't even make a complaint clearly. He looked at Qian Shiming with a sullen face. Qian Shiming was so scared that he fell to his knees. I was greedy and acted on my own. I was worried about losing my business and being scolded by my family. I was panicked and said nonsense. My father doesn't know about this. Without waiting for the emperor to deal with him, Dr. Qian kicked Qian Shiming. How dare you do that? How dare you? Qian Shiming was kicked to the ground. After a muffled groan, he quickly got up and knelt down. But this Qian Leaguai was originally from a theater troupe. He is good at acting. Who knows if he benefited from Fu Chenan before and deceived everyone with his magic tricks? Fu Chenan's eyes were filled with tears, and he didn't care about his own embarrassment at all. Mr. Qian is so deliberate in slandering me. Please, Your Majesty, please make the decision. His Majesty the Emperor took a deep breath, and after a long while, he set his gaze on Xiao Yingchun, who had been kneeling quietly beside him. Who are you? Xiao Yingchun kowtowed and responded, I am Xiao Yingchun, the concubine's daughter of the Western merchant Shisi. I usually travel around to inspect business for my father. Do you know this kneeling man? Xiao Yingchun stepped forward and pretended to take a closer look at his real father, then shook his head decisively. This man looks a bit like my father. That gentleman said he is my father. That's ridiculous. My father travels all over the country all year round, and his business is well connected. How can such a wretched person impersonate his demeanor and appearance? It's obvious that someone has come here to slander my father. Your Majesty, please investigate the person who spread the rumors and slandered him. Oh? You said you were the concubine daughter of the Western merchant Shisi, but you look like someone from Daliang. Why is that? Why is your last name Xiao? His Majesty the Emperor did not fully trust Xiao Yingchun. Xiao Yingchun was also frank. My biological mother is the concubine my father bought in Yangzhou. Although my eyes and hair color are like my father's, my appearance is 50% similar to my mother's. I take my mother's surname. Only if my father approves can I take his surname. Oh? Have you ever been to Daliang Dynasty before? No. How do you know Fu Chenan? My father knows him, but I don't. This is also the first time I've met General Fu when I came to Daliang capital. What do you think of Fu Chenan? Xiao Yingchun was stunned by the question and subconsciously glanced at Fu Chenan. General Fu is handsome. For a moment, I didn't know how to respond. The emperor's questions came one after another, becoming more and more urgent, and his speaking speed became faster and faster. Obviously, the emperor wanted to force Xiao Yingchun to blurt out something after she became confused. The emperor was very satisfied with Xiao Yingxuan's obedience to this rhythm and slight panic. She is just the concubine's daughter of a Western merchant. How courageous can she be? But after a few words of questioning, he still lost his composure. However, Xiao Yingxuan's image at this time is indeed attractive. Ice green eyes, red hair, delicate features, and a slender figure. She looks novel no matter how you look at her, with a unique beauty. When she entered the palace today, Xiao Yingxuan deliberately emphasized the word rich in order to fit in with the character of a wealthy businessman's daughter. Her clothes and jewelry were all embellished with pearls, and she wore a pair of thumb-sized, nearly round pearl earrings on her ears, exuding a simple and unpretentious luxury. The emperor even had some thoughts. If he took her into the harem, why would he need Chenan to supply soap and ointment to the palace in the future? Even the Western goods business of the Sibs can be taken over by the imperial court. Wouldn't the imperial court's treasury be filled with profit by then? Kill both people and money. The more the emperor thought about it, the more he felt it was a good idea, and his determined look gradually became undisguised. Xiao Yingxuan's heart skipped a beat, and she replied in a panic, "I like General Fu." After this sentence was spoken, the imperial study became completely silent. The fire in the emperor's eyes gradually faded. As the son of heaven, it is impossible for him to do such a thing as openly taking away the love of his minister. So His Majesty the Emperor looked at Fu Chenan with gloomy eyes. "Oh, what does Fu Qing's family mean? You'd better know what's interesting." Fu Chenan's face was covered with snot and tears just now, but now his mood changed so quickly that he was completely stunned. He really didn't expect Xiao Yingxuan to suddenly say such a thing. This is different from what we had discussed before. Of course, Fu Chenan did not expect that His Majesty the Emperor would still be so shameless in his middle age. Fu Chenan looked at Xiao Yingxuan, and reason told him, "If you are patient, you will have a bright future." Anyway, Xiao Yingxuan can turn around and leave with the help of the space-time supermarket system, and the Emperor can't control her at all. But emotionally, Fu Chenan was unwilling to let Xiao Yingxuan face the pressure from the Emperor alone. Just when Fu Chenan was about to grit his teeth and say, "I also like Miss Xiao," Xiao Yingxuan bowed his head again. "Your Majesty, regarding marriage, my father has set rules for us illegitimate sons and daughters." "Oh? What rules?" His Majesty the Emperor was more patient with the beauty who brought her own wealth. "My father is timid and always afraid that the business will be interfered with by outsiders, so he set a rule. If a concubine's daughter marries, she will cut off ties with the family and will not be involved in any of the family's businesses from then on. And when a concubine's daughter gets married, her dowry is only 10,000 taels of silver, nothing else." Without waiting for the emperor to question, Xiao Yingxuan continued, "A concubine's daughter can only continue to be involved in the family business if she marries a son-in-law. My father has many concubines and aunts, and more than 30 illegitimate sons and daughters. In order not to be abandoned, we are all very obedient. So I will only marry a son-in-law from now on." Upon hearing this, the emperor frowned slightly. If this is true, then if he marries Xiao Yingxuan he will only get a beauty, but there will be no hope for anything else. It might also arouse Sith's fear and cut off business relations with the Daliang dynasty, and then he would have no soap to use. I would also be accused of stealing someone I love, and Fu Chenan would feel resentful towards me. The emperor thought it was not worth it. Just a woman. Xiao Yingxuan looked at Fu Chenan with a loving look on her face. "If General Fu is willing to give up everything in the Liang dynasty and go to the west with me to marry into the family, I will naturally be more than happy to do so." His Majesty the Emperor looked at Fu Chenan. If Fu Chenan is willing, His Majesty the Emperor would be more than happy to do so. Chapter 148, The Emperor Can't Help It. Fu Chenan looked embarrassed. "My father only has me as his son. In order to avoid making my father sad, I can only let Miss Xiao down. It means that she is unwilling to marry into the family." His Majesty the Emperor felt relieved. "Then I will not take care of this matter. Come on, Miss Xiao has come from afar. Please give her a seat and serve her tea." A palace servant brought a stool, and Xiao Yingxuan had just sat down when someone brought her tea. Xiao Yingxuan stood up and was about to take it, but the palace servant flipped the tea in his hand and half of the cup of tea was poured all over Xiao Yingxuan. The gauze skirt was immediately covered with tea stains, looking miserable. Xiao Yingxuan stood up in panic. "Ah!" The palace maid knelt on the ground and said, "I wish you would die." His Majesty the Emperor frowned. "Why don't you help Miss Xiao down to change her clothes?" Xiao Yingxuan and Fu Chenan were both nervous. The palace maids who can serve the emperor are all top-notch. How could they make such a low-level mistake? This is intentional. What do they want to do with this opportunity? Fu Chenan was anxious and couldn't help but look at Xiao Yingchun. After a brief panic, Xiao Yingchun calmed down and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." She followed the palace maid to the back to change her clothes. The luxurious clothes on her body were taken off one by one, revealing the woman's exquisite body. Xiao Yingchun was not at all shy and let the palace maid help her change her clothes. The palace maid asked again, "Miss Xiao's hair is messy. Can I do her makeup again?" Xiao Yingchun nodded slightly and handed over a pearl the size of her little finger, as casually as handing over a 1 yuan coin. "Thank you very much." The palace maid was startled. Whose master would reward with such a big pearl? Even the ladies in the palace would not be so generous. This illegitimate daughter of the Sith boss is so generous. The palace maid combed Xiao Yingchun's hair more carefully. Her smooth red hair was tied up by the palace maids with several golden hairpins. When Xiao Yingchun returned to the imperial study again, she had changed into a light green dress, which made everyone's eyes light up. It's as if the red flowers are set off by green leaves, which gives it a unique flavor. Fu Chenan breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad that everyone is okay." His Majesty the Emperor glanced at Dr. Qian and Qin Shiming. "I will have someone investigate today's incident carefully. You should resolve your cooperation privately. Do not use your power to pressure others." Without waiting for Dr. Qian and Qin Shiming to say anything else, the Emperor waved his hand and said, "Everyone go back?" Why didn't they punish Dr. Qian and his son?
Yes.
Dr. Qian and Qin Shiming were surprised, and as if they had been pardoned, they left quickly. Fu Chenan and Xiao Yingchun were indignant, but they did not dare to pursue the matter further, so they said goodbye and left. After everyone left, the Emperor looked at the palace maid who had just helped Xiao Yingchun change her clothes and comb her hair. "How is it?" The palace maid, who was in her 30s, knelt down and presented the pearl with both hands. "This is the pearl Miss Xiao gave me as a reward. The lady's hair is real. It is indeed red. Although she doesn't have the virgin blood, her body is undoubtedly a virgin." His Majesty the Emperor lowered his eyes, waved his hand to let the people go, and then looked at the eunuch beside him. "What do you think?" The eunuch bowed and replied, "This woman's behavior is completely different from that of your daughter. It is obvious that she has not received any training in this area. But her behavior is free and easy, and she doesn't look like a girl raised in an ordinary small family. It does fit in with what she said about traveling around to inspect businesses." As for her and General Fu, according to the news from the Marshal's office, General Fu is very close to this woman. I think he has this idea. Perhaps it was because of the family rules for women that it did not develop further? His Majesty the Emperor thought about it and nodded in approval. That should be the case. If what these two people said were true, it meant that Qian Huailin had his supply rights revoked, so he found someone who looked a bit like Boss Zeiss to maliciously frame him. Daring to bring their ideas to the Emperor's attention, this Qin family is truly outrageous. But considering that they are here to deal with Fu Chenan, I will spare their lives for the time being. As for Fu Chenan, if it is selfish, His Majesty the Emperor really wants to kill him. But there is Fu Zhonghai at the border. If his only son is killed, I am afraid he will rebel immediately. What should I do? The Emperor thought about it and said, "Go and tell them to do this." The eunuch respectfully agreed and went, but a feeling of anxiety flashed through his mind. The Emperor couldn't help it after all. Fu Chenan led Xiao Yingchun out of the palace and home. Both of them looked unhappy. There is no doubt that everything Fu Chenan had worried about before had happened. The Emperor not only had her body examined, he also looked closely at her hair. Fortunately, Xiao Yingchun's hair had just been dyed and the roots had not grown out yet. Otherwise, it might have been exposed under such a detailed inspection. Xiao Yingchun felt something was wrong. The Emperor knew that the Qin family was framing him and was using him. So why didn't he hold the Qin family accountable for deceiving the Emperor? Fu Chenan sneered, "Not punishing is encouragement." Today, the Qin family father and son were not punished for deceiving the Emperor. I believe that in the future, there will be more shameless ministers who are smart and good at framing others and use more clever methods to deal with the Fu family, so as to win the Emperor's approval and climb the ladder to heaven. Xiao Yingchun became worried. What should we do then? Fu Chenan, I will write a letter to my father. For such a major matter, I naturally have to discuss it with my father before taking any action. When the two returned to the house next to the Marshal's mansion, Fu Chenan gave his suggestion directly without waiting for Xiao Yingchun to say anything. I will send you away tomorrow. Just say you are going to Dianing to help your father inspect the business and then say goodbye and leave. Xiao Yingchun was also scared today. Okay, since you are leaving, you have to do some superficial work. Fu Chenan came forward and invited Cheng Yigui and other 4 families to come together to meet Xiao Yingchun. There is no need for the Ningyuan Marquis family to come. They can just stay in the dark. What happened in the palace had already been spread out, and Cheng Igue and the other 4 families hated Qian Shiming's family with gnashing teeth. If Fu Chenan was convicted because of the troop owner, I'm afraid that the cowardly boss Shisi would not dare to sell goods to the capital anymore. By then, the Tao Tao cosmetics business of the 4 of them would be finished. This is a really big piece of pie. Who wouldn't feel sad? Fortunately, at the critical moment, Fu Chenan invited boss Shisi's concubine's daughter to testify and confirmed that the owner of the troop was not boss Shisi, thus saving the business. Therefore, Cheng Igue and the other 3 families were particularly grateful to Fu Chenan and Missing Chun. Missing Chun, this is a small gift I prepared for you. Cheng Igue took the lead and stepped forward to hand over a box. Xiaoing Chun did not refuse. She took it with a smile and put it aside. With Cheng Igue taking the lead, the other 3 also presented their gifts. Xiaoing Chun accepted them one by one, and then explained to the 4 people, I will leave tomorrow to go to Daiyue to inspect the business. My father still trusts General Fu for the supply here. Please follow the rules. After some instructions and warnings, the 4 families all agreed to take their leave. Only then did Xiao Ingchun have time to see the things they had given her. The contents of the box were very straightforward. Apart from a complete set of gemstone-inlaid red gold head ornaments, the rest were silver bills. The 4 families together had 10,000 taels of silver notes. Obviously, they had discussed it beforehand. Xiaoing Chun, so real. But I like it. Chapter 149, Sky-High Price of Bezor. There are still a lot of silver and gold ingots in the cash register system of the space-time supermarket. Xiaoing Chun doesn't dare to take out too many to sell for fear of crashing the antique market. But at the moment, these banknotes are useless to Xiaoing Chun. After thinking it over, Xiaoing Chun looked at Fu Chenan and said, if it's convenient, can you get me a few more of the ginseng from last time? Fu Chenan naturally agreed. 100-year-old ginseng is rare in this era. They are all found by experienced ginseng hunters in deep mountains and old forests. One ginseng is worth hundreds of gold. Moreover, there were many ferocious beasts in Changbai Mountain at that time, and one could easily lose one's life. However, compared with the 21st century, the supply of goods is still much more abundant. As long as you have money and make an appointment with some old pharmacies in advance, you can buy it after a longer period of time. Xiaoing Chun has checked the auction records and found that the auction price of a complete century-old ginseng was as high as 18 million. This thing is a good thing that many wealthy families are eager to get, and no one will worry about its source. Xiaoing Chun seemed to have an idea. Aren't Chinese medicinal materials much easier to sell than gold and silver ingots and various antiques? Not that eye-catching yet. Moreover, many modern Chinese medicinal materials are not old enough, and their medicinal properties are not good enough. If we can import some Chinese medicinal materials from ancient times? After returning from Daliang Dynasty, Xiao Ingchun hurried to find Yi Yubin. Yi Yubin was stunned after hearing Xiao Ingchun's idea. You said before that you wanted to contract a hilltop to grow herbs. It's only been 2 days, and you're going to resell the herbs again? Xiao Ingchun laughed dryly. I have a friend who said he can get Chinese herbal medicines that are old and have good medicinal properties. So let me ask you, which herb is more valuable in the current Chinese herbal medicine market? Yi Yubin expressed deep concern. Girl, Chinese herbal medicine is a very complicated business. If you are an outsider, you'd better not get involved. Xiao Ingchun looked at Yi Yubin. Don't we have you? I'm planning to bring you in. Uncle Yi, you don't have to do anything else. Just be responsible for identifying the quality of the herbs I purchase. Are you familiar with this? Yi Yubin sighed, and after a long while he spoke with determination. Girl, how can you be so bold? As Yi Yubin spoke, Xiao Ingchun's expression changed. Yi Yubin is a doctor of pharmacy. During his doctoral studies, his research direction was Western medicine. But Yi Yubin's family is a family of traditional Chinese medicine. The heir of a family of traditional Chinese medicine gave up the traditional Chinese medicine tradition and chose to study Western medicine pharmacy? What a rebellious son. This action angered Yi Yubin's grandfather, who was an old Chinese medicine doctor. He was furious and kicked Yi Yubin out of the house. Yi Yubin never expected that his family would disown him just because he chose to study Western medicine. It just so happened that at this time Yi Yubin was broken up by Tang Xiqiang and he was heartbroken. Under the double blow, Yi Yubin simply gave up on himself and opened a pharmacy in a village in the city. He lived in a daze every day, eating and waiting to die. Who knew that this tiger girl Xiao Ingchun wanted to mess around with the Chinese herbal medicine company? He was worried about Xiao Ingchun, and after much hesitation he decided to tell her everything. Yi Yubin finished speaking. His tone and expression were very vicissitudes. Of course, I have no problem identifying Chinese herbal medicine for you. But girl, you still need to be calm. Xiao Chun nodded hastily. I'll listen to Uncle Yi. Yi Yubin rolled his eyes in anger. What the hell are you listening to? She obviously didn't listen. Forget it. As long as the medicinal materials can pass this test, there won't be any problem. Yi Yubin then started talking about the current Chinese herbal medicine market. What is the most popular medicinal ingredient in the traditional Chinese medicine market today? Apart from precious ginseng, cordyceps, and the like, the most expensive thing is natural bezoar. The price of the best natural bezoar has reached 1.6 million per kilogram, and it is still out of stock. Nowadays, the annual production of bezoar in China is only 1,000 kilograms, while the demand is 5,000 kilograms. Most natural bezoar has to be imported. Yi Yubin didn't think that Xiao Chun had the means to get natural bezoar, so he specifically talked about the latest market trends of Chinese herbal medicines, mainly the 2 whites and 1 black. The so-called 2 whites and 1 black are Atractylodes macrocephala, white peony root, and Peonia suffruticosa murphy. The prices of these medicinal herbs are rising rapidly now. Atractylodes used to cost 7 yuan per kilogram, but now it costs 95 yuan per kilogram. White peony root that used to cost 5 yuan per kilogram now costs 50 yuan per kilogram. The best peony bark used to cost 40 yuan per kilogram, but now it has risen to 120 yuan per kilogram. Speaking of this, Yi Yubin himself also felt emotional. Capital has rushed into the Chinese herbal medicine market. Some herbs are controlled by capital and prices are very chaotic. Many Chinese herbal medicines are too expensive, which directly leads to the suspension of production or price increase of Chinese patent medicines using these herbal medicines. Xiao Chun seemed to understand what he said, but she understood one thing. Some medicinal herbs are very valuable now. If the price difference between the two sides is huge, I can ask Fu Chenan to buy it there and then sell it here. The next morning, as soon as Xiao Chun arrived at Daliang Dynasty, she told Fu Chenan her thoughts. There would naturally be no problem with Fu Chenan. His family had a doctor named Niu Zhensheng, who was very familiar with Chinese herbal medicines, so he could just ask Dr. Niu to help purchase them. However, given the emperor's fear of him, it would not be possible to purchase in the capital, so he could only go to other places to make purchases. As for bezoar, Fu Chenan's eyes lit up. Dozens of miles past Yongzhou City is an endless grassland. Many people there graze cattle and sheep all year round, and bezoar is not expensive there. The last time the Fu family army broke into Yongzhou City, they looted a lot of bezoars. At that time, all the bezoars were given to Dr. Niu and should not have been used up. After hearing this, Xiao Chun's eyes lit up. Then can you help me ask? Good. Fu Chenan agreed immediately. Xiao Chun also talked about the reason why bezoar was so expensive in his world. I heard that because it is too expensive, some people are cultivating artificial bezoar, and even cultivating artificial bezoar outside the human body. Fu Chenan was stunned. When it comes to making money, people's brains really work. The next second, Fu Chenan asked, how to cultivate this bezoar artificially? On the grasslands of Taizhou and Yongzhou, cattle are grazed in the hundreds or thousands. If they can be artificially bred, the Fu family army in Yongzhou will be able to be self-sufficient in the future. There is no need to rely on the court's military pay to have enough food and clothing. Xiao Chun, I don't know, but I can go and ask for you. Missing Chun with red hair and green eyes has finished inspecting the shop and is about to leave. For a moment, the streets were filled with people who came to see the strange sight. Xiao Chun was escorted out of the capital by Fu Chenan and many onlookers and put on a large ship docked at the Yudai River Wharf and left the Daliang Dynasty in full view of everyone. After returning to Wulong Villa, Xiao Chun went to find Yi Yubin again. How to cultivate bezoar artificially? Yi Yubin, you just want to bully me alone? Chapter 150 Fu Chenan's layout. Facing Xiao Chun's eager eyes, Yi Yubin couldn't say no. I don't know much about this, but I have a classmate who seems to be doing research in this area. Wait for me to ask. The internet age is fast. Yi Yubin quickly sent all the information about cultivating bezoar in the body to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was dumbfounded when looking at the thick stack of information. Fu Chenan was illiterate and couldn't recognize the words on his side. Do I have to translate it word by word to Fu Chenan? After much deliberation, Xiao Chun chose the smart reading software. Fu Chenan was stunned when he heard the standard Mandarin broadcast voice coming out from the speakers. After coming to his senses, Fu Chenan quickly found paper and pen, wrote down the most important part of the operation, and rushed to find Dr. Lao Niu. In the chicken shed in the backyard of the Marshal's mansion, Dr. Lao Niu was also shocked when he saw the note from Fu Chenan. Brethren, what do you mean by this? Fu Chenan's eyes were burning. Bezoar can be cultivated artificially. That mysterious girl is willing to exchange a lot of food and clothes for Bezoar. There are a lot of cattle over in Taizhou City. If my Fu family army can build a cattle farm to artificially breed Bezoars in Taizhou City, we can exchange it for a large amount of supplies. When the emperor wants to strangle the Fu family army again, the Fu family army will not be afraid of starving to death, freezing to death, or dying of thirst. After a brief moment of inactivity, Dr. Lao Nyo reacted. You want me to run this cattle farm that artificially cultivates Bezoars? You have been a veterinarian, and you know the importance and whole story of this matter. I don't know who else I should trust except you. Fu Chenan stated the reason frankly. Dr. Lao Nyo grinned and patted Fu Chenan's arm with his rough hands like he did when he was a child. You little one, I know how to arrange people. Dr. Lao Nyo agreed, but he made a request. I want to take Shenyang with me. There are no women allowed in the army, and he had to make it clear in advance. He was worried about leaving this reckless girl, Nyo Shenyang, alone in the capital, fearing that she would get into trouble if no one was watching over her. Fu Chenan said without hesitation, no problem. I'll write a letter to my father, and you can just take the letter with you. Good. As for whether Nyo Shenyang would suffer losses in the army, Dr. Nyo and Fu Chenan had no concerns in this regard. When this tiger girl, who is born with supernatural powers, joins the army, there are not many things that can cause her any harm. Dr. Lao Nyo was even more hopeful. If there really was some short-sighted man who took a fancy to his daughter, then his daughter would be sold to him. The next morning, Dr. Nyo and Nyo Shenyang drove a horse-drawn carriage out of the city in the direction of Taizhou. Fu Chenan sat at the wonton stall on the street, eating his 5th bowl of wontons, and watched Dr. Lao Nyo leave without leaving any trace in his eyes. Just as I turned around and took the last bite of soup, someone sat down next to me. The man first glanced at Fu Chenan before ordering a bowl of wontons. After Fu Chenan saw the man's face clearly, he was stunned for a moment and asked the boss to serve him 2 more bowls of wontons. The two people did not communicate throughout the whole process. The man hurriedly finished a bowl of wontons, put down the bowl and left. Fu Chenan had just finished his 7th bowl of wontons, and he placed his bowl on top of the man's empty bowl. His fingers deftly tucked the paper ball at the bottom of the bowl between his fingers. When he got home, Fu Chenan unfolded the paper ball, and his expression changed immediately. The emperor actually asked Xiaji and Guyu to poison his food. The emperor clearly asked someone to investigate afterwards and found out that Qin Leaguai was indeed not a CC boss, but just the owner of a family-run opera troupe, so he let Qin Leaguai go. He clearly asked someone to examine Xiao Inchuan's body. He had clearly trapped himself in the capital, and he had not left, and he had even closed Tao Tao Ji. Why does he still want to kill himself? My father and I worked so hard for the royal family, but we still can't have a good ending. Fu Chenan gritted his teeth and rubbed the paper ball into powder. At this time, the butler reported, the 7th prince is here. As long as Fu Chenan did not enter the palace, the 7th prince would come to practice martial arts every afternoon. During this period, he gained a little more flesh on his face and body. His complexion was much better, and he grew taller. Master! The 7th prince looked unhappy. Fu Chenan restrained his emotions, his eyes calm. Why did your highness come here this morning? The 7th prince was a little uneasy. Father said that I didn't study well, and he scolded me. He asked me to stay in the palace to make up for my studies these days, and not to leave the palace. I came here to ask for leave. In fact, the 7th prince controlled his studies very well. He was not the worst, but he was definitely not outstanding either. He didn't understand why his father suddenly checked his homework yesterday afternoon when he had been doing fine all the time. Even though he managed to answer 80% of the questions haltingly, his father was still not satisfied. He criticized him for being lazy in his studies recently and stopped him from practicing martial arts for a while. After coming out of the imperial study, the 7th prince asked his men to investigate, and only then did he find out the whole story. How can I just give up on the master, connections plus opportunities, that I found with great difficulty? However, Fu Chenan's expression remained unchanged. He just bowed and pointed towards the direction of the palace. Since it is your majesty's order, I will obey it. Your highness, whenever you are free, just have someone inform me, so that I won't be disappointed. He was totally unprepared to explain or refute. Master! The 7th prince looked aggrieved and puzzled, and just tilted his head slightly and looked at Fu Chenan. Fu Chenan sighed in his heart. Foolish boy, your biological father is afraid that you will get poisoned if you eat something from my place. He is trying to save your life. You are a person who doesn't know how lucky you are. Master, can I come to see you again in the future? Fu Chenan glanced at the seventh prince and sighed. Your Majesty is wholeheartedly doing good for your Highness, and the decision he made must also be for your Highness's good. Your Highness will naturally listen to His Majesty. Better not to come. But the seventh prince wanted to say something, but was afraid of saying the wrong thing and giving others a chance to criticize him. In the end, he swallowed his words back and left dejectedly. After the seventh prince left, Fu Chenan asked someone to close the door, returned to the yard, and went towards the space-time supermarket. On the second floor of Wulong Villa, Fu Chenan stepped into the reception room on the second floor. Xiaoing Chun is calling Yi Yubin. Uncle Yi, what kind of Chinese herbal medicine do you think would be best to grow in the forest I rented? Yi Yubin on the other end of the phone almost fainted. You haven't even decided what you want to plant, and you rented over 200 acres of land? Xiao Ingchun laughed. I rented the mountain land just to set up a Chinese herbal medicine company, so that Daliang dynasty's medicinal materials would have a rational reason to sell to the outside world. Yi Yubin was speechless and could only give advice. If you want to grow herbs on this mountain land and you are not in a hurry to make a profit, why don't you grow Scutellaria bicolensis? If Scutellaria bicolensis is planted with seeds, it will take 3 years to be harvested. If it is planted with seedlings, it will take 2 years to be harvested. Excluding the costs of labor, fertilizer, etc., one can earn at least 4,000 yuan per acre of land. There are more than 200 acres of land here. Earning more than 1 million in 3 years is a good income for ordinary people. Chapter 151 Fu Chenan learns to use a mobile phone. Uncle Yi, you see I don't know anything. Can you manage it for me? After selling the herbs produced in this mountain, I will give you 70% of the net profit, okay? Xiao Ingchun smiled flatteringly, and Yi Yubin was speechless. I spent so much money to rent this land, and now I give out 70% of the profit. This little girl really doesn't treat money as money. With this kind of personality, how are you going to get married in the future? Won't someone cheat you out of all your money? He didn't want to agree, but he was afraid that Xiao Ingchun would turn around and look for someone else to partner with, and he would really be cheated. Okay. Yi Yubin agreed with gritted teeth. It just so happened that the big pharmacy opened by Yi Yubin was also going to be demolished, so he also had to close the store and move away. So he simply moved directly to Xiao Ingchun's Tataji farm. Anyway, the 2-story building is empty anyway. After talking to Yi Yubin, Xiao Ingchun hung up the phone and looked at Fu Chenan. Fu Chenan slumped on the sofa with a depressed look on his face, as if he had been hit by a club. Xiao Ingchun felt something was wrong. What's going on? Fu Chenan suppressed his anger and told Xiao Ingchun the news he had received. When Xiao Ingchun heard this, she also got angry. From beginning to end, Fu Chenan did nothing wrong, but he refused to accept the Qian family's blackmail and control. The Qian family then sent Qian Leaguai to try to force Fu Chenan to submit. Fu Chenan refused, so the Qian family decided to file a complaint with the emperor. The emperor had clearly found out everything, but instead of dealing with the Qian father and son, he wanted to kill Fu Chenan first. Didn't you say before that he was using you as a hostage to contain your father? Xiao Ingchun expressed his incomprehension. Fu Chenan sneered, if he kills me openly, my father will naturally rise up and start a rebellion. But if he used shady means, such as poisoning, my body would just gradually fail, and I would eventually die of an inexplicable illness, and my father would have no reason to rebel. Thinking that Xiao Ingchun might not understand the importance of heavenly orthodoxy in ancient times, Fu Chenan gave Xiao Ingchun some popular science explanation. The royal family of the Daliang dynasty naturally possessed the right to rule. If the civil and military officials rebelled, it would be unjust, and the people of the world would despise them. Xiao Ingchun felt aggrieved when she heard this. According to what you said, you and your father are still going to be loyal to this emperor? Even if someone is going to kill you, are you still prepared to remain loyal? Fu Chenan sneered. How is that possible? The tall and handsome young man's eyes were full of coldness. Like a lone wolf, he stared fiercely at the zebra painting on the wall. I plan to do this. Xiao Ingchun became nervous after hearing this. How do you need me to cooperate with you? Fu Chenan looked at Xiao Ingchun. Miss Xiao, I really need your cooperation. Do you think this will work? Fu Chenan spoke, and Xiao Ingchun listened. After the two finished communicating, Fu Chenan stood up. Let's do this for the next few days. You can wait for my notification for the rest? Xiao Ingchun nodded decisively. Okay. Xiao Ingchun was afraid that Fu Chenan would not be able to find her when she was not at home, so she simply placed an order for a VV smartphone and had it delivered directly to her home. Fu Chenan made an appointment to come over for dinner and learn how to use a smartphone, so he left first. Returning to his room on the 3rd floor, Xiao Ingchun was agitated. Rebellion. I was actually involved in it personally and became a crucial link in it. Just thinking about it makes me nervous and excited. At night, Chenan came in carrying a huge lunchbox. As soon as he entered the house and put down the lunchbox, he started looking for a trash can. Xiaoying-chun cooperated and brought the trash can over, watching Chenan pour the delicious food into the trash can. Xiaoying-chun smelled the delicious smell and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Maybe these dishes are not poisonous? Chenan glanced at Xiaoying-chun and said, "Do you want to try?" Xiaoying-chun lost her appetite instantly. "No, no. Pour it out. Are you kidding me with your life?" However, in this way, all the instant noodles, self-heating rice and snacks that Xiaoying-chun had not sold out in the small supermarket came in handy. 2 people, 4 servings of self-heating rice, 2 braised eggs, and 2 sausages. Perfect. Chenan ate voraciously, devouring the food in no time. Xiaoying-chun, however, felt guilty. "How about I cook for you tomorrow?" Chenan hesitated. "Will it be too much trouble for you?" Xiaoying-chun was silent for a few seconds. "It is a bit troublesome. After all, she doesn't like cooking. How about ordering takeout?" Chenan, "Okay." The two looked at each other for 2 seconds and laughed at the same time. The most comfortable way to get along with others is not to put yourself in a difficult position just to please them. Chenan was very considerate. "If you have something to go out for recently, just go ahead. I'll come over and get something to eat. Anyway, there are still plenty of food and snacks in the garage." Xiaoying-chun had no choice but to agree. She ordered various frozen dumplings, buns, self-heating rice, and other simple fast foods online, while teaching Chenan how to use his mobile phone. "You press this and it turns on. This is the battery. This pattern means there is power. If it's empty, it means there is no power. At this time, you need to plug the charger, this end of the rope, into this hole, and then there will be a lightning pattern here, which means that the phone is charging." Chenan studied hard and tried to make a call for the first time in front of Xiaoying-chun. "Miss Xiao?" Xiaoying-chun, who was nearby, answered the phone. "Yes. Can you hear me? What do you think? I always feel like it's a bit silly for 2 people to be like this. What should I do?" After Chenan hung up the phone, Xiaoying-chun pointed at the table and said, "Have you learned how to make a phone call? From now on, leave this phone here. If you come over and I'm not here, you can use the phone to call me." "Good." After the 2 sides finished their communication, Chenan left again with the empty lunchbox. When Guyu came to Chenan's yard to take back the food box, she confirmed that all the food was gone, and she left quietly. After Chenan watched Guyu leave, his expression turned a little colder. For some people, no matter how well she planned for them, she would not give up her plan to poison them. Although it is understandable that each of them serves their own master, but it is also understandable that I give up on her. Retracting the coldness in his eyes, Chenan looked at the most recent account books again, and finally chose to send them to Xiaoying-chun and burn them. On Xiaoying-chun's side, Yubin began to plan the planting of Scutularia bicolensis in the mountains. He planned to invite people from the village who were willing to work in the mountains and pay them on a daily basis. Chenan, on the other hand, went around searching for 100-year-old ginseng and bezoar on the pretext of sending a gift to missing Chun. Because the 100-year-old ginseng was too expensive, Chenan even sold the red sandalwood Qinggong babu bed that his family had just collected, the one that Xiaoying-chun strongly resisted. In 5 days, all the bezoars in the pharmacies in the capital and surrounding towns were sold out, and he also collected several 100-year-old ginsengs. Bezoar in the Daliang dynasty was not cheap either. There has been a saying among the people since ancient times that 1 ounce of bezoar was worth 1 ounce of gold. But for Xiaoying-chun, 1 ounce of bezoar can be exchanged for 3 ounces of gold. And bezoar is not as eye-catching as gold. Chapter 152 Qing Yu Tang, a family of traditional Chinese medicine. When Yubin arrived at Tataji Manor, Xiaoying-chun showed Yubin a large bag of bezoar and 300-year-old ginsengs. "Uncle Yi, can you help me check whether this bezoar and ginseng are authentic?" Yubin looked at the bezoar and ginseng in front of him and felt that he must have not woken up and was dreaming. Yubin carefully examined the bag of nearly 5 kilograms of bezoar and confirmed that it was truly natural bezoar and of quite good quality. And those 3 ginsengs were actually rare century-old mountain ginsengs. Xiaoying-chun, surprisingly, really, got natural bezoar and century-old ginseng. Yubin moved his gaze away from the bezoar and century-old ginseng and stared at Xiaoying-chun. Xiaoying-chun was originally quite happy, but Yubin's eyes were so scary that it scared away her smile. "Uncle Yi, what are you doing?" Yubin closed his eyes and said, "Girl, you have to tell me the truth. Where did you get this thing from? You can't break the law, you know that?" Your father and mother are watching over you in heaven. They have been honest and obedient their whole lives." Seeing that Yi Yubin was about to start preaching, Xiao Yingchun quickly surrendered. Uncle Yi, I promise I'm not breaking the law. They also have their own channels to get these back, and they want me to help them sell them. Besides, these things are still in short supply in this era. Yi Yubin. He really wanted to quit the job, but looking at Xiao Yingchun's playful face, he couldn't bear to do it. Finally, Xiao Yingchun had to confess, "I have a friend who is an investor, but he is a low-key person and doesn't dare to trust strangers. He recently received a batch of high-end Chinese medicines and wanted to start a company with me to ship them. These ginseng and bezoars are not all. He will have more goods later." When Yi Yubin heard this, he understood. It turned out that Xiao Yingchun was also spotted by Capital and became part of the Capital speculation in medicinal materials. Yi Yubin finally chose to believe, half-heartedly, Xiao Yingchun and began to talk about the possible sales channels of these ginseng and bezoar. "The quality of your medicinal materials is too high. Each ginseng is worth tens of millions, and bezoar is worth 1.6 million per kilogram. It would be a pity to sell it to ordinary medicinal material dealers. Forget it. I'll go find a way for you." Xiao Yingchun took back the 3 ginsengs and said, "I won't sell these ginsengs for the time being. Can you help me sell the bezoars first?" "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Yi." Xiao Yingchun returned to her villa with a smile on her face. Yi Yubin sat in his room on the 2nd floor, holding more than 5 kilograms of natural bezoar in a daze. After a long time, he called Xiao Yingchun and said, "Girl, can you lend me your Mazda?" "Uncle Yi, just drive." Xiao Yingchun agreed immediately. 5 hours later, a Mazda stopped in front of the gate of Qing Yutang in the provincial capital, and Yi Yubin got out of the car carrying a backpack. The antique plaque of Qing Yutang made Yi Yubin squint his eyes slightly, and he walked in slowly. In Qing Yutang, an antique wooden Chinese medicine cabinet is neatly arranged. In the innermost glass room, an old doctor in a white tang suit is taking the patient's pulse. There were 2 rows of chairs in the lobby of Qing Yutang, on which 5 patients were sitting quietly waiting. A young man saw Yi Yubin come in and immediately stepped forward to ask in a low voice what was going on. "Uncle, what's your number?" "I'm looking for him." Yi Yubin pointed to the doctor inside. The young man realized that Yi Yubin didn't have a number and whispered, "We have an appointment system here. If you don't have a number, we won't see you." "I'm looking for him," Yi Yubin said again. "I know you're here to see him. Everyone who comes here is here to see him. If you don't have a number, we can't cut in line to see you. How about you try another hospital?" "No need. I'll go find him. Just tell him that if he doesn't want to see me, I'll leave immediately." Yi Yubin stubbornly refused to leave. The 5 patients in line all looked at Yi Yubin with dissatisfied expressions. They all came to make an appointment yesterday and made an appointment for today's consultation, so they can only come here to wait today. Why did this person come in and cut in line? The staff advised him, but he still didn't listen. "Uncle, please abide by our rules." How dare the young man disturb Dr. Ye's treatment? He could only work hard on Yi Yubin. Yi Yubin lost his patience, pushed the young man away with one hand, and walked inside. But this made the 5 patients who were sitting and waiting not happy. They all thought that Yi Yubin was here to cause trouble, so they stood up and prepared to stop Yi Yubin. Seeing that a fight was about to break out in Qing Yutang, Yi Daopei in the glass room was finally alarmed. Yi Daopei looked outside with dissatisfaction. The next second, he suddenly stood up and strode out. When the patients and the young man saw this, they all thought to themselves, "It's over. Dr. Yi is angry." Dr. Yi got angry, so he continued to treat the patient or not. "What's wrong with you? I told you to queue up, and you still want to cut in line?" An impatient person immediately shouted angrily and pushed Yi Yubin. The other one, who was impatient, reached out and twisted Yi Yubin's collar. Yi Daopei shouted, "Yubin, is it really you who came back?" Endless sound surprises. Everyone paused in astonishment. Dr. Yi knows this person? The patient who had just grabbed Yi Yubin's collar loosened his collar awkwardly. "Dr. Yi, do you know this person?" Yi Yubin nodded awkwardly. "Dad, I'm back." Everyone. "Well, Dr. Ye's son came back, but I almost beat him up. Do you still want to see this disease?" I'm sorry, Dr. Yi. We didn't know this was your son." Several patients who had committed the crime hurriedly apologized, fearing that they would offend Dr. Yi. Yi Daopei naturally didn't care about this. He waved his hand and said to the young man who was helping him, "Tell the patients behind to come back an hour later." When the young man agreed to make the phone call, Yi Daopei shouted inside again, "Ajiao, go to the backyard and tell the old man that his grandson is back." "Okay, master." A young man behind heard the noise and came out to take a look, his eyes full of curiosity and shock. Then he hurriedly trotted inside. Yubin, please wait for a moment. I'll talk to you after I finish seeing these patients. Don't leave, okay? Yi Daopei said this with a worried look on his face. Yi Yubin was filled with emotion, nodded honestly, and took the initiative to promise. Dad, I won't leave. I'll wait for you to finish your work. Okay, then don't leave. Just sit there. After hearing this, Yi Daopei gave repeated instructions, and then he returned to the glass compartment, looking back every few steps. Chapter 153. Selling Bezoar to my father. Yi Daopei was still examining the patient when he heard the thumping sound of a cane hitting the ground in the backyard. The sound was getting closer and closer, and Yi Yubin's heartbeat was also speeding up. Is that Grandpa? Is he starting to use crutches? Xiaobin is back? Where is he? Following the old voice, the three remaining patients in Qing Yutang and Yi Yubin all looked towards the corridor leading to the backyard. An old man with white hair and beard came out, slightly bent over and leaning on a cane. After not seeing him for more than 10 years, the old man who was so energetic back then actually became so old. Yi Yubin felt his nose sore and rushed forward more honestly than his brain. Grandpa! His knees felt weak, and Yi Yubin was about to kneel down. Oh my eldest grandson, you are finally back? Yi Shanshin threw away his crutches and supported Yi Yubin. The patient next to him was also shocked. Dr. Yi hasn't seen patients for several years, and he has aged so much. Yi Daopei also rushed out, supported the old man, and felt his pulse, while advising, Dad, don't get excited. Don't get excited. I was afraid that the old man would faint from excitement. Yi Shanshin slapped Yi Daopei on the shoulder and said, your father, will not die. Who told you to leave the patient behind and rush out? Yi Daopei reacted and quickly looked at the young man next to him. The young man had already supported Yi Shanshin's arm and signaled to Yi Daopei with his eyes, I will help you. Yi Daopei then turned around and prepared to go in to see the remaining patients. The patients greeted him one after another. Mr. Yi, miraculous Dr. Yi, how are you feeling lately? After a few words of greeting, Yi Shanshin also spoke directly. My grandson is back today. You are the last ones left. Daopei and I should hurry up and watch two each. After we are done, we need to talk among ourselves. Please forgive us. When everyone heard this, they were overjoyed. Okay. It's our dream to have Mr. Yi come to see us in person. Old Dr. Yi hasn't seen patients for several years. Today, because his grandson came back and he wanted to let his son get off work early, he was willing to see patients. I am so lucky. So Yi Yubin accompanied the old man to see the patient again. After everyone had left, Yi Yubin supported Yi Shanshin and slowly walked towards the backyard. You little rascal. You've been running away for so many years and you still remember to come back? As Yi Shanshin spoke, his eyes became a little moist. The 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren returned to the backyard and sat in the main room, where they began to talk in detail about each other's experiences over the years. In fact, Yi Yubin's family knew about his situation, but since he refused to listen after 2 phone calls, they just let it go. This was the first time Yi Yubin knew about the situation at home. It turns out that Qing Yutang now not only has this Chinese medicine clinic, but has also established a small-scale pharmaceutical company that mainly produces some Chinese patent medicines. However, because most of the current Chinese herbal medicines are not effective enough, the production of Chinese patent medicines has been suspended for quite some time. When Yi Yubin heard this, he knew it was settled. He unzipped his backpack and said, Dad, Grandpa, what do you think of this thing? When Yi Daopei saw Yi Yubin take out a bezoar, he was stunned. Bezoar? Yi Yubin nodded. Yi Daopei first took one and smelled it carefully, then pinched a little bit and rubbed it. Natural? Yi Daopei looked at his son in shock. Yi Yubin nodded again. Yi Shanshin was also stunned and stepped forward to examine it carefully. After an inspection, Yi Shanshin nodded. This bezoar is indeed natural, and its medicinal properties are very good. Yi Yubin silently opened the zipper of his backpack, took out a bag of bezoar in a plastic sealed bag, and placed it on the table. This bag weighs at least 2 kilograms, right? Yi Daopei was shocked again. 1 kilogram of bezoar now costs 1.6 million. Yi Yubin didn't say anything, but took out another bag of similar size and put it aside. Without waiting for Yi Daopei to speak, Yi Yubin took out another pack. Yi Daopei and Yi Shanshin were dumbfounded when they saw the 5 packets of bezoar neatly lined up in front of them. Xiaobin, what do you mean? Yi Shanshin's expression became serious. Yi Yubin didn't beat around the bush. I'm working for a medicinal material company now. They have a channel to get this kind of bezoar. I know that my family sometimes needs it, so I brought it back to see if you need to buy some. Yi Daopei and Yi Shanshin looked at each other, and Yi Shanshin took the initiative to speak. Of course we need this kind of high-quality bezoar. The main ingredient of Ongong Nyohuang pills is natural bezoar. It's hard to get bezoar recently, so we don't make this anymore. Diao, go get a scale. Yi Daopei students immediately ran to get an electronic scale. After weighing, the 5 packages of bezoars were 5,178 grams after removing the packaging bags. At the price of 1.6 million per kilogram, it was more than 8 million. Yi Shanshin waved his hand and said, Daopei, ask the finance department to transfer the money to Xiaobin. Yi Yubin hurriedly pushed Xiao Yingchuan's Tataji company account over. Yi Daopei, however, did not want to follow his son's lead without principles. Dad, taking so much bezoar at once. How long will it take to use it up? Yi Shanshin glared at him and said, look at the current market situation. Why don't you buy herbs now and wait until the price goes up? When Yi Daopei heard this, he didn't dare to speak. The current Chinese herbal medicine market is really crazy. When they prescribe medicine for old customers, they sometimes have to consider whether they can change to cheaper prescriptions. Yi Yubin, on the other hand, looked at his grandfather and said, Grandpa, are there any other herbs you need? My friend has a way to get a lot of pure wild herbs with good medicinal properties. Oh. Now Yi Shanshin and Yi Daopei both looked at Yi Yubin. How is that possible? It's so hard to find wild medicinal herbs nowadays. Yi Daopei subconsciously wanted to question again, but Yi Shanshin grabbed his hand. Yi Daopei stopped talking and looked at Yi Shanshin. Yi Shanshin smiled kindly. Okay. If the medicinal properties are really good, I want all the commonly used medicinal materials. If your friend can get them, please send them to me. Thank you, Grandpa. We're a family. Why are you talking about this? Yi Shanshin smiled gently, which slowly let Yi Yubin down his guard. He was afraid that they would say that he was not good enough in this or that. After Yi Yubin went to his room to wash and pack up, Yi Daopei asked Yi Shanshin, Dad, do you really support Xiaobin to work in a medicinal materials company? Don't you want him to come back and inherit the family business? Yi Shanshin looked at his son deeply and said, Don't support? Do you have a way to get him back? Or will you let him talk again, and he will be gone for another 10 years? Yi Daopei stopped talking. If there was a way to get Yi Yubin back, why would he have wasted so many years outside? Who knew he could be so stubborn? Just because I said a few harsh words, he really refused to go home for more than 10 years. Chapter 154, Tatar Attack. Seeing that his son was silent, Yi Shanshin sighed and said, At the beginning, because Xiaobin refused to continue studying Chinese medicine, I said to kick him out of the house. As a result, he was gone for more than 10 years. In the past 2 years, I have always wondered, what's wrong with him studying Western medicine? Even if what he did was wrong, we shouldn't kick him out of the house. I'm really afraid that I won't be able to see the day he comes home even if I close my eyes. Remember, nothing else matters. The most important thing is that he comes back. After Yi Shanshin said this, fearing that Yi Daopei would not listen, he grabbed his hand tightly and shook it. Do you remember it? Seeing Yi Daopei agreed to remember it, Yi Shanshin reminded him again, as if worried, Don't say that he is not good enough. Don't say he's not good enough. Turning the corner outside the door, Yi Yubin's eyes turned red when he heard this. He dropped his cell phone on the stool and turned back to pick it up, only to hear these words. The years of grievance in his heart seemed to have found an outlet. Yi Yubin hurried back to the house, not even taking his cell phone. Daliang Dynasty. After dark, many shops closed, but the brothels and theaters became bustling. Fu Chenan rode his horse to Zhuanglu as usual. Mei Nyang, the madam of Zhuanglu, saw Fu Chenan and immediately greeted him with a smile. Oh, isn't this General Fu? General Fu, please come in. Fu Chenan patted the madam's shoulder in a teasing manner. Mei Nyang, I want to hear Qiuqiu sing tonight. Mei Nyang smiled charmingly. General Fu is really... Come with me first. I'll ask someone to call Qiuqiu. She flicked the peach-red handkerchief and led Fu Chenan to the separate small attic in the backyard. Not long after, Qiuqiu came hurriedly with a zither in her arms, knocked on the door and went in. General Fu, I'll pour you some wine. Qiuqiu, why don't you sing a song for the general? Soon, the sound of piano accompanied by Qiuqiu's low singing rang out in the small attic. Judging from the noise, Mei Nyang, who was in her 30s, seemed to be pouring wine for Fu Chenan. But in fact, Fu Chenan was whispering something in Mei Nyang's ear. Mei Nyang looked serious, occasionally glancing at Fu Chenan, occasionally looking outside the door warily, and occasionally nodding. After Fu Chenan finished speaking, Mainyang nodded to show that she understood, and then stood up. General Fu, you and Xiaoqiu can play slowly. I will leave first. Delicacies were delivered in a continuous stream, along with a small purse. Only then did Fu Chenan eat and drink in peace. Xiaoqiu played the piano and sang while looking at Fu Chenan with flattery and gratitude. After she finished singing a song, Fu Chenan waved to her to come over and eat together. Xiaoqiu sat down as she was told and said softly, General, just call me Brotherin. Fu Chenan sighed silently. Brotherin? Xiaoqiu only shouted out 2 words. Her eyes were red, and she looked like she wanted to cry but couldn't. Xiaoqiu has thin eyebrows and eyes, and looks weak, which makes people want to bully her. In fact, she was always bullied. During the years she lived in Stone Lane, if Fu Chenan and his son had not taken care of her from time to time, she would have been sold by her gambling brother for gambling money, and nothing would have been left. However, it is impossible for others to take care of everything. After 3 years of protection, Xiaoqiu was eventually sold to Zhuhonglu by her gambling brother and became a prostitute. Fortunately, although Xiaoqiu had an ordinary appearance, she had a good voice. With Mainyang's care, she usually played the piano and sang for the princes and nobles who came here to play, and she was able to make a living. Fu Chenan and his son were preparing to take action, so naturally things had to be arranged in the capital first. Fu Chenan came to Zhuhonglu to find Mainyang. No one knew that the person Fu Chenan trusted most in the capital was actually Mainyang, the most famous madam of Zhuhonglu. And Mainyang is the widow of Fu Jiajun. After Mainyang, the once pretty and lively top-ranking girl, was redeemed by a wealthy businessman, she met bandits. In order to save his life, the rich businessman gave Mainyang to the bandits. Mainyang originally thought that she was just being served by a new person and was about to accept her fate, but unexpectedly she ran into that enemy, who brought his men to kill the bandits and save her despite being injured. Mainyang explained her identity and background, wanting to repay the favor by promising herself to him, but the enemy said that he did not want a casual relationship, wanted to marry Mainyang, and did not mind her past. The enemy was a deputy general of the Fu family army who was ordered to return to the capital. Mainyang was grateful, so she lived with him, wearing coarse clothes and eating simple meals. They spent a few years together with little time apart, and although their lives were plain, they were happy. I thought I would live like this for the rest of my life. Who knew that his enemy would die on the battlefield? The imperial court was afraid of the Fu family and actually cut off the food supply at the critical moment when the Fu family army was fighting. The Fu family army fought on an empty stomach and more than half of them died, but the court put the blame on Marshal Fu. The old Marshal died tragically, the Fu family was demoted to commoners, and the Marshal's mansion was taken back by the court. Before his death, the old Marshal asked Fu Zhonghai to comfort the families of the soldiers who died in the battle. Fu Zhonghai spent all his family wealth and went to visit the deceased widows one by one according to the addresses on the list, trying to give them some consolation money. When it came to Mainyang, she was only obsessed with why her man died. After Fu Zhonghai explained the reason, Mainyang didn't say anything at the time, but refused the silver and bowed. After Fu Zhonghai left, Mainyang combed her hair and left quietly. In just 2 years, she became the madam of Zhuhonglu, the #1 brothel in the capital. When did Fu Zhonghai get in touch with Mainyang? What did they agree on? Fu Chenan didn't know all this. But before Fu Chenan returned to Beijing, Fu Zhonghai asked Fu Chenan to go to Mainyang if he had any problems. It was at this time that Fu Chenan learned about Mainyang's identity. The next morning after Fu Chenan came home drunk from Zhuhonglu, he vomited blood. The palace asked the imperial physician to see him, but he couldn't find the cause. Fu Chenan was bedridden and soon couldn't get up. He couldn't eat and was getting thinner and thinner. Just when Fu Chenan's health was getting worse day by day, urgent news suddenly came from the border. The Tatar cavalry suddenly came out in full force and raided Yongzhou city, and Marshal Fu Zhonghai was seriously injured. Moreover, the Tatar cavalry rushed straight towards the capital, and all the soldiers defending the city along the way were vulnerable. By the time the news reached the capital, the Tatar cavalry had already captured 3 cities in a row and were only 200 miles away from the capital. The people were in an uproar and packed up their belongings, preparing to flee. For a while, the team leaving the city formed a long queue, and the atmosphere of panic was particularly strong. His Majesty the Emperor was so frightened that he quickly summoned all the civil and military officials in the court to come up with a solution. The civil and military officials in the court once again disappointed the Emperor. The civil officials all bowed their heads and acted like quails, while the military generals fell ill again, and the old and feeble ones all said that they were not capable of doing it. The Emperor smashed the inkstone on the spot. "You are no good. He is no good. I think they are all good when they are receiving salaries. When the Tatar cavalry enters the capital, will you kneel down to welcome them? Are you going to let them ravage all your wives and concubines? The generals all shrank their necks. At this time, it is either a matter of choosing face over life or life over face. Fortunately, a general stood up. The emperor was delighted and looked at the general with hope. Is the Gu family willing to lead the army to fight? General Gu knelt down and said, Your Majesty, my old injury has relapsed and I cannot get on the horse. Chenan is still in the capital. He has experience fighting against the Tatars. How about asking him to come and discuss this? Emperor. Chapter 155 Chenan asks for battle. Chenan took the poison that the emperor asked Guyu to give him. Now he can't even get out of bed. The imperial physician has examined him and confirmed that he was poisoned. How can we discuss this? The palace guard came running over, handed something to the eunuch at the door, and said something. The eunuch took a look and immediately came in to report. Your Majesty, General Chenan of the Marshal's office has submitted a petition requesting to fight. Everyone turned their eyes to the kneeling guard. The guard held a letter written in blood in his hands, and it was actually written by Chenan. Read. The emperor blurted out a word with mixed feelings. The guard read out the words, written in blood like chicken chop, which were just two simple sentences. General Chenan is willing to lead the army to fight. Drive out the Tartars. Avenge my father. Your Majesty, please give me some medicine to boost my spirits. I will lead the army to the battle immediately. His Majesty the Emperor. What is a spirit-boosting drug? If we want Chenan to go to the battlefield and defend the capital at this time, we can only give him the antidote. His Majesty the Emperor had no choice but to ask the imperial physician to come and bring the antidote to Chenan and hurriedly send it to the Marshal's mansion. Not long after, Chenan entered the palace with a pale face. At the same time as Chenan entered the palace, there was also an extremely urgent military intelligence report from the front line. It turned out that while the emperor was chatting with his courtiers, the Tatars had advanced over 100 miles and were now stationed at the foot of Jeju City, only 100 miles away from the capital. It only takes 2 hours for the cavalry to travel over 100 miles. Once Jeju City is breached, the capital will be in danger. The emperor was greatly alarmed and asked repeatedly, Where is the general of Jeju? Where is the governor of Jeju? The messenger hesitated to speak, but finally gritted his teeth and said, The Jeju general and the Jeju governor abandoned the city and fled. The emperor's eyes went dark and he was on the verge of collapse. His Majesty, Your Majesty, please think of a solution. What should I do? For a while, the court was in chaos. Finally, the emperor found his voice again. Come here, pass the order. The Jeju Tongpan will temporarily take over the post of Jeju general. Lead the army to stop it. We must stop the Tatar cavalry outside Jeju City at all costs. Your Majesty, the Jeju Tongpan has also submitted a memorial. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War took out a memorial that he had just received before going to court, and the Ministry of War had not yet had time to present it to the emperor. The emperor's hands were shaking so much that he couldn't bear to read it. He just asked the eunuch beside him to read it. When the eunuch opened the memorial and read out its contents, the entire court was as quiet as a chicken. It turned out that the Jeju Tongpan had actually proposed in his memorial, driving all the people of Jeju out of the city to form a self-defense army to fight against the Tatars. In this way, on the one hand, it can stop the Tatars' advance and consume the Tatars' military strength. On the other hand, it can also buy time for the Jeju defenders to set traps in the city. Once the Tatars entered Jeju City, they would prepare to burn down Jeju City and make sure to burn all the Tatars to death inside Jeju City. After hearing this incredible memorial, all the civil and military officials in the court didn't know what to do for a moment. Let the people serve as self-defense forces? And burn the people's houses and property again? This was the first time they had seen someone say, letting the people die, so legitimately and righteously. But if we don't do this, what else can we do? They don't have a better charter. Some people want to jump out and oppose, but they are worried that if they stand up, they will become the first to stand out and will be sent to the front line. For a moment, everyone looked around and no one spoke. Chenan saw everything and felt sad. Look, this is the Daliang dynasty that the soldiers defended with their lives. From top to bottom, apart from fighting for power and enjoying life, no one thinks about protecting the country and the people. The emperor, who was sitting at the top, had a face so dark that water could drip out of it. He could understand the meaning, and he actually approved of this method. The common people are nothing but ants. It would be their honor if they could die defending the capital. But he couldn't say this himself, so he looked down, wanting the people below to say it. But everyone knows that once these words are spoken, they will be infamous for eternity, so no one says them. After a short and strange silence, the emperor began to call on the person directly. Minister Chenan, what do you think about this matter? The Minister of War stood up and said, the situation is extremely critical now. The generals are away from home and cannot obey the orders of the emperor. The local generals in charge should make the decision themselves. It means supporting that black-hearted judge. The emperor was silent for a moment, then looked at the others. What about you? What do you think? The civil and military officials in the court looked at each other and knelt down one after another. I second the motion. I second the motion. Half of the people knelt down, and the remaining half, whose consciences were not yet completely black, stood there awkwardly. I can't kneel down, nor can I stand straight. Fu Chenan saw it, and his heart sank. He looked deeply at the civil and military officials who were still standing, then gritted his teeth and stood up. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the army to fight immediately, to do our best to protect the people of Jeju and drive out the Tartars. The emperor looked at Fu Chenan deeply, his heart full of complicated feelings. Well done, Mr. Fu. You must lead the 20,000 troops stationed in the suburban camp to Jeju to provide support. You must drive the Tatar cavalry back to their grasslands. The Tatar cavalry had a total of 50,000 soldiers, but the emperor only gave Fu Chenan 20,000 soldiers. He not only had to protect Jeju, but also had to drive the Tatar cavalry back to the grasslands. Fu Chenan bowed and said, yes. All the civil and military officials in the court inexplicably thought of the turtle in the wishing pond of the Hugwa temple. Fu Chenan is that bastard. I dare to grant any wish. Can he do it? Fu Chenan took the pair of cards and strode out of the palace, riding his horse to the camp outside the capital. In the camp outside the capital, Fu Chenan took out the decree for mobilizing troops, but the commander of the camp outside the capital looked defiant. There are a total of 50,000 garrison troops in the suburbs of the capital. I wonder which part of the army is written in the decree. Fu Chenan didn't expect that he was still putting on airs at this time. After looking at him in disbelief, he sat down on the chair and sneered. General Zhu, you can give it to me at any time. Anyway, half an hour ago, the Tatar cavalry was still 100 miles away from the capital. Now they should be less than 100 miles away. If General Zhu delays the opportunity to fight, when the capital falls, we will die here together. General Zhu didn't expect Fu Chenan to be so tough, and was stunned for a moment. He knew that Fu Chenan was rich, and he just wanted Fu Chenan to say a few soft words and promise him some benefits, and then he would give 20,000 of the money to Fu Chenan. Unexpectedly, Fu Chenan's penis was so hard that it was pushed back directly. Fu Chenan was not in a hurry at all. He not only crossed his legs, but also played with the whip, looking as if he didn't care. General Zhu was so angry that he almost cursed, but thinking that the military situation was urgent, he had to call for troops. Xuanwu Army, White Tiger Army, assemble. Prepare to go to war. Half a cup of tea passed, and Fu Chenan saw a group of listless soldiers standing in a mess, while some soldiers were hurriedly putting on their armor. Fu Chenan wants to kill someone. What's the difference between leading a team like this out and sending them to their deaths? Chapter 156. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey. There was some discussion among the soldiers, most of whom were dissatisfied with why they had to go to the battlefield. Fu Chenan's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and roared, I'll count to the dozens. Anyone who is not dressed neatly and lined up will be killed. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then moved a little faster. Someone in the crowd shouted, Who are you? What's so great about you? That's right, just a butcher. Ha ha ha. Someone started laughing, and soon a small round of laughter broke out. Some people were afraid and did not dare to laugh out loud. They kept looking at Fu Chenan, who was standing on the high platform. General Zhu felt uneasy and glanced at Fu Chenan. I have been slacking off in training recently. Fu Chenan glanced over, and without saying anything, he picked up a bow from the weapon rack next to him. Draw the bow and shoot arrows. Huh? But in the blink of an eye, the soldier who had just spoken provocatively was shot in the middle of his eyebrows and died instantly. Fu Chenan's cold voice resounded across the battlefield. Anyone who commits treason or disobeys military orders will be killed. The crowd suddenly became quiet, and anxiety and fear began to spread. Line up. Finally, a general in the crowd began to give orders. Fu Chenan began to count grimly. 10, 9, 8. Faced with life and death, everyone finally sped up their movements, and the team quickly assembled. 5,000 cavalry and 15,000 infantry all looked at Fu Chenan nervously. Fu Chenan looked at the people below and completely gave up. These people were just sneaking in to get the military pay. Look at the faces under the armor. Each one is white and tender, and more plump and fair than the girls in the drunken red tower. However, if it falls into the hands of me, Fu Chenan grinned. The Tatar cavalry is invading and has reached Jeju City. If you don't want the Tatars to invade the capital, and don't want yourselves and your families to be beheaded, have your property confiscated and your clan exterminated, and become the lowest kind of slaves, then pick up your swords and guns and fight the Tatars with me. Now, everyone take 2 days' worth of rations and set off. Immediately, a cook came forward and distributed bags of dry food that had been prepared long ago. After everyone had some dry food in their hands, Fu Chenan encouraged them again. Everyone, rest assured, Jeju still has garrisons. It is also our territory. The Tatar cavalry grew up on the grasslands all year round and are not adapted to our terrain. After finishing his speech, Fu Chenan waved his hand, and the cavalry took the lead, followed by the infantry, and the army finally set off. In the palace, after sending Fu Chenan away, the emperor was still nervous, so he asked the 6 ministries to hold a meeting on their own to study how to resolve this crisis. The emperor himself hid in the imperial study. In the imperial study, the atmosphere was solemn today. The emperor sat slumped on the dragon throne with a dull look in his eyes. The palace servants moved very carefully, for fear of making any noise that would bring bad luck. The chief eunuch, Lu Dabin, received a letter from the eunuch, placed it on the emperor's desk, and carefully handed him a cup of soothing tea. Your Majesty, moisten your throat? The emperor seemed to come to his senses and looked at Lu Dabin. Do you think Fu Chenan can drive those people back to the grassland? Lu Dabin lowered his eyes, estimated the time in his mind, and said respectfully, Your Majesty, this is an urgent report from the front line. How about you take a look first? When the emperor opened the letter, his expression changed immediately. Fu Zhonghai was seriously injured and about to die, but those deputy generals said they wanted to avenge Fu Zhonghai and chase the Tatar cavalry all the way here? Do you think this is a trap? Did the Fu family and their son team up with the Tatar cavalry to kill me and rebel? He would not have been so scared if he hadn't said it, but the more the emperor talked, the more it seemed possible, and he couldn't help but reveal fear in his eyes. When Lu Dabin heard this, he was also stunned. This? Your Majesty, do you want to bring back General Fu and the 20,000 troops? Emperor. He really wanted to get it back, and he even wished Fu Chenan would die, but he didn't dare let Fu Chenan die now. It's all just my own guess. If I guessed wrong, and Fu Chenan and the 20,000 troops were chased back, and the Tatar cavalry really rushed into the capital, what would I do? The emperor was so anxious that he unconsciously grasped the dragon head carved on the throne with his hands. Lu Dabin saw everything and tried to persuade them in a calm and steady tone. Your Majesty, the Fu family army and the Tatar cavalry have fought many times over the years, and both have suffered casualties. Can such mortal enemies like them collude with each other? I'm going to say something disrespectful. If they really did collude, and the Tatars took over the world, what would the Fu family father and son gain? If the Tatars take over the world, the first people they will kill will probably be the Fu family father and son. Even if they don't die, they have no face to live. The slaves of the second surname will be stabbed in the back by the world. The emperor liked what he heard. He slowly put his heart at ease. You make sense? I don't think it should be like that. The emperor suddenly became happy again. If the Fu family army is chasing us from behind, we can attack from both sides and maybe we can really destroy the Tatars. It would be best if both of them were defeated and destroyed together. The more the emperor thought about it, the better it seemed. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something else. Send the order down. The Ministry of Revenue allocate 10 days of food and grass to the camp outside the capital and set out immediately. Yes. Lu Dabin immediately sent someone to pass the order down. 10 days of food and fodder. What about after 10 days? Shouldn't they both be destroyed together? Once again, both sides suffered losses and both sides were destroyed. Lu Dabin felt that the imperial study was a bit cold. Fu Chenan led 5,000 cavalrymen to the outside of Jeju City and asked them to open the city gates. Jeju Tongpan Shigongshu came up to him with a relieved smile on his face. General Fu, we've finally got you. The people are ready. When do you think we're going to drive them out? Fu Chenan glanced at Shigongshu deeply and said, Don't worry, my people will investigate the situation first. There were only 3,000 soldiers in Jeju in total. Fu Chenan was ordered to meet the enemy and naturally took over these soldiers. After gathering everyone together, Fu Chenan ordered Jizhou Tongpan Shi Gongshu to stand at the front of the team. Looking at the flags waving behind him, Shi Gongshu felt extremely proud. His glorious official career was about to begin. As long as he can help Fu Chenan beat back the Tatar cavalry in this battle, his contribution will be set in stone. No one can erase it. I think a prefect is indispensable. Before Shi Gongshu could figure it out, Fu Chenan started lecturing him. Outside Jeju City, there are many mountains and not many flatlands. The Tatar cavalry is good at charging, but not good at fighting in the mountains. It is impossible for them to deploy a formation of 50,000 cavalry. At most, they can deploy a formation of 3,000 people at a time. The cavalrymen in the suburban camp below, who were originally worried and panicked, heard this and were slightly certain in their hearts. If it was only 3,000 against 5,000, maybe they could still fight. All soldiers, listen up. 5,000 White Tiger cavalrymen, come forward and challenge us.
Yes.
The response from below was very powerful. Jeju City defenders, stay back and supervise the battle. Anyone who escapes from the White Tiger army will be killed.
Yes.
The response from the Jeju defenders was also very impressive. The only one who did not dare to agree outright was Shi Gongshu. Shi Gongshu looked at Fu Chenan in panic. These soldiers in the camp outside Beijing are all second-generation rich people who were sent in by the major families in Beijing to train, lose time, and most of them are useless. If I kill them, will their families kill me afterwards? Definitely. Chapter 157 Telescope and the Rhythm of Killing. Shi Gongshu was still hesitating about how to find a way to check and balance it, but Fu Chenan seemed to have his eyes on him and asked specifically, President Shi, can you do it? Shi Gongshu can't do it. But how could he refute such a righteous order in public? Shi Gongshu stammered, General Fu. Fu Chenan said, if Judge Shi feels embarrassed, you can switch with the White Tiger Army. They will supervise and you can charge. As soon as these words were spoken, the Jeju defenders' eyes all fell on Shi Gongshu, with an attitude of, if you dare to talk about change, we will kill you. Shi Gongshu was so frightened that he immediately straightened his back and said, it's not difficult for me. I can do it. Okay. Fu Chenan's eyes were like those of an eagle. Whoever can't do it, I'll kill him. Everyone felt a chill on their neck. After Fu Chenan took a quick look around, he gave a loud order, White Tiger Army, step forward and challenge. The Deputy General of the White Tiger Army stepped forward and asked Fu Chenan, may I ask General Fu, how should our White Tiger Army fight against the enemy? Fu Chenan looked at the Deputy General and said, you are the one leading these people. You know best what they are good at and what they are not good at. You will command the first battle. The general thought, they are best at eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. The Deputy General also knew that what Fu Chenan said made sense. Fu Chenan has never dealt with these soldiers before, so how could he understand their strengths and weaknesses? The Deputy General cheered up and began to shout and give orders. Shi Gongshu led the Jeju garrison and stood in the rear, forming a bottom line, praying in his heart that the second generation of the poor in the front would never escape. I don't want to chop down with my butcher knife. When the city gate opened, the 50,000 Tatar cavalry stationed outside Jeju City suddenly became agitated. As the White Tiger Army here filed out one after another, the Tatar cavalry quickly formed a battle line and moved forward. The Deputy General shouted, and the White Tiger Army cavalry rushed forward, and the two sides soon fought together. No, it was the Tatar cavalry who soon began the massacre. It was clear that the Baihu army had 5,000 cavalry, 2,000 more than the 3,000 Tatar cavalry in the first wave, but the Tatar cavalry was too powerful. They worked as one, man and horse, as if they were using one's arms and fingers. Wherever the scimitars in their hands went, blood splattered. The successful Tatar cavalry would whistle and rush to the next one with a strange smile. Soon, the White Tiger Army's cavalry began to retreat with screams and howls. The Jeju garrison was dumbfounded. With so many people fleeing, should we kill them? The garrison troops all looked at Shi Gongshu. Shi Gongshu's scalp felt numb. He knew he should give the order to execute him, but he couldn't give it no matter what. He looked for help at Fu Chenan, who was standing not far from him. General Fu, there are so many people. It would be bad to kill them all, right? Fu Chenan looked at Shi Gongshu with a cold face and drew out his sword. Shi Gongshu breathed a sigh of relief. Since Fu Chenan ordered the killing, it had nothing to do with him. In the future, if the aristocratic families in the capital want to cause trouble, they will find trouble with Fu Chenan. Before the relief on Shi Gongshu's face could be fully revealed, a huge head suddenly flew up into the sky. Huh, that headless body below, and the horse it's riding, look like mine? Shi Gongshu's body collapsed from his horse, and his head fell on the ground beside him, silently announcing the end of his dream and life. Fu Chen sat on his horse, his sword dripping with blood, his eyes grim. President, she has shaken the morale of the army and disobeyed military orders. Behead him. The Jeju garrison was so frightened that they subconsciously raised their swords. Someone shouted, "Whoever retreats in battle will be killed." The Jeju garrison raised their swords and killed. As screams rang out and blood splattered, the deserters stopped in their tracks and stood in the middle, unable to move forward or backward. Fu Chenan looked at those people with hawk-like eyes and shouted, "Those who retreat in the face of battle will be killed." After the Jeju garrison killed a group of deserters, they seemed to be much bolder and shouted, "Whoever retreats in battle will be killed." The momentum was overwhelming and murderous aura was rising. The White Tiger Army deserters were so frightened that their legs went limp. They had to turn their horses around and rush back into the chaos with strange cries. Fu Chenan took out two strange, cylinder-like objects from the small bag on his warhorse and put them over his eyes. Seeing that the White Tiger Army survived the first round of battles, Fu Chenan gradually felt relieved after seeing their originally frightened faces gradually became more ferocious and cruel. The Jeju garrison was collectively curious. What is this? However, Fu Chenan was too cruel when he killed Pan Shi before, so they didn't dare to ask. In the sky, the silhouette of a gerfalcon hovered from the distant sky. It's almost time. Fu Chenan drew his sword, kicked the horse's belly, and rushed into the chaos. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fu Chenan, dressed in bright silver armor, wielded his long sword as fast as a rainbow. Every time he drew an arc, he would cut the throat of an enemy soldier. Use the most labor-saving method to kill the most people. General Fu has followed the Marshal in slaughtering pigs for more than 10 years, and he knows best that the neck is the most vulnerable part of the human body. A butcher who cannot kill a pig with one blow is not a good general. Soon, a large area around Fu Chenan was cleared. The soldiers of the White Tiger Army were unconsciously shocked by Fu Chenan's bravery, and then they almost subconsciously began to gather behind Fu Chenan and followed Fu Chenan to fight forward. Fu Chenan was like the tip of a knife, leading the White Tiger Army soldiers slowly but firmly into the Tatar cavalry. Unknowingly, he became the person who set the pace. The rhythm of killing. The chests of the soldiers who had just wanted to escape gradually swelled up, as if there was some breath filling their chests, making them feel uncomfortable unless they vomited. They observed Fu Chenan's rhythm of killing and imitated him. It turns out that cutting the neck is not difficult. It turns out that people can be so brave. It turns out that this butcher is so good at fighting. His killing moves were so quick and neat. Was it something he learned from killing pigs? Soon, the other side discovered something was wrong and began to retreat, sounding the call to retreat. Fu Chenan made a gesture, and the troops on the top of Jeju City also began to retreat. As the Tatar cavalry retreated, a general in brown armor rode up the river, shouted, "Is that General Fu Chenan across from us?" Fu Chenan was covered in blood at the moment, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. "It is Fu. General Fu, your father is dead. Why are you still resisting? Is this world really worth your life? Don't you feel ashamed to be with these shoddy soldiers?" As soon as these words were spoken, Fu Chenan and all the soldiers' faces changed. The soldiers blushed, but they were not convinced. Who said they were scumbags? Didn't the scumbags repel the first wave of the Tatar cavalry's attack? As expected, Fu Chenan laughed angrily. "You claim that your cavalry is invincible, but you were beaten back by the tofu dregs in your eyes. What do you think you are?" "Shit." The soldiers' eyes immediately lit up again. General Fu is really good at cursing. The Tatar cavalry was in a commotion. They obviously did not expect Fu Chenan to look down on them so much, and they were about to charge forward again. At this moment, there was a commotion behind the Tatar cavalry, and the ancient and desolate unique horn sound suddenly sounded behind the Tatar cavalry. Fu Chenan was overjoyed and shouted, "Soldiers, the Fu family army is chasing us and stabbing Pai Yinzi. We will attack them from the front and back. Everyone, charge." Chapter 158. Intercom is life. The Fu family army is coming? Behind the Tatar cavalry? When the White Tiger Army and the Jeju garrison heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up, and they immediately perked up and rushed forward with swords drawn. Another round of mass killing? In panic, the Tatar cavalry retreated more than 30 miles and hid in a valley. As the sky gradually darkened, both sides called off their attacks. In this battle, more than 1,000 Tatar cavalrymen were killed or wounded, while more than 2,000 were killed or wounded in the White Tiger Army. Even so, It was only because the Fu family army arrived in time and attacked the Tatar cavalry from the front and back that the White Tiger army avoided even more tragic casualties. After experiencing this baptism of blood, the White Tiger army is much better than when we first saw them, and there is finally bloodiness in their eyes. Especially after following Fu Chenan to fight in person, they had a lot more recognition of Fu Chenan. There is no other general in the court who is as brave as him and willing to lead his troops. For a moment, the soldiers of the White Tiger army gathered together and talked about Fu Chenan's gossip. In the past, most of the gossip about Fu Chenan in the capital was full of ridicule and contempt. But who would have thought that the butcher who was looked down upon by everyone could kill enemies without anyone being able to stop him? Everyone realized later that rumors should not be believed completely and that they had underestimated Fu Chenan in the past. At this time, Fu Chenan finally got together with the two deputy generals of the Fu family army, Ma Juanda and Cheolishan. These two were the deputy generals who followed Fu Zhonghai and Fu Chenan to lead 10,000 soldiers to attack Yangzhou City. 50 miles behind, another 20,000 Fu family soldiers quietly followed. That part was originally stationed in Taizhou and did not participate in the attack on Yangzhou City. As soon as the door was closed and the guards stood guard outside, the two lieutenants could not help but ask, "General, do you still have those small sausages? Instant noodles are also fine." Fu Chenan. When they learned that there was no solution for the time being, and they had to think of a solution tomorrow, the two lieutenants felt very sorry. What a pity. We haven't tasted that flavor for a long time. We miss it so much. After finishing the small talk, Fu Chenan started talking about business. After the two sides exchanged information and had a clear idea of what was going on, Fu Chenan began to arrange the subsequent combat deployment. As Fu Chenan gestured and arranged, the expressions of the two deputy generals gradually became solemn. After the arrangements were completed, Fu Chenan looked at the two deputy generals and said, "I'm going to buy some more things from that mysterious grocery store. What else does the Fu family army need?" The two deputy generals perked up and hurriedly took out a list from their pockets. Fu Chenan looked at the full list and was speechless again. There was a list of various medicines and food prepared for the soldiers, which was normal. On the other list, there were all kinds of snacks, which were really annoying. Fortunately, they knew the severity of the situation and pointed to the list of medicines and food. "Try to arrange as many as possible on this list. We have been chasing and beating for so long, and the medicines are almost used up." Cheolishan pointed at another snack list and smiled frivolously. "If you have the ones on this list, it would be better, but if not, forget it." Fu Chenan patted their arms and said, "Okay, you guys go make the arrangements first. I still have to find a way to get medicine and food." "Okay." After Cheolishan and Ma Juanda left, Fu Chenan first took off his armor, took a combat shower and changed into clean clothes, then stepped into the space-time supermarket. Xiaoyingchun hadn't come back yet, so Fu Chenan picked up his phone and called her. "Hello? Are you here? It'll take me a while to get home." Xiaoyingchun's familiar voice came through the phone, and Fu Chenan's heart was instantly certain. "Yes, I just finished fighting here, and I want to buy some medicine and food from you." "Wait a minute, I'll be there in a few minutes." Xiaoyingchun hung up the phone. Fu Chenan turned his head to look in the mirror and found that his hair was a little messy. He was immediately annoyed. "I didn't wash my hair to save time when I took a shower just now, so there are some blood stains on it. Next time, remember to wear your helmet securely." Fu Chenan went to the bathroom to wash his face again and wiped his hair carefully with a tissue dipped in water. Then he heard footsteps. Xiaoyingchun was back. As soon as Fu Chenan came out, he saw an extra box in the reception room. Meeting Xiaoyingchun's gaze, Fu Chenan asked, "What is this? Is it prepared for me?" Xiaoyingchun nodded with a smile, walked forward and took out the things in the box to show Fu Chenan. "This is a walkie-talkie. I bought you one that can communicate over a distance of 10 kilometers or 20 miles. See if you can use it." Xiaoyingchun didn't know how to use it herself, so she asked Fu Chenan to learn how to use it by watching the video. It has to be said that men are born with a talent for mechanical and electronic things, and Fu Chenan quickly got the hang of it. He held one of the intercoms and said to Xiaoyingchun eagerly, "Go downstairs and I'll call you to give it a try." Xiaoyingchun, "Okay." Xiaoyingchun went to the garage on the first floor and heard Fu Chenan shouting on the intercom, Miss Xiao, please answer if you hear me. Please answer if you hear me." Xiaoyingchun said awkwardly, "Yeah, I heard it. Miss Xiao, do you hear clearly?" "Clear." When Xiaoyingchun went up again, Fu Chenan was very excited. "Miss Xiao, you don't know what this means to us." Following Fu Chenan's excited explanation, Xiaoyingchun understood. This is human life. The walkie-talkie is the most worthwhile equipment for a scout. It is not easy to train scouts, and it requires talent. They roam near enemy forces all year round, and it is very dangerous for them to move back and forth. If they had this, they would save a lot of time in passing messages back and forth, and it would also reduce the danger. In addition, generals who were several kilometers away had to rely on flag signals and messengers to pass messages between their subordinates, which was inevitably not timely. With this, I have nothing to fear. Xiao Chun directly got 20 of these magical things. Now, not only the scouts can get one, but each general of the Fu family army can also get one. The convenience of instant messaging is enjoyed exclusively by Fu Jiajun. In war, the situation changes rapidly and opportunities are fleeting. With walkie-talkies, there is no need to delay, and seizing opportunities and victory is easier. As for the White Tiger Army and the Jeju garrison, they are not worthy. Fu Chenan figured out the intercom and then remembered the two lists. He quickly took out the two lists and read them to Xiao Chun. After hearing this, Xiao Chun was not surprised. As long as a war breaks out, these things will be needed. After she heard that Fu Chenan was preparing to rebel, she made preparations in advance and asked Yubin to help her get a batch of medicine back. She had prepared a batch of compressed biscuits in advance, which were now in the warehouse. Xiao Chun used the one-click sorting function to bring up all the medicines and food from the warehouse. Here, everything we have is here. If you need anything else, I'll prepare it for you later. Would you like to come again tomorrow night? Okay. Fu Chenan agreed and went out first. He, Ma Juanda, and Qiu Lishan each took one, and they would wait until Fu Chenan went to the Fu family army before coming back to get the rest. The existence of these things cannot be known to the White Tiger Army and the Jeju defenders now. If they knew, it was equivalent to the Emperor knowing. Chapter 159 Rumors and Bloody Fingerprints. Fu Chenan lived in the prefectural government office. The first thing he did when he returned to the Yamen was to write a memorial reporting today's battle situation and apply for military pay for the Fu family army. The Fu family army chased all the way, and their food on the road depended entirely on the grain they snatched back from the Tatars when they recaptured those cities. In the final analysis, it was not legitimate. If the imperial court could allocate military pay, they would have a bright future. Early the next morning, the memorial was handed to the emperor. The emperor looked at the memorial and became angry. You have no order to leave the station, and you have 30,000 troops only 100 miles away from the capital, yet you dare to ask me for food and wages? Lu Dabin stood nearby with his head lowered respectfully, not responding, but he was very confused in his heart. The emperor knew yesterday that the Fu family army was coming. Why did he say this today? After all, it's just that they don't want to provide food and wages. Is the situation like that year going to happen again? Sure enough, the emperor threw the memorial to the ground and said, "This memorial is rejected and I reprimand you." Yes. Lu Dabin bowed and agreed, picked up the memorial and prepared to hand it to the ministers to write a memorial to reject and reprimand. The emperor looked at Lu Dabin's hurried back and felt something was wrong for a moment. At such a critical moment, why didn't he persuade himself? Isn't he afraid that the Fu family army will quit and the Tatar cavalry will really invade the capital? When Lu Dabin came back, the emperor stared at him with a dark face. Lu Dabin was frightened by the stare and knelt down quickly. "Your Majesty, what did I do wrong? Why don't you persuade me to approve food and wages for the Fu family army?" The emperor's voice was very gloomy. Lu Dabin kowtowed and said, "Your Majesty is the true dragon emperor. Your Majesty's words are golden and jade, and what you say is what it is. How dare I, a rootless person, comment on military and national affairs? Even if I had 10 courages, I would not dare to do that." The emperor's expression improved a little. That's true. Rumors soon spread throughout the capital. The emperor was planning to use the people of Jeju as cannon fodder, but it was General Fu Chenan who went to the battlefield despite being ill and turned the tide, saving the entire population of Jeju. The Fu family army pursued the Tatar cavalry for thousands of miles, and together with the White Tiger army led by General Fu from the suburban camp of Beijing, they attacked from the front and back, successfully blocking the Tatar cavalry outside Jeju City. The emperor sent someone to reprimand the Fu family army, saying that the Fu family army left the station without being summoned and refused to pay them food and wages. The people who chose to stay in the capital were dumbfounded. They came to fight the Tatar cavalry, and they thought they were making a mistake? Not only is it bad enough not to reward him with military merit, but he is also being reprimanded. No food yet? If it were normal, it would be fine, but the emperor is far away. But now they are really scared. They were afraid that the emperor would treat the Fu family army like this, so the Fu family army would just slap their butts and return to their base, regardless of the Tatar cavalry. There are a total of 100,000 troops stationed in and around the capital, but they have never fought a war. What should they do if they cannot withstand 50,000 Tatar cavalry? The scholars were the first to get restless and wrote a petition for the Fu family army, inviting the people to put their blood fingerprints on it and prepare to present it to the emperor, requesting fair treatment for the Fu family army. Some scholars also formed teams to sit in silence at the palace gate to fight for food and money for the Fu family army. In the drunken red mansion, Mei Nyang leaned on the couch, the corner of her mouth raised sarcastically. Want to let the tragedy of that year happen again? I won't agree. Even if the Fu family army does not get the treatment they deserve, I want to let the world know that it is not the Fu family army that has failed the court or the emperor. It is the emperor who failed the Fu family army. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Only when the emperor is despised by the people of the world and replaced, will the people of the world feel that this is what it should be. By the time the rumor reached the emperor's ears, 30 or 40 scholars had quickly gathered at the palace gate. They didn't make any noise, just sat there, holding in their hands the petitions they had collected, with a few short sentences on them. The Fu family army risked their lives to protect their country. I beg your majesty to provide them with food and wages. Each petition was covered with bloody fingerprints, which was shocking. The emperor was furious and ordered that all the scholars be dragged out of the Meridian Gate and beheaded. Now even the civil servants could no longer play dumb. Your majesty, this cannot be done. If the scholars were suppressed, and the emperor really stopped allocating money to the Fu family army, and the Fu family army really returned to their base, what would happen to the capital? What will happen to the family business they have worked hard to build over the years? The imperial court was overthrown. What would happen to their official positions? What would happen to their entire families? Isn't it just military pay? How can military pay be more important than life? You give it to me. The civil servants tried their best to persuade the emperor to provide military pay. The emperor's face turned white and then red, and then red and then black, just like a dye shop. Finally, he looked towards the position of the Minister of Revenue with embarrassment. Hasn't the military pay for the Fu family army been allocated? The Minister of Revenue stepped forward and reported truthfully, the treasury is empty, and the Fu family army's august salary has not yet been paid. It's already the end of September. The court officials looked at each other, not knowing how to persuade him. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, the emperor held a lavish banquet to entertain his ministers, and various exquisite lanterns and fireworks decorated the capital beautifully. Were these expenditures caused by intercepting the food and wages of the Fu family army? The emperor threw an inkstone at the Minister of Revenue. No matter how difficult it is, we must first ensure the military pay. What do you do as a Minister of Revenue? The Minister of Revenue was hit on the shoulder and immediately knelt down to plead guilty, saying, I am guilty, with his mouth, but I am innocent in his heart. It was the emperor who told him personally that it was okay for the Fu family army's salary to be paid later. The Empress Dowager in the palace liked to have a lively time, so she asked the Ministry of Revenue to arrange a mid-autumn festival banquet first. The emperor showed filial piety, but he took the blame. The Minister of Revenue expressed that he felt aggrieved. Finally, the emperor was forced to allocate half a month's food and wages to the Fu family army, and the scholars then dispersed. But in this way, the treasury is basically empty. The salaries of civil and military officials could not be paid. Those who have connections to make money don't care, but those who work in government offices without any money and don't have any money to begin with just look at each other in bewilderment. How do we live like this? I worked so hard to study and become an official, but now I can't even get my salary. An atmosphere of sorrow and desolation spread throughout the capital. The emperor had a solution. Increase the autumn harvest tax in all regions by another 20%. The original tax rate was 30%, but now it has been increased by 20%, making it 50%. As soon as the news came out, the common people and the wealthy landlords were filled with grief. This was forcing them to bleed. In just one day, the tense atmosphere spread from the capital to all parts of the country, especially the towns that had just been attacked by the Tatar cavalry. They had already suffered from the war. Now the court did not talk about disaster relief, but simply increased taxes. This is forcing people to die. On that day, some people hanged themselves out of despair. It was already the evening of the next day when Chenan heard the news. He looked at the news and could only sneer. What is there about such a court and such an emperor that makes them worthy of the people's love and support? Public resentment has arisen. What will you do next, Your Majesty, to resolve the situation? Sitting on the deserted city wall, looking at the valley in the distance gradually shrouded in darkness, listening to the voices coming from the walkie-talkie from time to time. General Fu, the Tatar cavalry has begun to gather. They seem to be preparing to attack. Chapter 160. I am dying of suffocation. Fu Chenan picked up the intercom, received. The voices of two deputy generals, Cholishan and Ma Juanda, were then heard on the intercom, received. Receive. General Fu, the Tatar cavalry has divided into about 10,000 people, wrapped their hooves with cloth, and bypassed the valley. It seems that they want to bypass Jeju City and go directly to the capital. Fu Chenan's eyes were sharp. Got it. Cholishan asked on the intercom, General Fu, what should we do next? Stop them or chase them? Fu Chenan, if they want to launch a surprise attack, they will not dare to alarm the people and will only attack the capital directly. There are still so many defenders in the capital. With 10,000 cavalrymen, they can't cause any trouble. It is more likely that both sides will suffer losses. But can the soldiers in the camp outside the capital withstand the bravery of the Tatar cavalry? Even if it is possible, it will cost a heavy price, right? Wait for my order. Cholishan and Ma Juanda answered, yes. Cholishan, tell Shi Tong to hide them well, and not to reveal any clues. If the Tatar cavalry escape back to the grassland, bring them to justice with your heads. Here. Cholishan personally led a scout team to a forest near the valley where the Tatar cavalry was located. He was only a dozen miles away from Shi Tong's 20,000 Fu family troops. This is exactly the distance that an intercom can communicate. Fu Chenan stroked the intercom, which had returned to silence, and looked at the stars in the night sky. If Xiao Yingshun had not made preparations in advance and prepared a lot of compressed biscuits, the Fu family army would have suffered a lot in this situation. Compressed biscuits are nutritious and can be eaten without making a fire. Each soldier filled a plastic bottle of boiled water and survived the day quietly without any problem. Over the past day, the Tatar cavalry sent out a number of scouts to try to find out how many people in the Fu family army were chasing them. However, Fu Chenan took advantage of the scouts' high ground and the information that could be transmitted back in time by the walkie-talkie, and successfully ambushed the enemy scout in advance and shot him dead. After trying several times, the Tatar cavalry gave up the idea of gathering information and instead decided to attack the capital at night. Seeing that it was getting late at night, the captain of the personal guard stood by Fu Chenan and reminded him softly, General, please take a rest first. I will call you when there is news. Fu Chenan gathered the quilt around him and lay down on the recliner. Okay, call me in an hour. Beijing, midnight. When the grappling hooks were placed on the high city walls and the Tatar cavalry climbed up, the soldiers defending the city could not believe their eyes. Didn't they say that the Tatar cavalry is still outside Jeju City? How did you suddenly end up in the capital? The soldiers defending the city sounded the alarm bell desperately. Urgent alarm bells rang throughout the palace, and there was panic and chaos inside and outside the palace. The soldiers began to gather and deploy, and go up to the city walls for defense. The emperor in the palace was also awakened. He climbed out of the concubine's bed in his bright yellow pajamas in fear and said, What happened? Someone come. Liu Dabin hurried forward to reply. It turned out that the Tatar cavalry bypassed Jeju City and attacked the foot of the capital. What does Fu Chenan do for a living? Didn't I give them half a month's food and wages? He deceived the emperor. He is a traitor. The emperor cursed while hurriedly having someone help him put on his clothes. The commander of the imperial guards came forward to ask for instructions. Your Majesty, the camp outside the capital has been attacked. There are only 30,000 soldiers there. If they face 50,000 Tatar cavalry, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. May I ask whether we should send the guards battalion to provide assistance? The emperor was in a state of panic. What kind of help do you want? There are only a few people left in the palace. The royal guards will come to the palace to protect me. We have all gone to help them. If the Tatar cavalry breaks in, who will protect me? The commander of the imperial guards understood. The emperor was going to let the camp outside the capital fend for itself, and it would be best if he could defeat the enemy with a smaller force and kill the Tatar cavalry before rushing to the rescue of the palace. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Only 1,000 Tatar cavalrymen went to harass the camp outside the capital. It was pitch dark, and no one knew how many people had arrived at the camp outside the capital. They were as if they were facing a powerful enemy, but they did not dare to go out into battle. Instead, they took a defensive stance. They held on until dawn and only then saw that there were not many Tatar cavalry outside. At this time, the Tatar cavalry outside the capital city shot arrows with bows and sent the flaming arrows into the city. In the dark night, they didn't need to aim at the target. They just shot rockets into the city. Then, taking advantage of the chaos in the city, they tried to climb the city walls with grappling hooks. But they didn't expect that the defense forces of the capital city didn't care about the lives of the people at all and only cared about dealing with those who climbed the wall. Soon, houses were set on fire and people in the city began to put out the fire while crying. However, while we were putting out the fire here, the rockets from the other side continued to fire. How many can be saved? Everyone was expecting the emperor to send the fire scuba army with water dragons, or even send the imperial guards to help put out the fire. But until dawn, no army appeared. The weather was dry, and the people watched in vain as their houses burned to ashes, crying heartbreakingly. Where is the submarine army? On standby in the palace. The emperor was afraid of death and was worried that the palace would catch fire and they would not be able to rescue in time. So he ordered all the fire-hitting troops to do their best to protect the palace. The commander of the imperial guards asked for permission to go out of the palace to put out the fire, but after being scolded by the emperor, he never dared to touch the dragon's beard again. But many of the imperial guards already lived in the capital, and many of them were even from aristocratic families in the capital. They watched helplessly as fires broke out everywhere outside the palace, burning half the sky red. They were powerless, and one can imagine the anxiety and anger in their hearts. After waiting for a long time until dawn, Chenan finally led 10,000 Fu family soldiers and 20,000 soldiers from the camp outside the capital and rushed over. It was relatively easy for the Fu family army to deal with the Tatar cavalry that had been attacking for a whole night. They quickly defeated them and forced them to retreat, leaving behind hundreds of horses and corpses. At this time, the soldiers in the camp outside the capital also saw clearly that there were only 1,000 Tatar cavalry outside, and finally dared to rush out to fight. 1,000 Tatar cavalrymen turned around and fled. The camp outside the capital rushed to the capital to rescue. All the houses that could be burned were burned down, and the Tatar cavalry were also driven away by the Fu family army. The leader, General Zhu, looked at the charred areas of the capital and felt his eyes go dark. His family is also in Beijing. He ordered the soldiers to send some troops to help the people rescue the remaining supplies, and General Zhu led the rest of the troops to the palace gate to request an audience with the emperor. In the palace, Chenan was kneeling in the court, accepting the emperor's wrath. Chenan, you bastard! I asked you to drive the Tatar cavalry back to the grasslands. What did you do? They ran outside the capital in the middle of the night and set off rockets. So many people in the city were displaced overnight. The houses were reduced to ashes. How can you be worthy of me? How can you be worthy of the court? How can you be worthy of the people of the capital? Chenan did not argue, but kowtowed respectfully. I thought the Tatar cavalry was trapped in the valley, but who knew they actually divided 10,000 cavalrymen, wrapped the horseshoes, and secretly came to the capital. I am late in coming to your rescue, your majesty. Please punish me. Emperor. The emperor wanted to punish them, but the Tatar cavalry were still roaming outside the capital, and the Fu family army was also outside the capital. Moreover, Chenan was the only general willing to lead his army to drive out the Tatar cavalry. How does he punish? Even if I am so angry that I vomit blood, I cannot kill Chenan at this time. I'm dying of suffocation. Chapter 161. The Tatar cavalry are all weak. The emperor's mouth twitched, and he said, although you were negligent before, which led to the Tatar cavalry's sneak attack on the capital, you were able to rush to help and drive away the Tatar cavalry, which can be regarded as making up for your mistake. You should return to the camp quickly and drive the Tatar cavalry out of our Daliang territory. Yes, I will take my leave now. Chenan bowed his head decisively, then turned and left. The man in armor looked murderous and had blood stains on his body. When he left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The third prince stood up unwillingly and said, Father, Chenan made such a big mistake. If he is not punished, it will be difficult to convince the public. The emperor glanced at him coldly and said, how about I arrest him and you drive away the Tatar cavalry? The third prince bowed and stepped back. I am incompetent and do not have the ability to lead troops to fight. My second brother once led troops. I recommend him to fight. Even at this time, he still didn't forget to trick his second brother. What a good son of mine. The emperor glanced around the court with a cold look and said, who else is willing to fight against the Tatar cavalry on behalf of Mr. Fu? I will grant him the title of Marquis, which will be hereditary for generations. When the civil officials and military generals heard this, they were immediately in an uproar. Who wouldn't want such good treatment? Even if it's for the future of your family's offspring, you can give it a try. Soon 2 generals came forward and said, "We are willing to go." "I am willing to go." The emperor looked coldly at the 2 kneeling people and sneered, "Ha ha! Both of them have gray hair." He knows that this is the only way he can live his life, but he still wants to exchange his life for the future of his family. The emperor sneered, "Everyone, please wait. I have one more thing to say. If you lead the army in place of Fu Chenan in this battle, but fail to drive the Tatar cavalry out of Daliang, I will exterminate all 3 clans." The 2 generals looked at each other in surprise. How careless! Those who had not yet had the chance to kneel down were even more thankful. It was a good thing that they hesitated. The 2 generals hesitated for a moment, but eventually kowtowed shamelessly. "I am incompetent and cannot guarantee victory." The emperor completely gave up. If there is anyone in the court who can replace Fu Chenan and Fu Zhonghai, he won't have to endure Fu Chenan anymore. The emperor waved his hand and adjourned the court. The Minister of Industry even tried to stop the emperor. "Your Majesty, the weaving workshop was burned down last night. It will cost 5,000 silver to repair it. Should it be repaired? When will it be repaired? Please give your instructions." The emperor threw an inkstone at him and said, "What instructions are you giving me? Do you know that we have no money? You want to use me to cover the wall?" The Minister of Works was so frightened that he knelt down and apologized. When he looked up, the emperor had already gone far away. Lu Dabin whispered to the eunuch beside him, "Prepare a few more inkstones for His Majesty." Fu Chenan left the capital and immediately chased after the Fu family army. Should we fight the Tatar cavalry? We must fight. Now is almost the time. The Tatar cavalry attacked the capital city all night and were then defeated by Cholishan and his 10,000-strong Fu family army. They were already exhausted. After finally breaking through and running halfway, they were blocked by 20,000 Fu family soldiers on their way back to the camp. After waiting all night, Shi Tong and the 20,000 Fu family soldiers were now full of energy. There was almost no suspense. The 10,000 Tatar cavalry were surrounded and wiped out by the 30,000 Fu family troops. 50,000 Tatar cavalrymen were reduced to 40,000, and the Fu family army also seized nearly 10,000 of the best Tatar war horses. They were so happy that they took off on the spot. After the Fu family army looted all the good war horses and armor, they sent someone to send a message to the camp outside the capital to clean up the mess, and immediately rushed to Jeju City. When the people from the camp outside the capital arrived, they saw the corpses of Tatar cavalrymen and the remaining dead horses scattered all over the ground, and they were all confused. These people are the Tatar cavalrymen who attacked the capital last night? How could they be so vulnerable in front of the Fu family army? Several generals looked at each other. Could it be that everyone had overestimated the Tatar cavalry before? Are they actually vulnerable? Are they all noobs? The nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong began to emerge, and several generals were frantically excited. If they could defeat the Tatar cavalry, their promotion and wealth would be just around the corner. Just when the emperor was feeling disheartened, he suddenly received a memorial saying that the commander of the imperial guards in the camp outside the capital was willing to lead his troops to fight against the Tatar cavalry and drive them back to the grassland. The emperor was still trembling with fear that the Fu family army could completely wipe out 10,000 Tatar cavalrymen. The next second, he heard the news and was overjoyed. Accurate. If we win this battle, Zhu Xiaozhong will be granted the title of Marquis of Yangwei. This will be hereditary for generations. After receiving the order, Zhu Xiaozhong, the commander of the Beijing suburban camp, was so excited that he pointed the whip in his hand and said, "Brothers, a bright future is just around the corner. Let's charge." Fu Chenan asked Shi Tong, Cholishan, and Ma Juanda to divide the spoils, and the eliminated war horses were lent to the White Tiger Army soldiers who had followed the charge before. The 5,000 cavalrymen of the White Tiger Army had suffered heavy losses in the previous battle and were worried that they would be reduced from cavalry to infantry. Suddenly, they heard that the Fu family army was willing to lend them some horses, and they were overjoyed. They couldn't help but recall the joy and courage they had felt when they followed Fu Chenan in the charge, and their favorable impression of Fu Chenan was refreshed again. This butcher is not only skilled in martial arts, but also very generous. Warhorse. He actually lent it to me just like that. Before their excitement had worn off, Zhu Xiaozhong arrived with another 30,000 soldiers from the camp outside the capital. Fu Chenan is very generous and humble. General Zhu has been in charge of the camp outside the capital for many years. I think he is much more capable than me. How about asking General Zhu to lead the battle today? Zhu Xiaozhong said proudly, "This general is naturally not weak. The Tatar cavalry can only deploy a formation of 3,000 people at most. If this general goes out, He will definitely be able to kill them 3 times in and 3 times out. Then Zhu Xiaozhong faced a large Tatar army that had lost 10,000 cavalry. Zhu Xiaozhong was right. The Tatar cavalry could only deploy a formation of 3,000 people at a time, but the army in the camp outside the capital could only deploy 5,000 people at a time. 5,000 weaklings who had never fought in a battlefield faced 3,000 elite soldiers full of anger. After Zhu Xiaozhong killed several Tatar cavalrymen with all his might, he suddenly found that there was no guard left beside him. They were all killed. He looked up and around and was horrified to find that he was surrounded. Fear and regret surged up in my heart. Why did I feel that the Tatar cavalry was so weak? I am surrounded by food. The Tatar cavalrymen raised their scimitars with a fierce smile. Zhu Xiaozhong was killed in the battle, and nearly half of the 30,000 soldiers in the camp outside the capital were killed. When the battle report was delivered to the emperor, he fainted without saying a word. At this time, 2 hours had passed since Zhu Xiaozhong died in battle. At this time, Fu Chenan, leading the remaining soldiers of the Beijing suburban camp, penetrated into the position of the Tatar cavalry like a sharp knife. The soldiers in the suburban camp who were running around in panic in the previous battle now seemed to be energized. Looking at Fu Chenan, who was waving a long sword in front of them, they looked like a killing god descending to the earth. And under the leadership of the god of death, they seemed to possess infinite power. Chapter 162. Something is wrong with the Fu family army. Demolition and Ma Juanda, who were in charge of raiding the enemy camp, looked at the scene and sighed deeply. General Fu is so cruel. After experiencing 2 completely different war atmospheres, who would want to be a weak chicken that is laughed at and despised? Passionate battles are always the greatest source of passion for men. The Tatar cavalry was defeated and did not even care about the previous camp in the valley. They left behind more than 10,000 corpses and began to flee towards the grassland in a panic. Fu Chenan asked someone to write a military report and submit it to the emperor. In order to prevent the Tatar cavalry from invading again, Fu Chenan asked for orders to lead the remaining soldiers in the camp outside the capital and join forces with the Fu family army to hunt down the Tatar cavalry. Try to keep them all in Daliang. The emperor's expression changed as he looked at the memorials and reports. He turned his head and looked at Liu Dabin. What do you think? Should I approve it or not? Liu Dabin's tone was neither hurried nor slow, as steady as ever. Your Majesty, most of the soldiers in the camp outside the capital are from noble families, and their parents and families are all in the capital. As for whether it is approved or not, that is the emperor's business. As an eunuch, I dare not give any advice. The emperor's heart instantly calmed down. You are right. They are all my subjects. Their parents and families are all in the capital. They are the most loyal to me. The soldiers from the camp outside the capital will hunt down the Tatar cavalry together. If there is anything wrong with the Fu family army, the soldiers will definitely report to them. The emperor approved. Did the people in the camp outside Beijing notice anything wrong? At first, they only discovered Fu Chenan's telescope. Telescope? A mirror that can see very far. After some inquiries, they found out that this mirror that could see very far was actually a Western product, given to Fu Chenan by the concubine of that Western merchant. It is said that this thing is very precious, and one is worth 1,000 taels of silver. That concubine's daughter wanted to abduct Fu Chenan, and she was really willing to spend a lot of money. The soldiers in the camp outside Beijing drooled with envy. Should I write a memorial to inform His Majesty about this? Just a telescope seems unable to influence the overall situation of the war? Let's take another look. 2 days later, they discovered that the armor of the generals of the Fu family army seemed a little thick. There seems to be something under the armor. After they inquired about it, they found out that the generals of the Fu family army all had a vest to protect against slashing and stabbing, which they wore inside their armor. This thing is good. Isn't that the same function as the legendary gold silk soft armor? It's just a little thicker than the gold silk soft armor, but it's a good thing that can save your life on the battlefield. After asking around, they got another piece of news. This thing was bought by General Fu, and it was also very expensive. Should I report this to His Majesty? It should be reported. But after reporting, what if Fu Chenan is reprimanded and rebels? Will the remaining 20,000 plus people in the camp outside Beijing fight against the Fu family army? This level of combat power is not enough to stand up to the Fu family army. After rehearsing the tragic ending in their minds, several generals in the camp outside the capital silently shrank their necks. What's even more bizarre is that although the Fu family army also suffered casualties, their injuries healed quickly, and there were very few cases of festering wounds and high fever. Aren't the doctors of the Fu family army too capable? After some probing, their silence was deafening. Dr. Nyo used to be a veterinarian. He was rescued by Fu Chenan and his son in Shirtu Lane in his early years, so his background is very clean. Could it be that treating people like cattle and horses will make them get better faster? There were also soldiers from the Fu family who held a transparent bottle filled with water. They kept it as a treasure and put it next to them when they slept. Another group of people have a white square pot with a lid, which is also used to hold water. These things were things they had never seen or heard of before. After they inquired, they all got the same answer. General Fu got it. Only the Fu family army had it, and no other army had it. The generals of the Divine Beast Army in the Beijing suburban camp. Forget it. After returning to the capital, I will be safe. I will then report Fu Chenan for all his evil deeds. After discussion, it was decided that everyone would temporarily work together to fight the Tatars. The 2, 3 parties chased and fought each other, and soon reached Taizhou. The Tatar cavalry also faced their toughest battle. There were still 20,000 Fu family troops stationed in Taizhou. They need to successfully break out with 30,000 Fu family troops, plus more than 20,000 Beijing suburban Four Divine Beast troops in the back and 20,000 Fu family troops in the front. At this time, they had been chased and beaten all the way, and they couldn't eat or sleep well. After a fierce battle, the Tatar cavalry again left behind more than 20,000 corpses, and only less than 10,000 troops escaped back into the depths of the grassland. Everyone rejoiced. Victory! Moreover, after this battle, the Tatars were severely damaged. In the next few years, as long as the Fu family army is still stationed in Taizhou and Yongzhou, the Tatars will definitely not dare to invade the border. As soon as he stepped onto the land of Taizhou, Fu Chenan felt certain, it's safe. He ordered to reward the 3 armies and slaughter cattle and sheep. There were not only liquor and delicious food, but also various snacks they had never seen before. At the same time, we would like to thank and bid farewell to the soldiers in the camp outside Beijing, and thank them for their cooperation along the way. After 3 rounds of drinks, Fu Chenan called all the generals from the Beijing suburbs camp and the Fu family army into the tent and started to speak frankly. General Peng, General Mao, Commander Shang, you are all leaders of the camp outside Beijing. I, Fu Chenan, was born a butcher. I don't have much experience. I will just say what I think. This time, the Tatar cavalry attacked the capital. Your families are already in the capital, so you have all been implicated to some extent. The emperor has been angry with my Fu family father and son for a long time. If no one was willing to fight at the beginning, I, Fu Chenan, would not be alive today. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. This is the situation, everyone knows it, but it is different when it is said out loud. The generals in the camp outside the capital looked at each other, and no one dared to respond. The silly smile on Fu Chenan's face slowly faded away. Since you are here, I will give you a chance. Mao Wanshun, a deputy general of the Qinglong army, could not help but stand up and asked, are you going to kill us? Fu Chenan deliberately did not respond and looked at the generals in the camp outside the capital. The generals all looked nervous, as if they wanted to take action but were afraid of death. Fu Chenan suddenly grinned. No, we are all brothers who have fought together. Why kill them? It's really polite to say that, ha 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 ha. The other generals of the Fu family army also joined in the laughter with ha 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 ha. The hairs of the generals in the camp outside Beijing stood up. You said that, and you still said you didn't want to kill yourself? Who would believe it? Peng Yuli asked in a deep voice. General Fu, what are your plans? Why don't you explain it all at once? Don't keep us brothers in suspense. If you die, the birds will fly to the sky. If you live, it will be another new year. We have all fought together. Don't play those empty games. Chapter 163 Temptation or Deterrence. Fu Chenan smiled, and this time his smile was sincere. Well said. I don't like to say those empty words either. My idea is simple. I will never return to Beijing. Your Majesty asks me to go back, but I won't. As for you, if you want to go back, just go back. I won't stop you, and I will definitely not do anything to you. But you can take away the soldiers you can take with you. Those who don't want to go with you can join my Fu family army. Fu Chenan spoke in a quiet voice and in a moderate tone, but after he finished speaking, the entire tent fell into deathly silence. Peng Yuli tried hard to control the trembling in his voice. You want a rebel? No, I don't want a rebel. Fu Chenan shook his head. He looked around at everyone and said slowly, I just want to live. The generals in the camp outside the capital were all stunned, but then they all understood. Yes, the emperor would not be at ease if Fu Chenan stayed in the Fu family army. But if Fu Chenan is recalled to the capital, and someone else can lead the Fu family army, is there any need for Fu Chenan to stay alive? The emperor has wanted to kill Fu Chenan for more than a day or two. The generals in the camp outside the capital looked at each other, not knowing how to start. Or Peng Yuli, aren't you afraid that if you let us go, we will tell His Majesty about it? Fu Chenan glanced at Peng Yuli and suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. What's the point of telling him when you go back today? Who else can you send to defeat my Fu family army? Which army can defeat the Fu family army? Peng Yuli seemed to have thought of something long ago. The Ao family army was also able to take charge of the situation back then. Fu Chenan snorted contemptuously. Ever since Ning Yuanho died in battle, and Ning Yuanho's son died in battle, is there anyone in Ning Yuanho's mansion who can lead the troops? If someone else leads the army, will the Ao family army still be the Ao family army? Will they still have that blood in their veins? If a soldier is incompetent, the whole army will be incompetent. Who has the ability to restore the Ao family army to its former glory? Besides, do you think that my Fu family army only has stab-proof soft armor and water bottles? Look at what this is. Fu Chenan took out 2 walkie-talkies. The generals of the camp outside Beijing looked at the 2 black brick-like objects and said nothing. They had seen the generals of the Fu family army using this thing from afar, but once they got close, these generals would put it away. Fu Chenan pointed at the 2 walkie-talkies and explained, "These 2 things can allow 2 people within 20 miles to talk as if they were face-to-face. If I send a scout to monitor from 20 miles away, he only needs to use this to tell me what the situation is at any time 20 miles away." After that, Fu Chenan picked up one of them and shouted into his mouth, "Number 2 sentry, number 2 sentry," looking at the situation outside the city wall at the northwest corner. A man's voice soon came from the intercom. "General, General, everything is normal on the outer wall of the northwest corner." Everything is normal. Fu Chenan put down the walkie-talkie and looked silently at the generals in the camp outside Beijing. The generals were shocked. The scouts of an army are the most valuable because they must not only have strong observation, analysis, and judgment skills, and quick reactions, but also fast speed and endurance. Because you often have to get close to the enemy, you need to have a high ability to escape when you encounter danger. If you can't escape, you will die. Therefore, the loss of scouts was particularly painful. With this, it's different. Scouts don't need to shuttle back and forth to pass on information. They just need to find a good place to ambush and use this thing to transmit messages, so they can monitor for a long time. Fu Chenan pointed at the generals of the Fu family army in the camp and said, "As long as the war begins, each general will be equipped with a." The generals in the camp outside Beijing were shocked again. "Our medicines are all Western medicines, so we can minimize the possibility of the wound festering and causing high fever." The generals in the camp outside Beijing suddenly realized. No wonder their wounded soldiers recovered so quickly. It turned out they had Western medicine. They have telescopes, soft armor, water bottles, compressed biscuits, walkie-talkies, Western medicine, and they work together as one when fighting the enemy. Where else in the entire Daliang dynasty could you find a team like this? If we go against an army like this, how can we have a chance of winning? This is a temptation, but also a deterrent. Peng Yuli swallowed hard. "But our family is still in the capital." Fu Chenan laughed, "So I said, I will let you leave. But after you leave today, you will definitely betray my Fu family army when the emperor asks you about it. Therefore, if my Fu family army enters the capital again in the future, you and your family will have no way to survive." This is a naked threat. Upon hearing this, the generals in the camp outside the capital were all caught in a dilemma. Go back? The Daliang dynasty was rotten to the core. How could any army compare to the Fu family army? If the Fu family army wants, they can fight back at any time. By then, the imperial court will no longer exist, and their high positions and generous salaries will naturally be nothing but illusions. Not going back? It is very difficult for their family to survive now. After thinking about it, Peng Yuli couldn't help but remind Fu Chenan. The 7th prince admires General Fu very much. The general was once the 7th prince's master. Doesn't he care about this disciple anymore? Fu Chenan sneered, "I understand his feelings towards me. Don't you understand?" Peng Yuli could no longer find any reason to persuade him. Fortunately, Fu Chenan did not force them to make a decision immediately. He stood up and said, "I understand that you are in a difficult situation right now. You can discuss it first and give me an answer tomorrow morning. If you want to leave, you can leave anytime. You soldiers, take back as much as you can." After Fu Chenan left, the generals of the Fu family army also left, leaving their tents to the generals in the camp outside the capital. The generals in the camp outside Beijing looked at each other in confusion. What should we do? I always feel like it's all death. In another tent, the generals of the Fu family army looked at Fu Chenan. General Fu, is this okay? Fu Chenan bared his teeth and sneered, why not? What if they really choose to return to Beijing? Fu Chenan picked up a walkie-talkie and shook it. Did you forget? We have this. The generals suddenly realized what was going on, looked at each other, and started laughing. Early the next morning, the generals in the camp outside Beijing split into two factions. 3 of them were worried about their families and decided to leave. The other 8 chose to stay. The 3 who wanted to leave had soldiers close to them, and they persuaded more than 30 people to follow him back to Beijing. The remaining 20,000-plus soldiers in the camp outside Beijing were all unwilling to go back. When they learned that Fu Chenan was going to rebel, they were more excited than panicked. The merit of following the dragon. Not everyone can come across this. Moreover, the imperial court is now in a state of chaos, and the Fu family army has no rivals at all. In addition to the various persuasions of the veterans, out of more than 20,000 soldiers, only 3 generals led more than 30 soldiers were willing to go back. Chapter 164. Slept for nothing all night. The 3 men led more than 30 people on horseback and walked more than 10 miles away. They finally felt relieved. Fu Chenan should have really let them go. Just when the expressions of several people relaxed a little, a black line suddenly appeared on the horizon and slowly approached. It was the uniforms of the Fu family army. The faces of the 30 or so people turned completely black. Fu Chenan, you don't keep your word. In the camp more than a dozen miles away, the team leader's request came over the intercom. General Fu, should we send them to raise cattle? Fu Chenan, yes. Send them all to raise cattle. He brought the camp outside Beijing to Taizhou, broke it up and incorporated it into the various units of the Fu family army, letting the old men of the Fu family army lead these newcomers. Fu Chenan was finally able to put down his burden completely. He returned to his tent and took a thorough bath, washing his hair and toes with soap until they were completely clean. Then he went to the space-time supermarket with the walkie-talkie that needed charging. Come to think of it, he hadn't had a good talk with Xiao Yingchun for a long time. When he appeared in Xiao Yingchun's reception room wearing a brand new robe and a jade crown, Xiao Yingchun was checking the things to prepare for Fu Chenan on her mobile phone. Their eyes met, and they were both stunned for a moment, then laughed at the same time. Xiao Yingchun took the initiative to speak. It seems that the battle is over? Fu Chenan nodded. It's all done. It's safe for now. What do you want to eat? I'll order takeout for you. Fu Chenan smiled obediently. All is fine. Okay, I'll order some meat dishes for you. Xiao Yingchun was thinking in his mind and started to check his phone. Steamed pork with rice flour in a pressure cooker, 1. Braised pork with pineapple, 1. Stir-fried beef with coriander. Would you like to try the stinky mandarin fish? It smells stinky, but tastes delicious. Xiao Yingchun asked the question while poking in to look at the picture, but didn't hear any response, so she looked up. The next second, Xiao Yingchun was stunned. Fu Chenan fell asleep on the sofa before he even finished ordering the takeaway. There was darkness under his eyes, and even his carefully groomed clothes could not hide his haggard look. It was obvious that he was really exhausted during these days. Just think about the war situation he talked about every time he came over for a short period of time. He must have been exhausted both physically and mentally. Xiao Yingchun sighed, took a blanket from the side, and gently covered him with it. Even in his sleep, Fu Chenan was still alert. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Xiao Yingchun's wrist and put his other hand around Xiao Yingchun's neck. The murderous intent that suddenly burst out from his eyes frightened Xiao Yingchun, and his wrists and throat felt as if they were clamped by iron hoops. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Yingchun's breathing became tight, and she quickly patted his arm. Fu Chenan woke up in shock and quickly let go. I'm sorry. Xiao Yingchun quickly stepped back a few steps, coughed twice, and then said, I'm fine. You should get some sleep. Cover yourself with a blanket. Fu Chenan hurried forward to check. His wrist was probably bruised, but fortunately the bones were not injured. The neck is also okay. I was relieved after confirming that she was not injured. I'm sorry, Miss Xiao. I was just half asleep. Xiao Yingchun expressed her understanding. It's okay. You didn't mean it. Fu Chenan was sure that she was not angry, and he felt relieved. Then I will sleep for a while. In the space of a word, he fell asleep again. Xiao Yingchun looked at his relaxed, sleeping face and asked, Do you want to order the takeaway? When Fu Chenan woke up, the curtains were drawn and the bathroom light was on. The leaked light did not affect his sleep and allowed him to see the environment clearly as soon as he opened his eyes. Xiao Yingchun was not around, but his cell phone was right next to him. He stood up and looked around and found that the walkie-talkies he brought were all charging. Miss Xiao is really thoughtful. Fu Chenan felt a little warm in his heart. He picked up his phone to check the time. It was already past 4 in the morning. Fu Chenan quietly got up, sent a voice message to Xiao Yingchun on WeChat saying, "I'm going back first and will come back after daybreak," and then quietly returned to Taizhou. In the tent, as soon as Fu Chenan came back, he found someone in the tent. The snoring was so loud that it was deafening. He stood there for a moment and relaxed. "Dad is here." The snoring stopped, and Fu Zhonghai woke up when he sensed someone in the tent. In the darkness, the sounds of 2 breaths were very clear. Fu Zhonghai called out, "Aner?" Fu Chenan responded, "Dad, it's me." Fu Chenan lit the light, and the father and son were finally able to see each other's faces clearly. Then both the father and son were stunned. The father is very sloppy and the son is very delicate, so the contrast is very strong. Fu Zhonghai looked at the sky and asked tentatively, "Did you spend the night in that grocery store?" Fu Chenan thought for a moment. So Fu Chenan nodded, "Yeah." Fu Zhonghai obviously had the wrong idea, and his eyes lit up with excitement. "So, did you succeed?" Fu Chenan's face flushed. "Nothing. I went over to charge the walkie-talkie last night, but I was so sleepy that I fell asleep as soon as I sat down. I slept on a stool all night and didn't even have dinner." The light in Fu Zhonghai's eyes went out, and he muttered, "Useless thing. I slept for nothing all night." Fu Chenan. The father and son exchanged views on recent developments. As day broke, the camp gradually became lively. Fu Zhonghai was naturally faking his death. There was no unity within the Tatars. The Tatar Khan had too many sons, and they were all very brave. After they grew up, they began to compete with each other. Fu Zhonghai captured some prisoners during the conflict and found out after interrogation that one of them was actually Toto, the 13th prince of Tatar. Toto was fair and handsome, not very tall, and not cut out for fighting, so his third brother Urentai threw him onto the battlefield to train him. But Toto had a quick mind and a quick mouth, and Fu Zhonghai felt there was a chance after talking to him. So Fu Zhonghai tempted him with compressed biscuits, plastic buckets, and stainless steel basins, and told him that he could get these things. If the two sides can cooperate, Fu Zhonghai will help Toto become the Khan of Tatar, and Toto will help Fu Zhonghai become the emperor. Toto's philosophy is, to ensure that the people have enough food and clothing, it is not necessary to use force, trade, or farming can also be used. Fu Zhonghai's idea of putting people first coincides with Toto's. The two people hit it off immediately. As a gesture of sincerity, after being redeemed, Toto strongly encouraged Prince Urentai, the most powerful Tatar prince, to lead his troops to attack the Daliang dynasty. Toto described the Daliang dynasty as having defenses as good as chaff and wealth as good as honey. Urentai believed it and really led 50,000 Tatar cavalry to attack the Daliang dynasty. It just so happened that at this time Fu Zhonghai made a mistake and actually sent most of the Fu family soldiers on patrol. Urentai seized the opportunity, broke through the Fu family army's defense line in one fell swoop, and seriously injured Fu Zhonghai. Sure enough, they continued their attack with unstoppable force and even reached the capital of Daliang dynasty in one go. Who would have thought that when victory was just around the corner, he encountered the garrison of the suburban camp led by Fu Chenan, with 30,000 Fu family troops behind them. Attacked from both sides, Urentai was defeated. Urentai will return to Tartary with the remnants of his army. The other capable princes will certainly fight for power, and Tartary will experience civil strife for a period of time. This is exactly the opportunity for Fu Zhonghai and Toto. Chapter 165 Cordyceps sinensis. Fu Chenan successfully lured back more than 20,000 defenders from the camp outside Beijing, and these people were willing to stay, which surprised Fu Zhonghai. Most of them are children of aristocratic families. They are used to enjoying themselves. How could they be willing to stay? Fu Chenan chuckled. Most of those who can be sent to the military camp are from side branches and illegitimate children. If they can truly be a man who stands tall and proud, who would want to be looked down upon? This was true, and Fu Zhonghai was convinced. I promised Toto that I would let him use Bezor to exchange for supplies later. Toto asked us if we wanted other herbs. He gave us a list and asked us to exchange them for iron basins and buckets, Guangxi briefcases. Go back and ask the grocery store? Fu Chenan had only a vague knowledge of Chinese herbal medicine. He took the list, put it in his arms, and prepared to leave the tent. Fu Zhonghai called him. Where are you going? Fu Chenan. The kitchen should have prepared breakfast. Let's go have breakfast. Fu Zhonghai kicked Fu Chenan on the butt. Why don't you get down to business? Can't you eat breakfast anywhere? What a blockhead. Fu Chenan. After being kicked by Fu Zhonghai, Chenan went to the space-time supermarket again with a dusty face. Xiaoying also got up at this time. She was worrying about the takeaway food she ordered yesterday in the refrigerator when Chenan came. Xiaoying was overjoyed. "I'm glad you're here. I ordered takeout for you last night, but you fell asleep without eating a single bite. I was wondering when you could come over. Otherwise, how long would it take me to eat all this by myself?" Only then did Chenan realize that Xiaoying had ordered takeout for him after he fell asleep last night. "Then we'll have breakfast?" "Xiaoying, you eat. I'll just have a bun." Xiaoying started to serve the hot dishes. Pour the rice into the rice cooker and heat it directly. Put the steamed pork on top of the rice and heat them together. It still tastes good. After the sweet and sour spare ribs and stinky mandarin fish were heated, they tasted worse than freshly cooked ones. Xiaoying thought they were not tasty, but Chenan ate without even raising his head. After he finished eating, Xiaoying asked tentatively, "What do you think of this fish?" Chenan recalled, "Although it smells bad, the taste is not strong and it tastes quite good. He also has intestinal regulating pills, so he has nothing to fear." Xiaoying told him with a wicked smile that this was the original taste of stinky mandarin fish and it was not spoiled. Chenan suddenly realized, and then looked at Xiaoying helplessly. Miss Xiao is playing a trick on her. But I was not angry at all. Instead, I felt secretly happy. She wanted to play tricks on me. Didn't she treat me as an outsider? After being happy for a moment, Chenan remembered the important business and told Xiaoying the news he heard early in the morning. The little Tatar prince said he wanted to exchange the medicinal herbs for our iron basins and plastic buckets. Chenan took out the prescription and read it to Xiaoying. The more Xiaoying listened, the more frightened she became. Cordyceps? Rhodiola rosea? Snow lotus? Although she didn't know much about herbs, she still remembered the names of these herbs. "Wait a minute. I'll write it down." Xiaoying hurriedly took dictation. After finishing writing, she stared at the list in front of her in a daze. This is going to make money again. Cordyceps sinensis, wolfberry, musk, Cinnamorium songaricum, astragalus, Rhodiola rosea, Chinese angelica, Sausuria jellyfish, Cotinopsis palacula, licorice, Glinia littoralis, Sapochnikovia divaricata, Cistanche deserticula, Peonia lactiflora, Atractylodes lancea, Cinnamorium songaricum. She doesn't know whether other herbs are expensive or not, but she knows about Cordyceps sinensis. A small box can cost thousands, or even tens of thousands. Can you exchange cordyceps for an iron basin and a Guangxi briefcase? Xiaoying had no doubt that he could replace all the cordyceps in Daliang dynasty. Xiaoying swallowed his saliva, took a photo of the list in front of him and sent it to Yi Yubin. "Uncle Yi, these varieties are all authentic medicinal herbs. Do you want them?" Yi Yubin replied with one word, "Yes." After a while, Yi Yubin replied, "Girl, remember, you must inspect the goods for me first before you pay them." "Okay, Uncle Yi, I got it." After hanging up the phone, Yi Yubin called his grandfather and asked, "Grandpa, can we open a branch of Qing Yutang in Huizhou to sell medicine?" Yi Shanshin was slightly stunned, then quickly agreed, "Of course you can open a branch, but I have one condition." "What conditions?" "You are responsible for all affairs of Qing Yutang over there. Qing Yutang must open for consultation, and you have to see patients 8 days a month." Yi Yubin was stunned for a moment. "Why 8 days?" Yi Shanshin was not happy. "Because I will send you a fellow student from here to see you, and he has to take 8 days off every month." Yi Yubin didn't want to see the patient, but thinking about Xiaoying's mysterious source of medicinal materials, he could only grit his teeth and say, "Okay." Yi Yubin hung up the phone, and Yi Daopei asked his father, "Dad, can you let Xiaobin see patients? Can he do it?" Yi Shanshin glared at Yi Yubin and said, "Have you forgotten why I was so angry about Xiaobin studying Western medicine?" Yi Daopei. Of course he didn't forget. Yi Yubin is very talented in Chinese medicine. At a young age, he can calm down and recite the mutual promotion and mutual restraint of various Chinese herbal medicines with Yi Shanshin. Identify herbs, feel the pulse, observe, smell, ask, and palpate. When he was a teenager, Yi Yubin was already able to diagnose and prescribe medicine independently. Every time Yi Shanshin saw the prescription written by Yi Yubin, he would sigh. There is hope for the inheritance of the Yi family. But who would have thought that this well-behaved child suddenly went crazy when he was in his 3rd year of high school and wanted to study Western medicine instead? He doesn't want to study clinical medicine yet. He wants to study pharmacy. Originally, Yi Shanshin thought that the child would only be rebellious for a year or two, so he decided to put up with it. Who would have thought that this child would go all the way to get a doctorate in pharmacy looking like he was determined to stick to this path. It was also because of this that Yi Shanxin finally lost his temper and said the cruel words, "If you don't come back to inherit Qing Yutang, I will kick you out of the family." Unexpectedly, Yi Yubin was so defeated that he exiled himself to open a pharmacy in a village in the city. The father and son expressed their feelings and rekindled their hope for the future. Yi Daopei, Dad, do you think Xiaobin is willing to open a branch of Qing Yutang and also agree to be a doctor? Does this mean that he is willing to come back and inherit the family business? Yi Shanxin was more conservative, not necessarily, but this is a good start, so you must not attack him again. This kid needs to be stroked by the right hand. After Yi Yubin hung up the phone, he immediately replied to Xiaoing Chun. From now on, as long as there is no problem with her medicinal materials, Yi Yubin will be able to help her. After all, Qing Yutang also has the business of making Chinese patent medicines. If they are truly good medicines, the quality of the Chinese patent medicines they make will be even better. What's more, Qing Yutang treats and prescribes medicine for many people. At the same time, Yubin also gave Xiaoing Chun a price list for reference based on the pictures provided by Xiaoing Chun. Xiaoing Chun told the news to Fu Chenan, who was standing by. Fu Chenan was naturally happy, and the two discussed how to supply modern high-tech products, pots and buckets, to Tatar based on price. Now Xiaoing Chun and Fu Chenan no longer care about the specific price of each item. Xiaoing Chun couldn't figure it out. The gifts Fu Chenan gave were too precious, and since he gave them so many times, he simply didn't count the money. As long as Fu Chenan can use it and he can get it, he will give it to him directly, such as telescopes and walkie-talkies. Fu Chenan did it on purpose. He deliberately gave gifts and asked Xiaoing Chun for things. Gradually, Xiaoing Chun really stopped caring about money and only cared about whether she could use it or not. Fu Chenan likes this feeling very much. It's like the couple works together to live a good life. Chapter 166. The Effect of Monkey Stealing Peaches. Fu Chenan directly replaced the stainless steel basin with a plastic basin. Who knows what the Totters will do with the steel basin? What if they use it as a weapon? Plastic basins are still safer. Anyway, he was selling it to the Totters, so he had no regrets. Comparing the price given by Yi Yubin with the prices in the minds of the people of Daliang, they calculated a price that they thought was appropriate. Looking at the final exchange table, both of them were silent. So dark. Cordyceps sinensis was really not expensive in the Daliang dynasty. They don't take cordyceps as a tonic, but use it to treat lung diseases. Other herbs are not expensive overall. The labor force in the Daliang dynasty was too cheap, and the common people would dig some herbs in their spare time to supplement their family income. Naturally, the pharmacies were reluctant to pay a high price for ordinary herbs. Xiao Ingchun first found a manufacturer and directly bought 10,000 plastic basins and 50,000 Guangxi briefcases. I also want to buy the stainless steel basin that Fu Jiejun uses this time. There are still many people in the Fu family army who have not been used. This time, all the people from the camp outside the capital were left behind, and they couldn't favor some over others. Bucket, Guangxi briefcase, one for each person, arrange. By the time the two of them had finished their calculations, it was almost noon. Xiao Ingchun finished placing the order and ordered takeout again. Minced meat eggplant, scrambled eggs with leeks, spicy potato chips, a large bowl of fried noodles. After lunch, Fu Chenan took the list back to Taizhou, but Xiaoing Chun stuffed him with 2 large bags of biscuits, sausages, and snacks. I also gave him 2 large bags of lollipops. Fu Chenan took the lollipop and then realized, this is Dad's favorite. I didn't expect Xiaoing Chun still remembered it. He looked at Xiaoing Chun deeply, turned around and left without saying thank you. Fu Zhonghai was indeed very happy when he saw the lollipop. This girl is really nice. I heard that she can come here now. When will you bring her over? I'd like to thank her too. Fu Chenan had thought about it, but he hadn't told Xiaoing Chun yet. After thinking for a while, he said, when the cattle farm is ready, I'll ask her to come over and take a look. As he spoke, Fu Chenan took out the list and showed it to Fu Zhonghai. Fu Zhonghai didn't understand the price difference between the 2 time and space, so when he saw the order, he nodded sincerely, this price is not bad. Fu Chenan looked carefully at his father's expression, made sure he was not speaking sarcastically, and asked another question. When you go to negotiate with that Toto, can you lower the price a little bit? Fu Zhonghai nodded. That's no problem. You can press it half as much. A plastic basin for 5 large cordyceps? Too cheap. 10 roots must be replaced for 1 pot. For smaller cordyceps, you need to replace 20 or 30 cordyceps in 1 pot. Such a useful basin. I believe many people would be willing to change. After Fu Zhonghai finished his calculations, he took the list and went back to Yongzhou City. Yongzhou was conquered by Fu's army before. Now the Tatars are badly damaged and have no ability to invade the border. Tatars are even allowed to do business outside the city, the kind where things are hung up and down in a basket for trading. In this case, it would be convenient to have Toto come over to negotiate the price. Not long after Fu Chenan saw Fu Zhonghai off, there was a commotion outside. Someone was making a fuss and shouting, "Ah!" Fu Chenan was surprised and asked his personal guards, only to find out that there was a martial arts competition going on in the martial arts arena. Oh? Who with whom? Guards, Ao Guangchuan, and the guy who just came from the Jingjiao camp seemed to know each other. They just said a few words and then said they wanted a duel. Ao Guangchuan? The youngest son of Ningyuan Marquis. Will there ever be a day when he can compete with others? Fu Chenan became interested. Let's go and take a look. There were already many people gathered in the martial arts arena at this time, and everyone was betting on who would win, and they were clearly divided into two camps. The original Fu family army stood on one side, and those from the camp outside Beijing stood on the other side. The two sides agreed that the losing side would run 10 laps with weights. Ao Guangchuan, who used to be delicate and tender, has indeed changed a lot after this period of training. He has become darker, thinner, and stronger. There is a wolf-like fierceness in his eyes. He seems like a different person. He met Guan Wenqing, a young man from a branch of the Changchun Marquis who came from the camp outside the capital. The two used to go to brothels together. When they met again, he felt that he arrived earlier than Guan Wenqing and started to brag. Guan Wenqing felt that he had followed Fu Chenan all the way from Jeju City to here, and he had rich combat experience and was already very powerful. Both of them were very proud, so they started making all kinds of comparisons, and their voices gradually became louder. The soldiers nearby were listening to the excitement and said, "What's the point of talking? You'll know everything after a fight. Just hit me." So both sides got ready for war. When Fu Chenan went over, he saw that the two people were already fighting. After all, it was a literary competition, not a fight of life and death. The two of them were not holding weapons. It was purely hand-to-hand combat. At first, they were punching and kicking each other, but later they rolled on the ground in a ball, kicking, pinching, and biting each other. The people around laughed so hard. What's the difference between this and a fight between kids? But the two of them were very serious. Their faces turned red and they fought fiercely. It was hard to separate. In the end, Ao Guangchuan was more evil, and a monkey came to steal peaches. Guan Wenqing let out a cry and let go of his hand. Holding his crotch with tears in his eyes, "Ao Guangchuan, you little bastard. You don't behave like a human being. I was reluctant to use the tricks I taught you on you, and you actually used them on me?" Ao Guangchuan won, and he got up from the ground proudly, not caring that his head and face were covered with dust. Winning is winning. Don't you want to grab your crotch when you fight with the enemy? You are such a heartless person. I will kill you next time. Guan Wenqing struggled to get up from the ground, grinning. The Fu family army burst into laughter. You still have to run 10 laps with weights. Are you still going to run? There was contempt in his tone. The people in the camp outside the capital had gloomy faces. They looked at Guan Wenqing, then at Ao Guangchuan, and then at the former members of the Fu family army. Tracheal Wenqing is not doing well. Ao Guangchuan was a child of a noble family in the capital, but he was so ungrateful. He was even more angry that his people were ridiculed by the former members of the Fu family army. The leader snorted angrily, "Run if you want. There are no cowards in our camp outside the capital." Just as the leader was about to lead the team to run, Fu Chenan spoke up, "Ao Guangchuan, run with the loser." Ao Guangchuan immediately refused to do it. "General Fu, I won. Why are you asking me to run?" "Brothers, who do you want to make extinct? The Tatars haven't castrated you yet, but you castrate your own people first? We are the Fu family army. No matter who came first or later, we are all family members. First of all, we should protect each other and help each other. I'm not asking you to cut off each other's offspring. Run." After hearing this, Ao Guangchuan also wilted. The trick of the monkey stealing peaches was indeed taught to him by Guan Wenqing. Although the two bad friends were rude, Guan Wenqing had always protected Ao Guangchuan and taught him to use this trick when he met someone he couldn't beat. Ao Guangchuan was so excited just now that he lost his composure for a moment and actually used it directly on Guan Wenqing. Chapter 167. General Fu finally got it. Ao Guangchuan was also single. He walked up to Guan Wenqing and bowed to him. "Wenqing, I'm sorry. I lost my sense of propriety. I apologize to you." Then Ao Guangchuan looked at Fu Chenan and said, "General Fu, Guan Wenqing is injured and can't run away. I will run twice as much. I will run his share for him. Is that okay?" Fu Chenan looked at Guan Wenqing. The anger on Guan Wenqing's face was gone, and his hand covering his crotch loosened. He seemed somewhat moved at this moment. The resentment of the people in the camp outside the capital also disappeared. The leader called out, picked up a stone beside him, and ran away. The rest followed. Ao Guangchuan also ran out carrying a stone. The remaining Fu's army members looked at each other, and one of them gritted his teeth and said, I have no place to use my strength today, so I'll run 2 laps too. He followed too. Seeing this, the others also picked up stones and followed. Seeing that everyone had run away, Guan Wenqing didn't feel so annoyed, so he picked up a stone and started chasing after them. You black-hearted bastard, I don't want you to run for me. I can run by myself. He took crab steps and chased Ao Guangchuan. For a moment, the martial arts field was filled with dust, and everyone turned into gray men. Fu Chenan saw it and felt very satisfied. This group of newcomers in the camp outside Beijing and the old members of the Fu family army will eventually be integrated together. It is normal for there to be competition and comparison between the new and old groups. Today's event is the beginning of integration. Deputy General Ma Juanda asked quietly, General, why didn't you tell the generals in the Beijing suburban camp that their families have been picked up? If I had told everyone in advance, maybe the 3 people who wanted to go home wouldn't have left. Fu Chenan snorted and laughed. Only those with a firm enough stance are qualified to stay in my Fu family army. If they choose to stay because their family is in my hands, who knows if they will betray me in the future? Make sure they are sincere first, then tell them that Xiaoping is safe. It can be a surprise, not a threat. Those who don't want to stay are only fit to raise cattle. Ma Juanda was convinced. The general is very thoughtful. Xiaoing Chun was in an outdoor goods store, staring at a head-mounted umbrella commonly used by fishermen. This umbrella is slightly wider than a person and can block rain and sun. I don't know if this thing will be useful to Fu Chenan. The shop owner's daughter, who was only 11 or 12 years old, recommended it enthusiastically. This one is camouflage. From a distance, people and grass blend in, so fish can't tell that someone is fishing here. Xiaoing Chun was almost amused by her. If fish don't fly in the sky, how can they see the camouflage on the umbrella? However, because of this, Xiaoing Chun bought 2 hat umbrellas, one in light brown and one in camouflage, and planned to take them back to show Fu Chenan. If he thinks it's good, he can just buy it in bulk. When she came out of the outdoor goods store with a hat and umbrella, she ran into Yi Yubin head-on. Yi Yubin is looking for a store for Qing Yutang's Huangshan branch and is canvassing the streets. Uncle Yi, Ing Chun, why are you here? Xiaoing Chun raised her hand and asked Yi Yubin to look into her pocket. Here, I bought a few hats and umbrellas for fishing guys. Please help me take a look later. If it's suitable by some. When I hire someone to do something for me, I can wear it to block the sun and the rain. Yi Yubin went up to take a look and said, the items are fine, but there's no need to buy them so early. The land on the mountain has not been started yet, and no one has been hired. Yi Yubin also asked Xiaoing Chun, I plan to open a branch of Qing Yutang in Huangshan. Do you want to invest? Xiaoing Chun refused. Uncle Yi, you open Qing Yutang, and I will just buy and sell medicinal materials in your store. When the time comes, we will just have to settle the accounts on both sides. Seeing that she was really not interested, Yi Yubin let it go. I will never let this tiger girl suffer any loss. Xiaoning Chun went to the rented warehouse again to pick up the stainless steel supplies and Guangxi briefcases that he had ordered previously. He put the 2 large trucks of goods directly into the space warehouse and then returned to Wulong Villa. Fu Chenan has arrived and is waiting for Xiaoing Chun in the reception room. When Fu Chenan saw the hat and umbrella that Xiaoing Chun brought back, he had an inexplicable expression. He first affirmed that it is a good thing, and then told Xiaoing Chun, Yongzhou gets cold early, and the grasslands and deserts are very windy and sandy in autumn and winter. This thing is not useful for the time being, but we need to replenish some cotton-padded clothes, hats, and shoes. Xiaoing Chun, cough, cough, cough. Forgot it's colder over there. Mistakes, mistakes. Xiaoing Chun called on the spot and ordered a batch of cotton coats, cotton hats, and cotton shoes. Seeing her disappointed, Fu Chenan quickly put away the hats and umbrellas. I'll take them back and show them to them. Maybe they can be of use. Xiaoing Chun smiled dryly, nodded, and changed the subject. The basins and plastic buckets that Fu Jiajun wanted have arrived. You can get them first. Fu Chenan agreed, arranged for someone to pick him up, and started moving the things. Trailer after trailer of stainless steel products were dragged over. After the soldiers rushed over to unload them, Fu Chenan pulled the empty trailers back to the space-time supermarket. The 20,000 new recruits from the capital were stunned when they received their own Guangxi briefcases. This thing is used to hold water. Not only does it have no odor, it also doesn't leak. When eating, They can use large stainless steel bowls to serve their rice just like the old Fu family army. The cook scooped food for them from a large stainless steel barrel. There was both meat and vegetables, and the food was very good. Even in the camp outside the capital, there was no meat and fish every day. How could the Fu family army, whose food and wages had been withheld for years, actually have meat every day? After finishing their meal and filling plastic buckets with warm water, they were shocked again when they learned that they would receive their own cotton-padded clothes and shoes in a few days. They have touched this strange style of cotton-padded jacket, cotton-padded hat, and cotton-padded shoes. There is real cotton inside. Very thick. It must be warm. They thought they were new, but probably not. Who knew they had it too? Expectations grew in their hearts. They began to expect to receive the same treatment as the veterans, from clothing to training, to the assimilation of three outlooks. The new and old teams merged quietly and seamlessly. Fu Chenan was very satisfied with this. Xiaoyingchun asked Fu Chenan, "What to sell next?" When Fu Chenan left the capital, business in the capital came to a halt. Fu Chenan, "Why don't you go over and take a look?" After all, Xiaoyingchun has seen a wider range of the world and knows better what will sell better there. Xiaoyingchun thought about it and agreed. The moment Fu Chenan saw her nod, he became excited. "Then I'll go over and prepare first?" Xiaoyingchun nodded and asked, "I go there as the concubine's daughter of a Sith merchant? Or what?" Half a month had passed since Xiaoyingchun's last visit to the capital of Daliang, and Xiaoyingchun's black hair roots had grown out. If you want to maintain your original personality, you have to dye your hair again. Fu Chenan waved his hand, very free and easy. No need to pretend. You are just yourself. He was ready to break off relations with the emperor. Who else was he putting on this show for? Xiaoyingchun. Okay. For this purpose, Fu Chenan specially returned to the general's mansion in Taizhou City, decorated the best courtyard, and prepared various things that Xiaoyingchun might need. Early the next day, when Xiaoyingchun, with black hair and black eyes, appeared on the streets of Taizhou with Fu Chenan, many people looked over. It's not because Xiaoyingchun is so beautiful, but because General Fu is actually traveling with a woman. The two of them were walking side by side, very close. Oh my God. General Fu finally got it. Whose girl is this? Such good luck? He actually won the favor of General Fu. Chapter 168, The capital's economy collapsed. Xiaoyingchun was walking on the street, feeling a little uncomfortable, looking at the gray streets and stone houses that were completely different from those in the capital city of Daliang. Fortunately, the girls here are all dressed in bright red and green, adding a lot of bright colors to the gray and yellow background. Girls from wealthy families who were afraid of the sun and wind and sand would wear a veil. The white gauze blocked the wind, sand, and sunlight, as well as other people's covetous sight. Xiaoyingchun thought of his fishing hat and umbrella again. Well, it's more practical than beautiful. Forget it. I'll just change to sell other products to Daliang Dynasty. Fu Chenan accompanied Xiaoyingchun into several clothing and jewelry shops. Xiaoyingchun soon found a new sales target: clothing fabrics. Fabrics of various patterns and textures that modern girls like are not available here. The most precious thing in the Daliang Dynasty was silk. But silk is made from silk, and the efficiency of manual looms is too low. The price is extremely expensive, and there are not many patterns and colors. If they want to add patterns to silk, they prefer embroidery rather than printing and dyeing. As the embroidery is done stitch by stitch, won't the wages go up? Printing and dyeing is so convenient. Xiaoyingchun was obviously excited. After following Fu Chenan back home, Xiaoyingchun told Fu Chenan her thoughts. Fu Chenan had long gone from being shocked to being numb by the various outfits of the women on his phone. Thinking about the strange and varied fabrics of their clothes, he couldn't help but nod. The fabrics you use are truly unprecedented in the Daliang Dynasty. If we follow the style of the Daliang Dynasty and use that kind of fabric, it should be very popular in the market. The two men agreed that Xiaoyingchun would go back to the space-time supermarket to place an order first, while Fu Chenan would go back to the military camp to check out the situation. Entering the meeting room, Fu Chenan looked in surprise at several deputy generals who were studying an open-hat umbrella. Seeing Fu Chenan coming in, they all bowed and saluted. "General, the general is back?" Fu Chenan strode over and said, "What's wrong? What's wrong with this thing?" Ma Juanda put the umbrella on his head smoothly. "General, this is a good thing." "Oh." Fu Chenan looked at him in confusion. "It's just right for our scouts," Ma Juanda said, tightening the rope around his chin and explaining. In order to gather information, scouts need to stay in a hidden place for an hour or even longer without moving. They are prone to heat stroke on sunny days and get soaked on rainy days. If they had this and wore it on their heads, they would suffer less. And this pattern is really suitable for use in the woods. If I put on the hat and squat there, who would be able to tell that there is a person here? The other deputy generals looked at the green hat and umbrella with grass leaf patterns and nodded. Chenan couldn't help laughing, then by a few hundred of them. Each scout is equipped with one. It was my own fault for not thinking carefully enough and not considering the scout's special circumstances. Miss Xiao should be happy now. Xiaoingshun was naturally happy, but some people were not happy. For example, His Majesty the Emperor of Daliang. Nearly half of the houses in the capital were burned down, and not even the civil and military officials were completely spared. The wealthy families began to repair their houses in a hurry, but the ordinary people who became poor overnight were miserable. Their houses were burned down and they had no money to rebuild them. What should they do? The people affected by the disaster helped others build houses, earned a living, and also tried to make some money. They all wanted to build a thatched hut on their original homestead before the snow fell, so they would have a place to live. However, some families began to take advantage of the situation and buy residential land at low prices. Some people even started selling their children. Everywhere you can see people with straw sticks on their heads, people doing funeral ceremonies, people crying until their voices are hoarse. Thefts and robberies are happening one after another, and the Beijing Patrol Battalion is so busy that they are running out of steam. How can they catch them all? When has there ever been such a mess under the emperor's feet? People are in a panic. Businessmen no longer want to do business, and shoppers no longer want to go shopping. People's livelihood is in decline. The palace was inevitably affected. Due to the difficulty in purchasing, the supplies in each palace were reduced. The emperor didn't feel anything at first, but several of his favorite concubines made a scene in front of him. They can only eat enough to fill themselves up, but not in a good way, and can no longer eat as they please. The soap, lip balm, and body cream have almost been used up. In the past, Fu Chenan would send goods to the palace, but ever since Fu Chenan led the Fu family army away, all Tao Tao Ji products have been out of stock throughout the capital. Seeing that their usual lip balm, moisturizer, and soap were all gone, they wanted to act coquettishly to the emperor and ask for some. His Majesty the Emperor looked at these coquettish concubines and blurted out one word with a dark face: "Get lost." What a bunch of short-sighted people. Is now the time to care about these things? The most terrible thing now is that no one from the camp outside Beijing has returned. Tens of thousands of people, not coming back yet. Were they killed by Fu Chenan? Or was he caught? Or did he follow Fu Chenan and betray him? The emperor panicked and sent people to investigate the families of these generals. Only then did he discover that the next day after the fire, the families of these generals were taken away during the chaos. Fu Chenan was actually prepared? Looking at the report, the emperor could not believe his eyes and stubbornly issued 7 or 8 imperial edicts, ordering the soldiers in the camp outside the capital to return immediately. However, after the imperial edict was issued, there was no news of the person who delivered it. What to do? What to do? The emperor's heart became more and more flustered day by day, but he still had to pretend to be calm on the surface. The emperor looked at Liu Dabin and said, "Do you think they rebelled? They must have rebelled." Liu Dabin stood beside the emperor and said, "If your majesty is worried, why not send someone to investigate?" The emperor glared at Liu Dabin and asked, "Who should I send?" "You." Anyone sent there at this time would be sending themselves to death. Liu Dabin seemed to be stiff for a moment, and then he replied firmly, "If your majesty needs me to go, I will go." The emperor thought for a moment and said, "How about this? You take a few pigeons with you to investigate the situation. Once you have a clear understanding of the situation, release the pigeons immediately." He actually sent Liu Dabin to convey the order. With tears in his eyes, the gray-haired Liu Dabin kowtowed deeply. "I obey your command." In the Ningyuan Marquis mansion, the old Marquis wife and the prince's wife sat face to face with calm expressions. The old Marquis wife took a sip of tea from the teacup and said, "Buy it." The crown prince's wife disagreed. "Mom, buying a homestead at a time like this is like taking advantage of someone's misfortune." The old Marquis's wife shook her head. "If we don't buy it, others will. But we can buy it like this." On the surface, the Ningyuan Marquis mansion is also buying residential land, but in fact it allows sellers to have choices. The seller can choose to sell the land directly, or use the homestead as collateral to borrow money first. 1 year later, the seller can make money and try to redeem it, and the Ningyuan Marquis mansion will only charge 10% interest. Compared with the interest rates outside where 9 out of 10 people pay out, the Ningyuan Marquis's move can be considered a complete charity. The old Marquis's wife was calm and composed. "Besides, we are not doing it in our own name." "Then in whose name should it be done?" The crown prince's wife was at a loss. Do it in Chunner's name, and say it was done privately by his people. The crown prince's wife. Ao Guangchuan? My uncle is also from the Ningyuan Marquis mansion. Won't they put the blame on the Ningyuan Marquis mansion? The old Marquis wife snorted coldly. He has a bad reputation anyway, so he doesn't care about having another shit pot. The crown prince's wife. Chapter 169. Concubine Qi is promoted to concubine. The people are sitting in the army, and the pot comes from the capital. Ao Guangchuan was telling his good brother Guan, winching about his hard life recently. At the beginning, he said hastily that he would work hard, but his parents took advantage of the fact that he was beaten and couldn't get out of bed, threw a bowl of tranquilizer on the carriage, and took him to the border. The Fu family army worked together to train themselves while preventing themselves from escaping. He was caught 5 times and beaten until his body was covered with blood. Those people are really cruel, beating with sea buckthorn sticks. Even though the flesh and blood are blurred, the bones are not injured. They also punched and kicked, targeting the thickest parts of the flesh. After being abused for such a long time, he actually gradually improved. As Guan Wenqing listened, he felt something was not right when he saw him lift up his clothes to show off his 8-pack abs and well-formed pectoral muscles. You bastard! Are you showing off in front of me? Ao Guangchuan was surprised. Am I showing off? My life is so hard. Look at my skin. It's been tanned. However, the corner of his mouth was too obviously raised. So Guan Wenqing slapped him on the back of his head with a big nose. You still say you are not showing off? The two of them immediately became a mess. In the palace, Lu Dabin was packing his things with a bitter face, while the 2 young eunuchs who were brought with him by him looked worried and reluctant. Master, why did you agree so immediately? Lu Dabin comforted his 2 young disciples. Don't worry, Master is fine. I will make it to Taizhou no matter what with my old bones. I will never let His Majesty down. There was a hint of tragedy on his face. After sending the 2 little disciples away, Lu Dabin's mouth curled up slightly, with a hint of being unable to suppress his emotions. I can actually leave the palace in this life. May my ancestors bless me. He had saved up a lot of property over the years and originally wanted to take it with him. But after thinking about it, he hid the most important things in the secret compartment in the floor tiles under the bed. Of the remaining property, he gave part to his apprentice, put part in a box that usually holds gold and silver, and entrusted it to his apprentice for safekeeping, and took part with him. After Lu Dabin and his guards left the capital, Lu Dabin's little apprentice quietly came to the emperor with a box in his hand. Your Majesty, this is the property left by Lu Dabin. He entrusted it to me for safekeeping before he left, and told me to return it to him when he returned. The emperor looked through the valuables in the box, and asked in detail about the circumstances before Lu Dabin left, and heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't know why, but now he was suspicious and felt that he couldn't trust the people around him. After thinking for a while, he ordered, "Go to Concubine Qi." The young eunuch was stunned for a moment before he searched for Concubine Qi's address in his mind. The biological mother of the 7th prince. Your Majesty hasn't looked for her for many years. Why did he suddenly think of her? The young eunuch responded with a yes. When Concubine Qi heard that the emperor was going to come to her place, she was extremely surprised and hurriedly asked the palace servants to help her dress up. But she hadn't had the opportunity to meet His Majesty alone for many years, and she didn't have many jewelry or clothes to show off. After reluctantly dressing up, Concubine Qi knelt down to greet the emperor. The emperor entered the palace, looked at the shabby Concubine Qi, then looked at the shabby palace. He recalled the past, and his expression became more complicated. Rong, I haven't come to see you in these years. Do you feel resentful? This question is, who can say that there is resentment? Concubine Qi naturally said, no, and then said ashamedly that her palace did not have any decent tea or snacks to welcome His Majesty. The emperor was not surprised. He asked about the 7th prince's situation and said that the Qinghui palace was too shabby and wanted someone to send some ornaments over. Concubine Qi was extremely surprised, but she didn't understand why the emperor suddenly treated her so well. She stood aside, feeling uneasy. The emperor looked at her for a moment, then asked, have you regretted entering my harem these years? Concubine Qi was so frightened that she knelt down again. I am devoted to your Majesty and loyal to him. How could I regret it? The greatest happiness in my life is to be your Majesty's woman. It was a heartfelt confession, but it was unknown how much the emperor listened to. Anyway, the emperor only sat for a cup of tea and then left without even touching the cup of tea. After Concubine Qi knelt to see His Majesty off, she sat there in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking about. Mother. The 7th prince came in at some point, and saw concubine Qi in a daze, so he shouted. Concubine Qi shuddered with fear, and then she looked at the seventh prince. Sewer, help me think about why your father came to see me today? But what happened outside? Concubine Qi was no longer at the age where her mind was filled with love, and she knew very well that her ugly appearance could not possibly attract the emperor, so there must be other reasons. The seventh prince's eyes were deep. Perhaps it is because the master kidnapped all the soldiers in the camp outside the capital. The seventh prince explained what happened outside. Concubine Qi covered her mouth with her hand. Oh my God. She only knew that the soldiers from the camp outside the capital in Chenan were chasing the Tatar cavalry, but she didn't know that they never came back. After coming to her senses, Concubine Qi grabbed the seventh prince's arm, her eyes full of fear. Son, was it wrong for me to ask you to take Chenan as your master? Chenan refused to obey the imperial decree and refused to allow the Beijing suburbs camp to return. Is he planning a rebellion? If he rebels, will your father vent his anger on us and kill us? Concubine Qi turned pale and was terrified. The seventh prince's eyes were gloomy as he looked up at the cold and desolate palace. When he came in, the palace servants all went out obediently. Mom, don't let your imagination run wild. I am the son of the emperor. It's not my fault that Chenan rebelled. He won't use me as a target. As for Chenan, if he really rebels, when he enters the capital, he will need a legitimate heir to the throne to sit in this position. Wouldn't it be possible for me, who was closest to him, to have a chance? But he didn't dare say this out loud, for fear that the walls might have ears. After comforting her mother, not long after the seventh prince left, Concubine Qi received an imperial edict. Concubine Qi had made great contributions in raising the seventh prince, and was promoted to Concubine Qi. Various ornaments were also sent along with the imperial edict. Concubine Qi looked at the dazzling array of ornaments and imperial edicts and felt that they were unreal. Qi Fei's intuition told her that the reason in the imperial edict was just an excuse, and the real reason was still Chenan. Chenan. That kid is so powerful now? So bold? He dared a rebel? Concubine Qi covered her chest and felt very stuffy. At such a precarious time, Concubine Qi, who had been out of favor for many years, was suddenly promoted to imperial concubine, which seemed strange no matter how you looked at it. Why? Is it because Chenan was once the seventh prince's master? The emperor is afraid that Chenan will rebel, so he plans to use the seventh prince to check and balance him? But the seventh prince is only 12 years old. Isn't he too young? The Qinghui Palace, which had been deserted for a long time, suddenly became lively. Many concubines came to inquire about the news, wanting to know the real reason why Concubine Qi suddenly became favored. The emperor suddenly began to pay attention to the seventh prince's studies. He actually took him to his side to teach him every day and praised him a lot. Under the emperor's careful teaching, the seventh prince was like a rough jade that had been dusted off and gradually revealed his intelligent and clever side. Several adult princes panicked. Chapter 170 Internet, Attic General, and Old Mountain Ginseng. Xiao Ningchun returned to Wulong Villa and huddled on the sofa to check the prices and patterns of fabrics. Chenan had nothing to do, so he followed her and huddled on the other side of the sofa. He didn't understand women's aesthetic taste, so he didn't interrupt and just started watching the video. Soon he came over with his phone in hand and asked Xiao Ningchun, "Miss Xiao, what is this?" Xiao Ningchun glanced sideways, a video of an online game. He understands the video, but what is an online game? Xiao Ningchun scratched his head, not knowing how to answer. After thinking for a while, he said directly, "Use the voice search function to ask what online games are." Well, leave all the right of interpretation to Baidu. Chenan was really obedient and really used voice search to search for online games. Xiao Ningchun continued to search for fabrics, giving priority to manufacturers close to Huangshan. If you want a variety of patterns, coolness, and cheapness, I have to recommend cotton silk. The lowest price per meter is only a few dollars, but there are thousands of varieties. The more Xiao Ningchun looked at it, the more satisfied she felt. She immediately started searching for manufacturers and selecting patterns. After selecting more than 30 patterns in various colors, Xiao Ningchun called the manufacturer to place an order. Jiangnan Fabric is a company that mainly produces fabrics. Due to fierce market competition, they have failed to keep up with the pace of live streaming sales. If you fail to keep up with the latest innovations, the accumulation of old products will continue to increase. Some influencers wanted to help sell the products at a low price, but the owner Xiao Jiangnan didn't dare to sell at a loss. Xiao Jiangnan was in a dilemma as the inventory was overflowing, but the employees could not be paid. Are they selling off their inventory at a loss to pay their employees? Or should I hold on a little longer? Xiao Jiangnan tried to post a video online, preparing to sell off the inventory at a low price, and the fabric factory closed down. But now fake copywriting is everywhere, and Xiao Jiangnan's video is positioned as a misery video and has no traffic. Just then, he received a call. Xiao Yingchun confirmed that Xiao Jiangnan was in the next city and immediately promised that as long as Xiao Jiangnan was willing to deliver the goods directly, she could get a truckload of goods first. If the quality and pattern are really good, I will buy all the goods in his warehouse later. Xiao Jiangnan couldn't believe his ears. Miss Xiao, are you serious? My fabric factory is really about to collapse. I can't afford such a joke. Xiao Yingchun sighed. Why don't you follow my list and send me a truck tomorrow? I'll pay you on the spot. Pay on the spot? Xiao Jiangnan immediately became excited. Okay, I'll send it to you tomorrow. Send me the location. After the two of them finished discussing, Xiao Yingchun looked at the time and saw that it was already time for dinner, so they ordered takeout. What do you want to eat? Fu Chenan held the phone in his hand without looking up. Whatever. Xiao Yingchun. What is so fascinating? Xiao Yingchun leaned over to take a look and was shocked to find that Fu Chenan was actually playing the egg-playing game. Watching the little thing jumping forward, Xiao Yingchun felt numb all over. Fu Chenan felt Xiao Yingchun approaching and looked up at her in his busy schedule. I've never seen this before. In the space of a word, the little thing fell down again. Xiao Yingchun couldn't bear to watch it and silently looked away. The takeaway arrived, and Xiao Yingchun asked him to eat. Fu Chenan suddenly looked up and said in shock, It's so late? Xiao Yingchun laughed. What else? Fu Chenan was immediately annoyed and put his phone aside. This game takes too much time. I can't play it. For convenience, Xiao Yingchun ordered dumplings today, 5 servings of various flavors. Xiao Yingchun couldn't finish one portion, but Fu Chenan ate more than 4 portions. After dinner, Fu Chenan went back to the Taizhou military camp. After making sure that nothing was wrong, he came back and picked up his cell phone as soon as he sat down. I just don't believe I can't get through that level. Xiao Yingchun looked at the internet-addicted young man General Fu with pity, who just said that games take up too much time and cannot be played. This is being controlled by the game. Take your time to play. I'll be busy for a while. He Liangzong went to find Xiao Yingchun. Because of the previous success in Beijing, many collectors knew that Boguzai's commission was very low, and many people brought things to the auction. He Liangzong asked Xiao Yingchun if she still had any plans to go abroad to purchase antiques. Xiao Yingchun did want to, but she still wanted to ask Dong Chunfeng. If the old man didn't go, she could only sell things when she went out and wouldn't dare to buy anything. Dong Chunfeng was very surprised. Ha ha ha, girl. You finally remembered me? Xiao Yingchun was embarrassed. I'm sorry, master. I've been a little busy recently and haven't had time to go to Beijing to see you. Dong Chunfeng said she didn't mind, and the two talked about going abroad. Dong Chunfeng suggested that she go to Paris, country F this time. Xiao Yingchun naturally listened to his master. After saying this, the old man took the initiative to ask about ginseng. Girl, do you still have the old mountain ginseng you bought last time? Several of my old Tibetan friends have come to me to ask. They also want it. Xiao Yingchun was instantly surprised. Old mountain ginseng? Yes. How many does he want? She also has 400-year-old ginsengs. Dong Chunfeng. It turned out that at the apprenticeship ceremony that day, everyone saw the old mountain ginseng that Xiao Yingchun gave to Dong Chunfeng, and after returning, it spread among the Tibetan circle. Those who collect antiques have assets of at least tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, and most of them are elderly. The precious medicinal material, century-old ginseng, is exactly what they like and need. Several people asked Dong Chunfeng these days. Dong Chunfeng was not in a hurry. It's not a good deal if you rush to get something, but it will be even more difficult if you try to hold on. Who knew Xiao Yingchun had so many? After a moment of silence, Dong Chunfeng advised with a headache, Girl, if someone asks you this kind of question in the future, you can't tell them that you have a lot more. After being lectured for 10 minutes on, one should always be on guard against others, Xiao Yingchun raised his hands in surrender. Master, I was wrong. It was mainly because I trusted you too much and didn't think about being on guard against you. These words made Dong Chunfeng feel very happy. You were such a sweet girl. After thinking for a while, Dong Chunfeng asked tentatively, Girl, can you get more of the precious medicinal materials you have? Xiao Yingchun hesitated for 3 seconds and answered honestly, Quite a lot. A constant supply. There was silence on the other end of the line. After a long while, Dong Chunfeng said, Then make it a little cheaper, not too expensive. The prices at auctions are high mostly because of their uniqueness, the atmosphere, high commissions, and so on. In normal private transactions, these factors should be eliminated, especially when Xiao Yingchun has many precious medicinal materials to sell later. Dong Chunfeng explained it in detail, and Xiao Chun understood it clearly. She knew that her master was truly considering her long-term business, so she agreed immediately. So the two of them discussed and decided that Xiao Chun would go to the capital in a few days and deliver 400-year-old ginsengs. At the same time, Xiao Chun was going to see how the Cordyceps sinensis from Daliang dynasty was doing. It would be even better if we could get some Cordyceps sinensis over there as well. Chapter 171. Eating melons costs money. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chun became anxious and asked Fu Chenan how the Cordyceps for plastic basins plan was going. Fu Chenan had been playing games for most of the day and had just put his phone down to reflect on why he was addicted to games. When he heard Xiao Chun asking about medicinal herbs, he immediately became interested. Why don't you come with me to take a look? Xiao Chun paused and said, Go to Yongzhou City? Fu Chenan was afraid that Xiao Chun would be scared, so he explained, Yongzhou City is now under our jurisdiction. There are troops stationed there, so it is relatively safe. Xiao Chun thought for a moment and said, Okay. She was quite curious about how Cordyceps sinensis was changed into a plastic basin. How can we not witness this historic moment? Besides, let's go riding. Previously, you could only ride for 5 minutes for 20 yuan in the scenic area. I can ride enough this time. The two agreed to go there early the next morning, and Fu Chenan hurried back to prepare. The next morning, at just after 5 o'clock, Fu Chenan came at the agreed time, personally took Xiao Chun's hand, and led her to the back door. Practice makes perfect. When Xiao Chun appeared in the general's mansion again, she was no longer afraid of going to the wrong place and meeting people, and she could dress herself except for her hair. Fu Chenan prepared a hairdresser to help Xiao Chun comb her hair. Soon Xiao Chun walked out of the room and stood in the yard, feeling refreshed. Fu Chenan heard footsteps and turned around, and saw a girl wearing neat light blue skirt and pants. His eyes lit up. It turns out that Miss Xiao looks so good in riding clothes. Xiao Chun saw the surprise in Fu Chenan's eyes and couldn't help but smile. The two men came to the stable, where the groom was waiting with a large chestnut horse. In order to save time today, we have to ride horses, which will be a bit tiring. Are you willing to ride together? Fu Chenan looked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun nodded. No problem. Fu Chenan handed over a veil hat, and Xiao Chun took it and put it on. Fu Chenan stretched out his hand. Let's go. Xiao Chun smiled and placed her hand in Fu Chenan's palm. Fu Chenan held her fair and delicate hand, and turned it around, letting Xiao Chun hold the saddle and shouted, Get up. He grasped Xiao Chun's slender waist with both hands and lifted her up. Xiao Chun went up immediately as if riding on a cloud. By the time she reacted, she was already sitting on the saddle, and Fu Chenan was sitting behind her. He stretched out his arms to grab the reins and held Xiao Chun in his arms. There was a handle in front of the saddle. Fu Chenan motioned for her to hold the handle tightly. She squeezed her legs together, and the chestnut horse ran out. The veil hat blocks the wind, sand, and sunlight, but it cannot block the coolness of the early autumn morning. Xiao Chun couldn't help but lean into Fu Chenan's arms. Fu Chenan was prepared. He threw his thick cloak in front of Xiao Chun and said, Wrap yourself up. Xiao Chun hurriedly grabbed the edge of the cloak, held it tightly, and pushed herself into Fu Chenan's arms. There is a warm chest behind me and a furry cloak in front of me. I am not cold. Not cold at all. Xiao Chun squinted her eyes comfortably, and her whole body softened. An hour later, it hurts. It hurts like hell. After all, she was a girl who had never ridden a horse properly. Even with Fu Chenan helping her from behind, the insides of her legs were rubbed so hard that they were burning with pain. It must have peeled off. Xiao Chun felt a little regretful. The price of eating melon was too high. Hiss. Xiao Chun took a breath of cold air. The horse under him immediately slowed down and soon stopped. Fu Chenan's voice sounded above his head. What's wrong? Xiao Chun. My legs may have been rubbed raw. Fu Chenan slapped his forehead and said, I didn't think it through. He dismounted, carefully carried Xiao Chun off the horse and placed her on a rock beside him to sit. Xiao Chun sat with her legs apart, looking unhappy. Seeing this, Fu Chenan hurriedly turned his back to Xiao Chun, unzipped his clothes, pulled out the cotton lining underneath, and without hesitation tore off 2 large pieces and handed them to Xiao Chun. Take this, make it into a bandage and tie up the painful area. Fu Chenan was afraid that Xiao Chun didn't understand, so he tore off 2 more strips of cloth and stretched out his legs to demonstrate. Xiao Chun felt embarrassed and touched. It's just so real. Fu Chenan took off his thick cloak and covered Xiao Chun's head with it. You do it yourself, I'll keep watch for you. There are many people traveling on the road from Taizhou to Yongzhou City, most of whom are merchants. Xiao Yingchun took advantage of the space created by the cloak to take off her pants first, and sure enough, the inside of her pants was already rubbed red and broken. Because Fu Chenan's demonstration was so intuitive, Xiao Yingchun learned quickly. She sprayed herself with some disinfectant alcohol, waited for it to dry, then applied some anti-inflammatory ointment, wrapped her thighs with Fu Chenan's underwear cotton cloth, and fixed it with a cloth belt. When Xiao Yingchun crawled out from under the cloak, she had become a tomboy again. Okay, let's go. Xiao Yingchun had a smile on her face, but her hair was a little messy because of being rubbed by her cloak. Fu Chenan felt inexplicably soft-hearted and wanted to ask her to go back to the space-time supermarket directly, but there were endless passers-by, and many of them knew Fu Chenan. Fu Chenan did not dare to transform himself in public. It will take another 2 hours to get there. If you feel uncomfortable, tell us and we can stop and rest. 2 hours. Xiao Yingchun gritted his teeth. No problem. I chose the path to eat melons myself, and I have to finish it even if my legs get bruised. 8. Another hour passed. Rest and eat. 2 more hours. Rest and drink water. We set out at 6 in the morning, and by the time we arrived at Yongzhou City, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Looking at the outline of Yongzhou City from afar, Xiao Yingchun, who was exhausted from traveling, breathed a sigh of relief. We're finally here. The gate of Yongzhou City was usually only opened a small gap, with chevaux de frise placed on both sides, leaving only enough space for one carriage to pass through. Dozens of soldiers stood at the city gate, methodically checking the passes and identities of passing pedestrians and vehicles, maintaining order and ensuring safety. The soldiers on the city wall saw Fu Chenan from afar and ran towards the city. It's General Fu. General Fu is here. As Fu Chenan approached, there was soon a commotion at the city gate. 2 long lines of soldiers suddenly came running and stood along the city gate. Then, the city gate was opened with a whoosh. The 2 teams of soldiers lined up in neat rows and shouted in unison in loud voices, "Welcome, Miss Xiao." "Welcome, Miss Xiao." Xiao Yingchun's body trembled, and he looked at the team extending all the way into the gate in shock. This is directed at me? Came specially to greet me? The thunderous cheers made the people of Yongzhou City stop what they were doing and look at the young man and woman who were riding on the same horse. They all know General Fu, but who is this Miss Xiao? Why can I ride on the same horse with General Fu? Why did the Marshal make such a big scene and call so many soldiers to welcome her? Chapter 172. Saving a Fabric Factory. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Yingchun sat stiffly in front of Fu Chenan, revealing an awkward and impolite smile, and was greeted all the way to the door of the Marshal's mansion. Fu Zhonghai was standing at the gate in armor, and he burst into laughter when he saw Xiao Yingchun from afar. Ha 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 ha. Miss Xiao has come from afar, and I am sorry for not welcoming you in person. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Xiao Yingchun immediately smiled awkwardly. Marshal, you are too polite. Just don't get off the horse. Fu Chenan understood her. He got off the horse swiftly and reached out to carry her down. Her legs were completely numb. How could she get off the horse? Not to mention walking. Fu Chenan did not stop. He walked up to his father and said, "Her leg is injured. I will take her in first." Fu Zhonghai's expression changed instantly. Leg injured? Oh my. Send him inside quickly. Doctor? Where's the doctor? No need for a doctor. Where is Shenyang? Let Shenyang come over. Fu Chenan ran in with Xiao Yingchun in his arms at big strides, still giving instructions. Xiao Yingchun buried her head in Fu Chenan's arms. Large-scale social death scene. The whole city saw it. It's so embarrassing that it transcends time and space. Who among my family members would understand? Xiao Yingchun was carried into the Marshal's mansion. Along the way, there were only soldiers everywhere, and not a single woman was seen. After entering the yard, Fu Chenan put Xiao Yingchun on the bed and rushed out of the house without stopping. Where's the hot water? Clean hot water. Soon Fu Chenan brought in hot water, and Yo Shenyang also came. The tall and mighty girl spoke like thunder. Ange, is Miss Xiao here? As she was speaking, No Shenyang walked in. The moment their eyes met, Xiao Yingchun smiled awkwardly. Niu Shenyang shouted in surprise, "Miss Xiao, your hair?" Fu Chenan patted Niu Shenyang's arm and interrupted her words. "Bring the hot water over and help Miss Xiao treat her wound." But he walked out. Xiao Yingchun hurriedly said no, and asked Niu Shenyang to help bring out the clean handkerchief. "The medicine for external injuries is here." Niu Shenyang delivered it to Xiao Yingchun, who applied it quickly. After treating the injury, Xiao Yingchun called Fu Chenan and said, "I ordered a truckload of cotton silk yesterday. It should have arrived by now. Would you like to come with me to take a look?" Fu Chenan naturally agreed. After closing the yard door, The two went to the space-time supermarket and returned to Wulong Villa. In order to protect her wound, Xiao Yingshun put on 5-point yoga pants and a skirt over them, then drove to the warehouse. Xiao Jiangnan's van had arrived, carrying 5 rolls of cotton silk of various colors and patterns that Xiao Yingshun had requested. When Xiao Yingshun arrived, he saw that his head was covered in sweat, and he was almost in tears. "I'm sorry, Boss Xiao, you're sweating so much. You must be impatient, right?" Xiao Jiangnan smiled awkwardly. "It's hot, and even more urgent." He was afraid that Xiao Yingshun would not come, and his trip would be in vain. Fortunately, Xiao Yingshun replied quickly and said that she would be there in 10 minutes. The van drove into the warehouse, and Xiao Yingshun asked Xiao Jiangnan to unload the goods first. Xiao Jiangnan looked at the empty warehouse and hesitated for a moment. "This warehouse is too empty, and it always feels unreliable. But when I look at Xiao Yingshun's age and appearance, I don't think that's the case. The other party is a little girl, and there are 2 people including myself, the driver and the salesman from the factory. Can you still suffer a big loss at the hands of a little girl?" The 3 of them looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and started unloading. After taking the things down, Xiao Yingshun checked them first. There was no problem with the quality of the fabric, but the pattern was a bit old-fashioned. But this pattern was new in the Daliang dynasty. "It's something I've never seen or heard of." When confirming the price, Xiao Jiangnan did not dare to raise the price and sold it to Xiao Yingshun almost at break-even. Xiao Yingshun had already asked about the prices of several shops and started counting and paying readily. When Xiao Jiangnan saw the amount in his mobile phone increasing, he realized that Xiao Yingshun had really given him the full amount. It went so smoothly. "Did you really get the full payment?" This made him unbelievable, but he still asked, "Miss Xiao, do you want more later?" "There is still a lot of this kind of cotton silk in the factory warehouse." Xiao Yingshun nodded. "I'll confirm with you how much you want in a couple of days. Do you have any other fabrics?" When it comes to this, Xiao Jiangnan hurriedly handed over a thick cloth book. "Everything in here is in stock. Would you like to take a look?" Xiao Yingshun took the fabric book and said, "How about you give me this fabric book first, and then I will place an order with you according to this fabric book?" How could Xiao Jiangnan not be willing? The fabric factory is saved. After bringing the fabric back to the warehouse of the space-time supermarket, Xiao Yingshun returned to Wulong Villa and asked Fu Chenan to go and see the various fabrics. Fu Chenan was dazzled. "So many colors. Women should like it very much. Why don't we go over and eat first? My dad must be getting anxious waiting." Fu Zhonghai was not in a hurry at all, because Niu Shenyang said that Fu Chenan and Xiao Yingshun had been staying in the yard with the door closed for nearly half an hour. "Judging from my son's personality, there is no way the 2 of them are having anything ambiguous. They must have gone to the grocery store." He asked people not to disturb them and told the kitchen to wait patiently. By the time Xiao Yingshun slowly arrived at the restaurant and formally met Fu Zhonghai, an hour had passed. "Hello, Marshal Fu." Xiao Yingshun laughed dryly and prepared to salute. Fu Zhonghai quickly stood up and greeted her. "You're welcome. Miss Xiao, you are a great benefactor to our Fu family army. You are too polite." There was a whole roasted lamb on the table. It was roasted until it was sizzling with oil. I cut a small piece with a small knife, dipped it in chive water, and put it in my mouth. It tasted really good. From Fu Zhonghai, Xiao Yingshun learned more clearly about the miraculous effects of various modern things when used by the Fu family army. Thanks to the Guangxi briefcase, Fu Jiajun no longer had to worry about dying of thirst. With stainless steel buckets, bowls, and spoons, it is more convenient to cook and boil water, and it is also more convenient when the cook camp moves. As she listened, Xiao Yingshun discovered that Fu Zhonghai was really good at talking, and his words were exaggerated and his body language was rich, while Fu Chenan didn't talk much. The 2 people's personalities are completely opposite. This genetic factor is not stable either. After finishing a lunch in which Fu Zhonghai expressed his full gratitude and praised his son in all aspects, he looked at Xiao Yingshun enthusiastically again. "I heard from my son that Miss Xiao wanted to see how we trade with the Tatars?" Xiao Yingshun nodded. "My legs are all worn out. Wouldn't it be a big loss if I don't take a look?" "That's easy." "Enner." Fu Chenan, "Help Miss Xiao. Let's go to the tower and take a look." "Okay." Fu Chenan looked at Xiao Yingshun. "Do you want to take a sedan chair?" "Sled?" Xiao Yingshun looked at Fu Chenan, and Fu Chenan pointed to the sliding pole made of a recliner outside the door. Xiao Yingshun nodded immediately. "No need to walk like a crab. That's great." Chapter 173. The darkest one is Marshal Fu. Xiao Yingshun stood up, and Fu Chenan immediately reached out to help her. Naturally, Xiao Yingshun's white and tender little hand rested on Fu Chenan's arm. Although there was a layer of cloth between them, Xiao Yingshun could still feel the tenseness and strength of Fu Chenan's muscles. This kind of power brings peace of mind. Fu Chenan was a little agitated. The little hand holding his arm was so soft and white. Why was it so hot? Could it be that Miss Xiao's wound was infected and she had a fever? Fu Chenan couldn't help looking nervous because of his worry. Fu Zhonghai, who was standing behind him, watched his son supporting Xiao Yingchun as they walked towards the sedan chair. His eyes narrowed with smiles. This daughter-in-law, it seems like there is some hope. Ha ha ha. Two soldiers carried the sedan chair, and Fu Chenan followed beside them, walking towards the city gate in the direction of Tatar. The city gate was closed, and as soon as Xiao Yingchun climbed up the city wall, he saw the prosperous scene above. The huge sign had a large circle with an arrow in the middle and 3 rows of IS on the other side. Under the huge sign, 3 groups of soldiers were positioned at the edge of the city wall, with plastic basins and Guangxi briefcases on one side and a table on the other. The baskets rode on the table are filled with cordyceps sinensis. Each team has 2 people. One is responsible for receiving and sending goods, and the other is responsible for accounting. The soldiers in charge of receiving and delivering goods used a rope to hang a large basket and lower things down. There were 10 plastic basins in the basket. There are 3 groups of people responding below. After getting the pots, they trade with the people queuing below. After confirming that everything is correct, they put the cordyceps into the basket and hang it up. The accountant above checked the size and texture of the cordyceps and made a record of it in the account book. On both sides of the city wall, soldiers held bows and arrows in their hands, pointing them at the people queuing below to prevent anyone from causing trouble. Xiao Yingchun was stunned and pointed at the sign hanging on the city wall and asked, "What does this mean?" Fu Chenan translated, 1 plastic basin for 30 cordyceps. Xiao Yingchun suddenly realized, so the big circle represents the plastic basin, and the 3 rows of sticks represent cordyceps? Seeing Fu Chenan nod, Xiao Yingchun fell silent. Fu Chenan, toddlers can't read, but they can understand pictures. If you draw like this, everyone can understand it. The wisdom of the working people is infinite. Xiao Yingchun clasped his hands together and said, "I admire you." After looking at it for a while, Xiao Yingchun raised a new question. Cordyceps also has different sizes. How do we calculate this? Fu Chenan pointed to the cordyceps on the accountant's desk and said, 1 large one counts as 3 medium ones. 1 medium one counts as 3 small ones. Xiao Yingchun nodded. Then are these 30 cordyceps on your sign considered large, medium, or small? Fu Chenan, large size. A plastic basin worth a few dollars in exchange for 30 large cordyceps. Xiao Yingchun's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Fu Chenan smiled innocently. Originally, we decided to exchange a pot for 10 stalks, but my father thought about it and said we could ask if 30 stalks would work. Who knew that the toddlers also agreed? Xiao Yingchun admitted defeat. It turns out that the darkest one is Marshal Fu. I am superficial. Fu Zhonghai, who had been silent the whole time, took over the conversation. The first 2 days it was bezoar, these 2 days it was cordyceps, and in 2 days we will need other herbs. A few days of angelica, a few days of Cinnamorium sangaricum, a few days of Cistanche deserticula, a few days of Cotinopsis palacula. Take turns. Fu Zhonghai pointed down and said, we collect medicine in large quantities. We only change the pots and buckets in the afternoon every day. The morning time is reserved for local merchants. They would use money to buy all kinds of things sold by the Tatar people, and also sell some of the cloth, tea and salt that the Tatar people need for daily life. Local businesses also need to make a living, and Fu Zhejun has no intention of making all the money. Only by benefiting the people can they live and work in peace and contentment. Xiao Yingchun was convinced and looked at Fu Zhonghai deeply. Marshal, you don't do business, it's a waste of talent. Business genius Fu Zhonghai laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, do you also think this is appropriate? Oh my, we really think alike. After coming down from the city wall, Fu Chenan simply asked the soldiers to carry Xiao Yingchun and took another walk around Yongzhou City. The once prosperous Yongzhou City has regained its vitality not long after being baptized by war. Soldiers could be seen everywhere in the city, but the people were not panicked. They just went about their own business. When they saw a group of soldiers coming, they would just retreat to the side of the road and make way. It was getting dark. Shops were closing one after another, and people were hurrying home. Xiao Yingchun followed Fu Chenan back to the marshal's mansion. Just as they sat down, Fu Zhonghai came back with a dark face. This bastard Toto knew that Miss Xiao had come to Yongzhou City, so he asked me if he could meet Miss Xiao. Fu Zhonghai did not hide the truth from Xiao Yingchun and told her the whole story while cursing. Fu Chenan also understood. You welcomed Miss Xiao with such fanfare, it would be hard not to let Toto know, right? After all, Yongzhou City was once occupied by the Tatars for decades, and it was Fu Zhonghai who led his army to retake it. Fu Zhonghai laughed dryly and fixed his eyes on Xiao Chun. Miss Xiao, the situation is like this? Fu Zhonghai talked about Toto's idea. Toto wanted to meet Xiao Chun, naturally to discuss business. As for the place, any place would be fine, even in Yongzhou City. Xiao Chun listened quietly and said calmly, I will listen to the Marshal. If the Marshal asks me to see you, I will see you. If the Marshal says not to see you, then I won't see you. Fu Zhonghai felt a little embarrassed by Xiao Chun's gaze. This girl is really smart. That's right, Fu Zhonghai was intending to test Xiao Chun. He wanted to know what Xiao Chun felt towards Fu Chenan. After all, in this cross-time and space transaction, Fu Chenan was completely at a disadvantage. Xiao Chun has full power to decide whether to trade with Fu Chenan, when to trade, and what to trade. Fu Zhonghai was not sure that Xiao Chun only did business with Fu Chenan. If Xiao Chun chooses not to trade with Fu Chenan and chooses someone else, Fu Chenan and the Fu family army will have to prepare early. Who would have thought that Xiao Chun was so smart at such a young age and could react so quickly? Fu Zhonghai was honest. Seeing that she saw through him, he bowed his hands in apology. It was I, old Fu, who was mean. I apologize to you, young lady. Xiao Chun was surprised by his honesty, and the depression in her heart just now also dissipated. Parents who love their children will plan for them in the long run. The Marshal is also considering General Fu and the Fu family army. I can understand that. Seeing that both sides had talked it out, Fu Chenan felt a little more at ease and looked at Xiao Chun sincerely. Miss Xiao, do you want to meet this person or not? It's up to you. Xiao Chun was actually quite curious. What did the little prince of the grassland look like in ancient times? She wanted to take a look. Then meet? Okay, I'll arrange it. Fu Zhonghai stepped forward and left. It was dinner time, so Fu Zhonghai decided to have dinner with Toto at a nearby restaurant. Staff were deployed inside and outside the restaurant. Xiao Chun was carried in on a sedan chair. Fu Chenan helped her up and sat her down opposite Toto, who was wearing a brown brocade robe. Chapter 174. Yield of 1,000 jin of wheat per mu. Miss Xiao, I'm Toto. I've long heard of your name. Toto is not the burly, rough man of the grassland. On the contrary, he looks very gentle and refined. Hello, Prince 13. Xiao Chun nodded. When Toto heard this, he laughed and said, when I sent the message, I was just below the pass, so it was natural for me to come up quickly. Fu Zhonghai stared at Toto with a dark face, as if protecting his food. Just say whatever you want to say, don't delay our meal. Toto glanced at Fu Zhonghai and Fu Chenan. The father and son sat on the left and right sides of Xiao Chun respectively, protecting Xiao Chun very well. Tuatu was quite obedient. Miss Xiao, just call me Tuatu. I met Miss Xiao today. I do have something I want to ask Miss Xiao to help me with, and I also want to do some business with Miss Xiao. Xiao Chun raised her hand and made a gesture of invitation. Please speak. Marshal Fu and I wanted to replace the iron basins before, but now they are all plastic basins. This is good, but it's not as good as an iron basin. I want to ask if I can replace it with an iron basin. I'd pay twice as much. When saying this, Toto looked at Fu Zhonghai with a little grievance. That's not what you said at first. Xiao Chun coughed and said, no. Why? Toto asked politely, as if he was really just curious. Xiao Chun looked at Fu Chenan. Can you tell the truth? Fu Chenan, I can speak. Xiao Chun looked at Toto sincerely and said, because we discussed it, and we were afraid that you might melt the iron basin to make weapons. Toto, it doesn't have to be so realistic. Toto tried to explain, I am not warlike. Marshal Fu knows this. Fu Zhonghai decisively interrupted. I don't believe what you say. Toto, forget it. Next item. I also want to know, besides plastic basins and buckets, what else can be sold here, Miss Xiao? For example, that biscuit or something else. This time, Fu Zhonghai refused to trade the biscuits and only traded the plastic basin and bucket. Xiao Chun thought for a moment and said, you should ask Marshal Fu about the biscuits. As for the others, do you want some salt? With the advancement of science and technology and the development of the times, salt in the new era is almost inexhaustible and can be supplied in unlimited quantities. But salt and iron were scarce commodities in ancient times. Toto's eyes lit up. Yes. May I ask what the price is? Or what does Miss Xiao want to exchange for? Xiao Chun pointed at Fu Zhonghai and said, you can talk to him about the price. He has the final say. In terms of being cruel, Fu Zhonghai is much more cruel than himself. The right person doing the right thing. Fu Zhonghai showed an undisguised smug smile at the right time. Miss Xiao's heart is with herself. She doesn't want to have it both ways. This discovery made Fu Zhonghai particularly happy. Tuatu was discouraged for a moment, but within a few seconds, he regained his confidence and said, Miss Xiao, do you have any tea leaves to trade? The grassland tribes eat beef and mutton all year round, and the nobles like to drink brick tea, which can help digestion. Xiaoingshun thought about the noisy tea hosts on various live streaming platforms and nodded again. Yes. Toto asked again. I don't know how to trade? Xiaoingshun pointed at Fu Zhonghai again and said, talk to him about the price. Fu Zhonghai laughed again. Toto. Suddenly I felt that I was very upset on this trip. It was really because Fu Zhonghai was smiling too proudly. When people reach middle age and hold high positions and have great power, don't people in the Central Plains all value being cunning and shrewd? Is it appropriate for a marshal like you to be so arrogant? However, after hearing Xiaoingshun say that the two most important things were there, Toto felt relieved. He perked up. I wonder what else Miss Xiao can sell to my Tatar people? Xiaoingshun thought for a moment. Cloth, pearls, rouge and powder, soap. Anyway, iron involved in war must be handled with caution. I heard from Marshal Fu that Miss Xiao can also trade grain seeds? Xiaoingshun looked at Fu Zhonghai and nodded when she saw him nod. Yes, our seeds are better, and the yield is much higher than yours. Toto asked about wheat seeds. Xiaoingshun nodded. We have wheat seeds. What is the yield per acre of land here? Toto. 200 or 300 kilograms? Xiaoingshun looked slightly proud. I can get you wheat seeds that can produce 1,000 kilograms per mu. Toto's mouth opened into an O shape, thinking he had heard it wrongly. Xiaoingshun nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is 1,000 kilograms. Toto swallowed his saliva and said, when can I get this seed? The wheat seeds of the Daliang dynasty only produce 200 to 300 kilograms per mu of land. If the yield could be increased to 1,000 kilograms per mu, the people would be able to have enough food. What war are we still fighting? Xiaoingshun looked at Fu Zhonghai and was about to say, Marshal Fu has the final say, but saw that Fu Zhonghai's expression became serious. Now is the wheat planting season. If it is convenient for Miss Xiao, why not give us the seeds as soon as possible? This is something that concerns people's livelihood. If it can be planted earlier, when there is no shortage of food on the grassland, there will be no need to risk life to plunder food from the people of Daliang dynasty. Only when the people of the Daliang dynasty are free from the suffering of Tatar looting can they live a stable life. Toto also nodded repeatedly, looking eager. Xiaoingshun thought for a moment and said, then I'll send a letter over there right away and ask them to get the seeds over as soon as possible. Fu Zhonghai's expression softened a little, and he looked at Toto. I guess the 13th prince won't mind the price, right? Toto nodded seriously. Of course I don't mind. If the yield per mu can be 1,000 kilograms, it is worth it no matter how expensive the seeds are. After all, wheat can save its own seeds. Sons give birth to sons. Sons give birth to grandchildren, and grandchildren's descendants are endless. After talking about wheat seeds, the dishes came and everyone started eating. After a big meal of meat, Xiaoingshun was full. Fu Zhonghai and Toto continued to negotiate the price, while Xiaoingshun and Fu Chenan went back to the marshal's mansion first. The two entered the yard and closed the door. Fu Chenan frowned, a little worried. You promised so many things at once today. Will it be troublesome? Xiaoingshun smiled. It's okay. I'll go back and ask someone to prepare it. You can get it in a few days. There was a curfew in the Daliang dynasty, but there was not in Wulong Villa. Xiaoingshun returned to Wulong Villa and started to contact seeds and salt with his mobile phone. Only after the contact was completed did I have time to read the message. Huangli sent a message saying that they would leave for Paris, Country F, in a week, and asked Xiaoingshun to go there 4 days in advance to apply for a visa. Xiaoingshun calculated the time and replied, okay. He Liangzong sent a message to Xiaoingshun, but it was about hiring a bodyguard. They must have bodyguards when going to Pali, and they are planning to buy so many things, so they will feel at ease with a bodyguard. He Liangzong was afraid that Xiaoingshun wanted to use Wang Yongjun, so he specifically told her, Wang Yongjun is a good person, but I don't want to use him this time. He's too aggressive and doesn't want to offend anyone, but he's not professional enough. Chapter 175. Unprecedented Cotton Silk Cloth. Last time, Wang Yongjun left Xiaoingshun in London in order to send Dianing away. Although He Liangzong didn't say anything, he had drawn a conclusion about Wang Yongjun in his heart. Wang Yongjun is soft-hearted, loyal, and doesn't know how to refuse his friends' requests. This kind of personality is fine in small towns. After all, small towns value human relationships and social etiquette, but it is not acceptable in a place like the capital. Boguzai operates as a company, so it is better to employ professionals. Xiao Yingchun naturally agreed. I'll listen to you. When Heatsong saw Xiao Yingchun's reply, he immediately called again and explained for a long time. After both sides agreed, Xiao Yingchun washed up and went to sleep peacefully. At around 5 o'clock the next morning, Xiao Yingchun was awakened by the alarm clock. When she went downstairs, she found that Fu Chenan was already waiting for her in the reception room on the second floor. Let's go. Fu Chenan still pulled Xiao Yingchun over. After Xiao Yingchun dressed again, Fu Chenan helped her into a carriage. I'll take you to see the cattle farm. The cattle farm was not far away. A river ran through a valley, and the Fu family army simply turned the valley into a cattle farm. When Xiao Yingchun arrived, Niu Jinsheng was mumbling something to the old cow that had been dissected, and several young people nearby were listening attentively. When Fu Chenan and Xiao Yingchun walked over, Niu Jinsheng was surprised and hurriedly stood up to greet them. The group returned to the tent at the cattle farm. Fu Chenan asked someone to bring hot tea and food, and the three of them started talking about the situation while eating breakfast. It turns out that the development of artificial bezoar has not been smooth. Many cows became infected after being implanted with artificial bezoar seeds. Seeing the cow getting weaker day by day, I had no choice but to kill it. Fortunately, in order not to affect the subsequent reproduction, Niu Jinsheng used old bulls that were more than 10 years old in the experiment. If you succeed, you will have bezoar, which you can make into beef jerky when the cow dies, so it won't be wasted. Xiao Yingchun didn't know much about the technical aspects, so he asked Dr. Lao Niu what the biggest problem was. Niu Jinsheng said that the biggest problem is to prevent the wound from festering. When it comes to this, Xiao Yingchun asked about the disinfection during implantation and the subsequent anti-inflammatory treatment for the cattle. Niu Jinsheng thought thoughtfully. Is it because the venue and the wound were dirty that the wound worsened? Thinking of this possibility, Niu Jinsheng became excited. General, Madam Xiao, take your time eating. I will go and discuss it with them first. He actually dropped the bowl and ran away with Fu Chenan. Xiao Yingchun looked at the old man's back in surprise. He is quite fond of studying. Fu Chenan passed a piece of pancake to Xiao Yingchun. Eat first, don't worry about him. As the two men finished eating and came out of the tent, several men in coarse clothes rushed over and started shouting from a distance. General, General, we want to go to war. We don't want to raise cattle. Xiao Yingchun looked confused. She looked at those people and then at Fu Chenan. Fu Chenan took a step forward with a sullen face, vaguely protecting Xiao Yingchun behind him. Several men rushed over, looking extremely anxious. The leader hurriedly said, General, we were wrong. We shouldn't have thought about going back. If we had known that you had taken our family out, we would never have gone back. We are willing to join the Fu family army. We are willing to stay. After some explanation, Xiao Yingchun suddenly realized. It turned out that these people came from the camp outside Beijing. They fought against the Tatar cavalry all the way, and after reaching Taizhou, they were tried to stay by Fu Chenan, but they insisted on going back. Who would have thought that he would be caught and sent to a cattle farm before he had walked 20 miles? These days they deal with cow dung, old cows, dead cows, and beef jerky all day long, and the prospects are bleak. When they heard that the family had been settled in, they almost went crazy. They wanted to go to war, not feed cattle. Seeing Fu Chenan coming, they rushed over immediately. The leading general felt aggrieved. I have a family to support. If I feed cattle all year round, how can I support my family? I want to go to the battlefield, kill the enemy and make merit, earn a fortune for my wife and children, and fight for a future. Fu Chenan looked at the eager soldiers and said, It's not impossible for you to return to the Fu family army, but I have a question for you. You need to think carefully before answering me. If in the future, you need to lead your troops back to the capital, facing the emperor and the troops stationed in the capital, will you retreat? Will you feel guilty? Will you waver? Several soldiers looked at each other and soon began to express their opinions. We must move forward bravely. We strictly follow orders. We will never show mercy. Fu Chenan snorted coldly. What if the emperor grants you the merit of following the emperor? What if he grants you a high position and generous salary? What if your family and friends say you are plotting rebellion and advise you to turn from darkness to light? The expressions of several soldiers changed again. If they could avoid rebellion, they definitely did not want to rebel. The idea of divine right of kings has been deeply rooted in people's minds for many years, and it is not easy to change it. This is the reason why the emperor imposed heavy taxes and the people complained bitterly, but they would rather hang themselves than think of rebelling. When Fu Chenan saw their hesitation, he knew that these people did not want to follow the Fu family army in their hearts. They just did not want to raise cattle. They don't want to join the rebellion, but they want high positions and generous salaries. These people are too greedy. Fu Chenan took Xiao Ingchun away. After returning to Yongzhou City, Xiao Ingchun took out 2 rolls of cotton silk cloth. Fu Zhonghai didn't know much about fabrics, but he immediately called the owner of the largest fabric shop in the city, Hutchison Fabric Shop, over. He Showen, the owner of Heji Cloth Shop, entered the Marshal's mansion trembling with fear. He Showen thought that his secret dealings with Prince Toto had been discovered and that he was going to die in the Marshal's mansion. He left his last words before leaving, but when he entered, he found that he was only asked to look at the fabric. Looking at the cool and smooth cloth, its intricate patterns, fine textures, rich colors, and 2-meter width, He Showen could not hide his shock. This kind of fabric is something that ordinary people have never seen or heard of. What do the Marshal and the General want to ask me? Fu Zhonghai looked kind and asked, if you were selling this cloth, what's the highest price you could get per foot? When asked a professional question, He Showen calmed down and said, this fabric feels cold to the touch and is as smooth as ice silk. And the pattern and width are unprecedented. I guess it's not cheap. 1 foot of cloth should be able to sell for 200 coins. Fu Zhonghai had just asked Xiao Ingchun about the price, and he knew very well that the profit here was huge. Besides, cloth is what ordinary people use every day. As long as the quantity is large, it is easy to make a fortune. Fu Zhonghai nodded, smiling more gently. If I have a way to get such goods, can you help me sell them? He Showen's eyes widened. Marshal, you mean, let the common people help sell this kind of cloth? Seeing Fu Zhonghai nod, He Showen didn't know what he was thinking about. He asked with a pale face, how much do you want me to sell it for per foot? Fu Zhonghai waved his hand. How much you charge per foot is your business. I just ask you. I will supply you with goods. How much will you charge per foot? He Showen wiped his sweat and knelt down. Marshal, you have the final say. Whatever you say is what it is. Seeing that he was almost frightened to the point of peeing, Fu Zhonghai suddenly realized, He Showen, did he think he could get money from him? Do I need to find a reason if I want to get his money? With a spear pointed at him, he still dared not give it to him? Chapter 176 Cotton Silk Cloth Hot Sale. Fu Zhonghai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and kicked him lightly. What are you thinking? I won't compete with the people for profit. This cloth was brought from the West by this Miss Xiao. She is new here and is not familiar with the place, so she asked me to find someone who can help sell the cloth. If no one can help sell, she plans to open her own shop. She has more than just this one color here. There are many more. You should give her a fair price, but you also need to leave some profit for yourself. That's the only way to do long-term business. After Fu Zhonghai finished speaking, He Showen slowly came back to his senses and looked at Xiao Ingchun beside him. Isn't this the girl who rode a horse with General Fu before? How could she actually get such fabric? Coming to the Marshal's mansion today is not a trap, but a pie. Oh my God, am I going to get rich? Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, He Showen swallowed his saliva and continued to act pitiful. I can sell cloth for 200 coins per foot. Marshal, Miss Xiao, how much coins can you give me per foot? Xiao Ingchun thought for a moment and said, 160 coins per foot? Is that okay? He Showen nodded immediately. Okay. It's okay if it doesn't work. What's more, there is real profit. The profit from 1 foot of cloth is not high, but this cloth is unprecedented and exceptionally beautiful, so there will be no problem in selling it. I think there will be many rich girls willing to buy it to make clothes. Xiao Ingchun thought for a moment and asked, besides Yongzhou City, is there any other place for your cloth shop? He Showen nodded. There are some in several surrounding towns. Yongzhou City, Taizhou City, Yuzhou City, Liangzhou City. Xiao Ingchun understood. You have branches in several major cities in the north? After getting He Showen's confirmation, Xiao Ingchun talked to He Showen in detail. After the basic price was decided, Fu Zhonghai and Fu Chenan just sat there drinking tea and acting as mascots. With Fu Zhonghai and Fu Chenan around, He Showen did not dare to lower the price. He finally decided on 160 coins per foot and took all the cotton and silk cloth from Xiao Ingchun. As Xiao Ingchun asked the soldiers to carry out a bag full of cotton and silk cloth from the back, He Showen finally confirmed that this was a business and not a robbery. After heaving a sigh of relief, He Showen took a closer look. There really were all kinds of patterns, and the texture was also excellent. Xiao Ingchun signaled He Showen to count the goods. Each of these rolls is 100 meters. Just pay the price we calculated before. He Showen was thinking in his mind, forgetting his fear, and his voice became steady. Miss Xiao, the weather here is getting colder now. Although cotton silk is good, it is still a little thin. Do you have any other thicker fabrics? Xiao Ingchun suddenly realized and remembered the cloth book Xiao Jiangning gave her. Yes, it will be delivered in 2 days. That's great. If the fabric is thicker, the price will naturally be higher. The two talked for a while about the demand for different fabrics in different seasons, and Chenan asked, "Where should I pick up the goods in the future? You can't come to the Marshal's mansion every time. You'll be scared to death and your life will be shortened." A soldier beside Chenan named Lu Sainer stood up at the right time. "From now on, I will deliver all of Miss Xiao's goods to you. Payment is made upon delivery, and no credit will be accepted." This is a meticulous person specially selected by Chenan to follow up on the supply and payment of Xiao Yingchun in Yongzhou City. Chenan heart, which had just been put at ease, was immediately lifted up again. Yes, yes, yes. No credit. No credit. Who would dare to buy on credit if Chenan's people could help deliver the goods in person? Chenan could see that Xiao Yingchun had a very high status in the Marshal's mansion and might be the future general's wife. Who would dare to offend someone with such an identity? Chenan went back neatly to get the silver and took all the cloth away, placing some of it in the cloth shop in Yongzhou City and sending some of it to branches in various places. After specially clearing out a counter to display the cotton silk cloth, Chenan began to daydream as he looked at the counter filled with neatly arranged cotton silk cloth. How many people can afford a piece of cloth that costs 200 coins per foot? Is this cotton silk really selling well in this season? As he was muttering in his heart, Chenan heard a soft female voice. "What kind of cloth is this? It's so bright." Chenan quickly came back to his senses. "Oh, it's Miss Yu. This is Western cloth if you like it. Why not take a look?" The one who came was the daughter of the new prefect of Yongzhou. "Give me the one with the pink flowers." Miss Yu was only 14 years old, at the age when she loves to be coquettish, and she fell in love with the pink floral cloth at first sight. Chenan and his servant took down the large roll of pink floral silk cloth. The cloth was unfolded. "Miss Yu, please have a look." The 2-meter width, bright colors and patterns surprised Miss Yu and the maids and servants who followed behind her. Miss Yu couldn't help but touch it. The delicate and smooth feel made her stunned again. This feel is a bit like satin, but it's not satin. She looked at the maids and old women and saw surprise in each other's eyes. "How much is this?" Chenan opened his mouth and was about to say 200 coins a foot, but when he saw the undisguised love in Miss Yu's eyes, he said, 300 coins a foot. "So cheap? Give me 6 feet." Miss Yu didn't even stutter and directly asked for 6 feet. Chenan. "Damn it, the price is going to be lower." After a moment of regret, Chenan quickly asked the clerk to get some cloth for Miss Yu, and at the same time pointed to more than 30 other patterns and colors and enthusiastically promoted them to her. "Miss Yu, would you like to take a look at these? The patterns and colors are different, but the quality is just as good." Miss Yu pointed to a piece of black with green and white flowers and said, "Let me see this one too." Chenan immediately asked the servant to take it down, and he did not forget to introduce it. "This pattern is suitable for those who are slightly older, and it is most suitable for honoring the elders." In the end, Miss Yu spent dozens of taels of silver, bought a lot of fabrics of various patterns and colors, and went back happily. Before leaving, Miss Yu did not forget to instruct the maid beside her. "Chui Chiao, ask someone to make the dress for me later. I want to be the first woman in Yongzhou City to wear this kind of colorful dress." After a while, every woman who entered Heji cloth shop could not escape the attraction of cotton and silk cloth. The bright red and rose red cotton silk fabrics were even sold out on the same day. Chenan realized later, why send those goods to other cities? There is no need at all. Yongzhou City alone can be sold out. No, we must ask Miss Xiao to deliver the goods again. Send more. Wait, Miss Xiao's goods are all contacted by General Fu's personal guards. If I originally said I would sell the cloth for 200 won per foot, but now I sell it for 300 won per foot, will Marshal Fu think that I deliberately lowered the price, but actually knew that I could sell it at this price? What if Marshal Fu gets angry? When he thought of this, Chenan was so scared that sweat started to break out on his back. No, we must raise the price for Miss Xiao. The purchase price increased from 161 per foot to 201 per foot. No, isn't 200 coins too cheap? How about 220 coins? Chapter 177, Cross-Border Errand Business. After Xiao Yingchun sold the cotton silk cloth, she immediately returned to the Space-Time supermarket and began to contact suppliers of soap, pearls, and small mirrors. Chenan said that the weather in Yongzhou City has become colder, and the sales of thick cotton cloth will definitely be better than those of cotton silk cloth. Xiao Yingchun consulted Xiao Jiangnan about thick cotton cloth again. Xiao Jiangnan was so happy that he immediately sent all the colors he had to Xiao Yingchun. After Xiao Yingchun finished looking at them, she picked out all the thick cotton fabrics in solid colors and said, "Send me 3 truckloads of these. Do you have any in stock?" Xiao Jiangnan responded quickly, yes, yes, yes. There were more than 3 cars. There were as many as 30. We still have a lot of thick cotton cloth with flowers. Do you need it, Miss Xiao? Xiaoing Chun, I'll ask for it later. Don't give people too many choices at once. You have to proceed step by step. When they have almost bought all the solid color cotton cloth, you can then sell them other patterns, and then they will come back to buy. Innovate and always innovate. Xiao Jiangnan was anxious. Miss Xiao, we still have some thick woolen fabrics. We don't have much in stock. Do you want some? Xiaoing Chun became interested. How many are there? There are only 2 cars in total, but the price is more expensive. After Xiao Jiangnan gave the quote, Xiaoning Chun searched for quotes online and found the price of 28 yuan per meter, which was not expensive. Xiaoing Chun, okay, give them all to me. I'll send them all over tomorrow. Xiao Jiangnan was overjoyed. After ordering the fabric, Xiaoing Chun confirmed that the cotton padded suit would arrive tomorrow and immediately told Fu Chenan that she would go to pick up the goods tomorrow. As long as the goods are handed over to Fu Chenan, she will not be responsible for the follow-up matters. After Fu Chenan agreed, he hurried to the Yongzhou military camp for a meeting. Fu Zhonghai and Fu Chenan, along with several lieutenants, were waiting for him in the general's tent. The deputy generals mainly reflected the ideological fluctuations of the people below. They have already decided to rebel, so why are they delaying action? You must know that for any matter, the first effort will be strong, the second will weaken, and the third will be exhausted. Now that the rumor of rebellion has been spread, but it has not started yet, everyone is inevitably feeling uneasy. Ma Juanda said bluntly, people below us started to worry. Are we not determined to start an uprising? Especially those people who came from the camp outside Beijing. How can I give everyone peace of mind? Fu Zhonghai first listened to several deputy generals talking about the various ideas of their subordinates, and then looked at Fu Chenan. Chenan, tell me, why are you still not taking action now? Fu Chenan coughed and said, the first rule of war is to send food and fodder before the troops move. In the past, we had the imperial court pay our soldiers. Even if it was less or late, there were people to cover the cost. But now it's gone. The generals nodded one after another. You are about to rebel. How can the emperor return the military pay? So the most important thing for us at this stage is to make money, get food and clothes. Military dry rations are good, but not all soldiers can eat them all year round. Ordinary food must also be available, and sufficient supply must be ensured before a war can be launched. In the next half month, I will go all out to get food. The most important thing for you is to prepare them for battle. Start training. Practice to death. Why do soldiers have so many ideas? The main reason is that I have too much energy. When they are exhausted and can fall asleep immediately after training, they won't have so many suspicious thoughts. After listening to this, the deputy generals nodded one after another and then moved on to the next topic. How to increase the initiative of soldiers during training so that everyone can be more engaged in training, and how to achieve better results. Fu Chenan gave his father a look and left the tent first. Unexpectedly, Lu Sainer, who was in charge of the cloth business, was waiting not far away. Lu Sainer stepped forward and reported Showen's needs. He also wanted to place more orders for cotton silk cloth. Fu Chenan was also happy to learn that cotton silk cloth was selling so well. If Miss Xiao knew this news, she would definitely be even happier. Fu Chenan sent Lu Sainer away and went to the space-time supermarket to tell Xiaoing Chun the good news. When Xiaoing Chun heard this, she immediately asked Xiao Jiangnan to order 2 more carts of cotton and silk cloth. Xiao Jiangnan was so happy that he immediately agreed to load the goods overnight and deliver them to the address sent by Xiaoing Chun early the next morning. Xiaoing Chun told Fu Chenan to come early tomorrow morning to get the cloth. Fu Chenan agreed and said that he needed a large amount of food. Xiaoing Chun pondered. With tens of thousands of troops fighting, the demand for food is huge. Just by a few hundred kilograms or a few thousand kilograms, thousands of tons. This is a national strategic material. Xiaoing Chun is a little scared. Can't buy it in the country. Xiaoing Chun thought about it and asked Fu Chenan, can you wait a few more days? I will go abroad and buy it from abroad. Of course, there is no problem on Fu Chenan's side. He is not going to start a war immediately. As long as he can get it, he won't worry. After Fu Chenan left, Xiaoing Chun began to think of a solution. When buying food, you naturally need a guide who is familiar with the local conditions. The key is that this person must be reliable and keep his mouth shut. He Liangzong is a nice person, but as a rich second generation, when has he ever cared about food and vegetables? Who else can we look for besides He Liangzong? She had never dealt with the professional bodyguard that He Liangzong hired, so she always felt that she lacked the ability to trust him. After much thought, Xiao Yingshun helplessly discovered that the most suitable person was actually Wang Yongjun. Although Wang Yongjun doesn't know how to refuse people and sometimes can't distinguish between the primary and secondary, he has served in the army after all, and he still has the bottom line as a human being. He can't be a bodyguard, but he can still run errands. When Xiao Yingshun called Wang Yongjun was a little excited. He once took the initiative to recommend himself to He Liangsong, wanting to do some security work for Bogu Zai. He Liangsong laughed and said, okay, but he didn't actually say the specific time or thing. Wang Yongjun was not stupid. He immediately knew that He Liangsong was disgusted with what happened to Dianing last time. Although he regretted it, Wang Yongjun had already done it and could only pay for his decision. He thought he had completely lost Xiao Yingshun and He Liangsong as a client, but Xiao Yingshun came to him and asked about buying grain from abroad. Wang Yongjun was confused for a moment. Why did Xiao Yingshun ask this? Does she want to buy food abroad? Why does she buy food? How much to buy? He wanted to ask all these questions, but he could feel Xiao Yingshun's defensiveness. In the end, Wang Yongjun only dared to ask, what does Miss Xiao need me to do? Xiao Yingshun was very satisfied with his reaction. The first thing I want you to do is to keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone that this is what I want. Wang Yongjun realized that this was the last chance Xiao Yingshun gave him, so he was reluctant to give up and immediately expressed his position. Don't worry, Miss Xiao, I won't tell anyone. Xiao Yingshun, I need your help. I need to buy 3,000 tons of wheat flour in Paris, country F, and then find a temporary warehouse to store it for a day or two. I need to avoid attracting attention. Is it convenient? Wang Yongjun thought for a moment and said, no problem. Xiao Yingshun looked at Wang Yongjun steadily and said, I will pick up the goods from you in Paris, country F, in about a week. I am your employer, and you just listen to me. Is that okay? Wang Yongjun's face turned slightly red. It was he who listened to Dai Hengxin last time and sent Dianing back to China, causing him to lose He Liangsong's trust. How could he do the same stupid thing a second time? Wang Yongjun assured earnestly, no problem. Miss Xiao, what happened last time will never happen again. Don't worry. Then please help me do this, and I will pay you 5,000 yuan a day afterwards, okay? Wang Yongjun originally wanted to say, not so much, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't dare to say it anymore. Would Miss Xiao be disgusted by such polite exchanges? Chapter 178 Wild Cordyceps in Gunny Sacks. After making sure that enough food could be bought, Xiao Yingshun told Fu Chenan to rest assured and asked him to get bezoar and cordyceps. She also needs to get various purchased herbs from Fu Chenan and then sell them to Qing Yutang. Fu Chenan has strong execution ability. He carried over dozens of large cloth bags in a box, saying that they were all bezoar, cordyceps sinensis, and various herbs. Xiao Yingshun was silent. If so many bezoars and cordyceps were sold to Qing Yutang, would it drain Qing Yutang's funds? Fu Chenan looked at Xiao Yingshun's expression and felt uneasy. What? Too many? Xiao Yingshun waved her hand. Don't be afraid. Also, if you have any good, exquisite gadgets, get me some of them. She wanted to go to Country F and take the opportunity to get another batch of Daliang Dynasty specialties to sell there, and then exchange them for some real antiques from my country, which would be cost-effective. Fu Chenan thought for a moment and said, there aren't many exquisite things on the border. The extravagance of the wealthy merchants on the border is far inferior to that of the wealthy families in the capital. The exquisiteness of the objects is also completely incomparable. What's more, when they entered Yongzhou City, they looted it and took out all the good stuff. But the people here are warlike. Can I get you 2 swords? Xiao Yingshun's eyes lit up. Of course, it would be best if it was inlaid with gemstones or gold and jade. This looks more valuable. Fu Chenan, I understand. Fu Chenan turned around and went to look for his biological father. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhonghai immediately asked someone to search the warehouse and soon found the 2 treasure swords. One is a scabbard made of golden nanmu wood, with turquoise inlaid with gold and silver threads on the outside. It looks exquisite and luxurious at first glance. The other scabbard didn't look as luxurious, but the handle was made of white jade. Fu Zhonghai curled his lips in disdain. This was seized from the Tatars in the past 2 years. This one with turquoise inlays, it's Toto's sword. Only Toto, who is not good at martial arts, would use such a flashy thing. People who really want to fight a war won't use such flashy and eye-catching stuff. Fu Chenan liked it as soon as he saw it. Something like this just meets Xiao Yingshun's requirements. Inlaid with gold and jade, it looks very expensive. Fu Chenan hurriedly took the sword and presented it to Xiao Yingshun. Xiao Yingshun looked at the 2 precious swords and his eyes lit up. Beautiful. These are the 2 I want. After all the trouble, it was already very late. They agreed to get up early the next day to pick up the goods, and then they both took a rest. Xiaoyingchun got up early the next day and went to the rented warehouse. He received the goods one truck at a time and then put them into the warehouse of the space-time supermarket one truck at a time. Fu Chenan worked as a porter in Wulong Villa. Fortunately, the current villa is larger than the previous house in the urban village, and the garage can no longer accommodate the space, so we directly put it in the living room, bedroom, and corridor on the second floor. In addition, with Fu Chenan constantly moving things to Daliang Dynasty, the turnover could still be made. When the cotton-padded jackets were distributed one by one, all the Fu family soldiers who had not received any before were grinning. The thick cotton suit feels warm to the touch and is just right for the cold Yongzhou city. Fu Chenan is still working as a porter. When one room is full, put more in another room. Soap, pearls, small mirror, solid color thick cotton cloth, woolen cloth, salt, wheat seeds. They were all things that could make a lot of money, and they were being carried out one by one. The large courtyard of a wealthy family in the city became empty after being requisitioned to become the Marshal's mansion. Now it is used to store goods and is put to use all of a sudden. The most trusted guards became warehouse keepers and porters. After finally packing up all the things, when Xiaoyingchun returned to Wulong Villa, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Fu Chenan was sitting on the sofa, waiting with a fresh scent of soap all over his body. Obviously, he had washed. "I'm hungry. What do you want to eat tonight? Eat here? Or come to my place?" Fu Chenan looked at Xiaoyingchun, his eyes full of hope. Xiaoyingchun thought about the mediocre food in Yongzhou City and asked, "Shall I order takeout?" "Okay." Fu Chenan looked at Xiaoyingchun and nodded, looking particularly well-behaved. Xiaoyingchun sighed helplessly. Fu Chenan is a person who will appear particularly well-behaved as long as you do what he wants. Is this what it means to be ungrateful after getting an advantage? Fried green peppers and fried dough sticks with oil residue is a taste that Fu Chenan has never tasted before. Beef with rice crust is something Fu Chenan probably has never tasted before. Braised lion's head? After ordering 3 dishes, Xiaoyingchun specially added 4 servings of rice. When it was served, Xiaoyingchun mixed half a portion of rice with half a lion's head meat and added some more dishes. The rest was poured into a large bowl by Fu Chenan, who ate it up in no time. After eating and drinking, Fu Chenan said goodbye and left, while Xiaoyingchun went to find Yubin with samples of Cordyceps sinensis and various herbs. Yubin had just acquired a large, loss-making pharmacy in Huangshan and was arranging for people to redo the storefront when Xiaoyingchun called. Upon learning that the herbs were available, Yubin handed the decoration task to his junior fellow apprentice and left. When Yubin returned to the 2-story building on the hillside, he saw Xiaoyingchun and others in the living room. On the coffee table in front of Xiaoyingchun were samples of various herbs. Yubin looked at the samples and frowned. Xiaoyingchun was uneasy at his expression. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with these medicines?" Yubin looked at Xiaoyingchun deeply and said, "No, this medicine is fine. Not only is it no problem, it's great." In today's world where large-scale herbal cultivation is everywhere, he always feels it's unreal to see such high-quality wild herbs. Xiaoyingchun was puzzled. "No problem. Why do you have this expression?" Yubin sighed. "Ingchun, some people give the best samples, but after signing the contract and paying the money, they find out that what is delivered is the cultivated herbs, and the quality is not that good. The quality of Chinese herbal medicines cannot be objectively presented in words, so it is easy to pass inferior products off as good ones." Yubin was afraid that Xiaoyingchun would be fooled. Xiaoyingchun understood. "Uncle Yi, come with me to the villa to take a look. Some of the goods are in the villa now." Qing Yutang only pays according to the quality of the goods received. The goods are delivered and the money is paid at the same time. You give me the money, and I'll settle with them, so I won't suffer a loss. Yubin then felt relieved. As long as Hunyo doesn't suffer any loss, it's fine. The two went to Xiaoyingchun's villa. The garage was filled with sacks of herbs. Yubin opened a bag casually and found astragalus of excellent quality. I opened another bag and found a whole bag of wild Codenopsis palaciula. Another bag, holy crap. It turned out to be a whole sack of Cordyceps sinensis. Yubin couldn't believe his eyes. This is Cordyceps sinensis. How can it be packed in sacks? Could this be wild? Whose wild Cordyceps comes in sacks? Yubin picked up one with suspicion and put it in his mouth. As you chew, the strong and pure taste of Cordyceps sinensis spreads in your mouth. It's wild. Yubin suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Xiaoyingchun, "Do you have a big bucket? Or a basin?" Xiaoyingchun looked bewildered. "What do you want that for?" Yubin was very disappointed. "Let me check the goods below, lest the ones above are good and the ones below are just shoddy." Chapter 179. kiss on the forehead to pass. Xiaoyingchun suddenly realized what was going on and hurried to find two large plastic basins. Yi Yubin poured out a sack of cordyceps sinensis and examined the cordyceps sinensis in the middle and at the bottom. The silence was deafening. All of them. All of them. Wild. Where do so many wild cordyceps sinensis come from? Could it be that all the wild cordyceps sinensis in the entire snow area in Xinjiang is here? Xiaoyingchun's eyes were filled with anxiety as she stared at Yi Yubin closely. Uncle Yi? What's wrong with you? Yi Yubin wiped his face with his hand. Well, the medicinal materials are fine. There's just no big one. But it's also valuable. This bag weighs about 50 kilograms. According to the specification of 5 cordyceps to 1 gram and 50 yuan per cordyceps, this bag of cordyceps is worth at least 6 million yuan. Xiaoyingchun smiled and pointed to another sack next to him. There are more here. This bag is larger. Yi Yubin. Following Xiaoyingchun's finger, Yi Yubin opened the sack next to him and was numb when he saw the obviously larger cordyceps sinensis in front of him. After a moment, Yi Yubin confirmed with a dry throat, this is also fine. This bag of cordyceps weighs about 50 kilograms, with 4 or 3 cords per gram, and is worth at least 8 million yuan. Before Yi Yubin could recover from his shock, Xiaoyingchun pulled out a smaller cloth bag from the side. There are more here. This one is the largest. Xiaoyingchun took the initiative to open the bag, and the contents appeared in front of Yi Yubin. It's cordyceps again. Look at the size. 2 sticks weigh 1 gram. Cordyceps of this size would cost more than 200 yuan each. And there is actually a bag of cordyceps of this specification? This bag weighs at least 20 kilograms, right? Worth over 4 million? Yi Yubin. Damn it. This was the first time he doubted his ability to identify Chinese herbal medicines. After wiping his face, Yi Yubin looked at Xiaoyingchun. Yingchun, I need to show these things to my father and grandfather. I'll let you know if I have any news, and I'll get back to you tomorrow at the latest, okay? No problem. Xiaoyingchun agreed readily, not worrying at all that Yi Yubin would vilify her. Anyway, I just exchanged them for plastic basins, so it didn't cost much. Yi Yubin turned around and prepared to drive the Mazda over and stuff the cordyceps into the trunk. But Xiaoyingchun called him, Uncle Yi? Yi Yubin looked back blankly. Is there anything else? Xiaoyingchun pointed to the Chinese herbal medicines that filled the warehouse and said, You haven't looked at anything else yet? Yi Yubin resisted the urge to curse. Let me take care of the cordyceps issue first. Xiaoyingchun stopped him and said, Why don't you take this box with you as well? Yi Yubin looked at the wooden box under the sack, feeling a little numb. What is this? Cordyceps sinensis is even packed in sacks. Is there anything more precious than cordyceps sinensis? Is it worth using such a grand packaging method as wooden boxes? Xiaoyingchun grinned. Bezor. Natural. This was probably all the stock that the totters could collect. Yi Yubin. Forget it, there was too much stimulation, and he was completely numb. After casually opening the box and taking a look, Yi Yubin easily determined that this was natural bezor, and there were at least 50 kilograms of it. He went out, turned the car over, and loaded the cordyceps and bezors directly into the car. After packing, he grabbed a few plastic bags of other herbs and placed them in the corner of the trunk as samples, then drove away. The look was as if he was stunned by the stimulation. Xiaoyingchun was also helpless. If she was going to sell Chinese herbal medicines through Yi Yubin's Qingyutang, she had to pass this hurdle. After Yi Yubin left, Xiaoyingchun began to prepare things for going to the capital. For old mountain ginseng roots, a change of clothes, and an ID card. After thinking about it, Xiaoyingchun went out and bought 4 solar charging panels for Chenan, along with batteries. In this way, while Chenan is in Country F, he doesn't have to run back and forth to the space-time supermarket to charge his walkie-talkie. When she returned home after having the goods delivered, it was already dark and Chenan was already waiting at Wulong Villa. When Chenan saw the solar charging panels prepared by Xiaoyingchun and heard Xiaoyingchun explain the original intention of buying these things, he was deeply moved again. I haven't even mentioned it yet, but she's already prepared everything. I really can't repay you enough. Feeling touched, Chenan thought he should express his gratitude through action. Miss Xiao, is there anything you want to use? Xiaoyingchun looked at Chenan blankly. You have been so considerate of me. I also want to do something for you. Chenan explained, then looked at her with burning eyes. Xiaoyingchun finally understood and couldn't help but smile. You have done enough? Now that I have achieved financial freedom, I really can't think of anything that I want but can't get. Chenan raised his eyebrows slightly. Really? Xiaoyingchun nodded. Really? Then have I passed the test? Chenan's tone became eager. Xiaoyingchun was stunned again. When Xiaoyingchun realized what was happening, Her face turned red uncontrollably, and she even stuttered, "What assessment?" As soon as Fu Chenan saw Xiao Yingxuan's expression, he knew that she understood what he was talking about. Seeing that she did not dodge, Fu Chenan couldn't help but get bolder. He leaned forward and held Xiao Yingxuan's hand. Did you pass the test? The test to stay by your side?" This was the first time Xiao Yingxuan had seen Fu Chenan so aggressive. She lowered her head in embarrassment and turned away. Fu Chenan suddenly didn't want her to escape anymore, so he reached out and pinched her chin, forcing her to look up and look at him. "Xiao Yingxuan, it's over, it's over. My heart is about to jump out of my mouth." A handsome face suddenly came closer, and Xiao Yingxuan subconsciously closed her eyes. The expected kiss did not happen, and Fu Chenan only left a lip print on Xiao Yingxuan's forehead. It's like putting an exclusive stamp on it. Xiao Yingxuan was at a loss for a moment, but Fu Chenan took the opportunity to pull her into his arms and hugged her tightly. Xiao Yingxuan, leaning on Fu Chenan's solid chest, hearing his heartbeat like a drum in her ears, Xiao Yingxuan realized belatedly. His heart was in turmoil too. It was unknown how long it had been, but Fu Chenan finally loosened his arms, but he did not let go of Xiao Yingxuan's little paws. The man lowered his head and met Xiao Yingxuan's rosy cheeks and misty eyes. He couldn't help but curl up the corners of his lips, and his joy seemed to overflow from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Yingxuan did not dodge. Did she acquiesce? She has herself in her heart? Chunner, Yingxuan? Little girl. Xiao Yingxuan got goosebumps all over her body, and her whole body was full of resistance. No. Huh. Fu Chenan was stunned. He thought he was rejected, and his body temperature dropped a little. What do you mean you don't want it? Don't want to pass the test? How is that possible? I've kissed her forehead. Xiao Yingxuan looked up persistently and met Fu Chenan's bright eyes. Don't call me like that. It sounds weird when words like Yingxuan and Chunner come out of Fu Chenan's mouth. Fu Chenan realized that he was not rejected, and his expression immediately relaxed. Then how do you want me to call you? Xiao Yingxuan thought for a moment and said, Yingying. When I was little, my mother called me Yingying. Chapter 180. Love. When he was a child, because his family ran a small supermarket, Xiao Yingxuan would often ask his parents for candy. At that time, she couldn't speak complete sentences. She could only point at lollipops and bubblegum and shout. If her parents didn't give them to her, she would cry. Mom and Dad smiled and called her Yingying. Xiao Yingxuan resisted for a while, but later she got used to it. Now thinking back, she just wanted to listen to it 10,000 times more. Okay, Yingying. Fu Chenan couldn't help but hug Xiao Yingxuan into his arms again. Holding the warm and soft beauty in his arms, Fu Chenan felt a sense of unreality, as if he was dreaming. To make sure this wasn't a dream, he kissed Xiao Yingxuan on the forehead a few more times as if to make up for it. Xiao Yingxuan felt dizzy and her brain was at a standstill until Fu Chenan reminded her, "What do you want to eat for dinner?" Looking at the sky outside the window, Xiao Yingxuan realized belatedly, "Oh no, it's getting dark. Order takeout." Picking up the phone, Xiao Yingxuan asked Fu Chenan, "What do you want to eat?" How could Fu Chenan be picky about food at this time? His entire chest seemed to be filled up, bulging with joy. Pulling Xiao Yingxuan into his arms and sitting her down, Fu Chenan rested his chin on the top of her head and rubbed it. "You have the final say." Xiao Yingxuan stiffened for only a moment, then leaned comfortably into Fu Chenan's arms. She had long been accustomed to riding a horse. Fu Chenan used Xiao Yingxuan's phone to look at the pictures and talk while they discussed ordering food and happily ate takeout. After eating and drinking, Xiao Yingxuan signaled Fu Chenan to leave. Fu Chenan didn't want to leave. "I won't disturb you. I'll play with my phone for a while." He recently started playing another game in which the men in the game were dressed similarly to him and actually knew Kung Fu, the dodging and moving, every move and gesture. He was greatly inspired by what he saw. "If I had that kind of Kung Fu, I would be even more invincible on the battlefield." Fu Chenan started learning Kung Fu and playing games on his mobile phone, while Xiao Yingxuan started processing information. Yi Yubin has shown the things to two veteran Chinese medicine doctors. They both think that there is nothing wrong with the herbs and that they are all authentic wild herbs. Although it is not clear where Xiao Yingxuan got such a large quantity of high-quality wild medicinal materials, it did not stop them from liking them from the bottom of their hearts. Yi Shanshin said on the spot, "All these medicinal materials can be obtained. Even if he cannot use up all the medicine in Qingyutang, he can sell it to other experienced Chinese medicine practitioners." Nowadays, all well-known senior Chinese medicine practitioners in China have a common difficulty. They have not been able to obtain good wild medicinal materials for a long time. Good medicinal materials are the basis for the prescription to be effective, and they want them too. Yi Yubin sent a message to Xiao Yingchun to confirm the price. The prices of various medicinal materials are 10% higher than the wholesale prices of cultivated medicinal materials in the Chinese herbal medicine market, mainly because the quality of the medicinal materials is so good that Qin Yutang does not want to lower the price. Xiao Yingchun was naturally happy, but, leave me 1 pound of the largest cordyceps, I want to give it away. Yi Yubin, okay. Yi Yubin said that he would be back tomorrow, and then he would send the rest of the Chinese herbal medicines to Qin Yutang in the provincial capital to settle the payment. Xiao Yingchun entrusted all these matters to Yi Yubin, and turned to ask about Fu Chenan's sales situation. Fu Chenan put down his phone, and then he remembered that there was still a piece of good news that he had not told Xiao Yingchun. Lu Dabin is here. From now on, I will let him take care of all the business matters, and I don't have to worry about it anymore. When Fu Chenan said this, his face was full of sincere smile. Who is Lu Dabin? Xiao Yingchun asked curiously. Lu Dabin is the most trusted eunuch around the emperor. Fu Chenan talked about Lu Dabin's situation and past. When Fu Chenan's grandfather, Marshal Fu, entered the palace, he saw the teenage Lu Dabin who had been beaten to death. At that time, Lu Dabin was still young and not yet the emperor's companion. His name was Lu Shangfu. He fed Lu Shangfu a rejuvenation pill that was enough to save his life, and also gave him a bottle of medicine for his injuries. Lu Shangfu didn't understand why he had to take the blame, and he gritted his teeth and refused to plead guilty, which resulted in him being beaten to a pulp and his life hanging by a thread. Marshal Fu squatted beside Lu Shangfu, whose buttocks were bruised, and reminded him softly, at all times, you must learn to protect yourself first. As long as there is life, everything is possible. This sentence was like a wake-up call, changing Lu Shangfu's character from rather break than bend to a low-key, forbearing, dormant, and tactful person. Hiding the bottle of medicine given by Marshal Fu, Lu Dabin gradually reached the pinnacle of the eunuchs, the chief eunuch, the attendant of the emperor, known as Lu Dabin. In private, Lu Dabin had helped the Fu family several times without leaving any trace. But Lu Dabin remembered the words of Marshal Fu. Whenever he could do something beyond his ability, he would put his own life first. For example, when the Fu family was blamed for the defeat in the war and was demoted to commoners, becoming butchers in the slums of the capital, he did not intervene. The emperor had made up his mind by then. It would be useless for him to say anything, and he would get himself involved. It would be better for him to plan for the follow-up. It was Lu Dabin who asked Fu Chenan to inform him about the emperor having Guyu poisoned. This time, Lu Dabin was sent to announce the imperial decree, which actually meant he escaped from the cage. He had no intention of going back since he came out. Fu Zhonghai and Fu Chenan were both overjoyed, and naturally wanted to make the best use of people and things. Lu Dabin has been in charge of the eunuchs of the 6 palaces for many years. He is an expert in managing people and affairs, and is also very good at cultivating talents. When Xiao Yingchun heard this, she was sincerely happy for him. It is not good for a general who can defeat thousands of enemies to spend all day calculating how to make money for a long time. It would naturally be better if there was someone trustworthy and capable to do this. The two of them chatted incessantly, and before they knew it, it was 10 o'clock in the evening. When Fu Chenan saw Xiao Yingchun yawning, he realized how late it was. He didn't want to leave, but it was so late. Out of respect for Xiao Yingchun, he forced himself to get up. I'll come again tomorrow? Fu Chenan stroked Xiao Yingchun's white and tender little hands reluctantly, asking for Xiao Yingchun's opinion. Seeing Xiao Yingchun nodded, he kissed Xiao Yingchun's forehead with a smile, pushed the cart with solar charging panels and batteries, and left through the back door. It was snowing in Yongzhou City. Early in the morning, after having breakfast, Lu Dabin put on a warm fur coat, sat in a carriage filled with charcoal, and walked towards the streets of Yongzhou City. After receiving Fu Zhonghai's entrustment, Lu Dabin was full of energy and decided to show his skills. So Lu Dabin decided to go out and check the place out himself. It is entirely possible to open a shop exclusively for the Fu family in Yongzhou City, specializing in selling Western goods. There are so many good things that are worth thousands of gold in Beijing, so why would they be sold cheaply here? Not only can it not be cheap, but everyone who enters must not come out empty-handed. In the future, he would also open shops selling Western goods all over the Daliang dynasty. Opened in surrounding countries, the carriage first went a Heji cloth shop. When Shoen, the owner of Heji cloth shop, saw the carriage from the Marshal's mansion coming, he first put on a standard smile, stepped forward, lifted the curtain, and helped the people. What happened is that the person who got off the carriage was a wealthy old man with gray hair, white face, and no beard. Shoen was stunned. Lu Sainer, who was following the car, stepped forward to explain at the right time. This is the Marshal's Office Foreign Affairs Manager, Liu Shangfu. Manager Liu? Our general said that from now on, all the business of the Marshal's mansion will be handed over to Chief Steward Liu. Chief Steward Liu came here today to introduce himself to the family. Liu Dabin had his usual humble smile on his face. This must be Mr. He, right? My name is Liu Shangfu. Please bear with me in the future. He Showen looked at Liu Shangfu's smiling face, but inexplicably felt that this old man was not as easy to talk to as he seemed. At first glance, it's obvious that he's a cunning person who just emerged from a crowd. Where did Marshal Fu and General Fu find such a powerful person?